Alright, let's dive into the story of Lin Yuan, a man who died not in glory, but in pure, helpless regret as his family was slaughtered. In his past life, he was just a useless nobody in a brutal apocalypse, but fate decided to give him a second chance. Reborn into the past right before the disaster strikes, his memories of the end times are now his greatest weapon. Without wasting a single second, Lin Yuan throws away his fake, peaceful life. He dives into training like a madman, working day and night to push his body and mind to the absolute limit. To others, he is just a quiet boy, obsessed with working out. They have no idea his mind is filled with ruin and a vow written in blood. In this life, he must be stronger, faster, and far more ruthless. Anyone who dares threaten his family will pay a price beyond their worst nightmares. He will never let the tragedy of his past life happen again. Our setting shifts to the rocky desert of Black Sandtown in this fantasy world. Amidst the quiet, a desert lizard suddenly perks up in alarm as a panicked scream to run for your life echoes out, followed by heavy, desperate footsteps. The pursuers are a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves with 80 health points, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From the distance, the terrified cries of a cornered group ring out. Help! Somebody please help us! The fleeing party consists of a priest, a mage, and a warrior. All of them are at level 3. The blonde girl panics, saying, "We are so unlucky. We only wanted to hunt level 1 sand scorpions, so why did we run into a pack of level 3 wolves?" She turns to their leader, asking, "Leader, what do we do now?" "Pay attention here," the leader points ahead, urging everyone to keep pushing towards some nearby sandstone trees. If they can climb up there, they might actually have a chance to survive. But she cannot hide her fear, knowing these brutal desert wolves never give up on a target once they lock onto it. To make matters worse, they were already badly injured in their last fight. Their only 2 pieces of dark iron gear are broken, leaving her mind flooded with sheer despair. Are they going to die here today? Suddenly, the pink-haired mage trips and crashes onto the sand. Her teammates look back in horror, screaming her name, Xiaohei. Watch out, the pack is right on her. Xiaohei looks up in absolute terror, the image of a snarling wolf reflecting clearly in her trembling eyes. Right at that life or death moment, a flash of green light erupts, slicing the wolf and sending blood spraying everywhere. A fatal blow drops the beast right beside Xiaohei. As the dead beast lies on the hot sand, a stunned Xiaohei looks up at her mysterious savior. She can hardly believe it, wondering if he saved her. Then, a status screen pops up above him. Level 1? Xiaohei gasps in total shock. A level 1 player? Is he a newbie? She freezes as she sees the young man's face and his mysterious, glowing red eyes. He calmly stands in front of Xiaohei, shielding her from danger. Facing the remaining growling wolves, he glances at them and coldly mutters, "Level 3 monsters are not that strong." Provoked by his words, the rest of the pack charges furiously. Gripping his hilt, his eyes remain steady. Clad in crackling green lightning-like energy, he charges right into the middle of the pack. The demon wolves pounce all at once, aiming to tear him to shreds. But instantly, 2 bright green slashes rip through the air, easily bisecting 2 wolves in a spectacular spray of blood. You and I can probably guess their shock. A final strike drops the last wolf, leaving the girls completely frozen. The boy stands coldly amid the battlefield, his blood-stained blade resting on one of the dead beasts. The leader gasps in disbelief, sweat pouring down. Did he just kill 4 level 3 wolves with a basic newbie sword? But before they can even celebrate, Xiaohei points ahead in sheer panic. Look over there. In the distance, an even larger pack is rushing in. Their glowing red eyes burn through the dim sunset. The blonde girl screams, "What is going on? Where did all these wolves come from?" Xiaohei stammers, "They must have smelled the blood of their dead packmates nearby." The leader screams to the calm boy, "Run. This massive horde is enough to wipe out an entire novice village. I am not joking. You will be torn apart." He slowly turns with a confident smirk. "Really?" Watch closely as a green aura wraps around him and glowing cards appear. "Trust me, it is about to go down." A system screen pops up. Player Lin Yuan. "Do you want to summon a skeleton warrior? Alright. Stick with me here." As we watch his glowing green eyes flash, commanding magical cards to fly straight out of his hands. They slam into the dirt, exploding with blinding light as a massive magic circle covered in ancient runes spreads across the entire battlefield. Right beneath the wolf pack, the ground begins to violently tremble under a downpour of green energy. A skeletal hand bursts from the sand. Suddenly, a whole army of level 3 skeleton warriors with 100 health, 35 attack, 5 defense, and decapitator skills rises from the earth. But these demonic wolves do not back down, lunging forward with terrifying, bloodthirsty rage. He just smirks, his icy gaze locked on them, waiting to see who gets shredded to pieces first. The undead army lets out a silent roar as Lin Yuan readies for war. The clash begins as a skeleton warrior blocks the alpha wolf's deadly pounce with its sword, while another skeleton uses its shield to deflect a vicious side attack. The undead squad coordinates flawlessly, easily shutting down the aggressive wolf pack. 15 minutes later, the chaotic battle finally comes to an end. Lin Yuan coldly pulls his sword from the final wolf corpse. Blood splatters everywhere as dead beasts lay scattered across the sand. Notifications pop up, confirming 16 desert wolves killed, rewarding him with 160 experience points. Along with the experience, he collects a mountain of items, including 16 desert wolf pelts, 16 demonic wolf fangs, and 16 razor-sharp claws. Right here, pay attention to the glowing loot orbs hovering over the dead wolves, just waiting to be claimed by our main character. Lin Yuan calmly sheathes his weapon, absorbing the floating essence of light from the monsters as it gathers into the palm of his hand. Hiding behind a nearby boulder, a female mage watches in absolute shock, stammering to her team captain, asking if she is dreaming. Did he really just wipe out 12 desert wolves all by himself? The pink-haired girl slowly approaches, filled with intense curiosity. Excuse me, are you a mage? Did you just use a summoning skill? I am a mage too, but I have never seen any magic like yours before. Lin Yuan turns his head, his eyes flashing with a mysterious red light. Who said I was a mage? The girl freezes, her eyes wide with total shock. Then who are you? A confident, cocky smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to answer. Behind him, a massive system screen glows. That is because I possess a forbidden SSS rank class. The interface clearly displays his unprecedented details. Player Lin Yuan, level 2, with the class of Necromancer. Talent Shadow Summon. Gates of Hell, Strength 5. Constitution 25. Spirit 30. Experience 159. My name is Lin Yuan from Blue Star. I am a reincarnated regressor. 3 years ago, scientists observed a massive, mysterious planet named Demon Star suddenly appearing right next to our home, Blue Star. And then, 3 months ago, you and I remember how a mysterious company shocked the world by launching a virtual reality game. By entering this game using specially developed virtual reality headsets, humans were sorted into various unique combat classes. By leveling up, players gained real power to fight monsters. Slowly, the boundary between reality and the virtual world began to blur. At first, nobody cared, thinking it was just a game. Until one day, a few players started gaining supernatural powers in the real world, identical to their in-game characters. These people were called the Chosen Ones. But soon, the ultimate catastrophe struck. Since then, a group of fanatics calling themselves evil god followers began crossing over from the game to slaughter innocent people. Blue Star's beautiful cities crumbled into absolute ruin under the devastating onslaught of colossal, monstrous tentacles. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with despair as he held the bloody bodies of his family. My parents died in that terrible disaster. Humanity united all of the planet's remaining forces to launch a desperate counterattack. But in the end, we were completely crushed by the fanatics, and I died in that final, hopeless battle. Yet, to my absolute shock, I reincarnated just 1 hour ago, returning to the very first moment I logged into this fantasy world. At the same time, the system granted me a forbidden SSS rank class. Congratulations, you have received the unique class, Necromancer. Your talents are SSS rank Shadow Summon and SSS rank Gates of Hell. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow, radiating pure, murderous intent. This time, I will level up my strength and skills faster than anyone else to protect Blue Star and my family. Returning to reality, Lin Yuan coldly withdraws his sword, embedded in the corpse of the final wolf. He silently extends his hand toward the beast's corpse. A thick green miasma erupts from his palm, unleashing a ghostly hiss as it wraps around the dead wolf. The glowing energy branches out, spreading and connecting all the dead bodies scattered across the bloody ground. As the dead eyes glow with an eerie green light, the system screen flashes, asking if he wants to cast Shadow Summon on the desert wolf. The undead monster's claws scratch the ground as it slowly stands back up. Lin Yuan calculates that this incredible class naturally grants him the strong, high-durability constitution of a master warrior. And trust me, you and I are absolutely going to love watching his new undead wolf army rise, ready to slaughter anyone who dares to stand in his way. Alright, you and I are about to see these zombie monsters keep all their previous levels and skills. The system instantly updates the level 3 demon wolf zombie stats. 80 health, 20 attack, 3 defense, bite skill, and deathly body bite deals 200% damage to enemies. This deathly body makes them completely immune to fear, poison, blindness, injury, and even bleeding effects. With a swift wave of his hand, he draws a gorgeous magic circle, granting them a brand new skill called Deathly Body, making them immune to almost all negative status effects. Right after that, the ground cracks open, bursting with a blinding green aura. As for my other talent, Gates of Hell, it can store monsters resurrected by Shadow Summon, and the storage capacity will continue to expand as my level increases over time. Suddenly, a colossal, bizarre gate, wrapped in heavy iron chains, rises up from deep underground. A bone-chilling creak echoes through the air as the massive gate slowly cracks open, releasing a brilliant, blinding light. The pack of zombie wolves obediently marches straight into the world, hidden beyond the gate. Standing inside the magical storm, Lin Yuan stands tall among dozens of monster illusions. Trust me, if my level gets high enough, I will command an invincible army of death. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the female mage turns pale and steps back. Are you actually reviving the dead into zombies? Just who are you? Ignoring the absolute terror of the three girls, Lin Yuan looks up at the shifting sky. It is almost time. The scenery suddenly glows crimson as bloody text appears in midair, announcing that the giant Death Wolf world boss is descending upon the Stone Wolf Desert. Lin Yuan's eyes burn with pure excitement and killing intent. Time to hunt the boss. From the horizon, countless blood-red lightning bolts carrying massive destructive power crash down, leaving other players completely frozen in absolute terror. Suddenly, the crimson sky cracks open, webbed with bloody veins. From the rift, a pair of bloodshot demonic eyes stares down at the terrified crowd. Panicked players scream, "The giant death wolf is finally here." One player yells while running for his life. I remember the official website said its attack range is 50 meters. Our best bet is to run as far as we possibly can. As desperate cries for help echo, sheer chaos erupts as everyone flees in panic. But look at that speed, the boss is way too fast, tearing through the crowd and spreading absolute death. Two players hide behind a boulder, watching the horror unfold. Right before their eyes, the giant wolf chomps down on an unlucky player, towering over a field of fresh corpses. Its status window pops up, level 6. Lord Giant Death Wolf, 2400 health, 360 attack, 48 defense. Skills, Roar, Giant Heart, Death Claw. In the crowd, one player tries to charge forward, but is held back. No way. Man, are you insane? A solo player can never defeat the Giant Death Wolf. You are literally just throwing your life away. Still hiding behind the boulder, the two players tremble, saying, "This is a world boss, the Giant Death Wolf. How could anyone possibly defeat such a terrifying beast?" Suddenly, one of them points in shock. "Look over there. What is that guy trying to do?" Amidst the wild chaos, a lone figure calmly walks straight toward the boss, and it is none other than Lin Yuan. He paces forward steadily, sword in hand, cloak fluttering in the wind, with his crimson eyes gleaming with cold determination. The blonde player remarks, "Look at his starter sword. He is definitely a newbie." His companion nods in agreement. Exactly. The Giant Death Wolf is a level 6 Lord tier boss. Without a full raid team, even if all of us combined, we would not even tickle it. An info panel pops up to explain that in this game world, monsters are ranked from weak to strong, starting from common, elite, chief, lord, king, monarch, and god tier. Among them, a lord-class monster, even a level 1 boss, remains a fatal threat to any new player. Lin Yuan halts his steps, leaving only him and the massive monster facing off. Desperate screams from the other players echo from behind. Hey, are you crazy? Get back. You are just suicide running. He looks up at the beast, murmuring, a level 6 world boss. Then he speaks with absolute disdain. Looking back now, you are actually nothing. Utterly enraged, the wolf lets out a deafening roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave as the system alerts that the world boss has activated its roar skill. Lin Yuan swiftly dashes to dodge. And right after, the boss swings down its razor-sharp claws, triggering the Death Claw skill. His eyes sharpen as memories from his past life come rushing back. I remember in my past life, even with its boss buffs, this level 6 giant death wolf only had 3,400 health and 510 attack power. For adventurers in the Stone Wolf Desert, whose highest level was only 3, defeating this beast without a full party was a suicide mission. Recalling that bloody past life, he silently remembers how he almost died fighting this very monster alongside his entire team. Back to reality, the colossal shadow claws sweep down, yet he remains completely calm. But now that I am reborn, having survived countless deadly battles, you and I both know I am no longer that weak boy from before. Let's dive right into this crazy fight as sharp claws smash the rocky ground, sending stones flying. Moving with insane agility, Lam Vien slides right under the beast to dodge. That split-second move leaves the onlookers hiding behind the rocks, completely speechless. What insane speed! Meanwhile, the monster roars, furious that it missed. The beast howls with rage, its entire body glowing with a blood-red aura as a system notification flashes, warning the world boss is enraged. Facing this terrifying anger, Lam Vien just smirks with total confidence and slams his hand hard against the ground. In an instant, a massive magic circle, glowing with a deadly green light, spreads beneath him. From its center, a giant, chain-wrapped gate of death slowly rises at his command. The towering portal looms large, blocking out the sky and forcing the giant boss wolf to growl warily. As the gate slowly creaks open, Lam Vien's eyes turn ice cold. Rise, my undead army. Answering his call, a pack of zombie desert wolves with glowing spectral eyes floods out of the green portal. The players watching from the distance are completely stunned, stammering in shock. What on earth is that strange gate? Are those zombies? But they look exactly like level 3 desert wolves. How did he turn so many high-level wolves into undead? Lam Vien charges forward alongside his pack, knowing his level 3 grind is paying off. His summon capacity has increased to 30. It took some time, but this upgrade was absolutely worth every second. The savage undead wolves instantly leap forward, tearing into the giant boss. Now, here's the game mechanic we need to watch. If a summoner is stronger than their summons and both are present, the boss will always target the summoner first, unless the summons manage to pull the aggro away. Otherwise, it won't change targets. Swarmed by zombies, the furious giant wolf swings its massive claws, scattering them like ragdolls. Even so, one immortal wolf stands its ground and howls, drawing the enemy's attention right back. The boss raises its claws to crush the tiny zombie. Spotting this perfect opening, Lam Vien's eyes flash with sharp focus. This is it. He leaps high into the air, playing the hate mechanism like a fiddle. Just as the boss attacks, he forces it to switch targets, interrupting its strike midway. Slashes of blue sword energy bite into the giant wolf's body, completely breaking its attack rhythm. Struck by the sudden barrage, the massive wolf throws its head back, howling in pure pain. As Lam Vien lands, the boss turns around with bloodshot eyes and charges, but he knows exactly how to manipulate the AI. When it focuses on the summoner, have the summons attack to shift the aggression back again. Instantly, the zombie wolf pack lunges forward, sinking their teeth deep into its flesh. Using the distraction, Lam Vien leaps back to safety. After all, even tiny ants can take down an elephant. Even if each zombie only does 15 damage, that 3,400 health bar is going to melt. Watching the boss struggle helplessly in the undead swarm, he mutters, "It won't last long." His brilliant tactics leave the hidden players in awe. That's a Lord-tier world boss, and he is styling on it. But wait, you and I can see what they cannot right behind them. 3 players with sinister grins appear. Minutes later, a heavy strike slams down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The battle reaches its climax as the boss's health drops to 500. Lam Vien leaps high, raising his sword to deliver the final strike. Suddenly, the giant wolf bites down on a zombie. Seizing the moment while the boss is occupied, He delivers a perfectly aimed slash. A critical hit registers. The health bar plummets from 500 to 300. The beast shrieks in agonizing pain, its cries echoing across the vast desert sands. Losing its balance, the colossal body crashes down, sending dirt and sand flying everywhere. Its health flashes at a mere 10 points. Staring coldly at the defeated beast, he prepares for the final blow. Suddenly, hurried footsteps on the sand echo from right behind him. The three ambushers leap into the air, swinging their weapons at Lin Yuan as they yell out, "Right now, kill him, and the world boss loot is ours." His undead army is gone, so just die. Faced with this sudden backstab, Lin Yuan remains calm, his eyes flashing with a menacing red glow. From afar, the hidden players scream out in panic. But trust me, you and I know he is already 10 steps ahead as he spins. He swings his blade. All right, you and I are starting with a blast as he unleashes a massive crescent sword wave, sweeping away 3 bandits, launching them into the air with agonizing screams. All 3 bodies crash heavily onto the hard ground, blood pooling right beneath his dripping sword. Standing tall over their corpses, Lin Yuan sneers with absolute disdain, telling them not to overrate themselves. Nearby, the spectating players freeze in terror, cold sweat dripping as they stare in disbelief. What on earth just happened? He literally one-shotted 3 level 3 bandits in an instant with a single, devastating strike. With the trash cleared out, Lin Yuan calmly turns back to the giant death wolf. As the groaning beast struggles to rise, he channels his full power, carving a fierce, glowing blue arc through the air with his sword. The flashing execution strike rips through the giant monster, and the system instantly registers a massive critical hit. At that exact moment, a golden notification pops up to confirm victory. The giant death wolf world boss has its health points reduced to 0. You have slain the boss, earning 480 experience points and 1 soul gem. Watching the giant corpse glow with brilliant golden light, Lin Yuan eagerly wonders what kind of epic loot the very first world boss of the entire game will drop for him. From the Pillar of Light, a silver-plated chest and an exquisitely crafted blue gem gently float down to the ground. Lin Yuan reaches out to grab the gem, carefully checking its stats on the system screen. The soul gem contains raw soul power. Once you gather enough, you can visit the Eternal Council to exchange them for legendary tier gear. Clenching the gem tightly in his hand, now pay attention, he recalls that after reaching level 60, players must travel to the Elven home at the Eternal Council to advance further. Right now, it is still way too early for that. Even so, this gem is the easiest shortcut to securing legendary gear. Memories of the game database continue to rush back to him. Gear tiers in this fantasy world range from low to high, starting at white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythological tiers, as shining weapon illustrations float across the screen. New players usually struggle with basic white gear, rarely ever seeing black iron pieces. Shifting his focus back to the present, he begins calculating his current inventory. 2 hours ago, using his past life knowledge, he ordered 2 skeleton warriors to lure the elite black sand lizard far away. This gave him the perfect opening to unlock the bronze chest they guarded. Inside lay the black lizard cloak, a solid bronze tier armor piece. Its detailed system stat panel reveals it as light cloth armor, granting plus 30 defense, plus 10 spirit, and plus 10 agility. He also glances over at a newly acquired title, the Hunter title, to check its special stats. Once equipped, it boosts physical attack by 10%, critical strike rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. He nods with deep satisfaction. In this massive game world, unique titles grant players incredibly powerful extra attributes and special stat boosts. The bonus stats from this Hunter title are genuinely amazing. Returning to his loot, the moment his hand touches the chest lid, the system announces that he is the first player ever to slay a world boss. You and I can probably guess his surprise when he gets a bonus silver chest. Yes, a real silver chest. As the lid pops open, a selection of high-value treasures is revealed inside. The Silver Moon Sword, packed with lunar energy, grants plus 100 attack and plus 10 agility. Next, the Silver Eye of Death accessory grants plus 40 spirit and unlocks a level 1 skill. This skill inflicts 200% corrosion damage on targets. He also gets a recovery potion, which is a special consumable. Upon use, it instantly restores 20% health and mana. Additionally, a level 1 skill scroll adds 100 skill mastery points, followed by monster essence. This rare essence, dropped only by elite monsters, can be brewed into top-tier potions or simply consumed directly. Consuming it grants 10 bonus attribute points to strength, physical constitution, agility, and spirit. Staring at his inventory filled with 5 incredibly rare items, Lin Yuan is absolutely thrilled. What a massive haul! For the first world boss on the server, the rewards are truly insane. Just then, a brilliant green leveling aura bursts around his body. The system logs the experience points, updating all player data immediately. He smiles as his power surges, jumping from early level 3 straight to near max experience on level 4. With 5 free stat points per level, he allocates 3 to spirit and 2 to physical strength. His personal status window updates his stats instantly, showing player Lin Yuan, level 4, class, Forbidden Soul Summoner. His talent is Shadow Summon. Hellgate capacity 40, strength 10, constitution 10, agility 25, spirit 35, experience 52 out of 779. Looking at his skyrocketed stats, he grins with absolute confidence. This is incredibly good. His attributes are now the highest among all players in the Gravel Desert region. His eyes then drift down to his talent slot, where the words Hellgate 40 flare up. Opening up his master interface, he quietly begins analyzing his next tactical move. Though his undead wolves perished, this level up expanded his Hellgate to hold 40 zombie beasts, and you and I know he is about to become unstoppable. You and I are about to watch him pull off a truly insane move on this world boss's corpse. He casts a glowing green spell, prompting a notification, "Do you want to use dark summoning on the giant death wolf?" His eyes flare with an intense hunger for ultimate power. The moment he says yes, the giant beast's lifeless eyes snap wide open, unleashing a blinding wave of blue-green magic that completely tears through the pitch-black night. With the transformation complete, a massive armored claw, packed with dark energy, slams heavily onto the ground. A resounding roar echoes from this newly summoned giant zombie wolf, displaying some absolutely insane stats: level 6, 2400 health points, and 360 attack power. It has 48 defense, and skills like Demon Wolf Roar, Beast Heart, Death Claw, Death Body, and Wrath of Death. Demon Wolf Roar deals 400% of attack power to nearby enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Beast Heart boosts health by 1000, and Death Claw adds another 150 attack power. Wrath of Death boosts ally attack by 10% and critical rate by 20%. Staring up at his new war machine, Lin Yuan smiles with satisfaction. As expected of a world boss, it packs both massive area damage and some top-tier crowd control skills. Plus, after turning into a zombie, it gained the Wrath of Death ability on top of its normal death body skill. The giant beast obediently walks into the glowing portal of hell as he starts planning his next move. With this giant death wolf by his side, he can easily raise a massive zombie army inside that dark portal. Watching from a distance, the other players shake in absolute terror, whispering to each other about how terrifying this is. Did he actually just turn a world boss into his personal zombie minion? And what even is that creepy portal? And honestly, you and I have to admit, this guy is way more terrifying than any world boss. Just as he prepares to leave, Lin Yuan hears their whispers and glances back with a suspicious look, prompting the two players to vanish instantly. With a quiet sigh, he realizes they are still hiding nearby, and notices that the 3 defeated thieves actually dropped a rare black iron sword. It is a decent weapon for low-level players, but he already has the far superior Silver Moon sword. He grabs the hilt of the black iron sword and steps directly toward them, causing the hiding players to scramble back in absolute terror. He is walking right toward us with a sword. He would not kill us for our gear, would he? Is it too late for us to turn around and run away right now? Moving with insane speed, Lin Yuan instantly blocks the player wearing a headband and coldly asks if he was the one screaming earlier. The guy breaks into a cold sweat, his face pale with dread, as he stammers a shaky reply. Out of nowhere, Lin Yuan simply holds out the hilt of the black iron sword and tells him to take it, leaving the stunned player completely speechless. Shocked, he accepts the weapon. Lin Yuan walks away into the sunny desert, waving his hand as he tells them it might be useful. Honestly, we are just as stunned as those players crowding around him. What? No way. Did he really walk all the way over here just to hand you a sword? Take a close look. This is a black iron grade sword worth thousands of dollars. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan is still walking alone across the barren, windy desert. Suddenly, static glitches ripple across his body like electric shocks, causing him to snap out of it and frown. Huh? This sudden feeling can only mean one thing. Instantly, the entire virtual world shatters into pieces, replaced by bright blue static lines on a pitch-black screen. A sharp warning beep echoes as his vision shifts, revealing a bulky virtual reality headset with a blinking red light still strapped to his head. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan frowns. Removing the heavy headset, he lets out a tired sigh, realizing that his low battery has forced him out of the game. He sits quietly in his gaming chair inside the cramped room, gently placing the headset down onto his computer desk. His eyes fill with determination and worry, as he realizes he needs to earn money quickly to buy a proper gaming pod. He looks up at his massive computer screen, where the legendary game, World of Cultivation, glows brilliantly. The screen shifts to display a digital grid covering a holographic Earth. He recalls the basic facts. This game is a hyper-realistic three-dimensional virtual world. The servers are divided into different login regions based on real-world countries. Furthermore, each login region contains various game kingdoms for players to choose from, like the Elp district where he lives, which features 4 distinct nations. Majestic kingdoms appear on screen, showing the barren, rocky landscapes of the ancient Western Desert. Next is the magnificent Southern Empire, followed by the Northern Dark Empire, frozen in ice. Finally, Tide Island, surrounded by a vast ocean. Memories pull him back to his very first character creation prompt. Please select your birthplace. Which one would you and I choose? Option A, Ancient Western Desert. Option B, Southern Empire. Option C, Northern Dark Empire. Or Option D, Tide Island. Staring at the virtual panel, he mutters, I am reborn. And yet, you and I are about to watch him make the exact same choice as before. Without hesitating, he presses the screen, selecting the Western Desert Empire. His gaze drifts as he suddenly plunges deep into his past memories. Because right before my death, I discovered a dark secret. His mind flashes back to a giant, blood-red demon eye tearing through the sky, bringing pure destruction as the city screams in absolute terror. Deafening explosions ring out. Buildings crumble into dust and smoke, while desperate people run for their lives through the fiery ruins. Save me! Covered in blood, Lam Vien lies crushed under heavy rubble, helpless, with screams of agony echoing all around him. Please, someone help. At the edge of death, a fluttering cloak suddenly passes right in front of his fading vision. Struggling to open his bloody eyes, he looks up in shock. Against the blazing sky, a powerful, cloaked figure stands tall, facing the evil god. Lam Vien locks his eyes onto the badge on the stranger's chest. Could that be Golden Jade? Is that the official crest of the Western Desert Guild? Now pay attention here, because that golden eye badge belongs to the Demon Lord's first apostle. The memory shows him bowing deeply before a colossal evil god, before our hero suddenly snaps back to reality in his dark room. Lam Vien ponders his next move. I remember that the first apostle is the key figure needed to summon the evil god down to our planet, Blue Star. I still have 3 years before the demon god arrives. If I kill him now, I can stop this tragedy from happening. His eyes burn with fierce determination as the image of that golden badge flashes through his mind once more. That guild crest is the only lead I have. He folds his hands and plans his next steps. Only guilds in the capital of Western Desert use Golden Jade on their crests, and entering that city requires level 10. To drag this hidden rat out into the light, I need to level up fast. His resolve hardens even more as he makes his decision. Suddenly, he raises his hand, summoning a glowing green magic card between his fingers as he sits back, completely enveloped in a strange, dark energy. He stares intently at the card, whispering, I actually summoned a skeleton card already. Clenching his fist, he crushes the card, turning it into sparks of bright energy. In this cultivation world, some players can instantly bring their in-game powers into reality the moment they start playing. These elite players are known as the Chosen Ones, or the Children of Destiny, with spiritual visions of legendary warriors living within their subconscious minds. Each Chosen One possesses a broken hidden class and insane luck stats, making them the ultimate vanguard when the final war against the evil god begins. In my past life, I only unlocked my real-world powers during the apocalypse. But trust me, we are about to see things happen much faster this time. It seems my Necromancer class is absolutely broken. I just wonder how this taboo power stacks up against those chosen ones and their hidden classes. Lost in thought, a sudden rattling sound from outside the door makes him spring to his feet. Glancing at the wall clock, he slowly steps out of his room. Right, it's dinner time. Walking into the dining room, he sees his father and sister staring in utter shock at a massive feast. Vien, what is all this? He places a steaming plate of roast duck on the table, smiling warmly, saying, "Dinner is served. Please eat up." His smiling sister nudges their dazed father, saying, "Dad, don't you see what is happening? This is a super rare treat from Vien. Dig in." The father nods slowly, muttering, "Right, let's eat." Watching his family eat happily in the flesh, a wave of deep, painful emotion washes over him. It's a human flaw. We only realize the true value of what we have after it's gone, desperately wishing to fix past mistakes. In my past life, I lived in ignorance, taking these peaceful, simple days completely for granted. Dark memories flash back of him locked away, gaming with virtual reality goggles in a messy room, ignoring the sad sighs of his parents outside. If that boy keeps playing those games all day, he is going to completely ruin his own future. Can you stop talking? Vien will just get angry again. And only when the apocalypse finally wiped out everything did I realize, with absolute horror, how incredibly stupid I had been. A single tear falls as his reflection shows on the screen. His expression is bitter, yet filled with unstoppable resolve. He serves some food, asking, "Today is Sunday, so why isn't little Dan back home to eat?" His mother smiles and replies to her husband, Dan is preparing for mock exams, so she brought food to study at school." "Oh right. If you have some free time later, make sure to bring her some fresh food." His dad jokingly teases her lunch. But you and I can tell he is just incredibly shocked his lazy gamer son actually learned to cook. "These chicken wings are so delicious, honey. Do not even think about stealing them." His mother giggles and says, "Fine. They are all yours." While eating, his father picks up another piece of food, his eyes suddenly lighting up with pure, happy surprise. Looking warmly at his parents, he gently promises to learn how to cook even more dishes for them. Trust me on this. Seeing their usually quiet son suddenly act so sweet completely stuns both of his parents. His mother wipes away a tear of pure joy, while his father smiles with pride and nods. Yeah. Moments later, Lin Yuan is running wildly up outdoor stairs, his heavy breathing echoing in the quiet air. Drenched in sweat, he pushes himself to the absolute limit, knowing that to control his in-game power in the real world, he needs a strong physical body to support it. Refusing to get lazy, he immediately starts punching a heavy bag, his fists ripping through the air. After this intense training session, he stretches and wipes his sweat, revealing a highly toned, muscular physique. Looking down at his stopwatch, he frowns at his time of 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but there is still room to improve. Right at that moment, the digital watch on his wrist starts beeping rapidly with a familiar, high-pitched alarm sound. Now, pay close attention, because his eyes sharpen as he murmurs that it is time to return, logging back into the game as a brilliant pillar of digital light welcomes him. You have entered the gravel desert. Instantly, the desert sky is covered by the massive shadow of a winged creature, and with a screech that tears through the air, that dark mass dives down at a terrifying speed. Its shadow is large enough to swallow him whole, but he just glares upward with sharp, cold eyes. High in the air, a flock of bizarre, fiery red feathered birds lock their sights directly on him. Facing the beasts blocking his path, he stands his ground without flinching, slicing a monstrous bird clean in half with one fatal strike. Its stat panel pops up, showing a basic morning bird. Level 2. Health 4. Attack power 20. Defense 2. With a peck attack skill. Blood splatters as he spins his sword, standing tall on a rock. The system awards 15 experience points. Watching the monster corpses rain down onto the sand, he looks back with clear disappointment. Only 15 experience points. His glowing red eyes narrow as he calculates his next move, immediately converting the dead beast into his summon. At that very second, a massive wolf paw stomps heavily onto the brutal desert sand. Out of the savage darkness, a massive pack of desert demon wolves with dozens of glowing, bloodthirsty red eyes charges out. Lin Yuan casually leans against a rock, his sword hanging low with a confident smirk on his face. The freshly killed summon instantly attracts a giant wolf pack. You and I both know these birds are prime prey for desert wolves. Getting ready for a massive slaughter, he decisively pops open a magic potion bottle with his thumb. Staring straight at the pack of wolves rushing toward him, he calmly downs the glowing liquid. Wild energy surges through his body, and a notification shows he has consumed monster essence. With all his skills boosted, he shoots forward like lightning, muttering that he will take this opportunity. The vicious demon wolves bare their sharp fangs reeking of death, but his blade instantly and ruthlessly pierces the jaw of the lead beast as he keeps moving. Bright flashes of glowing blue sword energy erupt repeatedly, completely shredding the entire surrounding wolf pack's formation. Lin Yuan lands with perfect grace, flicking blood off his sword. Meanwhile, the system announces he has defeated 4 desert demon wolves. Before he can rest, 2 more massive, furious beasts dive straight down, aiming to rip his head off, but he counters them with a gorgeous swing of his blade carrying destructive energy. Slicing both beasts clean in half mid-air, the system confirms 10 desert demon wolves have been defeated. Stomp his boot onto the dry sand. Lin Yuan radiates immense killing intent and green sword energy. Dodging a deadly aerial pounce from a massive beast, Lin Yuan quickly leaps back and instantly swings his sword, releasing a green wave of energy that tears through the pack. Gripping his hilt tightly, he prepares himself and whispers, "They are coming," his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous light. Just in time, his sharp blade deflects and slices through the oncoming beasts. He swings relentlessly through a thick rain of black blood, completely wiping out the monsters in front of him. The system reads, "You have defeated 20 desert demon wolves," as the absolute massacre continues. The kill counter keeps rising, confirming 30 desert demon wolves have been slain. He finishes with a spin, unleashing a devastating area of effect slash, as the system displays his final achievement. You have defeated 40 desert demon wolves. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Right after, a gate of hell opens up, unleashing 7 powerful zombie wolves to march forward. Staring at his newly summoned army, he calculates that after just 2 battles, his gate of hell is overflowing with undead monsters. Standing on the cliff, he checks his stats. And you have to admit, a level 5 Forbidden Necromancer is terrifying. Let us check out his crazy stats. Shadow Summoning Talent, Hellgate 50/50, Strength 22, Agility 45, and Spirit 48. He confidently assesses his current strength. After boosting his 4 core attributes by drinking monster essence, his actual combat power is finally high enough to challenge elite-level monsters of the exact same rank. Looking out into the distance, he makes a choice. Now, it is time to find that person. His destination is Black Sand Town. Pulling his hood down low, he quietly blends into the bustling crowd. Stopping suddenly, he stands before the wooden door of a small house. Hearing the hinges creak, he pushes it open. Inside, an old NPC speaks up as a status window appears. It is the mage guide of Black Sand Town. The last NPC. Lin Yuan steps closer, getting straight to the point to learn new skills. He recalls the core rules of the game, Shensho World. Usually, skills are learned from skill books, dropped by monsters, or found inside hidden treasure chests. The images of players gathering skills flash through his mind, alongside these fundamental rules. Plus, every class has its own starter guide responsible for teaching new abilities. Looking at the old NPC, here is the crazy part: this was his starter mage guide in his past life. What was his name again? Meanwhile, the old man happily replies that teaching him will buy enough wine for the next 2 weeks. His eyes narrow as he analyzes his situation. Since he was a mage before, he knows very little about his current necromancer class. Still, based on combat style, it can be treated as a magic-dependent class. Taking out a pouch of coins, he thinks to himself that he needs to learn basic mage skills that complement his necromancer style before unlocking its class-specific powers. Then he speaks clearly. "I want to learn Spirit Flame, Healing Art, and Stealth Art." He tosses the coin pouch to the old man, who greedily catches it. "Well, as long as you have money, everything is easy." The loose fabric reveals shiny silver coins in the guide's hand. After receiving payment, The old man channels a glowing orb of magic. Work hard, young man, for the glory of all mages will shine brightly through you. A blinding blue magic orb merges into his body, followed by a system notification congratulating the player. You've obtained 3 mage skills. Black Iron Level 1 Spirit Flame. Effect deals damage equal to 100% of magic power. Cost 10 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Right below, the system list continues. Black Iron Level 1 Healing Art. Effect applies healing power to target, restoring 10% of maximum health. Cost 10 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Black Iron Level 1 Stealth Art. Effect. The caster enters stealth for 5 seconds. Cost 10 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. After checking his stats, he thoughtfully strokes his chin. He secretly realizes Spirit Flame gives him powerful ranged attacks, and the healing art will keep both him and his allies alive. Meanwhile, stealth is perfect for saving his life during critical moments. But these are only very basic, simple skills. To learn higher level spells, he must find a way to gather more rare resources. With his next target locked, his glowing red eyes burn with pure determination. All right, let's keep moving forward and power up. Our next destination lies under the red sunset, east of Black Sand Town. Black Sand Mountain. Crossing the slope, he silently approaches and halts right in front of a dark cave entrance. Staring into the pitch black, images of half-human, half-wolf creatures immediately flash across his mind. Kobolds are around level 5 and live in these nearby caves. They can easily track down prey in absolute darkness using their sharp sense of smell. They love pulling off ambushes because they are extremely cunning, and their pack numbers usually reach around 100. With his analysis complete, his eyes sharpen with cold, calculated planning. Therefore, in terms of both numbers and levels, kobolds are currently the perfect targets to level up his zombie army. Before preparing to enter, he pulls out a potion purchased 30 minutes ago from an NPC and downs it completely. The system immediately triggers the night vision potion, granting the player a clear 3-meter sight radius in dark environments for 30 minutes. Once everything is fully prepared, he summons the portal. He plans to use these kobolds to completely max out his stealth and spirit flame masteries, while hunting down some hidden treasure chests along the way. Holding a blazing torch, he leads his army forward to clear the path ahead, taking full advantage of the item effect. A normal torch provides an effect that increases vision by 5. Obeying their master, the zombie wolves with fierce, ghostly eyes charge straight into the depths of the cave. As they journey down the narrow cliffs, 15 minutes quickly pass. Suddenly, under the flickering firelight, his face tenses up. You and I can tell a huge fight is coming. All right, you and I are jumping right in as he stops, gesturing for the wolves to freeze. In a flash, he spins around and hurls his torch straight forward. The flickering firelight instantly exposes a pack of monsters creeping down the stone steps. Out of the darkness, a low, menacing growl echoes as blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes snap open. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy, wolf-like beasts, bearing their fangs, leap straight out of the dark. Getting a clear look at his foes, he smirks. These are kobold miners, and their basic status screen pops right up. Level 5. Health points 120. Attack 30. Defense 6. Mining attack skill. He waves his hand, ordering his pack to slaughter every last one. The battle erupts. One reckless kobold leaps from above, swinging its pickaxe directly at our main character's head. At the same time, another bulky beast raises its razor-sharp claws, roaring in pure rage. But completely unfazed, he unleashes a green sword wave, slicing the enemies as blood spatters. System alert. 2 kobold miners defeated. As they crash down, another lunges to strike, activating its smash skill and leaving scratches all over his summoned wolves. Ignoring the damage, Lin Yuan swings his sword ruthlessly, cleaving the beast in half while it is still midair. The system reports 8 kobold miners have been eliminated. He notes that while their basic combat power is pretty weak, the main key is avoiding their heavy pickaxe swings. Just as he says that, 3 more kobolds madly swing their pickaxes and leap right down at him. Reacting in a split second, he just smiles, his body turning into a faint mist to escape. The system flashes, activating his stealth skill. Since he vanished, the monsters miss completely, slamming their weapons into the hard stone. One confused monster spins around looking for him, but Lin Yuan has already materialized right behind its back. Too slow, idiot. I am right here. Instantly, he slashes, tearing through the beast's body as it howls in agony amidst a massive splash of blood. As the corpse collapses, the system panel reports the total slaughter. 20 kobold miners defeated. Standing on a high ledge, looking down at the pile of bodies under his feet, he smoothly sheathes his sword. A satisfied smile plays on his lips as he sees a new notification. Stealth art experience points. 5 out of 100. He mutters that his stealth art experience has finally gone up. However, his brief joy quickly fades. Watching his new monster army revive inside the spooky spectral mist, he realizes these basic kobolds are just too weak, meaning leveling them up is going to be incredibly slow. And the zombie stat screen confirms exactly what you and I were thinking. Basic zombie kobold miner. Level 5. Health points 120. Attack 30. Defense 6. Skills: dig, smash, and deathly body. The smash skill deals damage capped at 5% of the target's total health. Shrugging off his slight disappointment, he quickly issues orders to his new servants. From this moment on, you will be replacing the zombie demon wolves. Move out, he commands, telling himself that he needs to locate the area's boss as soon as possible. With his kobold escort leading the way, he strides deeper into the dark cavern's rift. But as he walks, he suddenly freezes, his boots coming to a dead stop on the cold stone floor. Before him lies a massive cavern chamber, its jagged walls scarred with deep, pitch-black hollows, revealing a branching path. Sensing a sudden flash of bloodlust in the air, he darts his eyes to the side with a quiet hum. His sharp gaze locks onto a silent, pitch-black crevice that feels like a trap waiting to spring. No fear at all, he smirks confidently. Now, watch closely as he summons a blazing spirit fireball in his palm. Found you. He hurls the fireball, which explodes into a brilliant flash of blue light, instantly incinerating the slimy monsters waiting to ambush him. Yet, from the depths of another dark tunnel, two mysterious, blood-red eyes suddenly snap open with pure fury. Lin Yuan and his zombie horde don't panic at all, standing totally still as the hidden enemy slowly steps out. With a furious roar, a muscular beast leaps out, cracking its long whip as the system screen immediately pops up. Elite Kobold Supervisor. Level 6. Health points 350. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills: dig, whip strike. Facing this powerful enemy, he calmly reflects that since ancient times, the weak have always been prey to the strong. This is an absolute, unchanging law of survival in the natural world. And even the ultimate hunter is eventually destined to become the prey. The screen illustrates this as a massive green serpent silently slithers up right behind a predatory wolf. The snake opens its deadly jaws to swallow the wolf whole, because absolute danger is always lurking around every corner. At any second. Back in the dungeon battle, the supervisor cracks its iron whip against the ground with devastating power. The impact creates a deafening boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that completely blocks his vision. Showing the resilient wolf biting back at the giant snake's neck, his thoughts continue. Sometimes, a true hunter disguises themselves as the prey, moving in secret. His sharp eyes pierce right through the thick dust cloud. Just like in this very moment. Out of the mist, he calmly grabs the spiked whip. And trust me, you and I are about to see him turn the tables. All right, you and I are diving into a moment where bare hands grasp a deadly blade without flinching. The supervisor's eyes widen in sheer terror as a cold voice whispers, "I got you." Without giving the enemy a second to react, Lin Yuan strikes instantly. He swings a whip with a devastating blow, sending the massive monster crashing back onto the hard stone floor below. The beast scrambles up, unleashing a deafening roar and slamming its massive fist down in a desperate counterattack. But his fist hits empty air and illusion. As the beast gasps in confusion, Lin Yuan hovers right above, plunging his sword straight through its skull. The system flashes with a notification: Supervisor CB Zone defeated. With its life snuffed out, the monster's colossal body crashes heavily to the ground, shaking the entire room. Just as the battle ends, lo, threatening growls echo from deep within the cavern. Lin Yuan glances into the pitch-black darkness, his senses dialed to absolute maximum alert. The roaring intensifies as a massive horde of kobolds carrying pickaxes slowly emerges from the shadows, ready for war. Lin Yuan stands entirely alone, facing down the endless monstrous army. Led by two whip-wielding bosses, the shovel-carrying beasts charge forward in unison to rip him apart. As they roar in absolute frenzy, the system warns that the supervisor has activated his leadership skill, entering the miners into a bloodthirsty state. Bloodthirsty state attack speed increased by 40% and movement speed boosted by 25% for 60 seconds. Facing this massive army, he calmly counts 40, maybe 50 beasts. Now, watch this carefully. He knows his own personal summons can easily match them in both pure numbers and strength. With that thought, he summons a hellish portal, as a terrifying death wolf howl echoes from the abyss inside. Alright guys, come on out and get a breath of fresh air. A pack of zombie wolves with glowing magical eyes leaps out instantly, obeying their master's command. Standing right beside his giant zombie death wolf, he flashes a confident, triumphant smirk. He loudly declares the hunt has officially begun. Answering the summoner's call, the spectral wolves howl with overwhelming power. Facing them down, the kobold army stands ground, raising their weapons and screaming in defiance. Under the death wolf's command, the undead horde charges forward, ripping the kobolds apart in a rain of blood. The alpha wolf rears back and howls loudly, activating its demon wolf cry and sending a massive shockwave rippling across the entire chaotic battlefield. A stunned kobold freezes on the spot, plagued by a severe debuff. Stunned and bleeding heavily, the monster is completely helpless. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with pure, lethal intent. You and I both know what comes next, an absolute slaughter as he orders his army to kill. System alerts flash constantly. Supervisor Cold X5, X10, X20, X40 defeated. Congratulations. Your level has successfully increased to level 6. After wiping out the monsters, he stands among the piles of corpses, starting his dark summoning ritual. A brand new army of blue-eyed kobold zombies rises, equipped with fresh skills like whip strike and undead physique. While his new undead servants are busy clearing up the battlefield, two surviving kobolds try to sneak away. But the towering figure of a massive zombie instantly blocks their path, along with Lin Yuan's chilling voice asking if they really thought they could escape. He swings, unleashing a sharp wave of energy, telling them to ask his sword first. Suddenly, a colossal hammer crashes down from above, right where he stands. He leaps backward, narrowly dodging the blow. The system flashes a warning: boss has activated decisive strike. A massive, muscular kobold boss emerges, roaring in pure rage as its stat panel appears. Kobold boss, level 7, HP 1000, attack 150, defense 80, skill decisive strike. Undeterred, he lands softly on a cliff, smiling confidently. I have been waiting for you. The aggressive boss charges forward, swinging its heavy hammer relentlessly, smashing into the cliffside and leaving deep, jagged cracks. The boss misses. Its massive hammer gets stuck in a stone crevice, leaving it completely dazed. In that split second, Lin Yuan seizes the opportunity, raising a battle axe he just picked up. He dives down, unleashing a devastating strike right onto the boss. A massive boom echoes, but the heavy blade fails to pierce through the creature's thick armor. Just as expected of a high-level boss's defense, I can't even scratch its incredibly tough skin. Enraged, the boss swings back violently. Facing the incoming attack, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with sudden surprise. The colossal weapon aims directly at his chest. Yet, he only stares calmly at the approaching threat. The boss roars, slamming the weapon down. Dodging and preparing to counter, Lin Yuan quickly realizes that this monster's attack pattern is far from simple. Even compared to elite-tier monsters, based on the raw power it's currently showing, it is easily 2 to 3 times stronger than them. Gathering blue flames on his fingertips, he quickly plans his next move: keep a safe distance while consistently dealing chip damage to its health bar. He orders his undead horde to rise and surround the boss. Instantly, the boss triggers its final blow skill, but the death wolf charges to block it. Trust me, you and I are about to see an epic finish. Stick with me as the system registers a massive double damage finishing blow. Seeing this, he immediately orders an attack. His zombie army surges forward, biting and tearing to pin the boss down. Right after, the death wolf roars to activate a team skill. Death's Wrath triggers, granting plus 10% attack power and plus 20% critical rate. Fueled by the buff, the zombie horde roars and attacks with pure madness. With their ultimate buffs fully active, their brutal all-out assault unleashes devastating damage, sending the boss into a state of sheer agony as it howls in pain. Minus 150. Under relentless strikes, the boss staggers beneath the weight of the zombie horde. Lin Yuan seizes the moment, channeling a burning fireball to trigger his spirit flame magic skill. Leaping into the air, he unleashes a storm of glowing green fireballs. This rain of fire completely engulfs the trapped boss, who roars in absolute agony from the relentless impact. Minus 20, minus 30, minus 30. If I remember correctly, this kobold boss has incredibly low magic resistance. Severely burned, the beast lets out a wild roar and charges blindly at Lin Yuan for revenge. He simply smiles, activating his stealth skill. Instantly, he glides high into the air, slipping right behind the charging beast. Since you chose to seek me out, I will not show any mercy. Pay attention here, as he locks his eyes onto an unarmored, completely vulnerable soft spot on its neck. Swooping down, he drives his sword deep into the boss's neck. The blade tears through flesh, dealing a fatal blow. Blood sprays everywhere as the monster howls from receiving minus 100 damage. Roaring in despair, it swings its hammer wildly. But Lin Yuan casually snaps his fingers, commanding, "Get over here." A zombie leaps to defend him while he quickly mounts his loyal wolf. Instantly, his entire undead army swarms the exhausted boss, tearing it to absolute shreds from every direction. The boss struggles to survive. Sensing its armor is completely shattered, he begins channeling a massive array of glowing magic spheres all around his body. Unleashing his full magical firepower onto the enemy, he delivers a cold final judgment. Your life is mine. As a flood of damage numbers pops up. Minus 30. Minus 40. Minus 40. As the boss burns and screams, its remaining minions go absolutely wild. You and I both knew they would fight back, rushing forward in pure desperation. Watching the remaining forces, his eyes remain steady. This is just a pathetic struggle. The swift slaughter begins immediately. System alerts flood the screen. You have successfully defeated 18 kobold overseers and 20 kobold miners in rapid succession. You have slain 35 kobold miners. Witnessing this absolute massacre, the remaining leader panics and runs for its life. But before it can escape, it freezes in pure terror. A cloaked figure is blocking its path. Unsheathing his sword crackling with blue lightning, he coldly asks, "Trying to escape?" Tightening his grip, he adds, "Leave your life here first." Leaping high, he strikes with a devastating lightning blow. The kobold's head is instantly severed, flying into the air in a spray of blood. The headless corpse crashes heavily onto the stone floor with a thud. Sheathing his blade, he receives the alert. You have defeated the dungeon boss. Experience points plus 50. At that very moment, a bright golden light of leveling up envelops his entire body. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Staring at his newly updated interface, player Lin Yuan smiles with deep satisfaction at his stats. Level 7. Class, Necromancer. Rating, Forbidden. Talent, Shadow Summon. Hellgate 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Stamina 23. Agility 45. Spirit 50. Experience 68 out of 2,745. His eyes gleam with deep calculation. With this progress, he is one step closer to level 10 and entering the main city of West Desert. Reviewing his current skills, he nods happily. As for his stealth and spirit flame skills, their mastery has officially reached maximum capacity. They have upgraded to level 2, effectively doubling their power. His screen displays both Black Iron level 2 stealth and Black Iron level 2 spirit flame. While he is deeply lost in thought, a strange object suddenly catches his attention. Walking over to where the boss fell, he spots a bronze treasure chest. Without any hesitation, he reaches out and pops the lid open. A brilliant golden light bursts forth as the lid opens. The system immediately floods him with loot alerts. Receiving a kobold leather bag. He also obtains an everlasting torch, a skull mask, and the legendary shadow gloves. Opening the newly acquired kobold leather bag rewards him with 20 valuable gold coins. He does some quick math. remembering that major real-world banks will soon open direct currency exchange systems between our reality and this game world. 20 gold coins are worth 200,000 yuan in real life. Not bad at all. Examining the remaining items, the Everlasting Torch grants a 3-meter vision radius in dark areas with unlimited duration. The Skull Mask is a bronze-grade weapon. Once equipped, it reduces physical damage by 5%, while adding plus 10 stamina and plus 10 strength. Touching the final item, his eyes flash with surprise. Trust me, you and I would be amazed too, as he equips the blue-silver gloves. Silver Shadow Gloves. Weapon type. Matching the immense strength of the Kobold boss, they grant plus 30 defense and plus 30 attack. Alright, let's jump right back in with our main character, who just scored a silver weapon from a bronze chest. These gloves perfectly match the raw power of the Kobold boss, and he is itching to test them. Meanwhile, near the Kobold cave, a massive, muscular warrior stands quietly looking over the battlefield. This is none other than the Bloodscar Guild leader, Huang Feilong, a level 8 warrior. The man standing next to him smugly says, "Our recent training session has yielded great results. We successfully wiped out 30 illusion desert wolves in less than a single minute. As long as we two brothers work together, absolutely nothing will be impossible for us." That is the Bloodscar vice leader, Huang Feiho, a level 5 assassin, as their lackeys behind them quickly begin to flatter them. "You both truly live up to your names as leaders, wiping out so many illusion wolves in one go. Your combined power is incredibly mind-blowing." One lackey chimes in. "That is right. If we ever run into those Thunder Guild scum again, we will completely wipe them out," the crowd chants. Indeed, but Feiho still looks incredibly annoyed. Damn it. If that bastard Lin Yuan had not suddenly appeared out of nowhere earlier, we would have claimed the first world boss kill long ago, and no other guild would dare show off. He recalls the system announcement. The giant wolf world boss was defeated by player Lin Yuan. Just think about how insane they felt, seeing Lin Yuan atop that wolf carcass. Now, pay attention here. Because Feiho is still absolutely fuming. I do not care what kind of ridiculous luck that bastard has. The moment I see him, I will unleash my pure rage on him. Feilong scolds him with a serious face. "Feiho, how many times have I told you not to act so recklessly?" The leader analyzes in a low voice. Lin Yuan is ruthless, and his strength cannot be underestimated, so instead of fighting him, it would be much better to recruit him to our side. After giving orders, Feilong shoulders his axe and departs, remembering there is a kobold dungeon nearby. "I will go check its location. Everyone stay here and recover your stamina," the lackeys respond respectfully as they wait for him to leave. Feiho grinds his teeth in anger. "Big brother has scolded me 3 times over that stray dog. I feel completely wronged." He grips his dagger and growls. "Lin Yuan, just you wait. I will tear out your fangs in front of Big Brother, chop off your head, and show him who is truly strong." Seeing their boss raging, a lackey quickly runs over to flatter him. "Vice leader, do not waste anger on that useless trash. Look over there." Hearing this, Feiho frowns and looks in that direction, completely puzzled. What is it? Deep in another part of the forest, a young woman is walking, completely unaware that she is being closely watched. She is a female mage in elegant purple robes, strolling peacefully under the warm glow of the sunset. Let's pause here. Feiho and his gang are stalking her with wicked grins, while Lin Yuan is still making his way back to the dungeon. He looks pleased with the notification. Zombie Kobold Boss. Level 7. Health points 1000. Attack 150. Defense 80. Skills include Corpse Digging and Crushing Blow. Crushing Blow deals damage equal to 200% of attack power to the target, with a 10% chance of triggering a critical hit. He calculates that he has just added a powerful boss-tier zombie with incredible combat strength to his growing Undead collection. Furthermore, the number of zombie monsters inside his Netherworld gate has reached 70, and he plans to keep pushing forward this way. Suddenly, he stops, slightly turning his head as a panicked scream echoes from afar. "Stay away. Do not come any closer to me." The terrified female mage backs away in pure panic, tightly gripping her staff to threaten them. "Stay back. If you advance any further, I will not show any mercy." She looks on in despair as Feiho's men tighten their circle around her. He sneers. What incredible luck to run into such an exquisite beauty today, as he steps closer with pure lust in his eyes. "Do not worry, sweetheart. Just serve us brothers a little." Instead of suffering, you should just enjoy it. His lackey chiming in right beside him. Exactly. Just make our vice leader happy and satisfied, and you will be rewarded with all kinds of good things. Unable to take it, she raises her magic staff in self-defense. If you come any closer, I will not hesitate to attack. However, the blonde guy easily swings his hand, knocking her weapon away with a loud, resounding metallic clash. Let us see how you plan on attacking us. He sneers, leaving her crying out in sudden, sharp pain. Like lightning, he brutally grabs her by the hair, growling in pure contempt. You are just a low-level mage. Did you really think you could hurt us? He pulls her close despite her struggles and threats, saying, You have played dumb long enough. If you still refuse to submit, then go ahead and try. Go on. Keep struggling. The more you resist, the more excited I get. She closes her eyes and screams out in utter despair. He frantically tears at her clothes with evil intent, when suddenly, a heavy steel fist slams directly into his face with terrifying force. The armored dark gauntlet tightens slowly under the bright sun, making a terrifying, bone-chilling sound as the metal plates scrape against one another. Feiho takes the devastating punch directly to his face, flying backward with an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. His lackeys witness the lightning-fast strike and scream out in horror. Vice leader! His body slams violently into a cliff, kicking up a massive, thick cloud of dust. And that is where we leave it today, with him buried under rubble and bleeding heavily. Talk about instant karma. Alright, let's dive into a wild story, as Lam Vian stands up, calmly inspects his gauntlet, and mutters that it was easier than he expected. A terrified lackey immediately spins around and runs for his life, desperately screaming that he has to warn the guild leader. The other two shake violently as they point their swords at him, stammering, Who are you? You have angered the Hewitt U Guild? Your fate is death. Lam Vian simply responds with a cold glare from his glowing red eyes. Their guild emblem immediately triggers a memory in his mind, the notorious Hewitt Ui Guild. During the early stage of the game, they were the top guild in the starter zone of Black Sand Town, made up almost entirely of red-named players. These players absolutely love committing evil deeds. He remembers the brutal, heavily armored killers wielding massive weapons, alongside sinister mages carrying human skulls to spread absolute terror and panic. These dangerous, so-called red-named players are actually flagged as dangerous by the system once their crime points reach 10 or more, because of continuous offenses like deliberate attacks, robbery, and stealing player loot. Even though the evil god hasn't invaded yet, and in-game death doesn't mean real-world death, losing high-tier gear and dropping levels still causes devastating setbacks for any regular player. Lam Vian's face remains frozen cold, and he smirks slightly, asking them, Are you guys actually from that Hewitt U Guild? In his past life, these filthy rats caused him endless trouble. Hearing this, the guy with the ponytail frowns. The arrogant bald guy puts his hands on his hips and barks back. That's right. We are the #1 guild in Black Sand Town. You've crossed our vice leader, and now you're finally scared, aren't you? He mutters, tightening the bandages on his wrists. He snarls threateningly. It is already too late. But if you don't want a agonizing death, they grin maliciously and throw out more insults, saying, Then chop off both your hands, kneel down like a dog, and beg for mercy by calling me Grandpa. But watch closely. He won't wait. With cold, sharp eyes, Lam Vian dashes forward and swings his weapon, unleashing a brilliant green aura that carves a decisive path through the air. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood splatters everywhere as the thug's arms are severed, flying high into the air. The two lackeys collapse backward, screaming in absolute agony. Meanwhile, Lam Vian stands there coldly and delivers his judgment. Thanks, but I will take care of chopping off your arms myself. As for your pathetic dog barking, save it for your journey straight down to hell. Watching this, the female mage clutches her torn shirt, standing completely frozen in absolute shock, muttering, He is so strong. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the deep ravine, the blonde vice leader who was just blown away slides down a dusty, rocky slope. His trembling hand reaches near an empty potion bottle as he gasps heavily in extreme pain, groaning in frustration. Then a system notification pops up, stating that he used a health potion to restore 20% of his health and magic power. He staggers back up, holding his battered body while grinding his teeth in pure rage, swearing, You absolute bastard. A crimson aura of deadly bloodlust erupts to cover his body. Brandishing his weapon as he steps into the dark, he growls, "Your absolute fate is death." Heavy footsteps echo as he snarls, "Let me see who is brave enough to cross me. Who here has a death wish?" Immediately, a panicked lackey points out the guild leader, shouting that he is over there. I know what you're thinking. Are they in trouble? But Lam Vian just raises an eyebrow, while the female mage flinches in terror. The thug points directly at him and screams, "It is this brat." He nearly killed the vice leader, causing the massive guild leader beside him to glare and ask, "Who?" But when he finally recognizes his face, the armored leader freezes, sweating profusely, and raises his weapon to defend himself while shouting, "Wait a minute." He stares in terror at those blood-red eyes, recalling the rumors of how cold and emotionless they are, yet radiating an absolutely terrifying pressure right now. He looks down at the weapons in his opponent's hands, trembling as he evaluates them. Forged like crystallized moonlight, they gleam with a sharp, freezing, icy light that looks capable of slicing through absolutely anything. A terrifying, brilliant green aura radiates from Lam Vian, striking absolute fear into his enemies and making them admire him in secret. And the massive pressure emanating from his body makes everyone present feel an unbearable, suffocating weight. While the leader backs away in sheer panic, his clueless subordinates behind him keep shouting and egging him on. "Guild leader, go show this brat our true power. You blind dog, how dare you provoke us? Do you not value your own life anymore? Just wait to die, bastard." The armored leader, drenched in sweat, grinds his teeth and thinks, "Damn it. This terrifying aura, combined with that legendary sword, must have dropped from a top-tier boss monster." 9 times out of 10, this guy is Lam Vian. He grips his greatsword in desperation, silently cursing his brainless subordinates cheering blindly behind him. And trust me, out of everyone they could have messed with, these fools picked the absolute worst target. All right, you and I are jumping right into a crazy fight where these useless goons are screaming, "Prepare to die. You've been sentenced to death." Ignoring the noisy small fry, Lin Yuan calmly stares down the massive leader and speaks in a soft, cold voice. "Are you the leader of the Bloodfilth gang?" Trapped in front of his men, the boss grits his teeth and grips his weapon tightly, refusing to let his pride be crushed. His eyes narrow with intense tension, preparing to risk it all. A brutal battle is now completely unavoidable. But right as the tension peaks, Lin Yuan suddenly looks up, hearing a sharp wind whistling from the high cliff above. The female mage looks up too, spotting a dark figure diving down. She screams in terror to warn him, "Watch your back." Plunging from the sky, the blonde vice leader dual wields razor-sharp short swords, diving straight down at a terrifying speed with a mad roar, screaming, "Die, you bastard!" His face twists in pure hatred and murderous intent, eyes wide as he screams with every ounce of his strength, "Just D." At the same time, the gang leader swings his giant axe with a smug smirk, mocking him loudly. "Making an enemy of the Bloodfilth gang is the dumbest decision of your entire life, kid." Both attackers rush in, aiming their weapons straight at Lin Yuan and the female mage. But our hero's next move makes the gang leader freeze in sheer disbelief. What? Now watch this. Because to the absolute horror of the enemy, a massive werewolf spirit with a creepy green glow suddenly manifests right behind Lin Yuan. Grinning with spine-chilling fangs, the beast immediately swings a massive energy axe, unleashing a thunderous strike that completely blows both attackers backward, with sheer, overwhelming force. The werewolf's devastating attack releases a green shockwave, ripping straight into the cliffside with catastrophic destructive power. Seizing the opening, Lin Yuan dashes forward at blinding speed, swinging his sword straight at the terrified leader. With his gleaming blade close by, Lin Yuan looks coldly at his target and declares, "You are next." The gang leader's eyes bulge, his face turning pale with absolute terror. Showing zero mercy, Lin Yuan unleashes a flurry of blinding slashes, ending his enemy's life with incredibly precise, fatal strikes. Death comes instantly. The boss collapses into a pool of blood on the sand as Lin Yuan turns around and walks away. Glancing coldly at the corpse, he mutters in disdain that this weak guild is not even worth his time. Suddenly, a flashing red system alert pops up warning him about killing players, adding 2 crime points, which he quietly notes to himself. Even so, his face remains perfectly calm, knowing it will fade away automatically. As long as he does not gain any more points for a week, behind him, the female mage watches the surviving goons scramble up the rocky cliff, asking, Oh my god, they are running away. Should we chase them? Now, let's see how he handles this. Lin Yuan stands still with his sword in hand, replying calmly, "They are just tiny bugs. There is no need." With that, he walks over to the vice leader's body, which is now dissolving into bright, glowing shards of digital data. The dropped loot immediately appears before him, starting with a silver-grade weapon, the Burst Battle Axe, which is capable of delivering massive area of effect damage. Next is a pair of silver-grade dual swords, the Dragon Fang Sabers, glowing brightly with a continuous burn effect. Finally, a compact bronze-grade weapon called the Spiked Short Sword, which boasts an attribute that boosts agility. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yuan thoughtfully examines the loot. The stats are actually quite good. Even if I cannot use them, they will sell for a great price. After collecting everything, he turns on his heel, ready to leave the scene. Only now does the female mage snap out of it, her cheeks blushing as she looks at him with deep gratitude. "Thank you so much for saving me today." She shyly steps closer to her savior, asking hesitantly, I still do not know your name." Lin Yuan pauses for a brief moment before turning around with a confident smile. "My name is Against the Sunset." He glances over his shoulder, leaving her with a proud promise. "One day, you will see my name sitting right at the very top of the world's top 10 list." That overwhelming confidence leaves the female mage stunned, murmuring in absolute shock, "The top 10. Seeing him walk away without a single hesitation into the twilight, she frantically runs after him. Who cares about some silly ranking list? "My savior, please let me travel right alongside you." The scene suddenly shifts to the howling desert, a barren wasteland stretching endlessly beneath a dusty, sand-filled sky. Here, Lin Yuan stands face to face with a massive, spiky creature that just burrowed out of the ground. It is a terrifying level 6 howling thunder scorpion. It raises a menacing, dark purple venomous stinger. Instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes turn razor sharp. Crouching low, he draws his weapon, ready for a fresh clash. Suddenly, the thunder scorpion's stinger shoots forward like lightning, aiming for a lethal blow. But with crazy reflexes, he easily dodges and counters, slicing the monster's hard shell with a green blade light. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Get ready," because his eyes flash with cold killing intent as violent magic erupts, wrapping around his body. Spinning gracefully through the air, Lin Yuan unleashes a massive green tornado that violently sweeps away and tears apart all 7 scorpions around him. The system notifications immediately flood his screen with victory messages. A grand total of 60 wailing thunder scorpions have been completely wiped out in this area. Your level has increased to level 8. He gently touches his blood-stained robe, smiling in satisfaction at the power that pushed him straight to level 8. Even though harvesting this paralyzing herb is a bit of a hassle, but it is honestly a massive, unexpected jackpot. The current scene fades away, pulling his memories back to 2 days ago, inside a dark, gloomy castle corridor, where a mysterious wizard slowly stepped out to face him. The old wizard with a long purple beard speaks in a deep, gravelly voice, bowing slightly to Lin Yuan. "Hero, we meet at last." A green system window pops up immediately, showing a quest from the alchemist Imo. "Will you accept this quest?" He quickly scans the screen to read the quest details. The title is Imo's Wish, and the objective is simple. Travel to the Wailing Desert to gather 100 paralyzing herbs and deliver them to Imo. Now pay attention to this part. The time limit is 1 day. Black Iron rank. The paralyzing herb is a thunder-attributed desert plant. Stroking his chin, Lin Yuan recalls his past life. In the near future, a special dungeon will open up in the main city. In his memories, a cave glowing with blinding blue lightning flashes back. That dungeon is completely filled with dangerous thunder-attributed monsters. To clear it successfully, players must have an incredibly high resistance against thunder damage. Because of this, the demand for effective thunder resistance potions will skyrocket, and their value will rise to thousands of gold coins. In his past life, someone made an absolute fortune just by doing exactly that. And completing this paralyzing herb gathering quest will reward him with the recipe to craft that highly effective thunder resistance potion. Today is the very first day Amo arrives in Black Sand Town. Once this quest is turned in, he will disappear and go into hiding forever. Without a single second of hesitation, he presses the glowing red accept button on the system screen, saying with absolute certainty, This means this is the only chance to get this recipe. Except, the wave of memories fades, bringing him right back to the present in the Wailing Desert. Right where the glowing herbs are surrounded by a swarm of monsters, the level 6 Wailing Thunder Scorpions, who guard the precious paralyzing herbs. Quick as lightning, a devastating overhead stomp crushes the head of a scorpion rushing straight toward him. He calmly notes that to him right now, these creatures are absolutely no threat at all. After wiping out the small fry, he kneels on the hot sand, reaching out to harvest the glowing herb. You and I know he snatched this quest successfully, and now he is going to use this chance to max out his gathering skill. Waves of green magical light wrap around his hands as the system notification pops up. Black Iron Rank Gathering Skill. Level 2. Gathering speed increased with a 5% chance of finding rare herbs. Costs 1 spirit point. Cooldown 3 seconds. Mastery 120 out of 200. Standing tall, the edge of his cloak flutters wildly in the howling desert wind. He stares toward the dusty sand dunes. It is time to go a bit deeper. Lin Yuan strides forward powerfully, his heavy boots sinking deep into the parched sand. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shakes violently, forcing him to leap back as his hand instinctively grips the hilt of his sword. Out of nowhere, a massive purple stinger tears through the sand, shooting into the air with a deafening crash of shattering rocks. The beast's appearance kicks up a massive cloud of sand and dust, completely blocking out the scorching desert sun. Instantly, Lin Yuan leaps high into the air, dodging the deadly skill. As the scorpion strikes, he slides backward across the ground, his boots carving deep trenches into the sand. He slowly raises his head, his eyes narrowing into cold slits as a sharp red light flashes with deep caution. A colossal creature rises completely from the earth, bringing a heavy, crushing pressure alongside a series of flashing red warnings. Mutated boss monster, Crystal Demon Thunder Scorpion has appeared. Danger, danger, danger. Looking up at the massive shadow covering the entire sand dune, Lin Yuan frowns and thinks, is it even possible for a mutated demon monster to spawn in a low-level area like this? The creature's stats appear clearly before his eyes. Crystal Demon Thunder Scorpion, level 10, health, 2,800, attack, 400, defense, 55, skills, paralyzing thunder, poison needle stab, ground claw, earth tearing claw, crystal thunderstorm. Even though he is facing an over-leveled beast, he lowers his head and smirks with absolute arrogance. Sure, the current situation is a little tricky. But green magic explodes around Lin Yuan as he charges forward like a speeding arrow. Let's see if he can use this giant beast as a perfect whetstone to sharpen his deadly silver slash technique for the very first time. He unleashes a powerful thunderous slash directly at the giant scorpion's massive armored claw, triggering a violent, swirling shockwave of dark green electromagnetic energy. Stick with me here, we're about to see a powerful attack bounce right back with a harsh metallic screech off a shell as hard as diamond. He frowns as he analyzes the armor, realizing there isn't a single gap to pierce. At that exact moment, the beast's entire body begins to glow with wild, surging currents of blue lightning. The system immediately blares a warning. The boss is activating its paralyzing lightning strike skill. A deadly electric grid instantly explodes, completely engulfing Lam Vian. He barely has time to grit his teeth and raise his sword defensively against the devastating power of the thunderbolt. Right then, the system warns that the boss is launching a venomous needle strike, catching Lam Vian off guard as he scrambles into a defensive stance. The beast charges forward, unleashing a blinding, lightning-infused thrust. He is forced to raise his sword and block it just in time. But the giant scorpion doesn't stop, unleashing another devastating bolt of lightning that tears through the air straight at him. Evading the blast, Lam Vian quickly assesses the situation. This monster's power is way beyond my expectations. I need to divide its forces first. Thick dust swirls violently in the air as the beast charges toward him in a wild frenzy. His eyes glow as dark green magic radiates from his body, and he speaks with cold determination. Awaken, kobolds. Watch closely as a brilliant green spatial portal rips open right before us. A pack of werewolf minions carrying hammers and pickaxes rushes out to attack the beast. Lightning fast, one werewolf swings its pickaxe directly at the boss's armor, sparking electricity and draining 200 health points. Watching the strike, Lam Vian narrows his eyes in calculation no critical hit landed yet. Infuriated by the attack, the boss instantly activates its devastating, ground-shredding claw skill. It slams its massive pincer down, shattering the sand and sending the werewolf pack flying. Seizing the moment of distraction, multiple green soul fireballs are fired rapidly, streaking through the air. The barrage of fireballs flies straight into the scorpion's wide-open mouth, triggering a blinding, massive magical explosion. Ignoring the beast, as its health rapidly drains from the burn effect, he barks coldly, "Taste my upgraded soul fire." Lam Vian raises his hand, which is burning with an eerie green flame, and issues a decisive command. At that exact moment, a thick rope tightly binds its massive pincer. The werewolf minions manage to wrap heavy ropes around the beast, pulling with all their might to pin it to the sand. Seizing this golden opportunity, the werewolf leader leaps high into the air with a massive sledgehammer, aiming straight at the target. The heavy hammer crashes down, dealing double damage as a notification reveals a critical hit has triggered, making Lam Vian say with satisfaction, "Finally, a critical hit." Reeling from the painful blow, the scorpion throws its head back and roars in fury, wild lightning surging from its cracking shell. Instantly, Lam Vian leaps high into the air. The bewildered scorpion looks around in complete confusion, while his hand begins gathering a massive surge of bright blue lightning magic. You saw that, right? His legendary hunter title has just been activated. Attack power increases by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. With eyes glowing red with bloodlust, he channels all his power into his raised fist. "Then I'll smash you to pieces and turn you to dust." Diving down like an arrow, he aims straight for the center of the beast's lightning aura, roaring as he prepares to strike. The impact triggers a massive explosion of bright light that tears through everything, accompanied by his fierce final command, "Shatter." The scorpion's seemingly unbreakable outer armor begins to crack open along a long line, revealing a blinding surge of energy pulsing from deep within. Unable to withstand the pressure, the monster's body violently explodes into countless sharp armor shards that scatter everywhere. Simultaneously, the system announces that he defeated the mutated Crystal Fiend Lightning Scorpion, earning 560 experience points. The fallen boss immediately resurrects as a giant undead summon, a level 10 Crystal Lightning Scorpion zombie with all of its skills fully intact. Right at that moment, he suddenly notices another scorpion, burrowing deep into the desert sand. Standing majestically right behind Lam Vian is his new, giant Crystal Lightning Scorpion zombie, waiting for his commands. Suddenly, countless smaller scorpions rush toward him from the distance, catching him completely off guard. But in a split second, his eyes flash with a cold, calculating gleam. This is a perfect opportunity. Using their momentum, he orders his new undead pet to sweep away the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, the system alerts him that the Crystal Thunderstorm skill is ready. He yells, "Come at me! Let's play with my new pet." A barrage of crystal lightning bolts erupts from the zombie, tearing through the air. It unleashes destruction on the scorpion swarm as constant damage numbers of -50 and -60 pop up. Moving in perfect harmony, Lam Vian leaps high into the air with blood-red eyes, swinging his giant sword to rain down incredibly precise, lightning-charged strikes on the swarm. The system repeatedly alerts him, "Weak spot hit, weak spot hit." His blade pierces deep into a monster's hard shell, triggering another weak spot notification. The force of the strike punctures the armor, causing a blinding light to erupt from the wound. After delivering the final blow, he lands on the ground in a powerful stance. His cape flutters in the wind. Standing among the fallen scorpions, golden notifications fill the screen. And trust me, we can't wait to see what comes next. All right. Let's jump into the journey of Lam Vian. System alerts chime as he hits level 10, prompting him to open his glowing blue status screen to check his attributes. He has reached level 10. His class is Taboo Necromancer, possessing the unique Dark Summoning talent. Gates of Hell, 20 out of 100. Strength, 32. Physique, 28. Agility, 47. Spirit, 53. A satisfied smile plays on Lam Vian's face. Jumping up 2 entire levels at once feels absolutely incredible. Right then, his boss rewards flash brilliantly on the screen. He quickly calculates his gains, realizing he just secured a silver-grade weapon alongside powerful lightning-imbued gear, greaves, a ring of paralysis, and a phantom hand crossbow. Every single piece of loot from the treasure chest is silver tier. Selling these items will definitely bring in some much-needed money to support his family. The desert wind whips his coat as he stands tall on a giant sand dune, holding his sword tight. Looking down at the scattered monster corpses, the system confirms this area is cleared. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light envelops his hand as a new system notification pops up. Congratulations! You have received a gold grade class skill book. An ancient grimoire with a creepy red eye right in the center slowly floats down into his hands, sparking his curiosity. Watch closely now. Golden magical energy floods his body from the heavy book, revealing a spell called the Dark Curse, which requires a Necromancer class. Lam Vien cradles the book to his chest, smiling as he realizes just how incredibly lucky he is. A burst of golden light explodes as the system announces the skill book will now be automatically integrated directly into the player's memory database. A massive pillar of light shoots straight into the desert sky, alongside a message congratulating him on unlocking an exclusive skill for the Necromancer class. The skill details appear on screen, framed by the eerie glow of floating green skulls. The Dark Curse. Level 1 Gold Grade Dark Curse. It deals damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum health, or heals 20% of his summon's health, costing 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown. A brilliant teal soul fire immediately erupts across his hand. He mutters to himself, analyzing the spell, noting he can now restore 20% health to his undead minions. Lam Vien's eyes sharpen as he stares intently at this powerful new energy dancing right on his palm. He looks over at his zombie scorpion standing near the cliff, its health bar sitting at 60%, then raises his hand to fire a burst of glowing green energy. He says decisively, "Let's test this out." The blast hits the creature's head, triggering a brilliant, glowing crown icon that signals healing. The zombie scorpion throws its head back and roars with renewed energy, its health bar instantly shooting up to 80%. He clenches his fist, pulling back his magic. Lam Vien gazes into the distance with pure determination. The warm-up is done. It is time to head to the main city and find his very first loyal subordinate. All right, let's pause here as the scene shifts back to reality, where Lam Vien unclasps and takes off his heavy virtual reality helmet with a sharp click. His face turns completely pale, as if he just realized something incredibly important. Wait, could it be? In the living room, his mother stands behind his gaming chair with a worried expression, urging him. "Vien, your father hurt his back. Go help him." He snaps out of it. Together, he and his mother quickly support his groaning father, helping him lie down gently onto the living room sofa. His mother gently says, "Take it easy." As she massages his back, she cannot help but complain out of pure concern. "Why are you still acting so reckless at your age? Trying to fix the air conditioner yourself without knowing your limits. Calling a repairman would have been much better. Now look at your back." Lying on his stomach with sweat on his forehead, his dad tries to force a reassuring smile. "We have to save money wherever we can, right? The washing machine broke last week, and did I not fix it in just a few steps?" Standing quietly at the doorway, Lam Vien listens to his father's optimistic voice continue. "Besides, it is just a minor injury. I will be fine after a short nap. Tomorrow I still need to pick up Tiu Dam from school." Lam Vien looks down, filled with emotion, silently watching his hardworking father without saying a single word. The next day arrives under the clear, quiet blue sky of their busy apartment complex. Inside the bedroom, his father is still fast asleep, while his mother frowns in annoyance at a sudden noise. Hearing loud, bustling sounds from the living room, she cracks the bedroom door open and sleepily calls out, "Vien, is that you? Why are you making so much noise?" Stepping outside, both parents freeze in absolute shock as they see two deliverymen mounting a massive television onto the wall. The entire living room looks incredibly luxurious. One of the workers walks over and grabs his father's hand, startled by their reaction. He says, "Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lam? These are all new items purchased by young Master Lam Vien. We brought them over and installed everything as fast as possible. Please confirm the delivery, sir." Standing completely stunned in his own living room, his sweating father mutters, "Wait, am I dreaming? What on earth is happening right now?" The scene shifts over to a high-end luxury gym. Lam Vien is pushing himself through intense sit-ups on an inclined bench. his defined muscles dripping with sweat as he keeps a steady breath. Next, onto the treadmill we go. Let's dive in together. Running smoothly on the treadmill, he politely apologizes for the interruption, prompting the stunning manager to ask if he would like to register for their VIP package. We need to charge the full amount for a 1-year membership. Without any hesitation, he hands over his bank card and simply replies, "Sure. Here is my bank card." He silently notes that after selling off some unneeded gaming gear, he renovated his house and bought a family membership here. His eyes gleam with a quiet, deep focus as he reflects on his choice. After all, his parents and Lin Yuan need to build up their physical strength early so they can adapt much faster when the era of immortality begins. Taking the card, the manager's pretty face blushes slightly as she screams in excitement inside her head. Oh my goodness, this handsome customer has been exercising relentlessly for so long, yet he is not even flushed or out of breath. Plus, his athletic build is absolutely stunning. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure shock as she gasps, her hands beginning to tremble as she stares. Is this the legendary black card only issued to elite clients with over $5 million in their bank accounts? Ignoring her absolute amazement, Lin Yuan calmly pulls out his phone to make a call. Hello. Yes, that money was just a cash prize from my previous gaming tournament. Don't worry, you two rest up at home today, and I will pick up Lin Yuan myself. Watch closely here. Clutching his card to her chest, she admires his strong physique and sighs in awe. This guy is so young, yet he is such an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, the school bell rings, and students swarm out of the gates, shouting excitedly about heading straight to the nearby internet cafe for an epic gaming session together. Wait for me. Let me join. Amidst the bustling crowd, a beautiful girl with glowing blonde hair and a neat blue ribbon gracefully walks down the front steps. This is Lin Yuan, the younger sister of Lin Yuan. Looking gorgeous in her clean school uniform, she catches everyone's eye as her classmates eagerly run up, shouting, "Hey, it's my birthday today, so you have to come over after school. My older brother bought my favorite strawberry cake and tea." You are so incredibly lucky to have an older brother like that. I am so jealous. I wish I had an older brother too. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression turns sour as she thinks, an older brother? Is that really something to be so jealous of? She instantly recalls memories of her lazy brother, with his messy hair, staring blankly at a screen and clicking away in his hopelessly cluttered room. Shaking off the flashback, she grabs her backpack and marches forward, gritting her teeth and muttering that she does not need a brother at all. Suddenly, a shady punk blocks her path, sneering arrogantly. Well, school beauty Lin Yuan, you sure are acting tough. He and 3 brutal thugs corner her with wicked smirks. The leader sneers. We have invited you out so many times through others, but you always chose to ignore us. But you and I both know these thugs have zero respect. Blocked and cornered, Lin Yuan glares at them fiercely and snaps, demanding to know what they actually want. Her terrified classmates shrink behind her back, trembling as they whisper, "Class president, who are these scary people?" Oomph. The sleazy punk reaches his hand directly toward her face, smirking. Look at this gorgeous, smooth skin, let me get a little feel. Furious, Lin Yuan forcefully slaps his hand away with a hard swing and yells, "Get your hands off me, and get out of my sight." She points directly at the gangsters and warns loudly, "If you dare touch me again, I am calling the police immediately." Infuriated, the thug swings his arm and unleashes a brutal slap across her face, making her scream. He barks, "Damn it, do not act so high and mighty with me." The impact is so violent that Lin Yuan collapses hard onto the pavement with a gasp, leaving her friends screaming in absolute terror. Class president. The thug raises his hand to strike again, shouting, "Is a little attention really such an insult to you? Why do you have to act so pure and innocent?" Unable to escape, Lin Yuan squeezes her eyes shut and braces herself for the blow. But at that exact split second, a solid hand reaches out, catching the thug's wrist in an iron grip with overwhelming force. Sensing the sudden pause, the terrified girl slowly opens one eye in disbelief. From behind her, a tall, intimidating figure steps forward with eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Speaking in a chilling voice, "Who gave you permission to lay a finger on my sister?" He stands tall, leaving Lin Yuan staring up at his familiar face. Completely stunned, Lin Yuan. Held tightly, the angry thug struggles frantically to break free, shouting, "Damn you! Where did this stray dog come from?" Instantly, his three brutal accomplices charge forward to surround them, shouting threats. "If I do not knock your teeth out today, I am not a man. You are asking for death. Stop talking and just break his arms first." Ignoring their empty threats, Lin Yuan unleashes a lightning-fast fist directly into the leader's face, sending blood flying everywhere. Instantly, he pivots and delivers a devastating uppercut with incredible power, launching the second thug high into the air. Before they can even react, he spins and lands a thunderous kick that sweeps the third assailant completely off his feet. Ending the combo, he brutally stomps on the last guy's face. "Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next." Alright, let's dive into the moment where Lin Yuan stands tall, his explosive stomp shattering the earth beneath his feet. Beneath him, the thugs are left completely wrecked, groaning in agonizing pain on the shattered ground. After effortlessly taking out the trash, he casually turns to the three completely jaw-dropped girls and says, "They are gone." Walking side by side on the way back, a curious Lin Dan looks up and asks, "Why did you come today?" She secretly wonders why a guy who usually does nothing but play video games all day would suddenly show up at her school. Staring straight ahead, he calmly explains that their dad threw his back out and mom is home taking care of him, causing her to panic instantly and ask if it is really that serious. He calmly reassures her, saying it is really no big deal. After those words, silence falls between them, leaving only the steady, rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoing on the pavement. Looking down and sneaking a quick glance at her brother, Lin Dan realizes it has been forever since they last talked like this, making the quiet air feel incredibly awkward for her. The warm evening sun shines directly onto the sharp, chiseled profile of Lin Yuan. Now, pay close attention to this moment. His calm, rugged figure is suddenly interrupted when two female classmates rush over from a distance, waving excitedly and shouting, "Class rep! Class rep!" The moment they catch up, both girls immediately squeal in excitement. "Class rep, is he really your brother? He looks nothing like the lazy guy you always complain about." "Seriously, I had no idea Senior Lin Yuan was this capable and handsome. Why did you never mention him before?" Lin Dan stands frozen, staring at her best friends in utter confusion, thinking to herself, "Wait, handsome? This guy?" Basked in the golden sunlight, Lin Yuan flashes a gentle smile, making nearby schoolgirls whisper in excitement. "Wow, who is he? He is so incredibly handsome. No kidding, he is a graduated senior. He looks 10 times better than any of the boys currently at our school." Watching all her friends stare obsessively at her brother's tall and broad figure, Lin Dan blinks in shock, suddenly realizing his popularity is actually way higher than she ever imagined. One bold underclassman even runs right up to him, shyly greeting him with a bright, blushing face. He politely replies with a soft hello, leaving Lin Dan utterly speechless behind him, wondering if he has always been this remarkably tall. Why did she never notice this before? Her gaze slowly lingers on his broad shoulders and newly muscular, athletic build. Endless questions flood her mind, realizing he actually has defined muscles now, making her wonder when he even started working out. I know what you are thinking, no wonder he fought so well. But to her, he is still the exact same guy. Old memories suddenly flash back to a pale, listless Lin Yuan, with his hood pulled low, staring blankly down at his phone, completely isolated and shut off from the packed train crowd. A complete contrast to his glowing presence now, the old Lin Yuan was nothing but a shut-in locked inside a dark room. Unshaved, sluggishly holding a controller amidst messy piles of junk food. Watching him walk, Lin Dan frowns, staring thoughtfully at her brother's reliable and sturdy back, wondering why on earth she is feeling such a sudden, massive shift in his entire existence. Her best friends wave cheerfully as they head home, calling out to her, "See you tomorrow, class rep." "See you." She is suddenly startled by a familiar voice, turning around in confusion to see what is happening. Under the admiring gazes of all the nearby girls, Lin Yuan crouches down, offering his broad back and simply saying, "Hop on." Panicking, her cheeks flush bright red as she frantically waves her hands, insisting she can walk, absolutely refusing to be carried like a little kid in front of everyone. Suddenly, a firm pull jerks her forward, sending her stumbling as a shocked gasp escapes her lips. Before she can even finish shouting, she lands flat against his broad back, right in the middle of the schoolyard. Lin Yuan lightly adjusts her weight and starts walking, calmly telling her that all of her classmates have already left, so there is no point in forcing yourself to walk. His sharp, observant eyes had already noticed the painful, bloody bruise forming on her ankle, prompting him to ask if she sprained it when she got knocked down earlier. Resting her chin on his broad shoulder, she stares in absolute shock, wondering when he could have possibly noticed. Just as they reach the front door, and he calls out that they are home. As Lindan shyly greets their parents, both of them freeze in absolute shock at this extremely rare sight, staring at each other completely speechless. Ignoring his parents' stunned expressions, he calmly carries his sister straight through the living room, which is now filled with brand new furniture. Later, he uses his strong hands to expertly wash the soapy dishes under the running water, looking completely natural doing chores. Their mother smiles warmly, leaning in to whisper quietly to her husband, "Dear, look at our son. Does it not feel like he has become an entirely different person?" The father nods in surprised agreement. "Exactly. He is cooking, cleaning, and he even replaced all of our old household appliances by himself." Meanwhile, their mother gently pats her daughter's hand, glad to see that the sibling bond has finally returned to normal, prompting the girl to hold her warm glass and cough awkwardly, asking if that is really true. Blowing on her warm drink, she looks down, leaving us with one big question: has her brother truly changed into a different person? All right, you and I are starting with Lin Yuan, a normal guy drying his hands after finishing the dishes, casually taking off his apron and heading upstairs. "I am heading to my room now." His sister, Lindan, watches him shut the wooden door, her eyes flickering with disappointment as she sighs, realizing he is still just a hopeless game addict. She gasps when a hand suddenly reaches out, thrusting a small container of medicine right in front of her face. He instructs his sister in a caring voice, saying, "This ointment is really effective, so make sure to apply it after your shower." He steps back into his own room and leaves her with a cold warning. "I am gaming. Do not come in unless it is an emergency." She sits quietly, her hands clutching the cold container of ointment. Closing her eyes, she feels a warmth she has not felt in years and smiles. "Whatever, as if anyone wants to enter your messy room anyway." Her rare, beautiful smile completely melts away the usual cold and proud demeanor of the school beauty. Standing behind the door, he sighs as his mother's voice echoes, saying their relationship is finally getting better. She asks what happened at school today, but his sister quickly tries to dodge the question and change the subject. "It is nothing. Mom, I'm going to shower." He collapses onto his gaming chair, feeling a heavy weight lift off his shoulders as family drama finally settles down. Sweeping back his messy hair, his eyes instantly regain their usual razor-sharp focus and determination. Now, watch closely as he slides his virtual reality helmet on to log back in, muttering that it is finally time to return to the game. The scene flashes with light as a massive column of energy strikes down into the desert. This is the main hub, Jiage City. Standing there under his tattered cloak, his eyes flash with cold, calculating intent as he whispers to himself, "Let us go catch that rat." He marches with purpose toward the towering, majestic structures ahead. His cloak whips wildly in the sandstorm as a system notification pops up, confirming he has entered the sandstorm city. Elsewhere, a man screams in agony as a brutal kick slams him to the ground, begging, "Please, sir, I swear to God this is all just a misunderstanding." An armored guard points a razor-sharp spear directly at the man sprawled on the dirt, roaring in anger. "Shut your mouth and save your filthy lies for the prison guards." Standing silently in the shadows, Lin Yuan stops and watches the violent arrest unfold across the sun-drenched square. The guard suddenly freezes, snapping his gaze to the side with deep suspicion as he looks around the empty space, muttering to himself in complete disbelief. "Wait, did my eyes play tricks on me?" Lin Yuan's figure completely blends into the dark corridor, hiding behind a giant stone pillar nearby. He frowns, analyzing the game's mechanics while patiently waiting and hiding to calculate his next move. The guards patrolling these streets are extremely sensitive to criminal activity. Based on his calculations, it will take 3 full days for his crime points to fully reset. You and I both know he is planning something big here. Standing in the sun, pulling his hood, whispering that it is time to meet an old friend. The scene shifts to a grand, majestic cathedral marked simply as the church. Priest Lauren stands before the altar, arms spread wide, baptizing a kneeling believer while speaking with a booming voice. "In God's name, your dark past is washed away, and from now on, Your soul will be as pure as virgin snow, and the holy light will always guide your path. Now, I bless you with this baptism." Lin Yuan steps into the holy sanctuary, declaring, "I come from the asylum for the poor." The old priest smirks with a gentle smile, his eyes lighting up with sudden interest at the newcomer's bold words. Lin Yuan casually walks past the crowd inside the church, speaking with absolute confidence. "I heard there is a critically ill patient here, and I have come to cure him." A guard's voice suddenly echoes from behind the massive wooden doors. "Then we will trouble you to treat Sir Darkway," to which he simply replies, "Very well." The scene shifts to a dim room where a muscular man lies unconscious on a bed, a grotesque green toxic wound spreading rapidly across his chest. This man, Darkway, was once an elite member of one of the strongest, legendary orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Lion Scorpion Knights. Lin Yuan recalls the glorious sight of Darkway riding his fierce lion scorpion beast in the past. He remembers that in his past life, he had to struggle all the way to level 15 just to obtain a single gold-grade weapon from this former knight of the Lion Scorpion Order. Standing right beside the sickbed, he calmly looks down at the dying man and says, "Sir Darkway, I have come specifically to purge the poison from your body." Darkway barely opens his exhausted eyes, sweat dripping from his forehead as he spots the status screen showing the young man is only level 10. The old priest, standing nearby, scoffs, in deep disdain, throwing out a mocking comment. "Humph, you? A mere level 10 mage? Even the basic guards patrolling the streets are higher level than you." But before he can finish, the knight suddenly coughs violently, vomiting blackish-green poisoned blood all over the bed while gasping for air. "Stick with me to see if he survives. Trust me, this is where it starts." Lam Vian warns, "The poison in your body is eating your organs unless you accept my treatment." Staring coldly at the coughing patient, Lam Vian delivers a brutal truth. "You will not survive more than 1 month," leaving Dak completely speechless. Dak grits his teeth against the agony, snapping his head up to yell, "To cure this poison, you need 1,000 grams of rotten gillfish fat. If you are not afraid of dying, go to the desert swamp and try your luck." Right on cue, a loud system alert chimes, displaying a series of glowing green information panels right before him. System notification. A gold tier quest has officially been activated. Do you accept? Your objective is to obtain 1,000 grams of rotten gillfish fat to cure Dak. Under his dark hood, Lam Vian smirks with total confidence. His response to this deadly challenge is short and simple. Of course, the scene shifts to a murky, muddy swamp where human skulls float alongside terrifying monstrous fish swimming through the rot. In this barren desert swamp, bizarre creatures squirm and crawl across the dry, scorched sand. The blistering heat beats down on them, producing a wet, squelching sound as they struggle to slide around. Suddenly, a colossal fish erupts from the mud, snapping its jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. A nearby guard screams in absolute terror. Just then, the system panel pops up, displaying Elite Rotten Gill Fish, level 15. It has 3,500 health, 300 attack, 45 defense, and a dangerous tail whip skill. Pay attention here, because a brave blonde knight suddenly leaps into the air, swinging his massive sword. He shouts orders to his struggling squad below, "Hold your ground. These monsters have razor-sharp teeth. Do not let them bite you. Attack. My back." Suddenly, the massive beast whips its glowing tail, unleashing a blinding, devastating sweep that tears through the air with a deafening shockwave. The blonde knight and his entire squad are launched into the air. They scream in absolute agony as a massive blast of blinding energy throws them back. The soldiers sink helplessly into the thick mud, crying out for rescue as the swarm circles them. Suddenly, a giant tail gathering brilliant golden energy slams down onto the battlefield. A system alert warns that the beast has activated its tail jump skill. The colossal, rotting monster opens its pitch-black jaws wide, diving headfirst toward the fallen knight with a furious, deafening roar. With no way out, the blonde knight braces himself, desperately raising his sword to block the incoming strike. Everything goes dark as the monster's slimy tongue and rows of razor-sharp teeth open wide, swallowing up their entire vision. You saw that look too, right? Covered in mud and cold sweat, he's absolutely convinced this is the end. But then, Lam Vian suddenly drops from the sky. Eyes glowing red with deadly intent, he streaks past the knight, slicing the air with sheer speed. Lam Vien's powerful grip instantly locks onto the knight's arm, stopping him in his tracks with absolute authority. He yanks the knight back to safety while unleashing a blazing torrent of deep blue flames, shouting, "Do not get in my way." Charging straight ahead, the roaring blue flames reflect in his eyes, radiating total confidence and sheer determination. The giant fish monster's eyes widen in shock as blue fire slams directly into its face. It screeches in pure agony as the blue flames erupt right on top of its head. The massive explosion releases a blinding shockwave that violently shakes the entire ground. Lam Vien lands smoothly, leaving the stunned knight collapsing onto the dirt behind him. Dropping to one knee, the blonde knight clutches his throat in utter shock. He can barely believe it, whispering, "Did I actually just survive?" Suddenly, he whips his head around, his eyes wide as he yells out, "Wait a second." Looking up, he stares toward Lam Vien, wondering how on earth a legendary hero like this appeared out of nowhere. Lam Vien dives back into battle like an arrow, wrapped in a brilliant green magical aura that cuts through the air. He unleashes a barrage of glowing green sword strikes, slicing through the swarm of monsters and dealing non-stop critical damage. A massive fish takes a direct critical hit to its blood-red eyes, screeching in agonizing pain. It instantly leaps into the air like a frog, followed by dozens of others snapping their razor-sharp teeth directly at him. The terrified knight watches in sheer panic, crying out, "Hey, watch out behind you." Another giant predator parts the muddy water, charging toward him at blinding speed. Lam Vien effortlessly flips backward to dodge the strike, smirking playfully. Is that really the best you can do? Landing flawlessly on the swampy ground, his face remains dead silent. He plants his foot firmly into the earth, bracing for impact. Instantly summoning his glowing green sword, he tightens his grip and boldly declares to his enemies, "Even when trash gathers together, it is still nothing but trash." Raising his sharp weapon high to eye level, his red eyes flare with murderous intent. He drives his blade straight into the monster's eye, unleashing a blinding flash that completely obliterates the eyeball. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let us dive into this wild scene where they gasp in awe, wondering what kind of powerhouse this hero actually is. 8 of us were almost crushed, yet he effortlessly took down 5 of those beasts all by himself with incredible power. But killing those monstrous fish completely alone should be absolutely impossible. The blonde knight breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in pure horror. When it comes down to it, the most terrifying thing about these beasts is their devastating group attack skill. The entire school opens their massive jaws, channeling green lightning into a massive combined blast while letting out an earth-shattering roar. Standing completely still on a high rocky ledge, Lam Vien calmly faces the massive tsunami of toxic energy heading straight for him. Frowning slightly, his glowing red eyes remain remarkably calm as he finally speaks. Just then, the system alerts flash. The moldy fish are casting their ultimate group skill, the Cursed Fang Echo. Every enemy in range will be hit by a toxic mist shock, triggering deadly debuffs like confusion and auditory hallucinations. Now watch closely as he raises one hand, summoning a glowing magic star crest while whispering with a smug smirk, "Nothing but a cheap trick. In this lifetime, I will not fall for your traps again." Channeling his massive magical power, he roars an order for his summon to rise up from the giant wolf magic circle. Pointing his hand directly forward, he decisively commands the massive phantom wolf materializing behind him to unleash its devastating hungry wolf howl skill. The phantom wolf throws its head back and howls fiercely, releasing shockwaves that sweep the fish as system notifications flash. The targets are hit, sending the moldy fish into a stunned state. He touches his face as glowing green digital data streams materialize, calmly saying, while the system status board glows brightly in mid-air, revealing the summoned item's details, an awakening effect mask, a single-use defense gear to protect against toxic mist. With the gas mask equipped, Lam Vien leaps forward and swings his sword, diving straight into the chaotic battlefield. Lam Vien cuts through the air with a protective mask covering half his face, hurtling downward like a comet of green magic, unleashing a barrage of slashes as he delivers his cold, final judgment. Fall and embrace your death. The emerald magic blade pierces deep into the giant eye of a wide-mouthed fish, triggered by a cold system alert confirming a devastating critical strike. He spins gracefully midair to gain momentum, delivering a brutal strike that splits another monster's head, flashing another critical hit notification across the screen. His eyes flash with ruthlessness, driving his razor-sharp weapon down with a low roar targeted straight at the enemy. Die. His shadow plunges the blade directly down the center of a giant throat, packed with razor-sharp teeth waiting to swallow him, scoring yet another devastating critical hit. The bizarre fish writhes and twists its massive body, screaming in agonizing pain as it takes consecutive heavy blows, triggering yet another critical strike alert. And you and I can see how completely outmatched they are, as another beast desperately turns back and slides down the muddy slope to escape our dominant hero. Lam Vien tightens his grip on his weapon, which glows with immense blue power, staring down at his prey with pure contempt as he mutters, "Too slow. If you love acting like filthy mud bugs." He flips his blade, slashing a massive wave of green magic straight into the earth, coldly declaring, "Then rot down there forever. You absolute garbage." The power explodes into a blinding pillar of light, tearing the earth apart and vaporizing the screaming monsters trapped inside the destructive energy. The blonde knight steps up, holding his staff-wielding comrade's shoulder as he gasps in sheer amazement, calling it truly impressive. But his expression immediately tenses up as he warns that it is still far too early to let down their guard. The group looks in terror at the rising mud, spiked with countless sharp fins, screaming in panic that another swarm is charging in. Lam Vien remains completely motionless, his sharp gaze cutting sideways as he watches, calmly commanding the giant mechanical beast that just materialized beside him, "Go, zombie, thunder scorpion." The magical scorpion immediately raises its colossal tail high, channeling raw power into a blinding purple light as the system announces the activation of the Crystal Thunder skill. It fires countless dazzling purple crystal energy lasers, shooting them straight up into the stormy skies. A barrage of purple lightning strikes the fish monsters hiding under the mud, causing a bloody wide-range sweep accompanied by system announcements of a full explosion. The devastating energy spikes pierce deep into the swamp, effortlessly tearing through the thick flesh and tough scales of the monsters. One massive fish gets impaled through the skull, its bloodshot eyes rolling back as its jagged toothed jaw hangs wide open in agonizing torment. Seeing this absolute chaos, a sweaty warrior clutches his head in terror, leaving us on the edge of our seats for what comes next. You and I are watching a battle with an insane gap in levels and numbers. There is no way he can kill them all in one blow. But after clearing the rotten fish, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, landing right in front of the stunned crowd. With his cloak fluttering wildly, he calmly asks the frozen bystanders below, "Who said I was actually planning to kill all of them?" Raising his hand, he pulls his dark hood down low. Underneath his gas mask, his glowing red eyes narrow with sharp, dangerous calculation. The blonde knight and his partner suddenly realize his bizarre line of attack, their eyes widening in shock as they gasp, "Wait a minute, is he aiming right at the bellies of those female stinky mackerel?" Up on the slope, a dark liquid leaks from the dead female fish, drawing countless glowing red eyes out of the shadows. Someone trembles, shouting, "Look at those male mackerel." Cold sweat drips down the mage, his face pale with absolute shock at the madness unfolding before him. He screams out, "They are attacking each other." The monster fish completely lose their minds, tearing into their own comrade's flesh in a bloody frenzy, their savage roars echoing across the entire sky. One giant male fish sinks its massive jaws into a nearby bloody corpse, its eyes bloodshot, with pure, uncontrollable madness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan calmly explains that whenever these female stinky mackerel die or lay eggs, they secrete a massive amount of muscatol. A thick, toxic purple slime flows through the rocky cracks, bubbling and releasing a highly potent, unmistakable scent. This scent drives the male fish into a blind rage, forcing them to violently attack absolutely anything in sight. Standing tall under the sunset, Lin Yuan calmly explains how he used their own biology to make them slaughter each other. Watch closely. Right at that moment, deep beneath the thick mud, a dead fish carcass slowly sinks as toxic bubbles hiss to the surface. Suddenly, a monstrous fish with razor-sharp teeth erupts right behind him, prompting a terrified shout from one of the onlookers, "Watch out, benefactor!" Lin Yuan remains completely still on the cliff, staring calmly as the colossal beast leaps up, blotting out the sky. The crowd below recoils in terror, one grabbing his partner's arm. "What? Is that giant thing really a female mackerel? How is she as massive as the male fish?" Up on the ledge, Lin Yuan smirks beneath his mask, whispering, "Perfect timing. Now pay attention to this summon." He unleashes a surge of green magic, commanding his zombie wolves to go. Instantly, the undead wolves growl and leap forward, biting and tearing violently into the giant monster's thick skin. Watching the beast struggle in the jaws of his wolves, he coldly notes that it is indeed a level 15 elite monster. Staring into its massive, earth-shaking jaws, he realizes he is barely dealing any real damage, even with 6 of his zombie wolves tearing into it. But gripping his weapon tightly, a confident gleam flashes in his eyes that's more than enough to hold you in place. As a wolf sinks its fangs deep into the beast's head, he blurs forward like a ghost, his glowing blade slicing deep into the tough hide and splashing purple toxic blood everywhere, triggering a notification that he defeated one elite stinky mackerel. He confidently shouts, "Yes, just like this." Next, he flips and swings his weapon in a wide magic arc, sending dark purple toxic spheres blasting away in all directions. With lightning reflexes, he snatches a handful of slippery purple eggs spilling out from the monster's torn belly. Taking precise aim, he flings the purple eggs straight into the open mouth of a nearby dead male fish. The knights watch this bizarre move in absolute confusion, whispering and raising their eyebrows. What on earth is he doing? Lin Yuan ignores them and points, ordering his wolf to carry the egg-filled fish head over to the rock in the center. Obeying the command, the beast immediately bolts forward with wind-shearing speed. It drops the dripping, toxic fish head onto the exact spot. Lin Yuan nods, sheathing his sword. Right on cue, the wolf throws its head back and lets out a deafening howl. Suddenly, the purple slime in the carcass begins to emit massive, billowing clouds of toxic smoke. He intends to lure them all. As the poisonous mist rises to the cliff's peak, the male fish hiding in the mud crawl out in waves. Driven wild by the scent, the monster swarm rushes straight into the thick purple fog. He shouts for them to gather. Right after, deafening sounds of violent clashes erupt endlessly from within the dense shroud of smoke. The maddened beasts tear each other apart, triggering a system notification that the stinky mackerel are now slaughtering themselves. Watching the chaotic scene, a panicked soldier suddenly remembers that those eggs are highly irresistible to male mackerel. The blonde knight agrees, realizing he intentionally used the pheromones to throw the entire horde into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan gathers sharp green magic in his hands, his voice dropping as he mutters, "This still is not enough." Behind him, a squad of massive zombie werewolves clutching heavy pickaxes slowly materialize. He orders them to get to work as they charge the massive carcasses with their pickaxes. Stick with us for the next crazy chapter. Come along with me as a werewolf swings a heavy pickaxe, completely shattering the monster's rock-hard armored scales. Spotting the loot, the soldier points with wide eyes, asking if this is the rare green venom sac from the males. Lin Yuan slowly approaches them, calmly confirming that yes, that is indeed the item. The green venom sac inside the males is like a biological defense. The toxic gas and horrible stench it releases make the nearby fish sense danger. Deep underwater, the remaining fish panic, thrashing around wildly to escape while letting out agonizing, high-pitched shrieks. As the fish scatter, he calmly adds that they will stay at least 5 meters away, too terrified to return. They are not immune to their own poison. Once contaminated, their lives are completely at the mercy of others. The blonde knight jumps with joy, waving his hands and cheering at the top of his lungs. They are finally gone. The entire school is cleared. Lin Yuan turns and glides through the dark water littered with dead fish, thinking that only his side quest and spoils of war remain. He stops next to the massive monster corpses lying scattered across the dry, desolate, muddy banks. Touching his gas mask as it dissolves into streams of digital data, he closes his eyes and mutters silently. This gas mask played a pretty huge role in helping him survive that intense battle. Now pay attention here, because he holds up a glowing, magic gem. He clicks his tongue in regret, realizing it is such a shame he spent 5 whole gold coins on a single-use item. It was definitely a heavy loss, but the epic outcome makes it totally worth the price. A glowing system notification pops up. He obtained 1,000 grams of rancid fish oil, extracted from the greasy bodies of these desert mudfish. This rare material is a key ingredient for crafting highly advanced healing potions. It has miraculous effects on poisoned, festering wounds, allowing ruined necrotic tissues to quickly grow back into healthy flesh. After reading the text, Lin Yuan looks down, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes as he mutters that he almost forgot about this. Next, he gently tosses a small, bright red sphere, letting it hover softly right above his palm. Instantly, the new item details appear. It is a wave teaser nosepiece, a silver-grade armor made from a flexible sphere of rotten fish skin. When squeezed, it squeaks loudly, while starting to vibrate and glow with a strange light. Its special effect releases rotten fish pheromones, causing extreme panic in all small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. He holds the red ball, staring in dead silence. I know what you are thinking. This design is just too ridiculous. And he has a sweat drop on his forehead thinking about it. The quest rewards are incredibly high, but this item's design feels like a cruel joke from the game developers. Seriously, how could a bizarre piece of gear that makes the wearer look like a clown even exist? Suddenly, the blonde knight leans in close with sparkling eyes, gasping in complete shock at how incredibly cool and shiny this strange object looks. Clasping his hands with a flushed face, he squeals in excitement, shouting about how the crazy thing is actually moving on its own. Lin Yuan gives him a look of absolute judgment, dryly asking if he actually likes this weird nose cover. The ecstatic knight tosses gold coins into the air, begging his amazing savior to sell him this unique piece of gear, promising to pay any price for it. Seeing his obsession, his teammates sweat drop and offer an awkward, apologetic laugh to smooth things over. Apologizing that he is always like this, Lin Yuan casually turns away, tossing the red ball over to the knight as a completely free gift. The knight immediately raises his hand and calls out, begging him to wait. He begs him to at least let him pay, but Lin Yuan keeps walking, flatly declining. From the knight's perspective, his departing figure looks heroic. It is as if he is draped in a glorious, divine light, with majestic angel wings fluttering behind him. Clasping their hands with tears streaming down their faces, they cry out that their savior is a literal angel. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan just walks off, thinking how absurd it is that someone would actually pay money for that garbage. The scene shifts to a grand cathedral, where two cloaked guards stand strict watch in front of the massive wooden doors bearing a holy sign. Deep inside the infirmary ward, a hand carefully pours a glowing green liquid onto a man's chest wound, causing it to sizzle with rising smoke. The bearded man suddenly gasps and bolts upright in bed. He stares in utter shock as the horrific gash in his chest begins automatically healing under the radiant green magic. Once he calms down, he sits up. He looks at the young man holding the empty vial, completely shocked that he actually managed to harvest such a rare item. At that exact moment, a sharp system chime rings out, confirming that you have successfully completed Dirk's gold tier quest and earned the ultimate golden weapon reward, the Green Spirit Sword. Lin Yuan summons the massive greatsword, which immediately starts radiating intense waves of vibrant green magical energy. His eyes sharpen, muttering, "Trust me, we are in for a wild ride next. All right, you and I are looking at his very first gold tier weapon from his past life." Suddenly, the stat board pops up in mid-air, revealing the legendary Green Spirit Sword. It grants plus 150 attack power, plus 150 magic damage, and plus 100 spirit. Its active skill is the Green Spirit Curse. This skill has a range of up to 150 meters, dealing damage equal to his spirit times 150%. With 0 cooldown and costing only 10 mana, the blade floats majestically, glowing amidst countless magic circles and crackling blue-white lightning. He analyzes it further, noting that while the base stats are fairly standard, the accompanying Green Spirit Curse skill actually possesses some incredibly effective, high-tier combat traits. His eyes turn sharp as he recalls obliterating hordes of monsters in his past life, smirking at its hidden effect. Every strike builds up green spirit energy inside the target, and after 3 hits, it triggers bonus damage equal to spirit times 250%. Visions of his past glory flash back, standing proudly atop a mountain, summoning a colossal blade, lost in proud memories. During that time, this Green Spirit Sword was exactly what allowed me to sweep through the Western Desert, until I reached the absolute peak and became the #1 mage there. Back in the present, Lin Yuan gently runs his fingers along the blade's engravings, his glowing red eyes filled with pure satisfaction. Next up, the system notifies him of reputation rewards, plus 1,000 main city reputation, and plus 500 Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation. Looking out at the bustling desert city, he calculates that although his reputation score is merely neutral, just like in his past life, it is enough to let him roam the city freely. Now watch closely, he suddenly stops, frowning as another notification pops up. gasping in surprise. Oh, there is even more? The glowing system screen displays a message. Due to your outstanding quest completion, you have received a non-playable character favorability reward, plus 10 favorability points with Dark. Looking at the man named Dark, dazedly touching his chest, Lin Yuan realizes things are playing out a bit differently this time. Dark wears a warm smile, turning to him to speak sincerely. Thank you so much, young brother. Without you, I probably would have ended my life on a hospital bed next month. Lin Yuan calmly replies, it is the absolute least I could do. Hearing this, Dark's expression instantly turns dead serious. He places a hand over his heart, warning him in a low voice. As a token of my gratitude, there is something I must warn you about. Lin Yuan stands in silence, eyes flashing with sudden speculation, wondering if receiving those 10 extra favorability points has actually triggered an exclusive hidden storyline for him. In his mind, the chilling warning of a cloaked man standing under a blood moon surrounded by crows echoes deeply. If you ever meet someone named Quincy, do not go near him. Lin Yuan calmly speaks up to clarify. Quincy is my teacher. Why is that so surprising to hear? Hearing this, Dark's eyes widen in absolute shock as he hastily asks, what? He is your teacher? Placing a scarred hand on his thigh, he sighs softly before continuing. I know what you're thinking. Is his class exposed? Directly after that, he stands up straight to face the young man, firmly declaring, you are a necromancer, aren't you? Lin Yuan instantly frowns, his face turning dead serious and guarded as he asks, how do you know I'm a necromancer? Even Quincy couldn't discover my class after I hid my profile. Dark turns around, staring into the distance as he recalls the past. I was once a member of the Scorpion Tail Knights. We reported directly to the king himself, handling all sorts of dangerous, top-secret missions. One of those duties was hunting down necromancers. Because of that, I learned a unique skill called shadow perception. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lin Yuan repeats it with deep curiosity. Shadow perception? A glowing red hexagonal magic seal manifests in the air, accompanied by his explanation. Shadow perception is an exclusive skill of the Scorpion Tail Knights. Once a necromancer appears, it automatically senses their presence, with the signal growing stronger the closer they get. Lin Yuan looks up at Dark, frowning in confusion. So, you knew who I was all along? To think there are skills specifically designed to counter necromancers. Dark waves his hand dismissively, replying sincerely. No, I was poisoned, which severely weakened my perception. I didn't notice it at first. But now that I've been completely cured, that unique aura of a Shadow Lord radiating from you simply cannot be hidden. The young man grows even more puzzled, whispering, Shadow Lord? Dark bows his head with a nostalgic look, muttering in a low tone. For that, I must take us way back in time. The scene shifts to ancient statues, radiating a brilliant holy light as his voice echoes. In the immortal world, the most famous legend states that there are 5 gods in total. The gods of light, moon, nature, tides, and souls. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover some seriously dark lore as a masked entity appears. Let's dive into this dark legend. He continues, in the beginning, there was a 6th god, the Dark Lord, also known as the Corpse King. He was the strongest of all 6 gods. The dark entity reaches out with sharp, menacing claws, terrifying the believers kneeling in the grand hall. A powerful, commanding voice echoes. Simply because he possessed immense strength, the Dark Lord did whatever he pleased. He then channels dark energy, imbuing power directly into a follower's massive scythe. He bestowed a massive wave of dark power upon his most loyal followers, turning their classes into necromancers, forcing them to obey his absolute commands. Under the Dark Lord's command, these necromancers did not just spread deadly plagues, killing millions. Red-eyed zombies roared with fury, tearing innocent civilians apart on the streets. They also resurrected every single dead body into zombies, causing endless destruction. Because of this, every nation boycotted the Dark Lord, completely destroying all of his temples. Every single record of him was burned to ashes. His sacred statue lay overturned on burning ground as the cold narration continued. Once a necromancer was discovered, they were executed immediately. On screen, a red cross is brutally slashed over their icon. And watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. This class became permanently forbidden. Back in the room, he grips his shirt tightly over his chest, His face displays a mix of hatred and gratitude. I was poisoned by a necromancer 10 years ago, and this venom has tortured me ever since. I thought I was just waiting to die. Lam Vien quietly glances at his status screen, thinking of his past life as a simple mage's. I never imagined the ancient legend hid such a dark secret. So that is why the necromancer is a forbidden class. Luckily, I have been hiding my real profile this entire time. He rubs his chin, pacing back and forth in deep thought, calculating his next move. Things are getting complicated. I thought clearing my sin points would be enough to investigate the emblem clues in the main city. His glowing red eyes flash with tension as his mind keeps racing. But if I cannot mask the Dark Lord's heavy presence leaking from my body, my true class could be exposed at any second. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turns to face Dak, asking him seriously, "Is there a way to bypass the Scorpion Knight's dark detection?" Dak clenches his fist in cold sweat, responding nervously, "Unless Quincy helps you. But if he learns your true identity, he will absolutely execute you on the spot." Dak glares, revealing a terrifying truth. A necromancer was the one who killed Quincy's wife. Now, pay attention. This is a huge problem. Lam Vien stands frozen in thought, before quickly setting off into the dry, rocky desert. Lam Vien walks under the scorching, harsh sun. The system notifies him that he has successfully returned to the rocky desert. He continues to stride silently across the burning, hot sand. Flashing back 10 minutes, a panicked Dak blocks him, shouting, "Are you insane? Are you seriously going to meet Quincy? He wants to rip all necromancers to shreds." Lam Vien turns back, his glowing red eyes calm and determined. I have no other choice. He stands there in deep, silent thought, muttering quietly to himself, "If I carry this Dark Lord's aura, anywhere I go will be highly dangerous, not just the main city. I must resolve this." Back in the present desert, while lost in thought, a massive sword beam of pure light tears through the air, crashing down. Shocked, he gasps. "Huh?" As the devastating impact shatters the ground, he quickly flips backward to dodge the sudden ambush. His face fills with shock. "What?" With swift reflexes, he lands firmly with one hand on the sand, his sharp, guarded gaze scanning the area ahead. Suddenly, heavy, rushing footsteps echo from the nearby slope. Looking up, he spots a massive horde of dark figures rapidly approaching. Standing on a high cliff is a group of fully armed enemy players. Their shield bearer arrogantly steps forward, smirking with glowing eyes. "I've been waiting here for days, and I finally caught you. You ambushed me last time, but this time I brought 30 of my brothers with me to get payback." The shield warrior behind him sneers with a dark grin. "Let's see how you're going to survive this." Following up, another guy wearing a hat adds with a twisted, sick smile. "When your head rolls on the ground later, scream as loud as you can, because I really want to hear it." Meanwhile, a small camera drone buzzes overhead, broadcasting everything live. Just like that. Trust me, this is about to blow up. Countless players' phones buzz as the Bloodstained Guild stream plays inside a crowded subway. All right, stick with me, because everyone's opening their phones to a voice that's about to shock them. Hello, lucky viewers. You're incredibly fortunate to catch today's live broadcast. On screen, a guy wearing a hat rubs his chin, smiling sinisterly as he announces, "Now, the main event we are about to show you is how to chop a person into tiny pieces while our live viewer count skyrockets to 212. In a busy office, a group of young coworkers crowds around a computer screen, shouting in utter disbelief. What? Is the Bloodstained Guild hosting another livestream to completely crush a helpless newbie? Nearby pedestrians stop in their tracks, keeping their eyes glued to their phones while whispering, "Wow, 30 against 1. Which unlucky bastard picked a fight with the Bloodstained Guild?" Another group of friends crowds around a laptop, and one guy rubs his chin, saying he looks familiar, while the girl beside him sighs with regret. He is actually handsome. Too bad he's dead meat. But unlike the worried viewers, Lin Yuan casually crosses his arms and brushes dust off his jacket. Speaking with cold indifference, "You two hunting dogs aren't even enough for a warm-up. Since you came all this way to find death, I guess I'll just have to kill you again." The live chat explodes instantly, shouting, "Crazy. He is actually bold enough to say that to the Bloodstained Guild. Say it again, because he actually looks kind of cool. Now pay attention here, because hundreds of viewers are waiting to watch him get humiliated and crushed. The shield bearer turns red with rage, swinging his weapon and roaring to kill him. On command, 3 dagger-wielding assassins move at lightning speed, sliding across the sand straight toward Lin Yuan. At that exact moment, the enemy mage raises his hands, summoning crackling currents of bright emerald lightning. High above, an archer draws his bow and fires a blinding arrow of light that rips through the air, screaming out savagely, "D!" Leaping from the sky, other warriors swing their axes and swords as they dive down, aiming to utterly crush the lone boy standing below. Facing this massive coordinated onslaught, Lin Yuan remains completely unfazed as his system notification screen flashes, confirming a malicious attack and starting a 15-minute counterattack timer. Eliminating all of these active attackers within the designated time limit will not increase your overall crime points. A cold smile tugs at his lips. Drawing his crackling green spirit sword with both hands, he confidently declares, "You and I both know 15 minutes is overkill, he only needs 3. Stabbing his sword into the ground, he yells, "Zombie army, come out and play." Instantly, a lightning scorpion and 7 direwolves rise from the emerald green flames. A fierce zombie werewolf swings his pickaxe high, building momentum to deliver a devastating strike, just as the enemy mage's lightning orb flies forward. Lin Yuan stands proud, mocking his opponent. "You actually dare to call a tiny spark like that real lightning?" Immediately, the pickaxe smashes the lightning ball to pieces. He waves his hand, giving another command. "Zombie lightning scorpion, poison them." The massive scorpion instantly whips its tail, skewering a warrior who is diving down from midair. Sensing the tide turning against them, the sweating commander screams, "Listen up, everyone. Warriors, fall back into a shield wall. Mages, unleash your attacks, and archers, open fire now." Instantly, the shield bearers march forward together, slamming their defenses into the ground while shouting out their formation. The synchronized shield bash unleashes a deafening tremor, sending out waves of thick defensive energy that crack the sandy ground. Behind that protective wall, the mages chant in unison, channeling massive magical energy from their magic circles directly into the central sorcerer. Absorbing the raw power, the mage raises his staff high, gathering a colossal purple lightning orb that radiates world-shaking energy. Screaming like a madman, he slams his staff onto the ground to unleash the full devastating attack. Massive purple lightning bolts tear through the sandy ground, striking down to lay waste to Lin Yuan's undead army. Meanwhile, the archers on the cliffs draw their bows, shouting fire as they rain down a barrage of glowing light arrows. Countless glowing arrows of light pierce through the wind, sinking into the bodies of the wolf and scorpion, dealing damage of -15, -20, and -20. On the live stream, viewers quickly drop from 212 to 168, filled with mocking comments. "Aren't these summons just target practice for an 8-star elite squad? I'm leaving. Just another trash newbie trying to show off. Place your bets. How long will he survive?" Standing safely behind the shield wall, a swordsman smugly waves his weapon and laughs. "So what if you can summon some zombies? Even if you somehow summon that giant beast from before, it will easily be shredded into a pile of meat by our attacks." The leader wearing the hat grins, concluding, "Today is your funeral." Hearing those arrogant boasts, Lin Yuan's face, hidden in the shadows, smirks slightly, forming a cold smile as he whispers, "Is that so?" That creepy grin catches the shield bearer's eye, making him break into a cold sweat as he mutters in sheer panic. Why is he smiling? Trust me, things get crazy. All right, you and I are watching a stream chat that just exploded in pure panic with flashing red text. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, cracks tear across the ground as a sudden burst of magic explodes right under the mages, sending them screaming in absolute terror. The ground beneath the backline mages completely collapses, opening a massive sinkhole that swallows them whole as they scream in panic. "Help me!" Hearing the massive noise behind them, the frontline shield soldiers and swordsmen spin around, with faces frozen in absolute shock. They are met with a terrifying sight, a muscular zombie werewolf swinging a pickaxe straight at the head of a panicking victim. A bolt of green lightning rips through the air, blasting a mage and making him howl in pain. As they realize with shaking voices that, in just a single moment, the deadly pickaxe slams down with devastating force, forcing their terrified commander to retreat while screaming at the top of his lungs. Instantly, Their entire battle formation completely collapses. A pack of wolves rushes in, tearing through the defensive shield wall amidst agonizing, desperate screams. "Please, save me." Facing that brutal, raw power, the captain and his shield soldier turn completely pale, sweating bullets as they tremble. What? The pure chaos pushes the stream viewer count straight up to 302, sparking endless hyped comments. Wait, what is happening here? An underground attack? Are these zombies actually coordinating their moves like a real team? Watch closely who actually believed he was a helpless rookie destined to get ripped to shreds by these guys. Because right now, there are literal body parts scattered all over the ground. Ha 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 ha. Across the battlefield, a staff-wielding mage desperately casts a yellow healing spell, shouting out a warning to his allies. Watch out, the wounds are poisoned, so cleanse them first, before healing. But before he even finishes speaking, a burst of green magical energy erupts from below, blasting him high into the sky screaming. Standing calmly in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Lin Yuan casually reaches out, gathering emerald energy that dances across his fingers. Suddenly, a faint ripple stirs right behind him. Instantly, he spins and thrusts his sword straight into the empty, warping space. His magical blade perfectly pierces the chest of an assassin who just decloaked, making him cough up blood in absolute shock. How did you know? Lin Yuan firmly grips the hilt, embedded in his enemy's back, looking down coldly with pure disdain. At least I'm not stupid enough to try hiding my tracks on sand. Looking down at the bloodbath, the terrified survivors are frantically running from the defensive barrier of the magic scorpions, screaming in absolute terror. He is too strong. The shield bearers are dead. Run! Let us pause here. Look at how furious the captain is as he grips his greatsword. His bloodshot eyes burn with rage as he grinds his teeth. His face twists in fury, reflected in the sharp blade, as he snarls and curses his useless, garbage teammates. Blinded by rage, he leaps high into the air, swinging his massive greatsword straight down at Lin Yuan. "I will personally kill you." Facing the incoming lethal, life-or-death strike, Lin Yuan simply raises his glowing red eyes, keeping a terrifyingly calm expression. He stands tall, his hand tightly gripping the green spirit sword as violent magical storms swirl wildly all around his body. In an instant, he swings his sword upward, activating his green spirit curse mark skill and summoning massive, roaring ghostly skulls that charge straight at the enemy. Carrying a trail of toxic green energy, the giant spectral skulls rip through the air toward the airborne swordsman. The captain's eyes go wide, his face turning pale, with sheer terror as he stutters out. What is that power? Suddenly, Lin Yuan leaps and flips high into the air, unleashing sharp waves of magic alongside his cold, final judgment execution. Landing back on the ground, he calmly turns his back on his foe, his eyes hidden beneath his hair as he slowly counts down. 3. Behind him, the captain is sweating buckets, his face twisted in utter despair as the steady countdown continues. 2. 1. And then, a massive explosion rocks the earth, swallowing the captain in a blinding flash of screaming agony. Lin Yuan stands tall, calmly holding his cloak, his smoking green spirit sword in hand, as he smiles and says, "This old friend of mine really does feel the best." Meanwhile, on the live stream channel, the viewer count explodes from 302 to 558, sparking absolute chaos in the chat. What? Did this guy pay to win or something? That loudmouth captain talked big, but ended up as fireworks. He wanted to shred the main character, but got blown to pieces instead. Does he need an assistant? I am great at cheering, followed by a flashing red alert. Player Huang Feihu has left the stream, physically. Shifting our view back to the brutal battlefield, the shield bearer is horrified seeing his comrades get torn apart as screams echo, and that's where we leave things. Trust me, you will want to see what is next. All right, let's dive in. Sweat drenches his forehead, eyes shaking in pure shock as he wonders if he is hallucinating. Far off, the silhouette of Lam Vien stands silently amidst floating, glowing red magic, radiating a suffocating pressure that makes the shield bearer freeze. Only a few days have passed, yet he is just standing there, surrounded by the bloody, lifeless bodies of their fallen allies scattered across the cracked earth. That terrifying pressure makes the shield bearer feel like his opponent is a godlike entity manipulating everything. He trembles in pure terror, feeling as if he is staring directly at a demon from hell. Suddenly, Lam Vian slowly turns his head, casting his glowing red, razor-sharp gaze straight at the sole survivor. Targeted by that terrifying glare, the shield soldier drops his weapon, collapsing to the ground with a distorted face, weeping and begging, "Please do not kill me." But ignoring those desperate pleas, Lam Vian pulls a sword out of a nearby corpse and walks toward him. His proud silhouette strides slowly toward the trembling shield bearer, and in a cold, menacing voice, he mutters, "Now is the time." Watch closely as he plunges his glowing blue sword straight through the soldier's head, declaring with absolute authority, "It is your turn to taste true despair." The sheer force of the strike pins the shield bearer's body, sending him sliding back until he is impaled against a solid cliffside, uttering his final, agonizing groan. Lam Vian calmly extends one hand forward, watching droplets of blood hover around his glowing blade, before softly whispering, "It is finally over." But a second later, his crimson eyes narrow, snapping his sharp gaze upward toward the sound of buzzing wings echoing from above. High above, a tiny surveillance camera drone is frantically trying to flee the scene. Lam Vian raises his palm, gathering a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy, as he calmly mutters, "I almost forgot about this one." With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating blast of magic that tears through the sky, obliterating the fleeing device. Recalling his magic, he stands alone on the ruined battlefield. With no survivors left, he softly notes, "Good. It is finally quiet now." The scene suddenly cuts to a massive skyscraper gleaming with lights in the middle of the real world. An angry chat message pops up on screen, asking why on earth the big boss had to destroy the streaming drone. Inside a luxurious room, several men sit around as another message pops up, asking if anyone actually knows who this guy is. Immediately, another user replies with pure excitement, claiming they know him as the monster who took down that colossal giant wolf with their own eyes. And let's pause for a second, the chat is absolutely losing it, spamming questions about where he is. Everyone wants to find him. Reports say he is in the gravel desert, and the Mercenary Guild just sent an S-class invitation. In a shadowy corner, a blond man wearing a white suit holds a glass of red wine, plotting something sinister as he mutters Lam Vian's name. Meanwhile, inside a rundown warehouse located in Black Gravel Town within the virtual world, a scruffy, bearded man dressed in absolute rags lies curled up, fast asleep on some old wooden barrels. The wooden door creaks open, revealing Lam Vian's face cloaked in shadows as he silently observes the sleeping man. Slouched over the barrels, the bearded man lets out a loud hiccup, lazily opening his eyes to mutter, "Is it you again?" Surrounded by empty wine jars, Quincy hugs his clay bottle tightly and refuses, saying he will not teach him today because he has enough money and feels lazy. Ignoring his dismissal, Lam Vian calmly opens his interface and begins to deactivate his disguise, stating firmly, "I want to talk to you." At that moment, his glowing status screen officially shifts his class from a normal mage to his real profession, a legendary forbidden necromancer. The moment that dark, ominous aura flares, the clay jug slips from Quincy's hand and crashes onto the hard floor, shattering into a million pieces. The drunkard's face shifts completely. His bloodshot eyes widen in pure fury as he spits out the words, "You are a necromancer." He flies into a rage, violently sweeping his hands to smash everything around him, his face twisted in deep, hateful memories as he grunts. How many years has it been? His rough, calloused hands clench into tight fists, channeling a blinding, crackling storm of blue lightning magic as he growls, "A necromancer." In an absolute fury, Quincy snaps his head up, his eyes ablaze with raw magical power as he roars, "How dare you show your face to me?" With that, he leaps high into the air, unleashing a colossal lightning strike that crashes down onto the floor with earth-shattering force. Blinding pillars of lightning tear through the air, obliterating the ground where Lam Vian stood, and sending debris flying everywhere as smoke and dust swallow the entire room. Quincy quickly raises his guard, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps, he is too fast. A dark silhouette carrying an icy killing intent flashes right past his eyes at a speed he cannot even track. Seizing the perfect window to counterattack, Lam Vian flips through the air, pointing his razor-sharp sword straight at his opponent. The glowing blade stops right at his eyeball as he asks, "Can we talk now?" And that is where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss what comes next. All right, you and I are stepping into a brutal standoff where Quincy sweats in fear under Lin Yuan's razor-sharp, freezing glare. Completely dominating the situation, Lin Yuan raises his weapon high and looks down at the terrified man. "What do you want?" he asks in a low voice. Clutching his chest with a heavy, defeated sigh, Quincy helplessly mutters, "Fine. If you insist, I will give you a hint as a reward. Listen." The story shifts back to a painful, distant memory as a tragic voice begins to tell the tale. In the beginning, under the cruel reign of the Dark Lord, the undead world was plunged into endless despair. Fighting for justice, Quincy and his wife stood together against the Dark Lord's most loyal and powerful minion. A chilling image of his wife staring up at the sky with a shattered face accompanies the brutal story. After a brutal life and death clash, the necromancer was slain, but not before cursing Quincy's wife as she desperately tried to heal her husband. Her soul was corrupted by the darkness, erasing all her memories and turning her into a monster that could never reincarnate. Watching his beloved wife transform into a twisted demon wrapped in dark energy, Quincy cried out in absolute despair. You and I can feel his absolute agony as he kneels on the ground with his useless sword, shedding bitter tears to save her. But the only way to save her was to completely destroy her corrupted soul. Yet, after that fateful battle, Quincy could no longer even lift a sword, leaving everyone to think he would die of grief. That was until the day he issued a mysterious quest, promising his entire fortune to anyone who could successfully save his beloved wife. And for a necromancer, they would gain the secret to breaking dark cognition. It was a rare treasure looted from a dead necromancer, but the truth hidden behind Quincy's determined eyes was actually incredibly cruel. He used the reward as bait to save his wife while luring other necromancers to their brutal doom. The terrifying image of his demon wife sprouted countless blood tentacles, but 158 warriors still accepted the quest anyway. Beneath the monster's feet lay the broken bodies of armored warriors scattered across pools of deep red blood. The cold system notification ended the horrific flashback with a dark truth. Not a single soul returned alive. Back in the present, Lin Yuan keeps his sword pointed forward, demanding with an unfazed expression, "Tell me about your quest." Quincy curls his lips into a mad, sinister smile, revealing sharp fangs as he replies, "Ha, fine. Since you asked for it anyway, and I have been waiting for someone to play a game with my beloved wife." Suddenly, a glowing blue system screen pops up displaying Quincy's quest. Do you want to accept? Quest name, the deceased wife's soul. Now, check out the details. Free her soul, 10-day time limit, and silver rank. I know what you're thinking. Sounds tough, right? Narrowing his eyes with absolute confidence, Lin Yuan calmly says, "I accept." Hearing this, Quincy bows slightly with a highly complicated look flashing in his eyes. "Then I wish you the best of luck. Perhaps you can actually complete my quest." But as Lin Yuan turns his back to leave, Quincy's face twists maliciously in the dark, hissing with pure venom. "If you can even crawl back here in one piece." The scene shifts to an ancient, dark fortress. Standing alone in the desolate mountains, a location plate pops up, marking it as the necropolis north of Black Pebble Town. Deep inside the dark fortress, Lin Yuan's quiet footsteps echo slowly as he walks further down a long, endless stone corridor. Standing in pitch darkness, he calmly drinks a potion, prompting the system to display night vision potions successfully used. With his vision now fully illuminated, he confidently marches forward alongside his summon army, a thunder scorpion and 2 torch-bearing werewolves. Stepping further inside, Lin Yuan glances around the dark hallway and silently plans his next move. This necropolis has 5 floors in total, where all the deceased citizens of Black Pebble Town are laid to rest. Suddenly, a snarling zombie bursts from a dark corner, baring its claws and lunging straight for him. Instantly, the thunder scorpion's massive tail impales the monster's chest, leaving it hissing in agonizing pain while Lin Yuan calmly stands and watches the corpse. He keeps analyzing, knowing undead creatures like zombies will constantly pop up here. Skeletons and specters will also appear, as more wandering zombies emerge ahead with their stats clearly displayed. Their levels increase with each floor, with the first floor containing level 1 to 3 zombies. Then we see armored skeletons wielding shields and swords on the second floor, ranging from level 4 to 6. Next, a cloaked spirit floats in the air, representing the level 7 to 9 ghosts of the third floor. And finally, a massive, terrifying monster appears on screen, trampling over piles of bloody corpses. The fourth floor holds this giant, grinning beast, completing the warning, a level 10 hungry ghost. Armed with this intel, Lin Yuan and his torch-bearing werewolves march toward the glowing portal. And trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos. You and I are starting this wild ride with our hero stepping into the magic circle, aiming straight for the 4th floor. The space shifts instantly, and a blinding warp light shoots him past the towering stone pillars of the monument. The camera pans past ancient, dark architectural arches as he ascends rapidly to the higher floors. The light fades, and the system announces his landing spot, the Monument of the Dead, 4th floor. Lam Vian walks down the massive corridor, carefully scanning the eerie silence. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks as a strange rustling sound echoes from right ahead. He glances down into the darkness, where countless glowing red eyes stare back through the noisy gloom. Instantly, a hungry ghost digs its claws into the wall and lunges, triggered by a glowing notification. Wall climbing skill activated. Above him, 2 more monsters hang upside down, preparing to strike with their tearing claw skill. A whole pack of hungry ghosts swarms from the shadows. The system screen pops up Elite Hungry Ghosts. Level 10, 2,000 health points, 400 defense, and skills like Rotting Bite, Wall Climbing, and Tearing Claw. They roar bloodthirstily, activating Rotting Bite. Facing this overwhelming horde, his cold expression never changes as he yells, "Bring it on." Answering his call, the lightning scorpion instantly smashes the ground, creating a glowing blue fissure with its earth-splitting claw skill. Next, it whips its sharp tail, gathering electromagnetic energy that crackles with fierce, explosive lightning bolts. With a powerful sweep of its tail, the giant scorpion blasts 3 hungry ghosts flying into the air. His zombie wolf army joins the fray, unleashing relentless energy strikes that leave the ghosts howling in pain. Overwhelmed by this raw power, the monsters are smashed against the walls, shattering the solid stone into debris. Watch closely right here. A dying ghost desperately crawls across the cracked floor, staring in pure terror at the glowing blade. Lam Vian stomps down, crushing the beast's skull, and says coldly, "I almost forgot about you." As the quiet battlefield fills with piles of ghost corpses, the system notification lights up the silent space. "Congratulations, you leveled up to 12. Turning to see the result, the young man murmurs in mild surprise. "That ended way faster than I expected." He waves his hand, channeling swirls of green magic around his zombie army while clicking his tongue in regret. It is such a massive pity that Shadow Corpse control magic can only reanimate normal dead bodies. It has absolutely no effect on undead-type monsters. Suddenly, let's pause here. Dark purple energy swirls around Lam Vian with extreme danger, forcing him to turn in absolute shock as his red eyes widen. Immediately, a giant purple beam of light crashes down from the ceiling, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Lam Vian quickly raises his sword to block the terrifying impact, gritting his teeth in sheer shock. What? Knocked back by the raw force, he glares sharply at the swirling energy and growls, "Damn it." His entire body gets blown down into a deep, dark abyss created by that devastating strike. Surrounded by countless cracks of purple energy, he lands in a massive, ancient hall featuring a stone throne lit by eerie, glowing blue flames. A colossal shadow entity emerges, letting out a terrifying growl that makes the entire chamber tremble. Lam Vian quickly recovers his stance, raising his sword to face the beast. Looking up calmly, he spots a glowing purple coffin bound by heavy chains hanging high above, wondering if he just changed areas. Inside that coffin, a horned demon woman stands completely still, her eyes bound. Suddenly, a creepy smile spreads across her face as she licks her lips and speaks in a seductive voice. Well, you have finally arrived." Instantly, the woman shatters the coffin and its binding chains, causing a massive explosion that rocks the underground chamber. Stepping calmly out of the ruins, she extends her sharp claws, calling out for fresh blood as her system stats pop up below. Wretched Witch, level 18 Lord, 6,000 health points, 800 defense, with skills like Death Flower, Screech, and Corpse Explosion. Lam Vian takes a battle stance, narrowing his eyes as he asks, "So this is floor 5? Laughing crazily, the demoness lunges down to attack, screaming that she will rip him to shreds. Lam Vian quickly blocks her razor-sharp claws with his sword, sparking a loud, metallic screech on impact. Suddenly, she whips giant tentacles growing from her back, as the screen warns that the boss has activated the Death Flower skill. The massive tentacles slam hard into the stone floor, cracking the ground wide open. They wrap tightly around him, but he slices them off with a glowing energy arc. Stay tuned to see what happens next. Stick with me. You are about to see our main character face down some nasty, purple acid-dripping tentacles. Is that corrosive poison? Watching the surrounding rocks dissolve into liquid, Lam Vien quickly calculates the sheer lethality of this corrosive attack. Gritting his teeth, he tightens his grip on the hilt, channeling his massive energy into the blade. With a ferocious swing, he unleashes blinding blue energy slashes, shouting, "That is completely useless against me." As he cleanly severs the writhing tentacles, laser-focused, Lam Vien unleashes dark magic from his blade, a deep purple aura that starts absorbing the enemy's energy. The shadowy magic clings tightly to the severed limbs, forcing them to disintegrate right there in midair. Furious that her strike failed, the demonic witch snarls in rage and opens her jaws wide, releasing a massive, devastating purple sonic wave that violently shakes the entire chamber. Instantly, his system screen flashes with a warning. The boss has activated her skill boost roar. Under the crushing pressure of that sound, every single wooden door nearby bursts wide open, followed by the terrifying roars of rising entities. Lam Vien curses under his breath. Is this an area of effect skill? She is summoning something bad. He narrows his glowing red eyes, his face tense with absolute focus as he surveys the changing battlefield. Now watch closely as a bony hand covered in chilling green mist creeps from the shadows, making the most spine-chilling creaking sounds. Lam Vien raises his sword, a cold sweat breaking on his forehead as he realizes what those summoned things actually are. Right on cue, cloaked skeletons wielding rusted weapons slowly march out from behind the shattered doorways. He gasps in shock. Are these the non-player characters of Black Gravel Town buried here? Beyond them, modern armored skeletons also crawl out of the cracked ground. He mutters. And it is not just them. These are also challengers who failed Quincy's quest. Tightening his grip, Lam Vien stares in disbelief. Damn it, is she seriously trying to resurrect all of them? Around him, the scattered bones begin snapping together on their own, making a sickening, dry cracking sound. His red eyes gleam with sharp calculation. There must be an entire army of undead waiting behind those doors. Underestimating this boss was a mistake. Without hesitating, he swings his arm and summons his zombie army, barking a fierce order. Standing proudly among his summoned wolves and scorpions, he points directly toward the wooden doorways, yelling a command to block those exits. Instantly, a massive zombie werewolf raises a pickaxe, slamming it down hard to seal the escape route. He quickly formulates a plan. He will use his zombie minions to stall these weak underlings first. The Thunder Scorpion joins the fray, using its massive claws to block the path, trapping the skeletons completely inside. You know what time it is. Lam Vien turns back to face the witch, ordering his army to activate Bloodlust State. Immediately, a werewolf throws its head back and howls, a terrifying wave of crimson rage erupting from its body. The system screen flashes with the Bloodlust-activated warning, as the beast's eyes glow with a ravenous, blood-red fury. He summons two of his strongest elites next, calling out the Kobold Leader and the Crystal Thunder Scorpion. The newly summoned beasts charge forward, diving headfirst into the skeletons trying to break through the doors. Ordering them to strike, the Thunder Scorpion smashes its colossal tail down, cracking the floor as the system triggers Ground Cleaver. Simultaneously, the Kobold Leader swings its massive Warhammer high, delivering a crushing blow to activate Heavy Strike. This devastating double attack triggers a massive explosion, blasting the helpless skeletons high into the air. The shockwave is so immense that the surrounding stone walls shatter, crumbling into giant piles of debris. Watching her freshly raised army get completely decimated, the witch can only glare in absolute, helpless fury. But the very second those bones crumble, eerie green mist rises from the cracked earth, signaling a terrifying new wave of summons. Hovering amidst her rapidly regenerating tentacles, the witch smirks with pure arrogance. Seeing her laugh catches Lam Vien slightly off guard. Caressing her face, the demon witch sneers with overconfidence. These ghosts are soul-type monsters. They can pass through solid matter and are completely immune to any of your physical attacks. Lam Vien's cloak billows violently in the wind, but he simply swings his sword in a glowing magic arc, responding calmly. But they take double magic damage, don't they? Leaping high into the air, he weaves magical sword movements, summoning a storm of flying skulls that race toward the witch. Gripping his glowing blade, he prepares to blast her with a powerful green soul curse. But the witch suddenly moves with blinding speed, effortlessly dodging every single one of his magic projectiles and leaving him completely shocked. Her agility has increased drastically out of nowhere. Simultaneously, the wooden doors blocked by his zombie army begin to rattle violently. Dozens of skeletal hands start clawing from within. Lam Vian looks back, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The buried characters inside this tomb could break out any second. Trust me, he must end this battle fast. Alright, you and I are about to watch him pull out a ring with crackling purple lightning, hoping to completely lock down her movements. Clenching the ring tightly in his palm, he activates its entire hidden power. The system screen displays the equipped paralysis ring, a silver-class accessory boosting his health and magic by 100 points, agility and spirit by 15, and adding a terrifying paralysis toxin skill. This paralysis toxin gives every single attack a 5% chance to freeze his target for 3 full seconds. With the ring equipped, he flips through the air and unleashes a flurry of glowing energy slashes toward the witch. He tightens his fist, channeling every ounce of lightning energy into the ring to trigger his newly added paralysis toxin skill. A massive burst of purple lightning shoots directly from his fist, catching the evil witch completely off guard. The strike lands with a blinding explosion of light, as the system alerts him that the paralysis toxin has successfully triggered. Seizing his chance, Lin Yuan leaps high into the air, swinging his blade into a glowing arc of magic as he shouts, "I am not done yet." Instantly, a massive demonic skull materializes behind the witch and slams into her, causing a blinding light explosion. The devastating impact sends the witch flying backward through the air. Razor-sharp surges of emerald green energy completely rip through her tattered cloak. Lin Yuan slams his sword down hard, triggering a shockwave that shatters the stone floor, sending sharp debris flying everywhere. He stabs his sword straight into a deep fissure in the ground, continuing to cast his skill while looking up with a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. A giant phantom wolf appears roaring, and pay attention here, because he knows exactly what he is doing. Having been struck once by his green soul curse, her speed has dramatically dropped, leaving her wide open for the wolf's howl. Answering his call, the ghostly wolf tilts its head back and lets out a long howl, releasing a powerful, space-rippling shockwave. The system confirms his wolf's howl skill is active. Hit by the sound waves, the groaning witch clutches her head in pain, and the screen shows she is completely stunned. Lin Yuan grips his sword tightly, his sharp gaze radiating absolute and total confidence. Even if she is only stunned for 5 seconds, that is more than enough time for me. He rushes forward, creating countless clones that slash wildly, as he coldly asks how many strikes she can possibly survive. A barrage of magical slashes rain down on her body, dealing rapid, consecutive damage of -50 and -60 points. In agony, she grits her teeth as dark blood drips from her mouth. Throwing her head back, she roars and unleashes a violent explosion of dark purple energy all around her. Seriously? Lin Yuan frowns, immediately on guard, as the system alerts him that the boss has just activated her corpse explosion skill. Chain explosions of dark energy detonate from the corpses littered on the ground, shaking the entire area with deafening blasts. Thick, choking smoke and dust completely envelop the battlefield. Vicious purple lightning crackles through the chaos. His entire army of phantom wolves and scorpions gets swallowed by the chain explosions, turning completely to dust. Thick plumes of purple smoke billow upward, blanketing a massive section of the dark tomb. As the smoke clears, look at this. Lin Yuan's undead army emerges completely unscathed, while he stands tall on a boulder. He looks down at the chaos, realizing she wanted to detonate those NPC zombies to bring this entire tomb crashing down. He looks at his remaining summons and clicks his tongue, noting his undead army has been cut down to just 1/3. Turning back to face the weakened witch, his crimson eyes flare with pure, cold, killing intent. Now, it is time to end this. He leaps into the air, launching a storm of demonic skulls while shouting at her to vanish. The spectral skulls, burning with a bright green aura, charge straight toward the witch, forming a devastating storm of pure destruction. Utterly overwhelmed, the witch can only reach out her hand in desperation, letting out one final, agonizing shriek. Her health rapidly drains with each hit. The boss is nearing her death, dropping to 300, then down to 200 health. Her health plummets to 100, and then finally drops to just 30 points. A bright halo of light erupts as the system displays the final victory screen, congratulating him on defeating the resentful witch. Gaining 800 experience points, Lin Yuan lands gently on the shattered ground, standing firm as the smoke clears. He looks up at the growling phantom wolves surrounding him, quietly wondering if it is finally over, as glowing purple spirits begin to drift peacefully through the air. Out of the shimmering light, the beautiful spirit of a woman appears and begins to speak softly. "Thank you, brave human," she says with a peaceful smile, her form dissolving into sparkling stardust before fading into the void. Lin Yuan reaches out his hand as a streak of purple light drifts down, turning into a delicate gold ring. As the ring floats in his palm, it glows brightly, with the system identifying it as the beloved ring, a bound quest item that cannot be sold or discarded, marked as the engagement ring Quincy gave his wife. "Trust me, you and I will want to see how this story unfolds." All right. You and I are about to watch Lin Yuan question if this ring is really his only reward. Suddenly, a leather-bound book with a skull mark appears from thin air, radiating purple dark energy as ringing bells chime. Lin Yuan looks up in surprise, his face showing complete disbelief. Intrigued, he reaches out to catch the book, realizing the corpse explosion skill used by the Wraith is actually exclusive to a necromancer. The info panel pops up. Corpse explosion skill, learning requirements, exclusive to necromancers. Clutching the book, his eyes narrow in speculation. Could the one who sealed her be a loyal servant of the Dark Lord? A moment later, the book dissolves into countless green light beams, merging directly into his body. The system announces that the skill book has been recorded. He stands enveloped in a brilliant pillar of light. The detailed skill panel appears. Corpse explosion, level 1, effect. Detonates one corpse. Deals 60% of his own HP as fire damage to nearby enemies. Consumes 100 mana, 10-second cooldown, 0 out of 100 mastery. He smiles in satisfaction. Even though this skill consumes his summoned zombies, the attack damage and splash range are honestly impressive, making it a great bonus. Let's follow him as the scene shifts to the bustling black gravel town. Cloaked Quincy stands on a balcony, staring blankly at the ring in his hand. Is this the engagement ring I gave her? He clutches the ring tightly as memories of his beautiful wife flood back, murmuring, "A sealed soul has no memories. Only when freed does it regain its past memories and drop its most precious possession of all." Back in the room, Lin Yuan stands by the window. Quincy clasps his hands, trembling, and asks if his wife suffered. Lin Yuan calmly replies, "No, she did not." Quincy gently holds the ring, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he imagines his wife smiling. That is wonderful. Turning around, he speaks sincerely, confessing he never expected a necromancer, the class he hated most, to fulfill his deepest wish. "No matter what, I will remember this kindness for the rest of my days." An old leather-bound book, radiating dark black smoke, slowly manifests right before his hands. He opens a chest, revealing a crown radiating a green glow, and says seriously, "Now is the time to fulfill my promise." The system display pops up. Unique dark crown. Headgear. Effect 1. Prevents others from viewing your crime value after equipping. Effect 2. Conceals dark aura. Item description. Exclusive necromancer gear. Cannot be sold or destroyed. Lin Yuan takes the crown, thinking that even though the dark crown offers no stat boosts, hiding his crime value and dark aura is exactly what we know he needs. He smirks, planning his next move. "I will not have any trouble with the Scorpion Tail Knights, and I can do whatever I want inside the main city." The system prompt appears, asking if he wants to equip the dark crown. He answers decisively, "Yes." A glowing magic circle surrounds him as the crown dissolves into green flames, merging into his body. Standing amidst the surging energy, cloak fluttering, he smiles, thinking he is finally one step closer to the truth. The scene transitions to a bustling city in the clouds. The system welcomes him to Sandwind City. Inside, players are busily trading. Sandwind City is packed with guilds of all shapes and sizes. Guild 20 recruiting. Leader is a fanboy. Join our guild to watch our leader do backflips. PvP guild recruiting passionate players. Apple Guild is also recruiting. A girl mumbles about top-tier guilds as Lin Yuan checks the rankings. Number 1 is Fury. Number 2 is Mirror Flower Water Moon. Number 3 is Starry. Number 4 is Him. Number 5 is Eternal. And number 10 is Black Tree, and that is just the top 10. Could that guy be hiding inside one of them? Looking at the rankings, Lin Yuan's glowing red eyes narrow thoughtfully. As a newcomer who just arrived in Sandwind City, joining one of these powerhouse guilds will not be easy. Blending into the crowded streets, his proud figure gradually disappears among the other busy players, muttering that he needs to find an opportunity. He strides down the stone path, bypassing endless hustling players. He walks calmly through the bustling crowd, the hem of his dark cloak fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo right behind him. Sensing the sudden movement, a blonde knight whips his head around in absolute shock. But in a flash, Lin Yuan's razor-sharp blade is pressed right against his throat. Instantly overwhelmed, the knight's eyes widen in sheer terror as he stammers, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan looks down coldly from a higher step. Recognizing the familiar face, the knight exhales a massive sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "And trust me, you and I are about to find out who this guy is." He cheers with sparkling eyes. "Lord Yuan, it really is you." Let's dive back in, as this clumsy knight faceplants hard on the ground, letting out a painful ouch. Lam Vian looks down completely speechless, frowning slightly as he asks, "Is that you?" The knight scrambles up, rubbing his sore backside with a goofy grin. "Oh, God Vian. You still remember me?" Lam Vian shoots him a sharp, glowing red glare. His voice drops, cold and wary. "How do you know my name?" The knight scratches his head, eagerly explaining. "Yeah, I saw you on that stream from that blood-something guild, recognized you immediately." Lounging in a chair surrounded by countless glowing blue screens, he boasts about tracking down your clues from thousands of comments. Standing tall in front of a massive mountain of gold coins, he laughs triumphantly. "Then, I spent $2 million to upgrade our corporation's newest facial recognition system just to be absolutely sure it was you. Please praise me." Lam Vian's eyes widen, his face turning into a blank chibi expression. "$2 million just to find me?" The knight innocently asks. "Is that really a lot? The Han Corporation spends hundreds of millions just to test out a single system, you know." Hearing this, Lam Vian looks up at the massive towering skyscraper in the distance. The Han Corporation? That trillion-dollar tech giant that controls all high-tech across the world? Now, pay attention here. Since this idiot has such massive backing, what else does he know, and should I kill him right here? Meanwhile, our clumsy knight transforms into a hyperactive puppy, wagging his tail eagerly. His eyes sparkle with excitement. "God Vian, party with me. Tomorrow, there is an S-class hunt in Bloodscale Cave. Word is, someone discovered the nest of the iron-eating salamander. All we have to do is..." But before he can even finish, he trips again, face-planting hard onto the ground, while Lam Vian stands there completely speechless. Turning away, he says coldly, "You should leave and stop following me. Honestly, why am I even taking a fool like this so seriously?" Rejected, the knight plops onto the ground with a goofy laugh. "Yeah, you are totally right. A powerhouse who can solo the entire Bloodstained Guild on his own definitely does not need a team." He scratches his head, sighing deeply. In this hunt, the third team of the Black Tree Guild will also be scouting rookies. If you perform well, you might stand a real chance. Lam Vian stops, glancing at the guild rankings, where the Black Tree Guild sits comfortably in 10th place. The knight sighs in disappointment, muttering that he will have to try his luck solo. Suddenly, a deep voice calls out from behind. "When does the hunt start?" The startled knight spins around in confusion. "Huh?" Lam Vian keeps his back turned, patiently repeating, "I asked for the exact time of the hunt. You and I saw that coming, right?" The ecstatic knight jumps up and runs after him, shouting, "Tomorrow morning at 8, God Vian." "So you are joining?" Lam Vian places a hand on his shoulder, calmly correcting him. "Just call me Lam Vian." He walks past, adding, "But before we head out, I have some preparations to make." The knight gasps in awe. Cut to a ruined fortress, where a tattered skull flag flutters in the harsh wind. A sign reveals their location, the Vulture Bandit Camp. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Debris flies everywhere as Lam Vian and his undead horde smash through the stone walls, invading the base. He calmly commands, "The boss must be up ahead," as a freezing breath escapes his mouth into the cold air. Before him are bizarre bird monsters. The system screen flashes. Vulture Bandit Zombie, level 12, health 1600, attack 250, defense 70. Skills include sickle throw and immortal body. With a sharp flick of his hand, he commands his army forward. Standing high on a cliff, Lam Vian watches the flock of beastmen swarm below. They savagely swing their weapons and tear into each other amidst a pile of white skulls, letting out bone-chilling, screeching crow calls. One bird monster thrusts out its razor-sharp talons, growling with pure menace. Lam Vian reaches his hand forward, his sharp eyes flashing as he gives the absolute order to attack. His zombie army leaps down from the high cliffs, unleashing a relentless assault on the startled birdmen. One beast leaps into the air, tossing its massive sickle, which spins wildly like a boomerang. The system announces the activation of the sickle throw skill. The spinning blade hurtles straight toward a motionless Lam Vian. But the exact moment it strikes, he completely vanishes. The sickle shatters into pieces, leaving the monster utterly stunned by his speed. Seizing the moment, Lam Vian vaults into the air, swinging his blade to unleash a brilliant arc of magical energy. He cleanly decapitates 3 monsters in a single sweep, coldly declaring, "Your lives are mine." The system notifications confirm he successfully defeated 3 vulture bandit leaders. He continues to tear through the battlefield, his rapid-fire slashes laying waste to countless enemies. The kill count rises. Successfully defeated 6 vulture bandit leaders, then successfully defeated 10 vulture bandit leaders in total. Landing gracefully on the ground, his black cloak flutters dramatically amidst the shattered remains of the monsters. He turns around, his crimson eyes narrowing in deep suspicion. He realizes the monster lord has vanished from its throne. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying shadow looms right behind his back. We'll have to see how he survives this. All right, let's jump right in as the system shows a level 19 vulture lord with 6200 attack, 820 defense, 220 stealth, sickle throw, and sneak attack. Under a screaming sneak attack, Lin Yuan quickly reaches his hand out. Sinister green lightning crackles wildly around his fingertips as he instantly activates his devastating corpse explosion skill. The Vulture Lord swings his sharp twin scythes, screaming to die, but Birdman zombies suddenly burst from the ground to block his path. A terrifying green explosion erupts, instantly swallowing the entire battlefield in a massive sea of fire. Blasted back by the force, the Vulture Lord screams in pure agony, crashing violently into the cliffside and leaving a massive crater. Lin Yuan leaps high into the air, aiming a devastating, lightning-fueled fist straight at his enemy. Watch closely right here. He clenches his fist, eyes flashing with green light, yelling to take this as his shadow gauntlets activate. The punch lands cleanly, shocking the Vulture Lord. Lin Yuan roars to go to hell as a massive pillar of light erupts, blasting the screaming boss down into the dark abyss. Lin Yuan touches down, his fist still clenched tight. Green sparks of lightning still flicker across his body. He calmly murmurs that it is over. As the system confirms, he defeated the Vulture Bandit Lord. Congratulations, you leveled up to 13. His skill panel pops up, showing level 3 Golden Dark Curse, which deals 20% of the target's health as damage, or heals an undead by 20%. It costs 60 mana with a 6-second cooldown time. With experience at 20 out of 300, his level 2 Corpse Explosion deals area of effect fire damage equal to 80% of his maximum health. It costs 100 mana with a 10-second cooldown, and a skill scroll suddenly materializes before him. The system asks if he wants to use the scroll to upgrade his skill, and he accepts. Stroking his chin, he thinks the effects are incredibly impressive. He previously used a skill scroll once to level up his Shadow Curse skill. Now he's upgraded it straight to level 3. And yeah, we both know his Corpse Explosion is totally upgraded too. Looking at his newly assembled zombie army, he smiles with deep satisfaction. This Undead Legion is more than enough for now. The system notes he acquired 130 undead monsters. Detailed stats on the fresh recruits pop up, including a level 15 Vulture Captain and the level 19 Vulture Bandit Lord. Lin Yuan's eyes flash with excitement as he stares at the glowing system screen, thinking to himself, after reviving the Vulture Bandit Lord as a summon, does it actually gain a brand new skill? Recalling his past experience, he murmurs that furthermore, when the giant death wolf was revived back then, it also obtained a bonus skill called the Wrath of Spectral Souls. Rubbing his chin in deep thought, a slow, knowing smirk appears on his face. Does this mean reviving Lord-level monsters always grants them an extra hidden ability? This is getting really interesting. But suddenly, the system flashes a new alert, stating his upcoming hunting campaign officially starts in 2 hours. The corners of his mouth curve upward. Lin Yuan turns around sharply, his dark cloak billowing majestically in the cool wind. Ordering his troops to prepare for departure, we shift to the assembly zone, standing before the jagged cliffs of the Molten Bloodscale cave entrance. Sweat dripping down his face, Lin Yuan points forward, completely bewildered, and asks what on earth his friend is wearing while the boy strikes a pose in shiny armor. Lin Yuan can't help but ask if he's trying to dress up as a Golden Knight statue. Puffing his chest out proudly, the Golden Knight replies that he spent 50 whole gold coins to have a legendary master blacksmith custom forge this ultimate super armor. So don't worry, friend. I definitely won't become a heavy burden for you today. Right at that moment, a loud rip echoes right from the crotch of the metal armor. The armor plate slides all the way down to his ankles, exposing his boxers and freezing them both in place. Dead silence fills the air as they stare speechlessly. Lin Yuan breaks a cold sweat, desperately trying to make an excuse, saying he's never seen segmented armor like this. It is quite unique. Flushed red, Han Than quickly pulls the plate up and stammers that the blacksmith swore this is the latest trendy style. He grits his teeth to pull off the helmet, but it gets stuck, making him flail his arms and legs in a panic, screaming that he can't see and needs help. While Lin Yuan sighs, the stumbling boy crashes directly into someone's legs, letting out a loud cry of panic. The Golden Knight's helmeted head collides directly and painfully with a stranger's sensitive lower region, eliciting a sharp, agonizing groan. Looking up in confusion, Han Than gasps. Standing before him is a massive, bald-headed beast of a man casting an incredibly dark, oppressive shadow. The bald man flashes a chilling, creepy smile, asking if they are all right. His system profile appears. Ancient Black Tree Guild, 3rd Team Captain Zhao Kui, Class Warrior, Level 15. Han Than freezes, sweat dripping as he senses bloodlust, coiled like a giant venomous serpent behind the bald giant. He gulps, wondering what is happening. He's obviously smiling, but you and I can definitely feel the venomous snake staring right through him. What do you think? Alright, let's dive into a wild scene where a hand suddenly grabs his collar from behind, making him jump out of his skin. Lam Vien pulls his friend back, asking coldly if he is ever going to take off that ridiculous-looking outfit. Han Than scratches his head and chuckles, while Triu Koi narrows his eyes at the newcomer and lets out a cold grunt. Lam Vien stares back with sharp, glowing red eyes, refusing to back down from the bald guy. Triu Koi breaks a sweat, grinding his teeth in anger, wondering how this kid dares to glare at him like that, calling him a total nuisance. Forcing a fake friendly smile, he tries to speak, but a grumpy guild member standing next to the one-eyed mage cuts him off with an annoyed shout. Which one of you is Han Than? The guy holds an application sheet featuring a Golden Knight photo, clearly showing the name Han Than and his class as a swordsman. Frowning, he compares the paper to the real person before pointing straight at Han Than's face, loudly asking if he is the one wearing that ridiculous outfit. The guild members behind him burst into mocking laughter, questioning his terrible sense of style. Ha ha ha, look at that flashy gold armor. Does he actually think he is performing at some tacky cosplay show? Han Than scratches his head, awkwardly waving to admit it. Now, pay attention here. As he introduces his friend to these 3 big shots from the Black Tree Guild. And this is my friend, he says. But suddenly, the sharp sound of a drawing sword echoes in the air. The guild member raises his blade, pointing it right at the duo as he arrogantly cuts him off. We do not care about some rookie's name. Remember this. We are only letting you bring an extra person because our squad leader is incredibly generous, not because of your double registration fee. Lam Vien keeps his head down, hiding his eyes behind his hair while staying completely quiet. Triu Koi steps up, pushing the sword down to play peacemaker, asking them what they think they are doing. We need to show some respect to our new friends, okay? The soldier quickly defends himself, saying he was just joking. With a metallic click, the sword is sheathed. Triu Koi continues lecturing the rookies with a faint, mocking smirk on his face. Do not get too cocky just because your captain is saying nice things. You both need to appreciate this rare opportunity with absolute gratitude. Understood? The subordinates bow their heads in unison, promising they will absolutely do their best to assist them. The one-eyed mage claps his hands to grab everyone's attention, loudly announcing for everyone to get into their positions. I am starting the roll call now. As the players gather, whispering, You and I can feel the tension building up. I never imagined I would actually get the chance to work alongside members of such a massive guild. Are these really the guys from the S-Class hunting campaign? I just hope my gear does not fail me during this raid. Lam Vien casually looks around, quietly realizing that almost everyone here seems to be a complete newbie fresh to the main city. Turning toward the pitch-black cave entrance, Triyu Koi commands, "All right, our numbers are complete. Let us move out. No point wasting time. Get ready." He glances back over his shoulder, wearing a deeply confident and sinister smirk. Rest assured, even the Grim Reaper steers clear of the Black Tree Guild, so you will be perfectly safe. Triyu Koi proudly leads the group into the dark abyss, met with excited cheers echoing behind him. By now, Han Thon has changed into bright white armor, cheerfully walking past the grumpy soldier while holding a small red flag. Waving his flag, he urges his friend, Vien, "Hurry up, I heard there are glowing slime monsters inside this cave." The soldier behind them scowls, muttering that this kid thinks it is a picnic. Meanwhile, Lam Vien calmly strolls after them. His tattered black cloak flutters in the wind as a highly amused grin slowly spreads across his face. With eyes full of deep anticipation, he whispers that he can already smell a highly thrilling scent. Deep inside, the group walks down a long slope filled with massive stalactites in the molten blood scale cave, eventually stopping at a fork to whisper in confusion, "Wait, a split path already? And how come we have not run into a single iron-eating lizard yet?" Another player chimes in, explaining that this is normal. These lizards are nocturnal, hiding away during the daytime, so they are likely resting together deep inside one of these dark tunnels. A girl in the party looks at their leader, asking, "Captain Triyu, which path do you think we should take?" Triyu Koi narrows his eyes with a devious plan, announcing his decision that they should split up. This sudden suggestion instantly terrifies the rookies, as nightmarish visions of bloodthirsty beasts flashing through their minds make them panic. But isn't that incredibly dangerous? What if we run into a level 16 elite monster out there? The blue-robed mage raises his hand to quiet the crowd, telling everyone to calm down. He explains that, to guarantee their absolute safety on this mission, their captain had already scouted the entire path ahead. "When you met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting up. Trust me, you and I are about to see if his plan actually works." An armored warrior gasps in pure shock. "Let's see why." "What? Did Captain Zhao already go ahead and scout out the path?" Zhao Kuang stands smugly before the dark cavern, nodding his head in confirmation. "That is correct. Based on our scouting run this morning, out of these 3 paths, the middle one clearly smells of iron-eating lizards, meaning a surprise ambush is highly likely. The other 2 paths are actually very safe." He spreads his arms, mapping out the plan, but notes that the greater the danger, the higher the chance of finding rare treasures. "So, to balance our overall efficiency while keeping everyone completely safe, I have decided our guild will take the middle road while everyone else splits between the other 2 paths." He flashes a devious grin, asking with fake politeness, "What do you all think?" The players, having absolutely zero suspicions, reply with absolute admiration. They fully trust his every word. Say what you want, but big guilds are on another level. Their plans are always carefully calculated. You are the captain of Black Tree Guild's 3rd team, and the highest level player among us, so your word is law. Amidst this worship, Lin Yuan coldly points forward, cutting in, "We will take the left path." Zhao Kuang glances back, smirking, and asks if anyone wants to join them now. Watch closely. The crowd begins to hesitate, looking back and forth before whispering, "Go with those 2? I mean, one of them looks eccentric and totally unreliable. And the other guy?" A man sneers, looking at the silent Lin Yuan. He is just a cold-faced freak, probably hiding his level and class to avoid embarrassment. A blushing girl speaks up, "But I think he is actually pretty handsome." The man snaps back. "Then go with him." Zhao Kuang shrugs, raising his hands in mock helplessness, saying, "Looks like your popularity is quite low. It is a pity. Even though I am the captain, I cannot force anyone to join you." Ignoring the mockery, Lin Yuan turns to leave, simply saying, "Follow me." Han Qing quickly catches up. "Oh, all right." Their figures fade into the darkness of the left turn. As Zhao Kuang watches them, his fake smile instantly vanishes. He scoffs, fully revealing his malicious nature. Just 2 ignorant fools. Meanwhile, Deep inside the silent cavern, only the quiet sound of water dripping slowly from the icy stalactites echoes, creating tiny ripples on the water. The two walk through the quiet cave, surrounded by small slimes hiding behind rocks. Let's pause here. Han Qing shrinks back in terror and mutters, Yuan. The temperature is dropping fast, and I feel something weird. Sweating profusely, he whispers, I feel like we are being watched. In fact, this creepy feeling is only getting stronger. Lin Yuan stays calm, glancing over. So you finally noticed. There is indeed something here. Han Qing gasps in panic. But didn't Captain Zhao say he scouted ahead and this path was safe? Lin Yuan sneers mockingly. Ha, do you really trust him that much? This is an S-rank hunt. Yet they brought rookies along. They clearly want to use us as bait to clear the path. Han Qing asks blankly. Then why didn't you stop him? Lin Yuan tilts his head at the slimes peeking from the walls, calmly interrupting. Expose him? Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs a trembling slime, scaring it half to death, throwing the slime deep into the darkness. Lin Yuan says clearly, because coincidentally, I also want to see how many there are. The two stop dead in their tracks, staring ahead. Dozens of glowing red eyes suddenly flash in the dark. As Lin Yuan muses that interesting things can be lured out, monsters crawl forward. The system screens display elite iron-eating lizards. Level 16. Health 3300. Attack 440. Defense 100. Skills Iron Tail Whip and Corrosive Shield. Suddenly, an attack slams heavily into the ground, shattering rocks. Before the scene shifts to the adjacent cave, where a blazing firestorm erupts in the middle of a monster horde, accompanied by deafening roars. A one-eyed mage casts a powerful spell, burning the screeching lizards alive, and right after that, a devastating blue slash of light strikes down, slicing a monster clean in half. An arrogant swordsman swings his blade to take down the enemy, shouting loudly, You fools! Keep attacking and witness my true power. He then turns to flatter Zhao Kuang. Captain, thanks to those scapegoats drawing away the monsters and splitting their forces, things are way easier for us now. Unbelievable that they actually bought that lie about scouting the road. Haha. A spiked mace spins wildly, slicing the air. Zhao Kuang's voice echoes. Once most of them die, the iron-eating lizards in the other two caves will be near death too. He smashes a beast with his mace. And trust me, we're in for a wild ride next. All right, you and I are stepping in right when the battle heats up, grabbing double the rewards with only half the effort. Just then, 3 aggressive iron-eating lizards leap down from above, aiming straight for him. Zhao Kui maintains his arrogant, mocking smile and shouts, You brainless beasts, who do you think you are screaming at? Haha, bring it on. All of you. The charging monsters are instantly blasted back by an invisible force, their broken bodies slamming violently against the stone walls. Zhao Kui drags his spiked mace, sparking fire on the ground, and says coldly, Trash like you belongs at the absolute bottom of the food chain. Back in the left cave, Han Than's eyes widen as he stutters Lin Yuan's name. Right in front of them, a monster swings its deadly tail to strike. The system alerts that the Iron Tail Whip skill is activated. It utilizes a metallic tail to unleash a devastating sweep. Upon impact, it inflicts 170% damage. Instantly, giant, razor-sharp scythes spin through the air, tearing the wind apart. The system chimes, Cleaver Throw skill successfully activated. Cleaver Throw hurls the weapon up to 10 meters away and can be recalled, dealing direct physical damage to the target. At the same time, shadowy birdmen flicker past the lizard, triggering the system's notifications for stealth and backstab skills. Now watch this. As the Birdman Undead army completely crushes the lizards amidst deafening clashes, Han Than screams in sheer shock. When on Earth did you tame all of these undead monsters? He simply cannot hide his immense awe, excitedly shouting, This scene is honestly way more spectacular than our previous fight in the mud swamp. You are incredible. Lin Yuan glances back, offering a calm smile as he replies, Didn't I tell you back then that I was going to prepare a few things? Han Than's jaw literally drops. What? In less than a single day, you tamed all of these high-level monsters? Right at that moment, the system panel flashes with bright, glowing letters. You have successfully eliminated 5 elite iron-eating lizards. Stepping over the monster's corpse with his undead army surrounding him, Lin Yuan notes with satisfaction. It is over. Their performance was actually quite good. Han Thon watches him with sparkling, admiring eyes, whispering, I am so jealous. When will I finally be as strong as you? Suddenly, the ground trembles violently, forcing Han Thon to lean on his sword to stay upright, asking in confusion, what is going on? Is it an earthquake? He spins around to call out to Lin Yuan, but sees him completely focused on harvesting the beast's corpse with eerie blue flames. Han Thon mutters to himself, Lin Yuan is busy. I should check this out myself first. I cannot keep bothering him over every little thing. I need to prove that I can be useful too. Han Thon cautiously edges forward, following the rumbling vibrations, while whispering that it seems to come from this direction. He stops, tapping his heel against the stone floor. Han Thon looks down, confusion written all over his face. Wait, has the shaking stopped? You and I both knew something bad was coming. But look. A giant, blood-red tongue bursts from the ground, leaving Han Thon pale with absolute terror. The slimy tongue stands straight up, looming over him like a giant, horrifying tower. Cold sweat pours down his neck as he stutters. What on earth is that? Suddenly, the fleshy tongue slams down directly toward him. Han Thon falls backward as his sword flies from his grip, screaming desperately, Save me! The writhing tongue retracts, gearing up for its next strike. With lightning speed, it lunges forward and wraps tightly around Han Thon, squeezing the absolute breath out of him. In an instant, he is dragged violently into the freshly shattered crater, his face pale with utter, helpless despair. Closing his eyes, he resigns to his fate, thinking it is over. But at that exact moment, a brilliant green sword energy tears through the air. Lin Yuan leaps into action, slicing the massive tongue clean off with one swing, shouting, A mere beast crawling in the mud beneath the earth. How dare you try your tricks in front of me? Fresh blood sprays like rain from the severed appendage. Lin Yuan firmly grabs Han Thon by his collar, swiftly dragging his friend out of the danger zone in the blink of an eye. Both land safely as Han Thon clutches his chest, coughing uncontrollably. Looking back at the crater, he warns Lin Yuan in pure panic. That thing is definitely a gargantuan monster. So, before it breaks free, we have to hurry, and before he can finish, the ground in front of them splits with deafening cracks. Han Thon's eyes widen, screaming in horror. Oh my god, it is too late. A massive, blue reptilian beast emerges from the depths, roaring in pure rage. The system warns. Iron-eating salamander boss. Level 20. HP 6300. Attack 850. Defense 280. Active skills include Iron Tail Sweep, Impenetrable Fortress, Earthen Traversal, and Toxic Sand Breath. Sweating profusely, Han Thon stumbles back, remembering that the quest info stated the Molten Blood Scale Cave only housed elite-tier iron-eating salamanders, but this one is a boss. Stepping up bravely to shield Lin Yuan, he grits his teeth and speaks, I am sorry, Lin Yuan. If it was not for me, you wouldn't have to face such a terrifying boss. I will hold it off. You must escape now. Lin Yuan merely smirked at this, asking calmly, this is a terrifying monster? He stares at the boss with glowing red eyes. And trust me, you and I are about to watch one epic hunt. Let's jump right into Han Thon, gasping. What? As a massive salamander charges, shaking the cave with every step. Lam Vian leaps directly at the beast, drawing his glowing magic sword and yelling at the top of his lungs, Take this! I will end you! Lam Vian shouts as Han Thon watches. High above, the Birdman army flies into position, raising their weapons as the Elder throws a giant spinning sickle. Dozens of giant sickles spin through the air, tearing the wind as they fly straight toward the boss. The boss reacts instantly, triggering a system notification. The boss activates its Iron Tail Sweep skill, whipping its steel hard tail to deflect every single incoming sickle. As the monster roars, Lam Vian, hovering in midair, spots his chance in the opening. He unleashes an attack midair. A horde of magical skulls charges forward with a piercing scream, carrying a cursed spirit seal. The skulls crash violently into the boss's head, exploding into a blinding shower of brilliant green light. Lam Vian lands gracefully on the ground. But as the smoke clears, the giant salamander seems completely unfazed, showing nothing but a few tiny scratches. Lam Vian frowns, his eyes narrowing as he analyzes the boss. Did that only cause a few light burns? The boss rears back, dripping venomous drool as it prepares to counter. Suddenly, it spews a terrifying cloud of green poison gas. The system alerts that the boss has activated poison sand breath. This skill unleashes a high-pressure stream of toxic sand. Upon impact, it inflicts continuous poison damage, draining 3 to 10% max health per second for 5 seconds. The toxic energy hits the ground, triggering a massive green explosion that fills the cavern. Standing outside the fight, Han Than screams out in panic. Now watch closely. Vienne, watch out. The wave of poisonous sand surges forward, shattering the stone to pieces. Lam Vienne leaps backward, sliding across the floor to dodge the incoming damage. Wherever the toxic sand touches, the ground melts and sizzles with corrosive smoke. Han Than panics, realizing it is an incredibly dense corrosive attack. Lam Vienne glares at the boss, biting his lip. This fight is much harder than he expected. Right then, another powerful tail sweep strikes, cutting off his vision. He leaps high to dodge the strike, his lips curling into an excited smirk. Honestly, that only makes things way more interesting. Suspended in midair, he raises his hand to summon the Vulture Lord. From the void, the majestic Vulture Lord appears clad in shining armor. It spreads its massive wings and unleashes a deafening, high-pitched screech. Instantly, the giant avian warrior dives straight toward the salamander boss at terrifying speed. Han Than watches wide-eyed, his mind filled with questions. Is this terrifying undead monster summoned by Vienne another one of his newly acquired servants? You and I can see how majestic this summon is. On the battlefield, the Vulture Lord moves like a flash, instantly positioning itself right behind the massive salamander. Raising its dual blades high, the system displays backstab skill activated. Preparing for the blow, the giant reptile begins to glow. The system alerts that the boss has activated Impregnable Fortress. This skill boosts its defense by 150% for 10 seconds. At the same time, its massive tail whips violently toward the enemy behind, bringing a razor-sharp wind. Lam Vienne spots the danger instantly and shouts a warning. Watch out! But the tail sweep is simply too fast, blasting the Vulture Lord away in a flash of blinding light. Han Than turns pale, crying out in shock. That reaction speed is insane. Does this monster have eyes on its back? Lam Vienne lands, staring warily at the giant salamander as it slowly turns around, muttering to himself. Eyes on its back? As the Vulture Lord gets thrown back by that powerful tail strike, Lam Vienne stays put, quietly analyzing the enemy's true weaknesses. These lizards have a very simple eye structure, which means they rely heavily on shifting light to sense their surrounding environment. So, once an enemy stops moving entirely, they struggle to spot them. However, he reasons, their motion tracking vision is incredibly sharp. Their hearing and sense of smell can pick up even the slightest movements of an enemy. In reality, some species of lizards even possess infrared sensory organs, using them to detect their enemy's body heat. Recalling these exact traits, he realizes that because of this, a lizard's sensitivity to their target's path of movement is many times greater than a human's. His lips curl into a cold smirk, eyes narrowing. It looks like to take down a beast like this, we must force it to trap itself. The giant beast growls, thrashing its body as it tanks, relentless attacks coming from all directions. Lam Vienne raises his hand, summoning massive magic fireballs as he taunts. Let's see if your scales are tougher than my burning flames. The agile salamander weaves through the battlefield, dodging the incoming fireballs with breathtaking speed. It throws its head back, letting out an earth-shattering roar to challenge its foe. Running forward, Lam Vienne calmly notes, "Good. I will taunt this beast until its attention is entirely locked on me." From afar, Han Than screams out in worry. "Vienne, you are in danger." Drenched in cold sweat, he mutters, "The defense of a boss-level flesh-eating salamander is just too high. Those fireballs cannot deal any damage to it. Trust me, what he is doing right now is an incredibly massive risk." Welcome back. Let's watch as his eyes widen in shock. Wait. Lin Yuan is running straight toward a massive pile of lizard corpses. Han Qing gasps in terror, watching that pile of corpses. Suddenly, Lin Yuan leaps right over the monsters, charging straight ahead. He smirks, issuing a sharp command. Instantly, he skids to a halt, spinning around with flawless precision. The giant salamander lunges, but he swings his blade, releasing a blinding wave of sword energy that makes it flinch. Right then, the dead rise. Dozens of decaying hands grab the boss, pinning it down as the beast panics in shock. Lin Yuan sneers from afar, mocking the massive beast for being too stupid to stop. The monster roars in fury, but Lin Yuan just raises his hand, gathering a toxic green glow while telling it to enjoy this explosive feast. The system triggers his corpse explosion skill. A devastating green blast completely swallows the beast, with damage numbers of -50, 80, and 100 popping up. Bathed in the eerie green glow of the blast, Lin Yuan smiles, confident that its heavy armor has finally shattered. The giant salamander shrieks in agonizing pain. Lin Yuan stands his ground, shifting positions quickly to bark out his next sharp command. Watch this closely. He sends his eagle lord to the left, baiting the beast while figuring out its final hidden weakness. Its eyes are physically unable to track targets from both sides at the exact same time. Swooping in from the flank, the vulture lord prepares a deadly strike, aiming a razor-sharp arrow straight for the boss's exposed eye. Realizing the danger, the boss charges a deadly energy blast in its jaws. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan leaps high, coating his blade in crackling lightning. His silhouette reflects in the beast's terrified eye as he roars, declaring this strike will send it straight to hell. Plunging down, he delivers a devastating lightning slash directly into the monster's open maw, burying his sword deep into its weak spot. The system alerts ring out, confirming a critical hit. Notifications flood the screen as he levels up repeatedly. He has successfully reached level 14. The colossal lizard crashes down, white steam rising from its massive, dead body. Instantly, green wisps of energy flow from the corpse into his undead army, restoring 85% of their health. Lin Yuan extends his hand, enveloped in pure white energy, as his skill panel displays level 3 Dark Curse at 200 of 300 mastery. His gaze sharpens at the screen. Using one more skill scroll will instantly boost his Dark Curse power up to level 4. He glances back at the giant boss's body, feeling highly satisfied. You and I know corpse explosion was expensive, but unlocking this beast makes it totally worth it. Check out these stats. Level 20 Iron-Eating Undead Salamander Lord with 6,300 health, 850 attack, and 280 defense. Its skills include Toxic Breath, Earth Burrowing, and an indestructible undead body. Lin Yuan commands the revived beast to be his shield. Nearby, Han Qing sits excitedly amidst piles of glowing loot. He shouts out, exclaiming that he has never seen this much incredible drop loot in his entire life. He asks if they should sort it, but Lin Yuan glances coldly at the entrance, asking what the rush is. There are still some pests left to clean up. Meanwhile, in another cave, an armored player lies dead on the floor. Zhao Kuai stands on a rock, looking down with pure disgust at the weaklings not even worth his time. His lackeys creep closer, kissing up and claiming everything went perfectly thanks to their captain's brilliant leadership. With him around, even an elite Lord-tier boss would have no choice but to kneel down in defeat. The mage suggests that based on those massive tremors, the boss fight must be over, making it the perfect time for them to swoop in and steal all the loot. Zhao Kuai crushes a small lizard under his heavy boot, the sound of breaking bones echoing through the cave. Slinging his spiked mace over his shoulder, he commands them to move, when a sudden blast detonates right at the mage's feet. Chain explosions erupt all around the group, forcing the terrified players to scramble backward to escape the deadly blasts. Zhao Kuai roars in pure rage, demanding to know who dares to ambush the mighty Black Tree Guild. Emerging from the thick fog on a high ledge, Lin Yuan stands with folded arms, his calm voice echoing through the chamber. He mockingly asks if they wanted to collect corpses, because he is right here to sweep away these pests. The terrified mage points a shaking finger, stammering that they should have been eaten alive by the iron-eating salamanders. Han Qing points back in fury, shouting that they have no shame. He actually believed the Black Tree Guild was a respectable group. He never expected them to be such cowards, sacrificing low-level players as bait to do their dirty work. The enemy swordsman sneers, barking that being a stepping stone for their guild's glory is an absolute honor for trash like them. Zhao Kuai grits teeth, trying to figure out how these two weaklings managed to survive. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this arrogant leader pay a very painful price for his deadly miscalculation. Let's jump into this scene as Han Thon clenches her fist, calling out these shameless, cowardly scumbags. Zhao Kuai glares at Lin Yuan with pure murderous intent, thinking to himself that the kid is getting on his nerves and needs to be eliminated right now. He steps forward with a menacing sneer, telling them he does not care what kind of ridiculous luck allowed them to escape that place alive. Swinging his massive spiked mace, he roars that their lucky streak ends right here and now. As the mace comes crashing down, Lin Yuan shoves Han Than back and yells at her to retreat. Facing the threat alone, Lin Yuan coldly asks if he really thinks he can kill them all by himself. Heavy chains screech as Zhao Kuai pours every ounce of his monstrous strength into the strike. They clash in a shower of sparks, Lin Yuan blocking the heavy mace with his sword as a massive blast echoes, making his opponent smirk. Mocking it as mere child's play, he gets no reply as Lin Yuan's blade erupts with green energy, summoning a swarm of creepy spectral skulls. The skulls launch forward, detonating in violent explosions that send his enemies flying through the air. Zhao Kuai scrambles frantically to dodge, desperately trying to shield himself from the relentless shockwaves. As the smoke clears, only he remains standing on the ruined battlefield, looking around in a panic and cursing, wondering where the hell his opponent is hiding. Suddenly, Lin Yuan drops from the sky with a devastating slash, mocking the idiot for thinking he wouldn't notice his movement. Raising his weapon in a panic, metal screeches as Lin Yuan lectures his opponent that experience proves people who only survive on pure luck. Pushing him back with overwhelming force, he warns him that he'll have to sleep with one eye open. Now, pay attention here, as Zhao Kuai vanishes into the smoke. A massive, terrifying shadow suddenly looms right behind Lin Yuan. Zhao Kuai's voice echoes, mocking that for trash like them, their worthless lives could end at any moment. He swings his heavy mace straight at Lin Yuan's head, roaring that their pathetic lives are about to end right here. A massive explosion shakes the entire cave, causing Han Than to scream out in absolute horror. Meanwhile, the enemy swordsman and mage target Han Than, joking about whose turn it is to finally play with this pathetic rookie. Looking down through the thick smoke at his helpless opponent, Zhao Kuai arrogantly grunts that he is out of time and done playing around with him. He raises his fist, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow. Telling him to just lie down and accept his death, the villain suddenly freezes as his eyes widen in pure terror. His fist is caught in an iron grip as Lin Yuan asks if he is the leader of the Black Tree Guild's third team. Breaking into a cold sweat, he stares in utter disbelief, wondering how this kid could possibly block his attack. Out of the shadows, a sinister smile slowly spreads across Lin Yuan's face. With his eyes glowing blood red, he squeezes the man's wrist, coldly remarking that he now has a very clear understanding of the true level of this 10th ranked guild. You and I both knew he was strong, but watch him effortlessly lift the bulky captain, crushing his hand like paper. Squeezing with terrifying force, his eyes flash red as he throws Zhao Kuai across the room like a broken toy. The villain crashes heavily near his two allies, leaving a massive crater in the stone ground. Coughing up blood, he staggers to his feet and admits he underestimated the kid, before swinging his mace and ordering his lackeys to stop staring and attack together. His henchmen nod, and all three leap into the air together, diving straight toward Lin Yuan with a desperate cry of "Die!" Looking up, Lin Yuan smirks in pure disgust, muttering that a pathetic mob will always just be a weak mob. With a swift swing of his blade, he unleashes a massive wave of energy that sweeps all three away, instantly ending this short battle. Just as the smoke clears, two eerie green bird-like spirits swoop down from above, forcing Zhao Kuai and his mage to look up in shock. The ghosts instantly lock onto them, causing the enemy swordsman to scream out in total panic. The mage shrieks in terror, completely paralyzed by the sudden assault. Zhao Kuai's eyes widen in absolute dread as he senses the overwhelming, godlike power coming down on them. He stands frozen, staring helplessly as a swarm of glowing green skulls covers the sky and dives straight for him. A devastating impact blasts him away, leaving him howling in pure agony as his body crashes into the ground. The crushing spiritual pressure pins all three to the rocky floor, grinding their faces into the dirt so they cannot move. Struggling to look up, Zhao Kuai sees the tip of Lin Yuan's boot standing right in front of him like a mountain. Desperately crawling backward, he begs him to stop, warning him that the Black Tree Guild will hunt him down for this. He warns him that they will never forgive him, but Lin Yuan just stares down coldly with his glowing red eyes, until his expression suddenly shifts and breaks the thick tension. And that's where we leave it for today, with Han Than hugging his leg with literal hard eyes, crying out happily that she knew her savior was completely undefeated. Trust me, you are going to love this. Annoyed by his clinginess, Lin Yuan kicks Han Than far away. With that done, He points his heavy sword directly down at Zhao Kuai. He delivers a cold warning, noting that their guild, the Black Tree Ancient Guild, is merciless even to its own members. So if you die here, lose levels, and drop your rare gear, they will hold you responsible. Have you figured out how to explain that? Hearing this, Zhao Kuai breaks into a cold sweat and quickly surrenders. Fine. I admit defeat this time. Just tell me what to do. A faint smirk plays on Lin Yuan's lips. Simple. Give me a complete list of your guild's high-level players, clearly writing down their classes, levels, and specific attributes. Instantly, he recalls the memory of a cloaked, masked figure, unleashing a massive, devastating torrent of lightning. In his past life, the skills used by the first follower were completely unknown, leaving everyone clueless on how to counter them. Because of this, he must have possessed a very rare hidden class. His identity remained a mystery to the very end. Now, watch carefully as Zhao Kuai dumbly asks, "A list of names? Why do you even want that?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Lin Yuan drives his sword right through his hand, drawing a loud, blood-curdling scream, pressing the blade down even harder, and growls at the writhing Zhao Kuai, asking if he will write it. Terrified out of his mind, Zhao Kuai cries out, "I will write it right now." A moment later, Lin Yuan skims through the list, thinking that all the top players of the Black Tree Ancient Guild seem to be on it. Although there are some unique classes, none of them match the attributes of the first follower. Behind him, Zhao Kuai and his lackeys clutch their broken arms, asking hesitantly, "Boss, can you please let us go now?" Lin Yuan turns back with a meaningful smile and says, "As for me, I can let you guys go." Zhao Kuai sighs in relief, quickly bowing his head in pure joy. "Thank you, boss. Thank you so much." But before their smiles fade, Lin Yuan unleashes a blinding blast that blows all three away, sending them screaming in agony. At the same time, he coldly states, "But you have harmed too many innocent players, and you must pay them back." After finishing them, the screen displays the loot, including a silver moon-infused magic hammer, a bronze war dance sword, and a bronze light cloak. Lin Yuan examines the newly dropped sword with a look of surprise. Just then, Han Thon cheerfully runs over, holding a heavy treasure chest in both hands. Lin Yuan calmly reaches out to take it, saying he will choose first. But Han Thon quickly pulls the treasure chest right back. "No, you cannot." Instead of splitting it, Han Thon grins and pushes the whole chest forward. "I will buy it off you. I cannot take advantage of you." Seeing his insistence, Lin Yuan flatly replies, "Suit yourself. I know what you are thinking. Is he really walking away?" He tells Han Thon to keep everything, leaving him waving happily behind. "Great. I will transfer the money to you right now." Hey. Along with the notification, 54 gold coins are deposited, and the scene shifts to the daytime outside the molten blood-scaled dragon cave. As Lin Yuan walks, he thinks to himself, as expected, all of it was just silver tier gear. In the current version of the game, gold tier equipment is really hard to find. As they walk, Han Thon hesitates, unsure if he should mention something. Lin Yuan looks over and asks, "What is it?" Picturing terrifying shadow assassins, Han Thon breaks a sweat and nervously warns him, "I heard those Black Tree Ancient Guild guys hold massive grudges. If they cannot win in the game, they will seek revenge in real life. What if my bodyguards protect you?" Lin Yuan calmly keeps walking, waving a casual goodbye. "Thanks for the warning. They are just disgusting bugs, and I know exactly how to handle them." Back in the real world, as Lin Yuan removes his virtual reality headset, a loud voice echoes into his room. "Yuan, come out. Dinner is ready." Standing up from his gaming chair, he turns and calls back, "I am coming." As his hand grips the doorknob, a quiet clicking sound of a lock unlocking breaks the silence. The door swings open, and Lin Yuan freezes, facing a massive figure in a business suit, radiating a highly oppressive aura with glowing eyes, completely blocking his path. Startled, Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, his face showing absolute shock. Looking closer, he realizes this massive, imposing man is actually his dad, standing there with a VR headset on his head. His dad awkwardly reaches up, slowly taking the headset off. Then he clears his throat, smiles, and holds the headset out. "Ahem, Yuan. Look, is not this the headset you need for playing? Is it broken?" Lin Yuan takes the headset to examine it, asking in confusion. It still works and does not look broken at all. "But Dad, Why did you buy a gaming headset? As his dad frantically explains. We leave our hero completely face-palming. Huh? No, Dad. What would you even do with it? Mom found it while she was cleaning Xiao Dan's room. Hearing his sister's name, let me tell you, Lin Yuan instantly remembers Lin Dan in her blazing past life armor. In his past life, around this exact time, she had already awakened her legendary hidden class. Right then, his mother walks out carrying a plate of food and calls out, "Okay, you two, stop standing around and eat." At the lavish dinner table, his mother teases him with a smile, while his father quickly tries to explain. Your father does not understand these modern gadgets, but he always wants to find something to talk about with you. So he spent the entire afternoon struggling and could not even turn it on. That is not true. Yuan, do not listen to your mother. I was just worried you would break her things while she was cleaning, so I checked it. During dinner, Lin Yuan quietly plans his next move. If I bring my parents into the world of eternity, I can use in-game resources to repay them. And when the ultimate disaster strikes, they will be able to protect themselves. Thinking this, he looks up, smiles brightly, and says, "This game is not hard. Tomorrow I will buy 2 more helmets, so Mom should play too." However, his mother politely waves her hand in refusal. Forget it. Do not waste money. Do not worry about that. But wait, is Xiao Dan not home yet? She asks, reaching for her phone. Today is Friday, so she is probably out with friends. I will call her in a bit. You two go ahead and eat. But Lin Yuan quickly pulls out his phone to call her instead. His screen shows the call connecting, but the system automated message quickly replies, "The user is currently unreachable." Now watch as Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turns completely serious. Even if Xiao Dan does not want to answer my calls, she would at least text back out of politeness instead of completely ghosting me. Seeing him freeze, his mother tells him to eat, saying Xiao Dan must be eating out, so they will not wait for her. Ignoring her, Lin Yuan immediately stands up to leave, telling them to eat first while he goes downstairs to buy something. I am worried the shops will close if I wait. His mother worries the food will get cold, but his father tells her to let him go. Watching him walk away, his mother sighs and asks if he remembers when Yuan and Xiao Dan were always inseparable like shadows. I do not know when the two of them became so distant like this, so let them talk to each other more. His father nods in agreement, saying Yuan is just bad at expressing himself, but he is still her brother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan slowly walks down the quiet stairwell with a dead serious expression on his face. Haunting memories from his past life suddenly flash before his eyes. In his past life, his sister returned home battered and covered in wounds. The memory flows back, showing him holding a cup of instant noodles as he stood frozen, seeing her come back. Back then, he turned around in pure shock, asking, "Xiao Dan, what happened?" But she just clutched her bloody arm, coldly shouting as she walked past, "It is none of your business. Do not call the police or tell Mom and Dad." With that, a loud door slam cut through the air, leaving Lin Yuan standing completely alone in silence. Back in the present, his eyes flare with a cold fury. You saw that sharp look, right? In his past life, after Xiao Dan started playing Eternity, she awakened her hidden class, but endured pain she never should have faced. And all of it started with the rise of that mysterious organization. He envisions a crowd of people in mysterious armor and cloaks. The System Organization. The System Organization is a secret group formed by 9 chosen individuals, and only those chosen possess the right to join. Next is a hooded woman reaching down to touch the glowing red water. He remembers that among them is an entity known as the Prophet, who has the ability to detect the chosen in the real world and sends members to invite them to join the system. This organization grew incredibly powerful and expanded at an absolutely terrifying speed. Eventually, the power of the System Organization became completely unmatched inside the game. It did not stop there, as he remembers them capturing dangerous criminals in the real world. Because of this, their influence over the real world grew stronger with each passing day. Though their motives were highly mysterious and unpredictable, they did perform good deeds to maintain social stability, making their true nature incredibly hard to decipher. After Xiao Dan was invited to join, she constantly carried out highly dangerous missions, but she never breathed a single word about the organization at home. Hurrying down the apartment stairs, Lin Yuan grits his teeth and prays it is not them. He forces open the main entrance, his eyes flashing with determination as he steps into the night. He vows with fierce resolve, even if it is indeed them, This time his face hardens. I will not let Xiao Dan get dragged into this without knowing anything again. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he walks quickly down the quiet street under the night lights. The crowd passes by, and we are left wondering if he will find her in time. All right. You and I are jumping right in, as Lin Yuan spots his target a brightly lit beverage shop with a glowing tea sign. He quietly approaches, hiding behind a massive stone pillar, to watch through the glass. Frowning, Lin Yuan carefully assesses the tense situation inside. Just as he suspected, his sister Lin Dan has already met them, but they are way too far away for him to overhear, and he absolutely cannot risk raising any of their suspicions. Ready to take action, his hand glows with a green light as his stealth skill activates. It has been a while since he last used it, so he must focus. Slowly turning completely invisible, Lin Yuan calmly steps through the shop door. Right now, his stealth skill is sitting at level 3. It only lasts for 5 minutes. Stepping inside, he quietly halts his footsteps. Even while fully cloaked, his gaze remains sharp. But this is close enough to listen. He creeps right up to the table where his sister sits opposite 2 young men, Xiaofan and Hao Chen. Hao Chen clasps his hands, speaking in a serious tone. I have shared everything with you. Whether you believe it is true or a lie, the choice is yours. Joining us is not just about the organization's own goals. He looks into Lin Dan's stunned eyes and continues. But when the great disaster strikes in 3 years, you will stand beside us to protect this world. Hearing this, she bows her head in silent thought. Standing right beside them, an invisible Lin Yuan keeps an icy expression, taking in every single detail. Xiao Fan immediately teases his partner. Look at you, you are scaring the poor girl. You need to tone down that terrifying aura of yours. Ignoring the teasing, Hao Chen frowns and replies with absolute seriousness. This is a grave matter, and it is ultimately for her own good. After all, this is about... Watch closely, right here. Hao Chen suddenly cuts himself off, sensing something highly unusual in the air. The entire shop falls completely silent as Hao Chen's sharp eyes sweep directly toward the spot where Lin Yuan is cloaked. Without hesitation, Hao Chen twists his ring, unleashing a flash of red light as his dispelling skill is triggered. A rapid wave of energy surges across the table, scanning right through Lin Yuan's faintly shimmering silhouette. Lin Yuan gasps in shock as his system screen flashes a warning his stealth effect will be dispelled after a countdown of 3. Hao Chen narrows his eyes in deep suspicion, staring at the empty space. But looking over toward the counter, he sees absolutely nobody there and merely mutters. Right on cue, Xiao Fan calls out to the shop owner to break up the suffocating tension. Boss, why didn't you mention you had iced herbal tea? Get me another cup to go, please. The owner cheerfully agrees. Sure thing, just a moment. Moments later, the shopkeeper brings out the fresh drinks and hands them over. Meanwhile, crouched behind the counter, a sweating Lin Yuan tries to process what happened. Did he use a dispelling skill embedded in his ring? You and I can breathe a sigh of relief here. His skill had a lucky 3-second delay before the system announced that his stealth effect was officially turned off. Back at the table, Hao Chen takes a cool sip of his drink and calmly resumes his pitch, hoping she will think it over. Someone who possesses a true sense of justice, he adds, sliding his business card toward her, will never sit idly by when a global disaster is looming. So, once you make up your mind, call the number on this. Clasping her hands tightly, his sister nods with a look of firm determination and agrees. The 2 men get up to leave. Xiao Fan turns back with a playful wave, teasingly telling her he will be waiting. Make sure you show up. As soon as they turn their backs, Lin Yuan instantly reactivates his cloaking skill. His body flashes with light as he darts past the busy shopkeeper, who is focused on cleaning up. Out on the street, Lin Yuan keeps his eyes locked on their retreating backs. Have they finally lost him? But a careless step causes Lin Yuan's foot to accidentally kick an empty paper cup on the ground, making a soft, rustling sound. His eyes instantly widen in pure panic. Right on cue, the 2 men walking ahead freeze dead in their tracks. Hao Chen glances back at the empty cup rolling on the pavement, muttering warily, just as I thought. How ironic that something is indeed off. To make matters worse, his system warns that his invisibility is ending. 3, 2, sending cold sweat pouring down his face. Filled with a sudden, suffocating murderous intent, the 2 men swiftly close in on Lin Yuan's exact spot, staring intensely into the quiet, empty space right in front of them. Hao Chen cautiously steps closer to the empty cup sitting on the ground. The entire open square is dead silent, with only the cold wind blowing through. There is absolutely no one else in sight. Kneeling down to check the area, Hao Chen mutters, "Maybe I have just been too paranoid lately. There is nothing here." Behind him, Xiao Fan speaks up. "Boss, your nerves are way too fried. Just chill out. By the way, do you think she will actually agree to join us?" They walk away. And trust me, you and I are about to see if the prophet's prediction about her actually holds true. That is right, and you and I are about to see that the prophet is never wrong. Xiao Fan shrugs with a cheeky grin. He is way more interested in finding out which girl he is destined to love forever. Hao Chen strides ahead, warning him with a stern voice to survive the upcoming disaster first before talking romance. Xiao Fan locks his hands behind his head, casually strolling. That disaster is still a long way off. From a high tree branch above the plaza, Lin Yuan stands hidden in the shadows, quietly watching them fade away. Balancing there, he silently analyzes the situation. This group is tougher than he thought. If he interacts with them too much and his taboo powers get exposed, he will lose his place in the eternal world. He needs to be careful, and it is definitely time to move. Pay attention here. Cutting to the front of the shop, Lin Dan tightly clutches a business card. Stepping out of the shop, she holds her phone with a pensive look. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock as she spots someone and asks, "Brother, why are you here?" It is Lin Yuan, waiting right on the steps with a plastic bag in his hand. He calmly says he just came down to grab some things and asks if she has eaten. Avoiding his eyes, she hesitantly mutters that she is fine. Raising the food bag, he gently tells her it is late, and they should not worry their mother anymore. He bought some food to bring home to see if there is anything she likes. Lin Dan stands there dazed, wondering how this guy who can barely take care of himself is suddenly acting like this. But Lin Yuan just turns and urges her to keep moving. He looks back, gently telling her to head home. She just stares blankly at his back, completely speechless. A bit later, footsteps echo inside their apartment as they announce they are finally back home. Their mother greets them, teasing that she forgot the time from playing too much, and asks to reheat some food. Looking exhausted, Lin Dan closes her eyes, says she is going to rest, and heads straight to her room. Their mother turns to Lin Yuan, offering to cook since he has not eaten either. Suddenly, the sound of a door locking echoes from Lin Dan's room. Leaning against the door, she lets out a heavy sigh. Dragging her feet toward the bed, she mutters to herself. Wondering what is going on lately, she throws herself onto the soft bed, placing a hand over her forehead. Clutching her teddy bear, she realizes that ever since she started playing that game, all kinds of strange things have started happening. In her memories of the game world, a giant praying mantis unleashes a slash, creating razor-sharp winds. A purple-haired girl screams for Lin Dan to run, while she distracts the beasts, her face filled with utter terror as the system displays the enemy's deadly stats. The Scythe Mantis. Normal level 5. 300 HP, 50 attack damage. Shadow Defense. Skill is Frenzied Slash. Effect, quickly moves its dual scythes to deal double the normal damage. At that moment, the monster rears back to strike. The purple-haired girl collapses, screaming in agony as the beast's massive scythe cuts through the air right behind her. Seeing this, Lin Dan immediately rushes forward to shield her friend, urging her to escape first. Gripping her massive sword, she proudly declares that a frontline warrior never backs down. How can a warrior abandon her allies and run? She tells her friend to leave this fight to her. With a fierce battle cry, she channels her inner strength as the swarm of giant beasts charges at her all at once. She swings her massive sword with all her might, blocking a thunderous blow from the monster's razor-sharp scythes. Even so, the crushing force of the attack leaves her face strained with intense struggle. Right then, another monster looms right behind her. You and I can see she is in deep trouble, as the crushing weight forces a painful cry from her lips. Ah! Just as she is about to collapse, the system suddenly rings out with a notification. Congratulations, player! You have successfully unlocked your latent ability. The system screen flashes with a message that her true power is finally awakening. Coughing heavily from complete exhaustion, she struggles to stand. Suddenly, determination blazes in her eyes. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she lets out a mighty roar as a blinding wave of energy explodes from her sword, blasting everything back. The brilliant light tears through the air, sending the panicked monster flying backward in absolute terror. A massive shockwave slams into the ground, leaving behind deep, powerful cracks in the earth. After that devastating attack, she stands there catching her breath. Panting, she sheathes her sword and stands tall as her new skill, Sword of Dawn, unlocks. Back in reality, Lin Yuan slowly raises her hand, staring at it in awe. She gasps in surprise. That felt so real. And she can actually feel physical changes happening in the real world too. She lowers her eyes, filled with worry. If that disaster really comes, just like her brother warned, can she protect everyone? Well, you and I are about to find out. As a faint blue light suddenly glows from her fingertips, let's dive in with our female lead, tossing and turning on her bed, deep in thought. If even her legendary power cannot stop the coming disaster, do the rest of them stand any chance of survival? Sitting up quickly, she grabs a photo frame and mutters to herself about joining up with the others. Staring at the picture, her eyes fill with pure determination. She has to get stronger fast to protect the people she loves. Gently placing the photo of her happy family of 4 back down, we switch over to our main character, Lin Yuan. He is also staring thoughtfully at a photo. Moving to a new place cannot wait any longer. Since he needs to focus completely on the game, he cannot afford to stay on high alert 24/7. The very next day, standing right outside a sleek modern building, Lin Yuan thinks to himself, it is finally time for his parents to live a better life. Suddenly, a polite receptionist greets him warmly. Smiling, she asks if he is house hunting today. Hands in his pockets, Lin Yuan calmly asks if they have any luxury villas available. He specifies that he wants a place with top-tier security systems. The receptionist sweats, wondering if this casual guy has the money. Pay close attention here, guys. Keeping her professional smile, she politely asks if he has checked the steep prices in this premium neighborhood yet. Without missing a beat, Lin Yuan slides out an elite black card and casually says he thinks it will cover it. Her eyes nearly pop out of her head. Staring at the system verification, she clutches the card in absolute shock. Is this not the exclusive VIP card that requires a multi-million-dollar balance? Oh my god, she just hit the jackpot. Arriving at their brand new home, the villa's AI system immediately chimes in with a warm welcome. Welcome home, master. System assistant number 2345 is ready to serve you with absolute dedication. His mom stands frozen by the sheer luxury, hesitantly asking if she heard her son correctly. The entire family is completely mesmerized by the massive estate, and his mom gasps, asking if this is really theirs. Walking out to the massive backyard with its own private pool, she says it looks like something straight off TV. His dad checks out the bedroom, marveling at the massive bed, while his mom anxiously grabs her son's hand. She worries about how many years they will have to pay this off, but his dad clears his throat and agrees they should leave. I know what you are thinking, but Lin Yuan just smiles to reassure his worried parents. There are no installments at all. He bought it outright with cold cash from tournament rewards and gaming income, telling them to just relax and enjoy. He will be living in the adjacent villa, focusing entirely on leveling up in his game. His dad puts his arm around his wife, grinning that he never dreamed he would live in such luxury. Laughing, he credits their amazing son, while his mother tearfully agrees that their boy has truly grown up and succeeded. Lin Yuan quiet-naturedly cracks a gentle, warm smile. His eyes fill with warmth, watching them. Stepping outside, he scans the area and confirms the security system is flawless. Next, he needs to get them into the game so they can survive the chaos of the coming New World Order. Suddenly, his expression darkens as his senses pick up nearby danger. From the shadows, a hostile gang steps out, their leader sneering, chuckling. The leader tells him they have been waiting for this moment. A massive tattooed thug carrying a heavy metal pipe steps up, snarling that finding him was tough. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Lin Yuan calmly wonders if this bald guy is a remnant of the gang he crushed. Completely surrounded, he takes a casual step forward. His absolute indifference drives the angry thugs to launch a chaotic assault. They mock him, asking where his gaming skills went in the real world, laughing that he is frozen stiff with fear. A brutal thug swings a heavy steel pipe at his head, roaring to smash him. Anyone who dares cross our boss is asking for a painful death. As the blow falls, his system stealth triggers. He just smirks mockingly and mutters that they are too slow. The pipe smashes into empty concrete. The thug's eyes go wide as his target completely vanishes into thin air. When the gang leader strikes, Lam Vian effortlessly sidesteps the blow with supernatural agility. Dashing forward, he delivers a devastating counterkick, unleashing a blinding burst of energy. The bald leader screams out in absolute agony. Blown backward with a sickening crash, the leader collapses onto the pavement, spitting up fresh blood. Terrified, they wonder if he is even human. Pointing the pipe at his throat, Lam Vian glares down. Calling them persistent leeches, he asks if they value their lives. Trust me, these thugs are done for. Get ready, because we are starting with a terrified bald guy desperately begging for mercy. Boss, do not kill me. I still have value, I know a secret. Lam Vian coldly orders him to speak. With a heavy boot crushing his chest, the guy stammers out the truth. In the main city, you must find a blacksmith named Huo Tian, then continue with the ore delivery quest. Once his favorability reaches the required level, he will forge a gold-tier gear for you. Hearing this, Lam Vian analyzes the situation. In his past life, someone indeed obtained gold-tier gear incredibly fast. Back then, rumor said it involved a hidden non-playable character, so this guy might not be lying. Still, Lam Vian tightly grips his iron sword, releasing a terrifying, suffocating aura. Squatting down, Lam Vian warns him, I seriously hope you do not do anything stupid again. I have plenty of ways to handle you, both inside and outside the game. If you dare touch my family, with a crushing blow to threaten him, he warns that this will be his end. Sweat pouring down his face, the bald guy quickly complies. I understand. We cut to the game, inside the main city of the Western Desert at night. At the Night Moon Inn. Inside, guests crowd around, clinking glasses loudly next to steaming plates of food. A heavily bearded blacksmith speaks in a booming voice to Lam Vian. You claim you can supply me with 100 pieces of ore? Do not joke with me. Kid, you look way too clean to be a miner, but if you actually pull it off, I will forge a weapon for you completely free of charge when the time comes. Leaving the tavern, he notes that Triyu Koi did not lie. Now, pay attention, it is mining time. Nearby, a drunk girl is desperately trying to flee from some suspicious-looking men. Wait, why are you running? Let us have a drink together. The girl waves them off. Stay away from me. I do not even know you. She stumbles forward, trying to push them away. Do not touch me, she cries, while a thug gets closer. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't touch you. Walking past, Lam Vian stops and silently observes. The angry thug points right at his face and snarls, What are you looking at? I will gouge your eyes out. In a flash, Lam Vian knocks him flat, muttering, Foolish trash who does not value his own life. Rescued, the drunk girl stumbles closer and teases him. Oh, what a handsome young man you are. Thank you. Can I buy you a drink? Lam Vian turns around and coldly rejects her. No need. But she follows him, calling out, Wait, do not go so fast. He keeps a serious face, ignoring her, when suddenly she stumbles right into his arms with a soft groan. Cradled in his arms, she coyly whispers, Oh, so you like dancing, young master? I know what you are thinking, but Lam Vian just throws her over his shoulder with a tired sigh. What a pain. He twists the doorknob, lays her gently on the bed, and lets out a sigh of relief. With that done, he heads straight to the venomous snake mine. Once there, Lam Vian orders his subordinates to swing their pickaxes furiously as he calculates his next moves. Right now, he has 12 magical dog hybrids summoned from the Hell Gate, which are absolutely perfect for heavy mining. This means he can gather massive amounts of ore in no time. Suddenly, a distant explosion echoes, causing him to turn his head in surprise. A pack of newly spawned monsters triggers a system alert, displaying the stats of a normal furious mole. Level 10, 1200 HP, 70 damage, and 15 defense. Its skill, Furious Bite, launches rapid consecutive attacks, boosting damage by 10%. Summoning his giant scorpion beast, Lam Vian coldly commands it to wipe them all out. The scorpion sweeps its razor-sharp tail, shredding the mole pack. Instantly, the defeated beasts collapse lifelessly across the cave floor. Activating the glowing magic circle on his hand, Lam Vian calculates that gathering various monster types will greatly improve his tactics and make them fully well-rounded. The recently slain moles slowly resurrect as loyal shadow phantoms, obeying his every command. Right then, a massive, fiery explosion suddenly shakes the cave walls, forcing him to look back in shock. Lam Vian frowns in surprise. What? From above, a giant mole boss lunges violently to attack a female player holding a magic staff. The system screen flashes red, displaying Furious Mole Boss, level 16, 3800 HP, 300 damage, 150 defense. Skill: Furious Pursuit, triggered by its keen sense of smell. Seeing this, he steps back to analyze. Is this the mine boss? Is someone intentionally luring it here? The female player quickly raises her staff, casting a glowing magic shield. Suddenly, she shoots a blast of magical light directly at him. While Lam Vian stands dazed in the distance with his sword raised, he instantly leaps back, retreating in rapid succession. As the attack rages toward him, he quickly analyzes the trajectory. Is this a lock-on skill? No, it is not. At the exact same time, a system notification alerts him that a priest has activated the Holy Shield skill on him, increasing his defense by 20 points for 60 seconds, leaving him completely surprised to receive support from this class. But suddenly, and as we leave it here, someone in the distance looks around in confusion. What is going on today? Why did the iron ore vanish? Alright, you and I are starting with a mystery. Isn't that the Iron Triangle Priest? Why is he playing solo? A nearby player tracking him with a mechanical scout beetle quickly realizes he needs to seize this chance. Meanwhile, the exhausted priest desperately gasps for air. Wait, I did not mean to lure this beast here. Run away. I will take full responsibility for my own actions. At first, his livestream only has 15 viewers watching. The chat immediately floods with mockery, laughing at a healer trying to solo a boss. They even roast his bizarre speed, comparing him to a stealthy assassin. Lam Vian watches, quietly respecting the priest's bravery. He decides to happily accept this free boss delivery, especially since he just blew a massive amount of cash on a new villa. Suddenly, the stream viewership explodes from 15 to over 130. The hyped chat realizes this is the legendary expert who soloed the world boss. They immediately start spamming him to destroy the beast. The massive creature unleashes a deafening roar, ready to crush the screaming, helpless priest right then and there. But right at that split second, Lam Vian flashes forward, using his glowing blade to block the monster's devastating strike. Narrowly escaping death, the priest collapses to the ground, staring up in absolute shock. Meanwhile, out on a faraway grassy plain, a muscular bald guy watching this live battle grunts in pure frustration. Damn it, getting absolutely wrecked by a high-level monster like that is nothing to be ashamed of. Beside him, another guy holding a wine glass chimes in. The internet is blowing up over this master, Lam Vian. Honestly, it is getting annoying how everyone keeps praising him. But if we are strictly talking about combat skill, I bet nobody can even touch our guild leader. The bald guy smirks and turns to look at him. That is Jiak Nan from the Fury Guild, who is also tuning into the live broadcast. He mocks them, saying that honestly, Quang Than is only thriving because of his guild and overpowered class. But as you and I can see, when it comes to pure skill, nobody compares to the master. Infuriated by the disrespect, Jiak Nan in his red headband glares and dares him to say that again. The bald guy quickly backpedals, asking if he really is the famous fighter from the Fury Guild. Look, I am not the only one saying this. Everyone in the stream chat is praising him too. They are even saying that Quang Than, as the leader of the #1 guild, should have resigned ages ago. Jiak Nan does not waste words, immediately unsheathing his massive broadsword to threaten him. Pressing the blade close, he growls, demanding his name. Sweating bullets, the bald guy forces a fake smile, asking why he is taking his anger out on him when everyone is saying it. Squinting his eyes, the bald guy adds cryptically, "But you have to understand, Quang Than is just being humble." In the end, when heroes leave, villains take the stage. Ignoring the comment, Jiak Nan turns away, asking if that kid is still broadcasting live right now. His lackey confirms that the target is currently down inside the mines. Jiaknan stomps away with his giant blade, barking a fierce order to tell everyone online in the guild to follow him. Back in the mine, Lam Vian unleashes rapid diagonal slashes, tearing through the beast's thick hide. Stepping in front of the priest, he calmly says, "You can leave now. Its hatred is completely locked onto me now." Furious, the giant mole monster raises its razor-sharp claws and lunges straight at Lam Vian, smashing massive rocks and unleashing an impact that shakes the ground. However, Lam Vian agilely slides backward, effortlessly dodging the massive area of effect damage. Regaining his balance, he spins with his blade and yells out, "Charge!" Sharp sword energy slices the air, blasting the beast back. Now watch the chat. It explodes to 1297 viewers, with everyone begging to analyze his movements frame by frame. They praise his flawless aggro control and lightning speed that leaves afterimages behind, calling him an absolute genius. Completely enraged, the boss slams its giant claws into the dirt, causing the ground to split wide open. Baring its fangs, it lunges wildly to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a pack of summoned shadow wolves leaps out of nowhere, charging directly at the massive beast. The wild beasts tear at it from all sides, locking down its limbs so the boss cannot react. Sprinting past the monster, Lam Vian coldly gives it a warning: focusing only on what is in front of you while ignoring your back will cost you dearly. Gripping his sword tight, he taunts, "Not like you need to understand that anyway." Moving with sheer dominance, he unleashes a devastating downward slash. Lam Vian drives his blade deep into the monster's eye, causing blood to spray everywhere. Taking a fatal hit directly to the eye, the beast throws its head back, screaming in agonizing pain. Just then, a magic werewolf summon vaults into the air with a spear in hand, unleashing a deafening howl. It slams its weapon right onto the boss's head, shattering its heavy defense. A brutal, relentless combo rains down, leaving absolutely no room to breathe. Lam Vian readies his stance, handing down his final judgment. Time to end this. As a beam of light smashes the monster's head, you and I are left with the chat wondering, who is the real boss here? You and I are about to see crazy fans begging him for a beating, totally mesmerized by his legendary power. The system immediately congratulates him on defeating the furious mole boss, leveling up to level 15 and obtaining the Stalker's Dagger and Agile Boots. The detailed equipment stats screen pops up. The dagger adds 20 damage, 5 attack speed, and 25 agility with a 6 strike damage boost, while the boots grant 30 agility, 5 movement speed, and out-of-combat sprint. The priest walks over and gasps in sheer admiration. These skills. Are you the legend who single-handedly defeated the giant death wolf? Please add me as a friend. With my support, we will be completely invincible in the future. But Lin Yuan just walks away with a cold rejection, making the priest desperately try to stop him. He insists he has watched the video so many times that he would recognize Lin Yuan even if he turned to ash. Just as he is about to leave, a sudden fireball flies from afar, aiming straight for him. Then, a massive sword wave sweeps through the air. Lin Yuan instantly draws his blade, unleashing a powerful counter-slash that shatters the incoming attack. At the mine entrance, a group emerges from the shadows with a mocking laugh. Ha ha. Jiaknan steps out with his gang, arrogantly declaring, "Then let's turn him to ash and see if you still recognize him." Huh. Making a scene over trash like him is a bit much, isn't it? Jiaknan angrily snaps back. "How dare you speak to me like that? Come on, show them you are a top-tier expert. Now, let's pay attention here, as they start live streaming to show what happens when you provoke their wrath guild. We must make them remember that our leader, Mad God, is the undisputed strongest player in the Western region." Lin Yuan silently calculates. These guys want to defeat him just to make a name for themselves? Well, since they're delivering free gear, he might as well take it. At the same time, the system confirms he is surrounded by enemies, initiating a 15-minute counterattack window. Killing attackers during this period will not accumulate crime points. Beside him, the priest instantly raises his staff, preparing for battle. The priest shouts excitedly, "Man, I have been waiting for this exact moment for so long. Fighting side by side with an ally will make me shine in this slaughterhouse. In the name of our bond, I shall protect those who are dear to me." Lin Yuan looks over, completely bewildered. Who even is this guy? Honestly, just stepping aside would be more than enough. Jiak Hanhan points and barks, "Hold on, you bastard, listen up. Mad God is." Before he can finish, Lin Yuan lunges forward, strikes him right in the face, and asks coldly, "What did you say?" With a powerful follow-up kick sending the arrogant leader flying, Jiak Nan crashes hard into the ground, shocking all of his surrounding lackeys. Now, you and I can see the live stream with over 5,000 viewers absolutely exploding with comments. The fight barely started, and his face is already swollen. This guy is built different, using his actual face to block the master's strike. Haha. Starting a stream just to get humiliated. Truly a bizarre way to go out. Wow, the legend just soloed a boss. Now he is fighting a whole mob? Jiak Nan struggles up, cursing in rage. You are just a stray dog with no guild to back you up. How dare you strike me? Do you seriously think you are some legend? Grab him, he glares, screaming in fury. Finish him off. The guild formation advances as ordered. Warriors charge ahead. Mages and priests stay in the backline and chip away at his health. Archers fan out and surround him. They rush forward with murderous intent, convinced that one person cannot possibly take them all down. Lin Yuan fades into the shadows, observing, "These scumbags actually have some decent teamwork. Then I will target their backline first, activating my stealth skill." Losing their target. The panicked warriors scream, "Damn it, that bastard vanished." Mage, use a reveal spell now. A female mage quickly casts, and the warrior smirked. Good job. However, Lin Yuan is already closing in from above, swinging his sword down. Too late. The support line gasps in horror, crying out, "What? He is right behind us." Jiak Nan glances back to rally his men. Damn it, he is running on fumes. He just fought a boss, so his health and mana must be empty. Charge, numbers are on our side, end him. The live chat mocks them. Nice. That is the most elegant description of using cheap numbers to win I have ever heard. Still, the Wrath Guild is the top force in the Western Desert. If our legend actually pulls off a win here, they will have nowhere left to hide. Good luck, Master. The crowd surges forward, spamming skills and screaming, "Kill him." Claim rewards for damage. Kill him. Fireballs rain down as Lin Yuan dodges. You and I must see what happens next. Watch closely, because we're about to see our main character analyze this incredibly narrow mind passage. Sure, his mummy army cannot squeeze inside, but wiping out the enemy in a single blow is still child's play. As blinding fireballs launch toward him in endless explosions, the live chat section begins to panic for his safety. What a shame, even a top-tier expert is only human. Who could possibly survive being cornered by such an overwhelming force? They took advantage of his slip-up. Keep in mind, this top player is completely alone, while his enemies have a full squad. The massive collision sends debris flying, filling the path with thick smoke. When it clears, he is gone, and they immediately give chase. Look, that coward is trying to run. He is exhausted, so move fast and take his life right now. They chase him relentlessly, determined not to let him escape, while Jiak Nan laughs victoriously as they plunge deeper into the cavern. Haha, I have got you today. But suddenly, he looks up at the ceiling and freezes. Dropping like a predator from the high cliff, Lam Vian swoops down and delivers a devastating stomp to his face. Spitting fresh blood from the surprise attack, Jiak Nan slides across the ground, screaming in agony. Clutching his face, he bitterly curses, crying out that a sneak attack is a cowardly move. Lam Vian grabs him by the hair, pressing a glowing blade against his throat to threaten him. In sheer panic, he yells, "Quick, get over here. He is right here." Lam Vian coldly declares that they are not coming back, then asks if his fanatical master will punish him for leading his entire scouting squad straight into a deadly trap. Pay attention here. While Jiak Nan snarls in rage, a pack of glowing magic beasts suddenly ambushes them from behind, making his henchmen panic. What is the meaning of this? Lam Vian instantly activates his explosive corpse magic, grabbing Jiak Nan by the head as the villain screams in utter despair. "You! What on earth did you do?" Lam Vian calmly looks down and replies, "Why don't you go ask them yourself?" The chat section explodes with over 10,000 viewers, all shouting that they knew this would happen. How could a top player make such a rookie mistake? Spam those 666s in the chat. That commentator looks like a total clown now. Our guy wiped out their entire formation even easier than crushing low-level monsters. I am completely blown away by this play. This legendary play deserves a perfect score as a lightning-fast slash finishes off Jaiknon in absolute shock. You and I both know he won't pass up this incredible jackpot, so he quickly grabs the rare gear and prepares to escape. This place will be swarming with players very soon. The system details the gold-tier bloodthirsty blade weapon, adding 50 physical damage, 20 attack speed, and 30 critical rate. Its lifesteal skill converts 10% of damage dealt into health. Leaving the mine behind, he heads back to the blacksmith in the main city. The bearded blacksmith happily gestures toward the pile of ore, saying he takes back everything he said about him earlier. You are incredibly talented, and I hope you will visit our workshop much more often. I will need plenty of ore in the future. The system instantly notes that his blacksmith favorability increases by 100, reaching friend status. Lam Vian silently calculates that the blacksmith can only accept a maximum of 100 iron ores each day. This looks like a long-term quest, but the mined ore is enough to last him for a whole month. Leaving the shop, he realizes the Rage Guild dropped far too much gear. Selling it all to Han Than would only cause trouble for his friend. So, selling them directly to solo players might be slightly annoying, but it will definitely be much faster. But hunting the first follower through guilds is too passive. He must start tracking them down, using his existing clues instead. His face is filled with pure determination. In his past life, that follower's henchman could control snakes, meaning this likely connects to clues about the hidden snake civilization buried deep inside the sewers. The ultimate key to this mystery lies there, as Lam Vian steps into the dark, damp sewers. Blending with his footsteps is the steady dripping of water echoing in the silent dark. Scanning the area, he waves his hand to summon a green energy. The quest he received from the desert military officer is simple. Eliminate 30 mutated rat spirits. It seems like an ordinary quest, but a hidden dungeon lies within these sewers. He targets a mutated rat to analyze the area further. He knows that the hidden snake demon's lair can drop flesh seeds, a highly rare item that permanently boosts his core character stats. This hidden dungeon has a weekly entry limit, meaning players will fight over it once word gets out. To secure the entrance early, he must deploy his magic corpses. Suddenly, a dangerous snake hiss echoes through the dark tunnels. He steps forward, knowing that finding a room full of snakes will point directly to the hidden dungeon. This is the only snake dungeon in these sewers, and trust me, you and I are going to love his next move. Lam Vian instantly slashes his sword, shattering the barrier blocking his path. As dust fills the air, he frowns with growing suspicion. Wait, you and I can already see something is wrong here. Are snakes in this lair always this massive? An enormous serpent rises, letting out a deafening screech. The system instantly flashes its stats level 60 Hell Snake King with insane health, attack, and defense. As the monster lunges with its jaw wide open, he quickly dodges back, completely shocked. Is this giant monster really a creation of the ancient snake civilization? How is its power scale so ridiculously high? It is at level 60, meaning one single hit could instantly finish me. Without a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan leaps backward and shouts, immediately activating his stealth skill. Now invisible, cold sweat drips down his face. If he fails here, he will lose his levels and rare gear. That would be an absolute disaster. Even in stealth, the snake's massive tail slams down, pulverizing solid rock. Realizing his invisibility is completely useless against this boss, he barely jumps back to escape. Switching tactics, he realizes he must use the surrounding terrain to survive. Now watch closely. Lin Yuan rolls desperately as the giant beast crushes the stone wall, his sharp eyes filled with intense focus in this life or death moment. The massive Serpent King lunges forward again, snapping its razor-sharp teeth in a relentless barrage of attacks. Its massive head slams down, cracking the ground and sending sharp debris flying. Dodging mid-air, he knows he is in deep trouble. Blocking is completely out of the question. Desperate to break free, Lin Yuan raises his hand to summon a magical beast. A glowing thunder scorpion spawns, charging at the serpent. His plan is simple: use the beast to buy precious time. Counter magic with magic. Watching the clash, he smirks confidently. Sure, his thunder scorpion will crush this beast. The scorpion clamps onto the snake's body, unleashing a blinding surge of electricity to shock it. Ignoring the damage, the raging Serpent King hisses and strikes back, shattering the cavern walls. Panting heavily, Lin Yuan looks up to spot a mysterious, glowing triangular passage. Right behind him, The serpent's heavy scales scrape along, crushing everything in their path. With lightning reflexes, he slides through the narrow gap just as rock explodes all around him. Barely surviving, he turns back on high alert. The serpent's massive, glowing eye stares through the narrow opening, letting out an angry hiss. Now safe, he analyzes the situation. Even a monstrous beast like this cannot cause any real trouble around here. Because after all, this fortress belongs to the legendary kingdom. He admires the Western Desert Palace, protected by the Grand Master. Any monster that dares to draw close will be effortlessly crushed without exception. Unable to reach him, the giant serpent lets out a frustrated hiss and warily backs away. Lin Yuan recalls the lore, the ancient serpent civilization, and the Western Desert Kingdom are sworn mortal enemies. The ultimate power of the Western Desert Kingdom completely crushed the serpent civilization back then, forcing the remaining survivors to hide deep underground and silently plot their revenge. And whenever any wild beast, spirit, or monster dares to set foot on this holy palace land, the mighty Grandmaster will instantly eliminate it without a single shred of hesitation. This snake is incredibly strong, but as you and I know, it's no match for the Grandmaster. Maybe the serpent lair is nearby, and this clue leads right to it. However, to stop this from happening again, he decides to visit the market first. He wants to see if he can buy some special snake bait to only attract low-level serpent monsters. That bait will keep the giant monsters away, allowing him to safely hunt without running into another terrifying level 60 boss. The scene shifts to a majestic palace shining brilliantly under the warm glow of the evening sunset. At the market stall, a merchant clasps his hands and smiles warmly. "Thank you for your purchase. Please come back and visit us again." As Lin Yuan checks the item's stats, he confirms the snake bait emits a special scent designed to only lure in low-level serpents. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out with a bright grin, saying he has searched all over Sandstorm City just for him. It is that same priest from before. He eagerly walks over, saying, "My dear friend, I hope you have been doing well without me." Wait, isn't this the guy who was chased by the mine boss? He clings to Lin Yuan, talking endlessly, begging him to send a friend request. "Finding you on this massive map was not easy at all, my friend, but I truly felt our souls calling out to each other." Lin Yuan frowns and asks, "Do you actually want something from me?" The system notifies him that the player that year's son wants to be friends. Lin Yuan walks away, but the priest keeps pestering him. "Of course I do. Wait up. Don't you want to team up and hunt monsters together in the Ash Valley?" Fighting together sounds great, but he bluntly refuses, saying he has other plans. The desperate priest quickly reaches out to grab him. "Wait, my dear friend, don't you think a super trio would be incredibly cool? You should join us." He spreads his arms, dramatically pitching this flashy team idea to us. "All right. You and I are about to watch our hero team up with Lan Jiet and Tin Han to form an elite squad that will wake up this sleeping world." Hearing that familiar name immediately triggers Lam Vien's memories of Lan Hinguyet from his past life. Lan Nuyet was the powerhouse leader of Sandstorm City's second strongest guild, Kin Hoa Thui Nuyet. He was a core member of the Order, and rumors even claim he was one of the 9 legendary saviors who founded it. Weighing the pros and cons, Lam Vien realizes this is a golden chance to get clues about the Order or recruit his first loyal follower. But tomorrow, the hidden dungeon runs will refresh, and missing out means losing this entire week's epic loot. So he decides to grab his rewards first, before reaching out to Lan Hinguyet. Right after, the system confirms his friend request with that year's son is accepted. Lam Vien walks away with a firm promise, telling him that next time they will definitely conquer a dungeon together. Saying he has urgent business to attend to, the priest waves goodbye with a cheerful smile. The priest replies he will eagerly await his dear friend's invite. Meanwhile, using his past life knowledge, Lam Vien silently heads down the stone stairs. Near the hidden dungeon entrance, those yellow-banded snakes are bound to be lurking. Kneeling on one knee, he carefully inspects the cracked ground, searching for any traces of that massive serpent. His gaze sharpens instantly as 3 small blue snakes slither out of a rocky crevice, hissing menacingly. Now, pay attention to this part. These little serpents are actually the true monsters of this serpent demon's lair, meaning he needs to watch his step very carefully. With a wave of his hand, Lam Vien blasts away the camouflaged rocks, clearing every single obstacle in his path. Heading up the dark steps with his massive undead minion, A smug grin creeps onto his face. He finally found it. Before him lies a gigantic serpent skeleton draped over the mossy wall. As the system announces he has entered the hidden serpent lair. From a high ledge, he looks down at a massive swarm of squirming, tentacle-like monsters below. The system displays their stats. Level 10 serpent larvae, with 1000 HP, 100 attack, 10 defense, and a flesh condensation skill. This flesh condensation skill allows the larvae to condense powerful flesh seeds inside their squirming bodies. With 500 HP remaining, Lin Yuan raises his hand, channeling a massive surge of green magic, and commands them to charge. Instantly, a massive thunder scorpion is summoned, radiating a terrifying pressure as it dives straight into the middle of the horde. As the horrific jaws of the beast swing wide open, he coldly orders it to kill them all. The system immediately announces that the Thunder Scorpion has activated its ultimate Crystal Thunderstorm skill. The massive summon immediately unleashes violent waves of purple electricity, tearing through the air. Fierce bolts of lightning crackle everywhere, completely obliterating the entire swarm of serpent larvae in the blink of an eye. Rushing forward into the mountain of dropped loot, he picks up a glowing red orb. This is the hidden dungeon's prize, a flesh seed. The system asks if he wants to consume this special medicine, which randomly boosts a player's main attribute from +1 to +5. For human players, using this starts your system tolerance at 0 out of 100. With a smug smile, Lin Yuan brings the bright red pill to his lips, preparing to swallow it down. The system immediately flashes. 1 flesh seed consumed, boosting his spirit stat by 3 with tolerance at 1 out of 100 as his summon continues farming even more. You and I both know that limit of 100 seeds is nothing compared to these massive stat boosts. These rare, permanent stat boosting items are extremely scarce, easily selling for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each on the market. Clearing this hidden dungeon once a week will easily net him 1,000 of these precious seeds. This means he will never worry about money again, even without a guild, as he rapidly gobbles up more seeds while the system chimes. The system alerts that another seed has boosted his stamina by 5, putting his tolerance at 2 out of 100. Shoveling them into his mouth non-stop, he consumes another, boosting his strength by 2 with tolerance now at 3 out of 100. Another seed boosts his spirit by 4, raising tolerance to 4 as Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flash with an eerie, demonic red glow. Holding his breath, he can feel a massive, overwhelming power coursing violently through his veins. His status window pops up, revealing his spirit stat has skyrocketed to 318 points. Satisfied to see his tolerance hit the limit of 100, Lin Yuan decides to stockpile the remaining 900 seeds, saving them to sell once he rents a shop. From now on, coming here to farm once a week is more than enough. Behind him, residual magic rises from the dead snakes, floating into the air to form eerie, glowing green serpent illusions. Lin Yuan turns to leave, stationing 3 of his werewolf minions at the entrance to guard the area. Trust me, keeping these 3 undead guards here is more than enough to scare away any ordinary players. No one will discover this secret spot anytime soon. As he strides away, he frowns, analyzing the situation deeply. These snakes do not seem to match the ones controlled by that mysterious person in his past memories. Let's dive in. He actually has the power to mutate a boss into a level 60 beast, a monster that absolutely should not exist at this stage of the game. Suddenly, the interface screen flashes a bright warning red. A real-world call is coming through. His little sister is calling him. Lin Yuan is startled, his expression shifting instantly. Knowing Xiao Dan, she would never call him out of nowhere like this. Has something terrible happened? He picks up immediately, his voice filled with tension. Xiao Dan, what is wrong? On the other end, a timid, hesitant female voice replies, No, I just wanted to ask if you have eaten yet. Lin Yuan freezes, his worry instantly turning into complete and utter confusion. Huh? Yeah, I ate. Suddenly, a blonde classmate on screen snatches the phone right out of his panicked sister's hands, boldly speaking directly. Hey, class president's brother, our class president actually wants to know if you can carry us through a dungeon right now? Lin Yuan stands frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face as he answers mechanically. Sure, why not? A million questions flood Lin Yuan's mind. Why on earth would Xiao Dan ask him to carry her through a dungeon? Before he can even process this, A mocking, arrogant laugh echoes from the background of the phone call. Haha, see, I told you so. Lin Dan is a dirty liar, and her older brother is just a pathetic braggart who spits nothing but absolute nonsense without feeling any shame. The blonde punk smirks with pure, malicious satisfaction. Here is where things get ugly. Watch closely as a sharp-nosed guy in the crowd starts making fun of her. Listen to that confidence. He agreed without even asking which dungeon it is. Lin Dan. Your brother has played so many games his brain has rotted. Or maybe you two siblings just love teaming up to scam people, right? You work so well together. A red-haired girl sneers and chimes in, hey, young Master VM, let's choose the heroic level of the Ash Valley. No guild has cleared that yet. The blonde girl holding the phone glances nervously at the guy, hesitatingly confirming the plan with Lin Yuan over the call. Heroic level of the Ash Valley. Did you hear that, big brother? The blonde guy named Wang VM crosses his arms and laughs out loud. Mocking them, he sneers. Trying to run Ash Valley? Stop dreaming, Lin Dan. Your brother skips school all day and is clearly just a total fraud, and you are just a lying snake. Raising two pieces of trash like you, I bet your parents are absolutely worthless garbage as well. Hearing this, she glares in pure rage and screams, how dare you? But from the other end of the phone, Lin Yuan's bone-chilling voice cuts her off, his eyes burning red with sheer fury. That is enough, Xiao Dan. Do not waste your breath on trash. I am heading to Ash Valley right now. Cut to the game, where the blonde warrior Lin Dan stands on a steep cliff, her heart filled with intense anxiety. Even though her brother grinds this game constantly and has spent a lot of money on it, you and I both know how insane this dungeon is, and her face is filled with worry. Ash Valley on Heroic is a brutal nightmare, second only to death level. Did she just bring him trouble? As she is lost in thought, a soft, familiar voice speaks from behind her. Xiao Dan. She turns around in surprise to see her friend. The system announces, Qian Xia Chang Ge has joined the party. The warrior gasps. Qian, why are you here? Qian, dressed in priest gear, taps her staff on the ground in anger. I heard everything. Your deskmate congratulated you this morning on moving to a new villa. So how on earth did that brain-dead Wang VM overhear it? That bastard is not even human. I came here to be your witness, and we will make him bow and apologize right in front of everyone later. The warrior Lin Dan tears up in gratitude. Thank you, Qian. Suddenly, a screeching, mocking voice ruins the moment from below the cliff. You definitely need a witness. Once the results are in, make sure you keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Wang VM and the red-haired girl leap onto the cliff, laughing arrogantly as they walk forward. I have seen plenty of clout-chasing girls like you. Do your parents just work as maids in someone else's villa? How dare you claim you actually live in one? Ha ha. The system repeatedly announces VIP players. Young Master VM Wu Shuang, Zhui Sui, Young Master VM Power Leveler, Ma Ren, Power Leveler, and Xunxing Kuang have joined the party. Lin Dan is absolutely furious, glaring as she defends her friend. Wang VM, you are just a rich kid, born with a silver spoon. What right do you have to mock others? Lin Dan quickly puts her hand on her friend's shoulder, pulling her back. Qian, don't waste your time on him. It is not worth it. Wang VM's eyes turn bloodshot, with veins popping on his forehead. Damn it. I cannot stand this brat for even one more second. He swings his sword, ordering his hired boosters to teach them a lesson. Do it, and I will pay double. The red-haired girl screeches in delight. Hey, I have been sick of her innocent act for ages. Let me scratch her pretty face right off. The booster eagerly rushes forward. Young Master VM is incredibly generous. Let me strip all of your gear off first. Just as they charge, a massive wave of green sword energy tears through the air. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this strike. You and I are jumping right into the action as two boosters get blasted into the sky, screaming in pure terror. What on earth is happening? As the dust settles, Lam Vien lands right in front of his little sister, his cloak fluttering, before swinging his bloody blade to send those two scumbags flying 10 meters back. He pulls back his stance, his pitch-black cloak settling with absolute majesty. Half turning, he asks in a warm voice, Are you all right, Lamdan? The female warrior can only stammer in absolute shock. No, I am fine. Sneaking a look at her brother's back, she clutches her cheeks and screams internally. He is so unbelievably cool. Vuong VM stands frozen before jumping up and screaming, "How dare you sneak attack the boosters I paid good money for? Do you have any idea how expensive they were? Can you even pay me back? Without them, how are we supposed to clear this dungeon?" Lam Vian does not even bother to answer. He lunges forward like a ghost, pressing his razor-sharp blade directly against the guy's neck. "You are the one who bullied my sister and insulted my parents?" The wealthy punk falls on his butt, terrified but still stubbornly running his mouth. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Lam Vian unleashes a devastating slap right across his face, completely distorting his jaw as blood sprays everywhere. The slap alone is not enough, as he follows up with a lightning-fast kick that shatters the massive boulder behind them. His freezing voice echoes, "I do not care whose lapdog you are. If you want to act like a wild beast, prepare to get beaten." The red-haired girl backs away in absolute terror, screaming, "Are you insane? This dungeon requires a minimum of 6 players to even enter." Vuong VM struggles up from the rubble, his face swollen, as he screams in utter rage. "You just took out 2 of our teammates. So how are we going to enter the dungeon now?" Lam Vian dusts off his hands like he just touched trash, glancing back coldly. "I will handle the missing players. Your only job is to shut your mouth and wait. Now, pay attention here, because our main character is already calculating his next moves to get a rare mount skill from this very run." Opening his system interface, he decides to invite that year's son, using this perfect excuse to get closer to Lan Henjuyet. The system interface flashes, showing that a party invitation has been successfully sent to that year's Sunday. Meanwhile, Thien leans in close to her friend, her eyes shining like bright headlights. "Lam Dan, your brother is way more brutal than I thought, and he is super handsome too." Lam Dan crosses her arms, lifting her chin with absolute pride. "Really? He is just average. Nothing special." Vuong VM points and sneers with pure bitterness. "A dirt-poor loser like you? What kind of decent player could you possibly invite anyway? You will probably just drag in some useless trash who cannot even defeat the smallest mob at the dungeon entrance." Before he can even finish, the red-haired girl tugs his sleeve, her face completely pale. "Young Master VM, look over there." Descending from the sky in a flash of blinding light, the famous priest that year's son makes a theatrical entrance. The surrounding crowd immediately gasps in pure shock. Is that not the top-tier expert from the legendary Iron Triangle trio? The priest closes his eyes, leaning on his staff as he mutters some dramatic, cheesy lines. "When the bell of destiny tolls, you and I are destined to plunge together into this endless sea of ambition with absolutely no turning back. You and I can both see right through this, right? This guy is trying way too hard to look cool and dangerous as he finally joins this party." Young Master Vuong VM drops his jaw, staring with wide eyes like he saw a god. "No way? That is the legendary core priest from Mirrorflower Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the entire Western Desert." The red-haired girl beside him instantly flips her attitude, swaying her body flirtatiously. "Big brother son, are you here to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much." The female warrior Lam Dan turns to her friend in confusion, asking, "Why is that year's son even here? A top-tier expert like him would never join a random party." Thien breaks into a cold sweat, muttering that she has no idea. Completely shattering his cool aura, the priest suddenly spreads his arms and rushes toward Lam Vian like a baby bird finding its mother. "My ultimate friend, you finally remembered me. I knew you would invite me to carry me through this awesome dungeon. The moment I received your party invitation, I ran over here as fast as my legs could carry me." The priest shamelessly rubs his face closer, whining, "We are going to make an absolutely invincible super duo. It will be so amazing." Lam Vian displays a face of sheer disgust, using a single hand to shove the priest's chubby face far away from him, rejecting all of this cringy physical affection. Seeing this, Vuong VM screams like a slaughtered pig, completely unable to accept this harsh reality. Can you believe this? A top-tier pro begging a supposedly random player to carry him through a dungeon? Is her brother not just some random, ordinary gamer? The red-haired girl grabs his shirt, whispering, "Brother Veem, did he join the wrong party? You should go over there and speak to the expert right now." The priest immediately whips around, glaring fiercely at them to protect his idol, snapping, "Random? I came here specifically for my ultimate friend. All right, let's look at a gaming god among gods. Have you guys actually never heard of this legend?" Just as they are about to expose him, Lin Yuan coldly turns and walks away, saying, "Okay, let us enter the dungeon now." But Wang Yan is way too stubborn to let it go. He grits his teeth, pointing and analyzing like a total expert. "I get it, Lin Dan. Turns out your brother hired a power leveler. But the hero-level Ashen Valley is a nightmare where even the top guild, Fury, failed miserably. Look at him. He is just a priest from the second-rank guild. So what can he actually do?" Ignoring all the useless barking behind him, Lin Yuan casually glances back with a cold look, dropping an insanely cool line. "Shut your mouth and keep your eyes wide open to watch me clear this dungeon." The system glows as the team enters the hero difficulty Ashen Valley. The whole party steps through the portal, turning into beams of green light that tear through space and teleport them straight inside. The moment they land, they are greeted by a pack of snarling, fiery beasts. The system identifies them as standard Ashen Lizards. Level 18, 4,700 health points, 580 attack, 75 defense. Their Fire Breath skill launches a blazing strike, causing a burn effect for 10 seconds. Facing the beasts blocking the portal, the warrior Lin Dan starts sweating. Anxiously gripping her weapon, she worries. The monster stats here are too crazy. Can her brother really handle this? If only her level was higher. Now pay attention to the back, where Wang Yan is already plotting something incredibly dirty. He brought a priest along. Does he seriously think he can just solo clear these monsters? I will not let him have his way. Go pull the rest of the monsters over here. The red-haired girl shifts her attitude instantly, raising her hand to summon a fireball to sabotage him. "Yes, I will do whatever you say, Master Yan." The fireball flies out, exploding right into the idling pack of lizards. The red-haired girl smirks, waiting to see how he survives this disaster. The hit lizard roars in pure anger, opening its hideous mouth to let out a deafening screech. Sensing some dirty play behind him, Lin Yuan's eyes turn razor-sharp as he glances back warily. Suddenly, a massive flood of red lizards rushes forward, spewing wildfire everywhere. One of them screams in terror. "What is going on here? Why did a whole horde of monsters suddenly rush us like this?" Lin Dan and Xian stare in absolute panic. The guide video they watched definitely did not show this. The massive pack of Ashen Lizards crowds together, opening their bloody red jaws and roaring as they charge the party, ready to tear them all to pieces. The rich kid Wang Yan draws his sword, pretending to defend while absolutely gloating over their misery. "Looks like your luck has completely run out, doesn't it?" But while everyone else is losing their minds in panic, the veteran priest gets hyped up like he is on laughing gas, raising his staff and shouting, "This battlefield is truly getting my blood pumping. Ah, Supreme Companion, your fighting spirit is awake too, right? This battle is going to elevate both of us to a whole new level. I know what you are thinking. Can a single summon save them? Well, watch." Lin Yuan calls his Thunder Scorpion, and a giant beast majestically appears. The system immediately alerts that the Thunder Scorpion has activated its signature Crystal Thunderstorm skill. The sky darkens as massive pillars of purple lightning strike straight down from the heavens, blasting the lizards to pieces and sending them flying. Midst the absolute chaos, Lin Yuan dashes to the front line with his sword, leaving a classic handsome line. "Everyone, protect yourselves." Moving like green lightning across the battlefield, he swings his sword in rapid succession, his cold slashes slicing the lizards in half in the blink of an eye. His jade-embedded blade glows with brilliant light. The gaming expert spins and unleashes a fatal strike that clears the path, his eyes blazing with a killer look. Suddenly, a rogue lizard slips through the defense, opening its jagged mouth to pounce at the two girls. Lin Dan grits her teeth and steps in front of her friend, raising her spear to protect her. "Get behind me. I will handle this." Qian nods tremblingly, warning her to be careful. But right before the beast can even touch his sister, Lin Yuan drops down from midair, driving his sword deep through the monster's skull, growling in a cold voice, "Don't even think about it." His cloak flutters as he stands tall on top of a mountain of dead lizards. Lin Dan looks at her brother in absolute awe, realizing that he is actually this incredibly overpowered in the game. With the small fry cleared, Lin Yuan walks over and gently pats his cute little sister on her blonde head. Looking at her warmly, he reassures her like a classic male lead. Do not worry, as long as I am here, you will never be in danger. Blushing deeply, Lin Dan blinks her round eyes, completely touched by her brother's incredible warmth and protection. And the god Lin Yuan answers her with a confident, heart-melting smile that is just too sweet. Qian's eyes shine like stars, while Lin Dan twirls her hair, feeling totally safe. Trust me, you and I are going to love what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see that having an awesome older brother is basically the best cheat code ever. I have figured it out. Clearing this Ash Valley is not hard at all. One person can easily crush these monsters. With my full set of shiny silver tier gear, am I seriously worse than them? The red-haired girl immediately boosts his ego, claiming these poor peasants could never afford the high-level equipment young Master VM owns. Overwhelmed by his own delusions of grandeur, Vung VM charges forward like a god, yelling at everyone to watch him show off. Leaping high into the air in a ridiculous superhero pose, he screams that everyone is about to witness his true power. But a split second later, a giant lizard gets annoyed and delivers a brutal, bone-crushing tail whip straight to his face, sending him flying while screaming in pure agony. Ouch! The proud young master is now splat on the ground like a squashed frog, groaning and whining in the dirt. Damn it! This monster is way too overpowered. It hurts so bad. Standing with his hands on his hips, Lam Vien glares down at this deadweight and tells him to wait until they clear the dungeon to die. Ignoring the useless rich kid, green magical energy begins to glow brightly around Lam Vien's hand as he mutters about spoiling his sister. He originally wanted gold tier gear for Teodan, but this silver stuff will have to do for now. Now, watch closely as our main character casually throws this insanely expensive gear to his sister like he is tossing cheap vegetables. He tells her they suit her perfectly. The system display shows silver tier battle will bracers, giving plus 50 attack and plus 25 strength, along with a blindingly shiny silver fearless armor that boosts her constitution by 50 points, making her incredibly tanky. Seeing all this wealth, the red-haired girl's eyes light up like headlights as she squeals with absolute greed and admiration. A single piece of silver gear can buy so many luxury items, yet he just hands over millions of credits without even blinking. Young Master Vung VM is absolutely furious, clutching his arm and gritting his teeth in pure jealousy. But looking at the high-grade items, his sister Lam Dan's teenage pride kicks in as she firmly refuses the gift. She tells him to keep the gear to protect himself. But our doting older brother isn't mad at all, only giving her a warm and gentle smile, thinking to himself that she is still as stubborn and tough as always. Without waiting, the party charges forward. Lam Vien moves like a hurricane, his glowing green sword strikes slicing through the lizards and sending them flying. The warrior Lam Dan also swings her massive greatsword with high spirit, while their classmate casts spells, and Vung VM just runs for his life, avoiding the monsters like the plague. Meanwhile, Lam Dan is struggling to block a heavy attack. Wiping away her sweat, her eyes burn with determination as she tells herself she can do it. Suddenly, a giant lizard lunges from a blind spot before she can even react, opening its smelly mouth full of sharp fangs to roar directly in her face. But before she can even scream, a massive green magic orb blasts the beast directly in the head, vaporizing it in an instant. Lam Dan looks back with a warm smile on her face, knowing deep down that it was definitely him. While slaying monsters, she grumbles under her breath, but is secretly happy that he still treats her like a child and always watches over her. Far away on the battlefield, our overpowered main character is sweating bullets and sighing in total defeat. I know what you are thinking. How hard can it be to secretly give someone a gift, right? Well, let us find out. The brother is busy stabbing monsters with one hand while stealthily casting supportive magic with the other to bail out his hard-working sister. Watching from the side, their classmate is sweating as she watches this play out, noticing how one secretly gives loot and support, while the other knows exactly what is happening but refuses to admit it. Their awkward sibling chemistry is honestly adorable, and watching them bicker is honestly way more entertaining than actually grinding these monsters. Moving through a narrow ravine, littered with battle debris, the party finally enters the deepest, darkest area of this dungeon. Leaning on his staff and looking up at the massive cliff, the priest dramatically warns them that the final boss lies just ahead. Suddenly, the priest turns to Lam Vien with an unusually serious expression. He suggests they should retreat. Exiting now has no penalty, but wiping out against the boss means losing levels and gear, which is too risky. Hearing this extremely logical advice, Lam Vien nods slowly with his usual calm and collected expression. But seeing them prepare to back out, the loudmouth Vuong Viem immediately chimes in to mock them. He stands proud on a rock with folded arms, laughing loudly and mocking them for being brave against weak mobs but absolute cowards before the actual boss. Ignoring the barking dog, Thien turns to comfort her worried friend. So what do you and I think? Will she let her pride ruin their chances of survival? I went and caused trouble for him again. If only I were a little stronger, would things be different right now? Let's dive in as the heavy tension drops, and our main character, Lin Yuan, slowly steps forward. Standing tall, his strong voice rings out, saying that the death penalty is indeed too harsh. Suddenly, an eerie green mist of summoning magic starts exploding around him. He drops a cold line, telling everyone they do not need to lift a finger. The air turns freezing cold, as dozens of muscular zombie werewolves armed with weapons rise up from the void all at once, forming a terrifying demonic army right behind his back. Lin Yuan smirks coldly, saying he alone is more than enough. Seeing this massive army of beasts, Wang Yan gets so scared his jaw literally drops, and he starts stammering. With so many summons, what on earth is going on with this guy? Hearing this, the priest, son of that year, clenches his hands in pure pride, waving his arms around like an absolute fanboy. You guys are in the same party with the Supreme Master, and you still do not know his true power? Whether he is soloing a world boss or taking down an entire dark guild all by himself, out of all the players I have ever known, he is easily the absolute strongest. Up on the steep cliff right above them, the giant bloodlust lizard boss, covered in razor-sharp scales and jagged teeth, clings to the wall, releasing a heavy, terrifying pressure. Quick as lightning, a massive ball of green magic tears through the air, delivering an explosive direct hit right to the boss's face. Its glowing yellow eyes snap open in pure rage, and now, watch closely, because the final battle has officially begun. That bright green blast slams a critical strike straight into the giant beast's chest, forcing it to throw its head back in agony while baring its razor-sharp fangs. Taking a massive hit, the angry lizard goes absolutely berserk, its bloodshot eyes glaring wildly as it whips out its long tongue. Right before a massive magic explosion detonates beneath its heavy body, shaking the entire cliffside. Along with that deafening roar, the system flashes red, signaling some seriously intense boss data. The Ash Lizard King, a level 21 boss, has 10,000 health, 1,200 attack, 300 defense, plus tons of shielding skills. Despite this suffocating pressure, Lin Yuan casually stands tall, with his hands in his pockets, sword at the ready, backed by two giant guardian wolves holding heavy weapons, ready to crush the boss. Meanwhile, back in safety, the deadweight teammate Wang Yan looks at the boss stats, sweating cold bullets and screaming in total panic. 1,200 attack points? With that insane damage, one light touch means instant death, let alone fighting. But completely unlike that absolute coward, the female warrior, Lin Dan, bites her lip, eyes blazing with fire as she raises her greatsword, thinking to herself, clearly, everything started because of her. So how could she ever let him face death all by himself? Without a single second of hesitation, she recklessly rushes down the slope, shouting to her brother's back, "Let me draw the boss aggro and tank the damage." But right as she prepares to go all out, the system suddenly announces that our fanboy priest has activated a skill. Son of that year casts Holy Light Shackle. In a flash, a glowing yellow magic circle binds Lin Dan's heels, locking her firmly in place. Target locked. The priest taps his staff on the ground, posing coolly as he smirks and tells the frozen girl, "Just stand there and enjoy the show. If you rush in there, you will only end up getting in his way." Furious at being locked down, Lin Dan glares back and stammers, "What did you just say to me?" Ignoring her anger, the priest simply waves his hand dramatically and gives a deep speech. Let us watch together and witness the smooth, elegant combat skills of our supreme friend. While the rest are playing around, Lin Yuan stands right in the danger zone, facing down the enemy. Looking incredibly cool, he simply strokes his cold magic sword as he prepares for combat. At that exact moment, a red system alert flashes. The Ash Lizard King has activated its skill. Instantly, a massive column of raging fire erupts, shooting straight toward Lin Yuan like a massive volcanic blast. However, he just lightly jumps back, gliding away as his body blends with his sword light, dodging the deadly fire blast with absolute ease. Watching this, our favorite fanboy priest completely loses his mind, screaming that Lin Yuan's perfect positioning and mastery over the boss's skill range is truly next level. The moment the boss finishes its attack, he spots the perfect opening. 3 of the zombie wolves under Lin Yuan's command instantly push off the ground and leap high into the air, launching themselves straight at the beast's spiked head. Leading the attack, 2 of these fearless giant wolves fly straight forward, digging their sharp claws deep into the snout and head of the Lizard King, ignoring its furious, mouth-stretching roars. What follows is a brutal onslaught of lethal bites as the summons lock on. Their glowing green fangs sink deep and hard into the boss's tough shoulder scales. It's pure chaos as this massive boss gets absolutely swarmed, and trust me, you and I won't want to miss how this fight ends. Alright, let's watch how Lam Vian completely dominates this boss fight while constantly slipping in and out of the shadows, calculating every single skill cooldown down to the millisecond just to kite and toy with the giant boss is truly a level of control beyond imagination. Keeping up the intense pace, another jade-colored beast suddenly opens its massive, terrifying jaws wide, biting down hard right into the thick flesh of the Lizard King. Watching this god-tier kiting, the Sun Priest presses his hands together in absolute awe, his eyes sparkling with pure worship as he screams, acting as if the guy had literally pre-scanned every single byte of the monster's data. This battle is not just a fight, it is a pure masterpiece of art. Safe in the rear, his sister Lam Dan watches in utter daze, muttering to herself, "Is this really my brother's true, hidden strength?" Meanwhile, the red-haired girl completely loses her shame, giant hearts filling her eyes as she frantically waves her staff and squeals like a fangirl. Lam Dan's brother is just too cool. Keep fighting, big bro. Go ahead and smash that giant lizard's face in. Hearing this, Vuong Vim's face darkens with pure rage as he snarls, "Shut up, both of you." Showing his true, slimy nature, he grips his dagger tightly, sweat dripping from his veins as he begins plotting a dirty scheme. If this continues, that absolute bastard is actually going to clear this dungeon. If that happens, how am I supposed to face the class as a rich young master? Now, pay attention here, because this jealous idiot actually thinks he can pull off a sneak attack and get away with it, leaving the boss to finish the job. Ignoring the cheap plots, out on the brutal battlefield, the dominant Lam Vian leaps high into the air, landing a heavy stomp right on the boss's razor-sharp teeth as it roars in absolute fury. Right then, the system shows the boss's health dropping to just 315 out of 10,000, as it unleashed a straight beam of white energy. With the boss using its bite and tear skill, Vuong Vim grins from a dark corner, calculating his move. Its skill is on an 8-second cooldown. This is my golden opportunity to strike. Seizing the timing, the trash villain Vuong Vim lunges forward with a twisted manic grin, gripping his weapon as he roars with bloodlust, "Go to hell," instead of fighting this boss. But reality has other plans, as Lam Vian, acting like he has eyes in the back of his head, slowly turns his cold face. Glowing crimson eyes, filled with immense killing intent, glare back at the pathetic sneaker from behind. Smirking coldly, he mutters just 2 words of utter disgust. "You idiot." His reflexes are practically a cheat code. Our main character easily slides backward, dodging by a hair's breadth as Vuong Vim's desperate strike cuts nothing but empty air. The spoiled brat freezes mid-air, his eyes wide in absolute panic. "How is it possible for you to dodge that?" Raising his sword, Lam Vian coldly replies, "Looks like you're tired of living." Not even letting the trash speak another word, Lam Vian drops into a powerful stance. His greatsword erupts with raw energy as he prepares to deliver a brutal, merciless death sentence, then go ahead and disappear together with the boss. With a sharp whoosh, a massive slash of violent energy slams straight into Vuong Vim's face, forcing out a pathetic, blood-curdling scream that echoes all the way to the heavens. The sheer impact of that colossal swing is so terrifyingly strong that it launches the troublemaker's body backward in a beautiful arc, sending him straight into the open, hungry jaws of the Lizard King. And let's pause for a second, because this is about to be the most satisfying karma you will see today. A bright blue holographic system screen pops up against the pitch-black background, triggering his brutal finishing move, the legendary corpse explosion technique. The skill instantly detonates Vuong Vim's body completely from the inside out. The The devastating pressure tears the Lizard King's throat wide open, ending the spoiled brat's final desperate struggle before he is completely erased from existence. As the battlefield collapses in dust and rubble, the global system screen flashes open, broadcasting their party's achievement across the entire server. Congratulations to players Anonymous, Sun Priest, Shadow Dancer, Lamdan, and Young Master VM for securing the server first clear of the Ash Valley dungeon on hero difficulty. Staring at the unbelievable results, their teammates' eyes widen as she turns to express her amazement. "We actually cleared it, Xiao Dan. Your older brother is seriously the coolest, most overpowered guy ever. Can we ask him to carry us through more dungeons next time?" Hearing this, Lam Dan sweats nervously, scratching her head as she replies that he is super busy lately. Meanwhile, the priest fanboy flips his hair proudly and brags, "As expected of my ultimate brother, I'll let you take the spotlight this time, but next time, I'll show you the true peak of a god priest." At the same time, the once arrogant red-haired girl does a complete turnaround, sliding over and cutely begging, "Big god brother, can I add you as a friend?" But the only response she gets for her shameless flattery is a deep, disgusted frown from him. Glaring at her with cold, knife-sharp eyes, he snaps, "Shut up. I can see right through your fake personality." Without a single shred of hesitation, he purges her too for siding with a traitor. And honestly, you and I couldn't ask for a more satisfying ending. Alright, let's jump into the action as notifications pop up for the annoying lackeys who were just completely wiped out. His attention is instantly drawn to a glowing blue system screen asking if he wants to cast Dark Summoning on the Ash King. Staring at the massive corpse, Lam Vien calmly mutters his confirmation to summon and claim this giant beast first. Once everything is set, he turns around and coolly tells his teammates that since the annoying pests are finally cleared, they should open the glowing chest and split the loot. His younger sister, Lam Dan, acts incredibly understanding, quickly waving her hands to decline since he carried the team and dealt all the damage. How could we possibly have the face to ask for loot? Just getting carried to a clear is more than enough for us. Ignoring his sister's hesitation, Lam Vien casually waves his hand to levitate several skill books floating in the air. He decisively replies, saying he only needs the beast riding skill book and the magic scroll, and they can split the rest. Right after, a massive wave of high-tier loot drops, starting with the silver-grade ash leggings, which grant 30 constitution, 20 movement speed, 10 spirit, and a blazing steps skill reducing fire damage by 10%. The second item is a pair of glowing red bronze-grade burning bracers, adding 10 constitution, 15 strength, and 5 critical damage points. But wait, there is even more. Next is a bronze-grade blazing greatsword with amazing base stats, giving plus 15 attack and plus 5 strength, plus 5 constitution, and the final item is a pair of sleek bronze-grade leather boots boosting movement speed by 10, 10 constitution, and 5 spirit, perfect for kiting. Seeing this insane loot, the party priest instantly grins from ear to ear. This is amazing. Our guild leader is currently looking to buy leggings, so this drop is literally like a gift sent straight from heaven. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly suggests a deal for everyone. He offers to buy all of this gear and split the gold value evenly among everyone. Hearing this sweet deal, the girl's eyes light up with joy, while Lam Vien remains completely indifferent, coldly replying, "Divide it however you want. I don't need money." With the trade done, Lam Vien casually turns toward the teleportation portal, leaving a protective final piece of advice. "Since we handled this, Wang VM's squad won't dare trouble you again. Next time you need help, just call me. Now I am off to complete some quests." Seeing him leave, Lam Dan frantically reaches out to stop him, calling for him to wait. Stopping in his tracks, he looks back with a cold expression, raising an eyebrow to ask, "What is it? Do you still want more gear?" Ignoring the loot, his sister frowns deeply, clearly driven by intense curiosity to probe for answers. "You and I both saw those insane outplays, and she did too," calling out his endless summoning with 0 cooldowns. "Could you actually be a hidden class genius in this game? Do you feel any changes happening to your body?" The sharp question makes Lam Vien look down, completely hiding his crimson eyes as his mind races rapidly, wondering if she has finally caught on. But Xiao Dan is already contacting the faction of Order, so I absolutely cannot reveal my necromancer identity now. Keeping this secret is only to protect her. Quickly hiding his panic, Lam Vien turns around, putting on an innocent face to deny everything. "No way. What a weird question to ask. Did you actually notice any changes in me? Flipped with a counter question, Lam Dan starts sweating. She awkwardly waves her hands, clearing her throat to change the subject. No, not at all. Oh right. I just remembered I still have a quest to hand in, so I am leaving first. Watching his sister flee in a panic, Lam Vien finally relaxes his face, showing a rare, gentle smile while observing her. She is all grown up, but her acting is still terrible, though calling me brother this time shows some real progress. Just as a warm feeling sparks in his mind, a loud voice suddenly cuts him off. Turning around, he sees that excited priest fanboy waving wildly and happily leading two incredibly cool-looking characters toward him, shouting that he is glad Lam Vien has not left yet. Our leader, Little Nigiat, just decided to unlock the death difficulty level of the Ash Valley dungeon. I insisted that we absolutely had to invite you to join us, so we can guarantee our victory. Standing on a ruined ledge, Lam Vien tilts his head slightly, showing a cold face beneath his dark cloak as he silently inspects the newcomers. Using his sharp vision, his mind quickly plans a strategic move, surprised to cross paths with Lan Henguite so early on. It is the perfect opportunity to investigate whether that prime cultist is hiding within the Kinhoathui Nuet Guild. His decision made, he decisively nods and agrees, stating he wanted to see what death difficulty is really like. Thrilled to see his idol accept, the priest throws his arm around Lam Vien with a huge grin. Now, you and I are about to meet the top-tier members of their powerful guild. Gesturing proudly, he points toward a gorgeous and fierce girl wearing revealing battle armor. Our powerful core trio includes the renowned leader of the Kinhoathui Nuet Guild. All right, you and I are diving into a wild ride where the gorgeous guild leader, Lin Yuan, calmly welcomes our main character into her elite squad, ignoring her teammates' ridiculous introduction. But he keeps going. The hyper priest next points to a guy wearing a massive wizard hat. This is Xing Yin, their main magical damage dealer, who boasts an incredibly rare class. He is the core wizard of the Iron Triangle. But before the hype even finishes, the mage scowls and cuts him off in pure annoyance. That is enough. Sunday, I never agreed to let this random guy join us. Dragging a solo player into our elite team is a terrible move. The mage's eyes narrow sharply beneath his low-hanging hat. He glares at Lin Yuan with absolute disdain, muttering that the margin for error in a death mode dungeon is extremely low. A random nobody like him will only drag us down. I am not risking our lives on a liability who does not know how to coordinate. You get what I mean, right? Furious to see his friend disrespected, the priest immediately jumps in to argue back. Xing Yin, what are you talking about? He literally just carried us earlier. Shrugging his teammate off, the mage scoffs arrogantly and points his staff right at Lin Yuan, saying he has seen plenty of loudmouths with zero actual skill. I will not let you say we are bullying you. I will give you one shot to prove your worth. Now, pay attention to this wild bet. He promises to hand over his gold gear if Lin Yuan can shave off half of the boss's health, flashing a smug grin. But if you die and mess up our run, you must pay for all of our losses out of your own pocket. Xing Yin glares deeply at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with pure threat and heavy contempt. He growls out his final warning, telling him to back out now if he is too scared. Facing this blatant provocation, Lin Yuan does not flinch. He just smirks, thinking he would be an absolute fool to turn down free gold gear handed to him on a silver platter. Just make sure everyone here bears witness, so nobody tries to back out when the game is over. They lock eyes as killing intent fills the suffocating air. Sensing an internal war, the icy leader, Lin Yuan, steps in to shut it down with a firm voice. Enough, Xing Yin. I already approved letting Sun's friend join our team beforehand. If you had objections, you should have spoken up then. The deal is done, so drop your ego, stick to the plan, and focus on surviving. Humiliated by his leader in front of others, Xing Yin boils with anger. He grips his staff so tightly that violent flames of magic erupt from it as he fiercely snaps back, demanding to know why Lin Yuan is defending a complete stranger when the penalty for dying here is absolutely devastating. Lin Yuan simply brushes off his anger with a cold stare. My decision is final. Seething with intense resentment as they enter the dungeon, the mage steps back. His venomous eyes lock onto Lin Yuan's back as he grinds his teeth, screaming viciously in his mind. I will make you see how useless this stray dog you picked up really is, Lin Yuan. The only person you truly need on this team is me. Hidden beneath his dark hat, his face contorts as his eyes flash with twisted, obsessive jealousy. His inner voice continuing to howl in silence. With his toxic jealousy peaking, we watch as the squad finally enters the dark, fiery depths of the dungeon. The moment they step inside, snarling guardian beasts confront them, prompting the system to quickly scan the ash lizard's stats. Level 18 normal monster, 4700 health, attack 580. Defense 75. With a fire breath skill, officially igniting their next bloody clash, a blinding beam of golden light suddenly crashes down from above onto the ground. Before the dust even settles, a colossal lizard head emerges, its blood-red eyes gleaming with sheer murderous intent. Trapped in a narrow canyon, the Iron Triangle squad and Lin Yuan find themselves completely surrounded in a deadly ambush. Countless monsters swarm the canyon walls on all sides, while a massive alpha lizard slithers down, stretching its long tongue directly toward its prey. Staring at this suffocating scene, the priest breaks into a cold sweat and panics. The monster density in this death mode is just ridiculous. We got completely swarmed the second we stepped in. Thankfully, their cool-headed leader, Lin Yuan, remains entirely unfazed. Unsheathing her glowing blue greatsword, she barks out a sharp command, ordering the melee fighters to the front to break their encirclement. She immediately charges forward, swinging her blade to block the beasts, shouting loudly, "Hold your ground while I draw the aggro. Find any opening and push out." From the rear, the priest quickly calls back, "Understood." While Zhao Yue guards the back, Xingyan conjures two crackling lightning orbs in his hands, his eyes gleaming with sheer malice. He glares venomously at the back of Lin Yuan's head, cursing and wishing he could blast those crackling lightning orbs right into this annoying tag-along skull. But while he is distracted by jealousy, an enemy lizard leaps down from above, targeting the blind spot right behind their defense line, making the priest scream in absolute shock, and Xingyan freezes in sheer panic as we realize he let a monster slip right past him. All right, let's jump straight into a brutal battle, where Lin Yuan blocks a monster claw while turning to snap. "What on earth are you thinking, Tin Hang Gan? Get your head in the game." Getting chewed out by his boss, Tin Yan grits his teeth, sweating bullets. He knows they are doomed because more beasts are rushing from behind, and nobody is left to act as a shield. With their lives hanging by a thread, the red-haired girl grits her teeth and decisively pushes her disciple forward to take the hit. There is no other way. I will just use this baby brown bear to block them. Seeing this, Tin Hangyan quickly stops her, feeling incredibly heartbroken. That is suicide. The monsters will tear it apart, and you had to trade your silver gear just to get that pet. Just as their formation is about to collapse, the dark-cloaked figure of Lam Vien calmly steps forward. He raises his hand, pointing straight to the sky as dark magic erupts beneath his feet. He coolly declares, "Leave this place to me." A dark magic seal opens as three massive shadow wolves with ash-gray fur and glowing pale green eyes rise from the underworld, baring their sharp fangs and growling with pure wild fury. Next, a scarred shadow bear appears, slamming its giant boulder-like claws onto the ground to unleash a shocking shockwave of absolute defense. Receiving his orders, the dark beasts immediately charge into the battle with absolute fury. Now, watch closely. Two heavy shadow wolves bite down hard on a red lizard's back, tearing it apart as it howls in agonizing pain. Not wasting a single second, Lam Vien moves smoothly like a ghost, gliding right past the monster's snapping jaws. His sword flashes with a green aura, unleashing a wave of energy that slices through the enemy. The backline is completely cleared, letting the archer girl sigh in immense relief. We actually blocked them. This is amazing. Now my pet does not have to be sacrificed anymore. In contrast, Tingan is absolutely furious, glaring at Lam Vien while gritting his teeth. "How dare you embarrass me in front of Lin Yuan? You are not leaving this dungeon alive." Trying to diffuse the tension, the clumsy mage stammers out, "Lan Henguyet, earlier I." But Lan Henguyet does not want to hear excuses. She extends her hand to protect him, coldly demanding discipline. "Everyone hold your ground. Do not get distracted." Before they can even catch their breath, the system delivers a harsh blow, announcing a fresh wave of monsters is incoming. Standing on the brink of death, the muscular shield warrior roars back, ready for the challenge. The priest closes his eyes, raising his staff to channel a brilliant holy light, preparing to buff the entire team for the next storm. Let's pause here. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lam Vian is the only one who stays completely calm, casting a subtle glance backward. He analyzes the entire situation perfectly, maintaining his effortless and completely overwhelming presence. Tin Hengan is sweating bullets, his eyes wide with panic and burning jealousy, unable to accept reality. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Lan Nuyet swings her greatsword, slicing beasts apart, while silently evaluating his performance. To analyze blind spots and neutralize fatal threats in a split second, both his reflexes and movements are truly rare, godly talents. Once we clear this dungeon, I must try to invite him into our guild. Backing away, Tin Hengan can only stare as Lam Vian dominates the rear while Lan Heng Yuet shines brightly on the front lines. Their seamless synergy is an absolute eyesore that bruises his ego, making him fear losing his favored spot. Tin Hengan channels crackling lightning magic around his hands, his face dark as he plots a dirty scheme. At this rate, my reputation in her eyes is ruined. I must find a way to humiliate you. Sneakily using backup as an excuse, he leaps high and fires a powerful lightning orb straight at Lam Vian's back. Shouting hypocritical words, he yells, "I am coming to back you up. Watch out so I do not accidentally hit you." Sensing the killing intent from behind, Lam Vian glances back at the traitor, his red eyes burning with utter contempt. What a complete and absolute fool. But this is a golden chance to put on a show. Get close to Lan Nuyet, lower her guard, and eventually extract info. Seizing the perfect setup, instead of deflecting the strike, Lam Vian fakes a stumble, dropping to one knee and sliding smoothly across the ground to dodge the two dangerous lightning orbs. Because of that deliberate dodge, he throws himself directly into the strike zone of two giant crimson lizards lunging forward with open jaws. Playing his role, he acts panicked and gasps, "Oh no." Just as he is about to get bitten, a soft yet incredibly powerful hand reaches out, grabbing Lam Vian's hand with absolute precision. Her clutch pull allows him to spin and soar safely through the air to escape danger. The badass boss swings her blade, gesturing for them to coordinate. "I will handle the right one. You clear the left. Got it?" Hearing this, Lam Vian obediently replies, "Understood." A second later, Lan Nuyet throws him forward with a loud shout. Reacting instantly, Lam Vian transforms into a dark shadow and charges. Intersecting green and red sword energy, tears the pack of lizards into tiny fragments with terrifying, effortless precision. Landing and spinning, Lan Henguyet lifts her chin, her purple eyes flashing with raw authority. "Trust me, you and I cannot miss her next command. All right, let's dive into some serious action." A massive slash tears through the field, leaving a steaming, deep trench and instantly vaporizing everything. Seeing that silky smooth double sword combo, the priest grins from ear to ear, showering them with shameless flattery. "Oh my god, that insane combo really got my blood pumping." The guild leader and this handsome expert coordinate so perfectly together, it is beautiful. Ignoring the loud cheers, Lin Yuan stands tall and proud, holding his sword tight. He flips his cloak back, radiating the raw aura of a battle-hardened master. Everyone is instantly drawn to his commanding presence. Sheathing her blade, Leng Yue smiles in admiration, asking if he learned that unique skill after his class transfer. He shrugs casually. "Nothing special. I just happened to find a random skill book along the way." Hearing this, Ling Yue immediately enters recruiter mode, her eyes sparkling with a warm invitation. "Our top 2 guild has some hidden dragons. Are you interested in joining us to share some high-level techniques?" Uninterested in fame, Lin Yuan turns away, bluntly declining the lucrative offer. "No thanks. I am far too used to playing as a lone wolf." Despite the rejection, she gently smiles, leaving Lin Yuan slightly stunned as a wave of deep suspicion washes over him. Was that familiar smile just an illusion? Or does she really look exactly like her? But watch closely, because that brief smile triggers a wave of absolute jealousy in the mage, Xingyan. He grips his staff, cursing under his breath. What did that bastard say to put those thoughts in her head? Why is she looking at him like that? Damn it. The tense air clears up when the excited priest waves his staff around to report. "I grabbed all the loot. We can split it later. But for now, should we stick to the plan and fight the boss?" Without a moment of hesitation, Leng Yue calmly nods in agreement. But right as they prepare to move, Xingyin steps up with a fake, highly hypocritical smile. Wait, I actually need to apologize to our friend here. Seeing your swordplay, your strength is clearly off the charts. Power like this deserves a much bigger stage to shine. With a sly, wicked grin on his face, he delivers a toxic suggestion. Why don't we let him go out first, to draw the boss's aggro for us? Seeing right through the cheap trap, Lin Yuan scoffs, exposing the guy's cowardly scheme. If I act as a meat shield, how will I deal any real damage? Let alone drop the boss's health by half. Or are you trying to back out because you're too stingy to hand over that gold gear? Exposed and furious, Xingyan snaps back with a sneer. Do you really think you can survive more than a few hits? Keep dreaming, kid. If you actually pull this off, I will hand over that gold equipment immediately. Sensing the heavy tension, Lin Yuan frowns deeply and steps in to stop them. I won't allow sudden strategy changes right before a boss fight. It is too risky. But ignoring her warning, Xingyan stubbornly pushes forward anyway. Don't stop him, Lin Yuan. Since you think so highly of him, why not let him make his own choice? I know what you are thinking. Is he going to take the bait? Well, Lin Yuan coldly analyzes the situation, fixing his gaze on the annoying mage. This clown keeps getting in my way. He is nothing but a massive pain in the neck. Might as well go along with it to shut him up. I can always deal with him later. With a plan set, he looks up calmly. Fine, I will take the bet. As the group enters the barren valley, they immediately spot the giant ash lizard king, covered in fiery red scales, sleeping peacefully. The priest turns around, excitedly nudging Lin Yuan's shoulder with a grin. Show me what you've got, friend. Let's see your true power in action. Hiding in the back, Xingyan pulls his hood down, concealing a highly sinister and mocking smile. You absolute idiot. This boss has a powerful area of effect skill designed to completely crush summoners. This is going to be a highly entertaining show. Completely ignoring the stares waiting for him to fail, Lin Yuan gathers a green, magical orb packed with destructive energy, his eyes shining with absolute, unwavering confidence. In this version, a boss with a death-level difficulty is insanely tough. But with my past life experience, I know its mechanics inside out. Seizing the moment for a preemptive strike, he leaps forward. He swings his sword, unleashing a perfect crescent slash that hurls the massive orb of energy straight through the air. The magical projectile crashes down, detonating in a blinding flash directly over the giant boss's head, waking the beast from its deep slumber with a brutal burst of pure damage straight to its heavy armor. Roaring in pure pain, the Lizard King snaps awake, unleashing a deafening shriek that shakes the sky. The system flashes a bright red, displaying truly terrifying boss stats. Ash Lizard King. Lord Class, Level 25. 15,000 health. 1,500 attack. 500 defense plus heavy skills. Seeing those insane stats, Xingyan sweats. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are looking at a level 25 death boss, while players are only level 15. How is anyone supposed to fight this? Stop standing around and start dealing damage. That kid Dan must be absolutely regretting his life choices right now. Haha. Completely crushing the villain's dreams of a total wipeout, the raging boss stomps its foot, summoning a massive array of glowing red energy pillars that shatter the ground. Lam Vian skillfully flips through the air, dodging the devastating strike flawlessly before landing in an incredibly cool, rock-solid kneeling stance. He slams his hand down, unleashing a magic circle to summon a pack of fierce wolves. A knowing smirk plays on his lips, proving his signature style never changes. His classic slam-down opener remains exactly the same. Meanwhile, Tin Hang Gan waves his staff and urges Lan Hengjiet on the front line to seize the chance and strike. The moment Lam Vian leaps high into the air, Tin Gan stands back with a sly smirk, watching smugly as Lam Vian charges straight into the flames while mocking him in his head. This scene is just perfect. Seeing him desperately run straight toward his death is like watching a pathetic sewer rat. Heh. Now watch closely, because before they can even get close, this massive boss slams its giant tail down. An explosive shockwave tears through the battlefield, unleashing a devastating force that sends the entire backline flying backward. Struggling through the suffocating shockwave, Lan Nuyet grits her teeth and yells, Tin Ngan, use your crowd control skill right now. His attack rhythm completely broken. The panicked mage clings tightly to his staff, his face turning pale as he screams, Damn it, It is too late. The catastrophic result of his terrible execution leaves the entire party blown away like dry leaves in a violent storm. Amidst the staggering chaos, an angry shout rips through the team. Tin Gan, what on earth are you doing? Steadying her weapon, Lin Yuan immediately glares in anger at the useless mage. Why did you not use your lightning magic to paralyze the boss's tail? Was this not already planned out beforehand? Do you even realize you just threw away a golden opportunity? Under his leader's fierce scolding, Tin Gan drops to his knees, trembling and stammering. Lin Yuan, I am sorry. The situation is so grim that their tank player collapses onto the ground, clutching his chest and groaning. Man, we are all beaten up and crippled. Waiting to heal up is going to take way too long. How can our new friend handle this boss alone? We are completely done for. The priest sighs in agreement. Quitting a death difficulty dungeon midway carries a penalty that will absolutely strip us raw. It is a total disaster. But stick with me here, wiping away her panic. Lin Yuan draws her sword and stands tall. Showing the clear strength of a true leader, she firmly declares, now that we are here, I only hope everyone takes this painful lesson to heart. Our new ally is playing flawlessly without a scratch, yet our so-called coordinated team became the dead weight holding him back. I will tell him to retreat, and the guild will cover all losses. Just as their leader is about to wave the white flag, their archer's eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock, pointing ahead and shouting, Guild leader, wait, look over there. He seems completely fine, and he is actually soloing the boss. Amidst the dust and smoke of the battlefield, Lin Yuan calmly plans out his next moves. The Ash Lizard King's weak point is on its back. If I use lightning damage to paralyze its tail, I can easily tear it apart with a combo. With his plan set, he decisively raises his sharp sword toward the sky to summon his magic. As the roaring beast opens its fanged jaws to retaliate, Lin Yuan simply scoffs at its sluggish movement with a cool remark. Too slow. Lightning fast. He points his finger and orders a lethal strike. Thunder Scorpion, shatter its tail for me. Instantly, a giant magical scorpion thrusts its sharp stinger directly into the tail of the Lizard King. The second the sting connects, the system screen flashes to acknowledge the brilliant play. The Thunder Scorpion activates its signature paralyzing strike, unleashing an explosion of lightning that violently shocks the beast. A massive high-voltage current surges through its giant body, instantly locking the boss in place. The system screen calmly displays two glowing golden words, crushing any hope of its retaliation. Paralysis active. Capitalizing on the moment the boss's defenses crumble, Lin Yuan waves his hand, sending his summoned beast charging forward like a breaking dam. Excellent. The blind spot is secure. Everyone, charge. Watching that flawless, outplayed combo, Tin Gan breaks into a cold sweat and stammers in disbelief. He actually has a lightning attribute summon, and he knows this boss's patterns inside out. Jealousy flares up, making him curse bitterly in his mind. How does that brat even know all this? Damn it, that play basically proves I am more useless than a literal summoned beast. Shattering the gloomy mood, the priest raises his staff to rally everyone, shouting excitedly, Incredible. Our friend actually has this boss completely figured out. Everyone, quickly heal up and get in there to back him up. The warrior roars in agreement. But just as they charge, Tin Gan stops them with a sinister smile. Trust me, we are in for a wild ride next. Let's jump into the action as this arrogant mage laughs, thinking our hero just dug his own grave. Staring intensely at the wolves tearing into the boss, the smug mage mocks their weak combat power. He claims those trash summons will not last, and one heavy blow from the boss will crush them. Just as he predicted, the wolves' health bars start flashing danger red, their bodies staggering under the painful damage reflection shield of the giant Lizard King. Refusing to let his army fall, Lin Yuan calmly raises his hand, unleashing a dark green magic circle. The system flashes to activate his tide-turning skill, Dark Curse, sending waves of shadowy power directly into his summons, making their muscles swell instantly. Their bodies expand with raw strength under the bright green glow, ready to tear up the battlefield again. This instant slap to the face leaves Xingyan wide-eyed, his teeth chattering in absolute disbelief. He stammers that this is impossible, wondering how the summoner can keep healing them like this. We both know this guy could easily solo the boss alone, right? Ignoring the shocked mage, Lin Yuan draws her greatsword, stepping forward with badass energy to rally the team. She yells for everyone to prepare since the boss is near execution range, urging them to charge together. The squad roars back, ready to strike. Enraged by the relentless attacks, the Ash Lizard King roars to the sky, its body glowing red like hot coal. System alarms scream as the monster triggers its ultimate field skill, Melting Pot, unleashing volcanic heat that turns the entire valley into a giant oven, ready to burn them alive. No one can survive near the center. Facing this deadly threat, Lin Yuan pales and desperately screams a warning to her teammates. Watch out. This is the devastating wide-range attack the boss uses right before it dies. Taking advantage of the panic, Xingyin is completely consumed by toxic jealousy, his eyes bloodshot as he screams inside. He rants that he will never let him win, swearing to take the gear and claim Lin Yu for himself. He wishes the main character would just die alongside the beast. Playing the fake hero, he swings his staff to cast Thunder Ring, shouting to split the squad. He yells for everyone to step aside. But pay attention here, instead of hitting the boss, his lethal lightning spell deliberately redirects, blasting across the dry ground straight toward Lin Yuan's exposed back, attempting to use the monster to murder her. The sudden backstab caught the female leader completely off guard, and she only lets out a shocked gasp before the brutal magic knocks her straight toward the death zone. Watching this dirty trick, Lin Yuan keeps a cool head and uses wind force to dash forward to help. He sneers, knowing all along that the pathetic scumbag would try a cheap backstab like this. Lin Yuan flies helplessly through the air, heading straight for the boss's fiery blast. Lin Yuan shatters the ground to leap to her rescue, muttering about the annoying trouble as his strong arm flashes out like lightning, catching her waist right at the edge of death and pulling her back with decisive power, holding her soft body close in a classic, romantic Princess Carrie stance. He brings his calm face close, reassuring her in a deep, charming voice to hold on tight before leaping away from danger. He simply points a finger to deliver his final judgment as the blue system screen triggers his lethal skill, Detonate, creating an internal shockwave that completely shatters the Lizard King's defenses. The blinding light finally fades, and before the dust even settles, the world system flashes a server-wide announcement, celebrating a historic, anonymous victory. They have achieved the first clear of the death difficulty dungeon, the Ash Valley. Still safe in his arms, Lin Yuan blushes deeply, her heart racing as she whispers her admiration. She admits she never expected someone so young to possess such incredible, calm battle experience. Setting her down, Lin Yuan humbly claims it was just luck, but her eyes still shine with respect. She tells him that even if he won't join her guild, she still wants to be friends. She claims it's just to run high-level dungeons together, and Lin Yuan grins as he accepts her offer. Instantly, a bright blue system window pops up with a friendly connection request. And that is where we leave it. Our hero accepts her request, sealing their epic new partnership. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. Behind the scenes, the fanboy priest heavily carries the reward chest over, teasing his serious female boss with a sly grin. In all my years of living, this is the first time I've ever seen Lady Lin Yuan act so flustered, blushing like a schoolgirl who lost her cool. After holding her for a moment, Lin Yu blushes and coughs awkwardly to remind him, cough cough, put me down already. Meanwhile, across from them, the mage Xingyin sweats profusely while clutching his staff, crying out in absolute panic, how on earth is this even possible? I did not even touch a single strand of her hair. Gently setting the beauty down, Lin Yuan stands up tall and proud. Suddenly, the system flashes with a gold announcement. Now, check this out. An anonymous player achieved 87% contribution in the death level Ash Valley dungeon. With that massive score, our main character calmly reaches out to collect his debt. My contribution is 87%. According to our bet, you should probably hand over that gold gear now, right? With his debt called in, Xingyin turns pale and sweats profusely, trying to deflect to dodge the payment. Gold gear? Cough. The boss is dead anyway. Let us look at the loot and divide it first. But Lin Yuan refuses to let him slide. Lin Yuan corners him. No need to share. Just hand over the gold gear like you promised. This forces Xingyin to back away in utter humiliation. I will give it to you. Just do not rush. Let me find a replacement first. But seeing right through his lies, Lin Yuan smirks coldly and calls out his cheap excuses. It seems you want to run away from your debt. Seeing the rising tension, guild leader Lin Yu steps in to resolve the conflict with a very generous offer. Honestly, Xingyin's gear, might not even suit your class. How about this? You get first pick of all the dungeon loot, and on top of that, personally, I will pay out of my pocket to get you some suitable gear. You and I both know that is a solid deal. Swayed by Lin Yuan's sweet words, Lin Yuan smiles and takes a step back to set up his true objective. Fine, let us go with your deal. But honestly, rather than gear, I want to spar with high-level experts who have unique skills. Hearing this, Lin Yu lets out a sigh of relief and nods. Sparring with experts? Sure. We owe you big time anyway. Let me head back and ask our guild members if they are willing to do that. With negotiations over, Lin Yuan turns and calmly walks toward the giant, glowing red corpse of the Lizard King, muttering, "I almost forgot about your part." He immediately raises his hand, casting his dark summoning magic directly on the Ash Lizard King's corpse. But a split second later, a flashing red warning completely derails his plans. 3 of his kobold miner zombies have just been wiped out in the sewers. Staring at the sudden death notifications of his minions far away, Lin Yuan's eyes widen in shock as he gasps out, "What?" His mind races to analyze the situation as he frowns, thinking to himself, did someone really just defeat my undead? Nobody grinds levels near this hidden dungeon, and those 3 zombies should easily scare off any onlookers. In this bizarre situation, could that snake tamer have finally shown his face? His eyes immediately sharpen, burning with intense killing intent as he locks onto his target. He must seize this golden opportunity, because clues about the primary cultist are definitely hidden right on him. Without wasting a single second, Lin Yuan turns into a blur and dashes straight into the glowing blue portal. He leaves his stunned party behind, completely ignoring their shouts. "Wait! You did not take your gear yet." We transition over to the damp, dripping sewer pipes. Now, draped in his magic invisibility cloak, Lin Yuan sneaks along the wall, carefully calculating his next move. The entrance looks normal, but taking this narrow, hidden path is much safer. As he ventures deeper inside, he quickly discovers the lifeless corpses of his 2 summoned shadow wolves, lying defeated on the cold, hard stone floor. Kneeling to examine the scene, he uses his glowing sword to inspect the bodies, frowning as he analyzes the damage. There are absolutely no signs of a struggle. His undead minions were killed by clean strangulation, meaning their opponent is an expert assassin who knows exactly what he is doing. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes. These are clearly snake bites. The normal snakes in this hidden dungeon are never this huge, but if it were the giant underworld python, his minions would have been completely shredded to pieces. Piecing all the clues together, he stands up abruptly, his cloak billowing as he confirms his final answer. This is absolutely the work of the snake tamer himself. Just as he finishes that thought, massive killing intent crashes down from above, breaking Lin Yuan's invisibility spell. A giant demon snake opens its venomous fangs and lunges straight down at him as a bright red warning flashes. Invisibility broken. The bone-eating demon snake boss has appeared. Level 15, 4,500 health, 300 attack power. With 130 defense and deadly flesh-fusing skills. How will Lin Yuan react? Trust me. You and I are about to find out. Stick with me. You are about to see a fighter elegantly dodge a giant serpent tail that shatters the ground. Leaping back to a safe distance, he channels a glowing green necromantic spell in his hand. The light tears through the darkness as he swings his sword, releasing a wave of raw energy that slashes directly into the beast's giant body. Lam Vian frowns, staying highly alert. These sewer snakes are not low level at all. With their poison skills still unknown, he has to keep his guard up. But just as he takes a breath, another giant shadow suddenly blocks his entire view. Startled, he looks up to face another massive serpent king, its towering head glaring down at him in pure malice. How on earth is there another one? Refusing to back down, he grits his teeth, braces his arms, and raises his massive greatsword to block the brutal beast's lightning-fast bite head-on. Struggling under the suffocating pressure of the attack, Lam Vian activates his magic circle to summon his ultimate trump card, the Giant Wolf. Instantly, a giant werewolf head rises from the ground, burning with terrifying killing intent. Pointing his sword forward to lead the way, he commands, "Stop them right now." The giant wolf lunges forward, sinking its sharp fangs deep into the hard scales and tossing the giant serpent far away. While his summon keeps the beast busy, Lam Vian quickly dashes deeper into the shadows, his mind racing. Getting dragged into a long fight is bad news. The mastermind is hiding in the dark, pulling the strings. He needs to drag him out first. His crimson eyes scan through the pitch-black darkness, pushing all his senses to the absolute limit to track down the hidden boss's location. Soon, his eyes lock onto a heavy iron gate, blocking the end of the path. He spots a snake's tail slithering inside. A cold smirk crosses his face. Pay attention here, because he is about to charge in with everything he has. Lam Vian charges forward, his fist glowing with blue magic that tears through the air as he strikes. You have nowhere left to hide. His overwhelming punch slams down with absolutely no mercy. The massive impact slams down, but nothing happens. He frowns, immediately sensing that something is very wrong. Wait, this is wrong. Looking closely at the shattered gate, he spots traces of green magic, and his expression turns cold. This broken gate was actually destroyed by his own attack earlier. Staring into the deep abyss, he quickly connects the dots and realizes the enemy's sinister trap. This is the underworld's serpent's territory. The enemy has been setting a trap to lure him straight to his death. At that exact moment, his summon runs completely out of energy, shattering into blue smoke and vanishing into thin air. Seeing his summon vanish, Lam Vian looks back at the enemy standing with the purple serpents, a mocking smirk on his face. Fine, let's see who loses their patience and strikes first. With a flash of his system screen, he activates his stealth skill, blending into the shadows as a faint light. Losing their target, the two purple serpents frantically lunge forward with wide-open fangs. But their vicious attack only bites into the cold iron gate, leaving behind nothing but empty space with no one in sight. Seeing his target slip away, the snake summoner gritted his teeth in anger. He did not fall for the trap. Under his scaly mask, his eyes flash with pure malice as he talks to himself. I will never allow another soul to find out the secret of these sewers. This place is my territory. The atmosphere sinks into a suffocating silence, and the dark sewer becomes incredibly creepy as tiny ripples begin to disturb the stagnant water. Holding his breath, the villain scans every single corner with his purple eyes, trying to sniff out the intruder. But look closely, he just caught a tiny vibration. He immediately spins around, firing a devastating blast from his staff and screaming, "You are exposed! Become food for my snakes!" The powerful lightning strike slams down with incredible force, shattering the stone floor into dust and rubble. But contrary to what the villain expected, Lam Vian descends like a ghost from above, appearing right in the enemy's blind spot to coldly mock him. "Where are you aiming?" The terrified snake summoner jumps, shouting out in pure panic. "What?" Taking advantage of the stunned enemy, Lam Vian swings his greatsword, unleashing a massive blue crescent slash that cuts through the air. Desperate to defend himself, the villain quickly raises his staff horizontally to block the strike. He grits his teeth and hisses in anger, asking if he dares play games. Refusing to fight hand-to-hand, he commands his giant serpent to lunge forward with wide-open fangs. "You want to die?" Lam Vian quickly analyzes his enemy's weak spot. It seems this boss is terrible at close combat, always trying to back away to keep his distance. Unleashing his summons to chain these beasts is an easy win. Let's wait and see how he finishes this off. Let's dive in. You think you're the only one who can summon minions? Let them play. Watching the massive undead army rise from their graves, the snake tamer's eyes widen in absolute horror as he stammers. More undead zombies? How can there be such a coincidence? This is completely impossible. Taking advantage of his enemy's confusion, Lin Yuan strikes with a blazing wave of green magic to press him hard, while throwing in some extra mental damage. Is playing around with those pathetic snakes really the only trick you've got? Furious at the insult, the villain snaps back. "Shut your mouth. A dead man like you doesn't need to know anything." His cloak fluttering in a brilliant aura of magic, Lin Yuan sneers, easily brushing off the weak resistance. "Cut the talk. Without your snakes, you're nothing but useless dead weight. You're an absolute disgrace to your master's name." Insulted to his core, the villain explodes in rage, waving his staff to unleash a barrage of toxic dark purple fire as he screams, "You bastard! How do you know about that great lord?" Using the utter chaos to his advantage, a giant demon snake plunges down from above with world-ending power, aiming directly at Lin Yuan. The villain tightly grips his staff, his face twisted in a smug, sinister smile beneath his mask. "Bet you didn't expect that? I still have backup snakes. Just let yourself be bound so I can torture you, haha." Facing the overwhelming swarm of snakes, Lin Yuan keeps a completely cool head. His sharp crimson eyes silently analyzed the truth. No wonder that sneak attack was so well hidden. Watch closely. You and I need to see how these beasts use the terrain for cover. Meaning he's walked right into the head believer's trap and must capture him alive for intel. The very next second, he swings his sword, shredding the incoming snakes to pieces. Enraged by this, the snake tamer channels his entire life force into his staff, slamming it down toward Lin Yuan to declare a brutal death sentence. This little game ends right now. You absolute piece of trash. Lin Yuan swiftly dodges, planning his next move. Now is the time to bait him into coming closer. As a wave of destructive energy tears through the air, Lin Yuan blocks with his sword, pretending to panic. Damn it. Immediately, two massive snakes lunge forward and tightly wrap around his body. His magic damage actually carries a crowd control effect, visibly slowing down Lin Yuan's movements. The snake tamer points his staff down, mocking him with a smug laugh. When I saw those zombies, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. Who knew you're actually a necro hunter? Too bad your skills are so trash. It looks like you haven't even mastered them properly yet. What a joke. Hearing his ultra-rare class name exposed, Lin Yuan freezes for a brief second, shock flashing in his sharp eyes. Necro hunter? What on earth are you talking about? His mind races as intense doubt floods his thoughts. How does this bastard know so much about this hidden class? He even knows the necro hunter's skill set by heart. Hidden behind his snake scale mask, the villain wears a crazed, triumphant grin and demands, "Confess right now, where did you dig up information about the boss? I have plenty of time to play with you today." In response to his arrogance, Lin Yuan simply raises his head, his glowing red eyes radiating cold killer intent as he delivers his final warning. "I'm throwing those exact words right back at you. I'll beat you until you spit out everything you know." Before he can even finish, the snake tamer's face turns pale with horror as he realizes his beloved snakes have been turned undead behind him. "You bastard. When the hell did you turn my precious snakes into undead zombies like that?" Standing proudly with hands behind his back, Lin Yuan declares, "My undead army is infinite. You and I both know his end is near." Losing his upper hand, the villain gnashes his teeth in absolute fury, frantically swinging his staff to unleash desperate defensive magic. Keep dreaming. Completely ignoring the immense danger, he charges forward desperately, roaring with deep hatred, "I will absolutely never let a half-breed like you capture me." Seeing this, Lin Yuan stretches out his hand, glowing with green magic, decisively activating his destructive trump card. Corpse explosion. Receiving the detonation command, the undead snake twists its body wildly and leaps into the air to intercept the target. The devastating blast of the corpse explosion completely shreds the wooden pathways, sending massive shockwaves through the entire tunnel system. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Lin Yuan activates his binding skill, shooting out glowing green magical vines to hunt him down and drag him back. Looking at the completely empty ruins, he slowly lands, flipping his cloak with a cold, calm expression. He ran off pretty fast, but at least we've successfully pinpointed the snake tamer's area of operations. His crimson eyes gleam with confidence, knowing that at this stage, his enemy hasn't yet absorbed the insane power of the evil god Descent. Once I learn the crowd control removal spell, these trashy snakes will be nothing but free materials for my undead army. While plotting his next move, Lin Yuan's gaze freezes as he looks down at the rubble and debris. Huh? From a dark crevice, a brilliant golden light flashes, instantly catching the hunter's attention. Leaning down to pick up the strange object, he opens his palm to inspect it, raising his eyebrows in curiosity. It is a pocket watch. No stats appear, but we both know it's huge. Let's dive in as Lam Vien studies this item with 0 stats. It is clearly not gear, but rather some sort of identification token. If the target is hiding in the Mirror Flower Guild, confronting Lin Yuan is his best move. The guy definitely has not cleared his lair yet. With 0 hesitation, he fires off an urgent system message directly to the guild leader, asking if she is free to meet tonight. He mentions wanting to discuss the Ash Valley incident, hitting the send button decisively. The scene shifts to a serene night sky as the city's towering stone castles start lit up with vibrant lights. Tucked away in a quiet tavern corner, Lin Yuan rushes over to Lam Vien's table with an apologetic look. After apologizing for being late, she sits down and immediately pushes a shiny gold ring with magical effects across the table. "This is the gold grade gear I promised. See if the stats fit your build." A bright blue system screen pops up, revealing its premium stats: a gold tier ring buffing his spirit by 20 points. It grants 200 mana, along with a meditation skill that massively boosts mana recovery speed. Admiring the premium ring, Lin Yuan nods in absolute satisfaction. Ever since spamming his corpse explosion spell, his mana pools have been dropping dangerously low. Now watch this. Guys, she is not done yet. Next, the gorgeous guild leader rolls out a massive wave of high-tier dungeon loot. As for the loot from the Ash Valley, we agreed you would have the first pick. First is a silver-grade gloomy breastplate gleaming on the screen. Then comes a deadly, razor-sharp silver-grade meteor dagger, built specifically for bloodthirsty assassins. And finally, the absolute best item makes its grand appearance. A level 1 skill scroll that directly grants 100 mastery points. Ignoring the silver gear entirely, Lin Yuan snatches the scroll and puts it away. He casually says this was made for him, exceeding his wildest expectations. He tells her to keep the other items. Amused by his sheer decisiveness, Lin Yuan rests her chin in her hand, smiling. She admits she thought he was a complete loner, surprised to see him hanging out in a lively tavern like this. Ignoring her teasing, Lin Yuan shifts to a serious tone with a cold look. While farming monsters down in the sewers today, I fought an elite player wearing a badge identical to your Mirror Flower Guild logo. He asks if she can help him locate the guy to compare skills. Surprised by the location, Lin Yuan repeats in disbelief. The sewers? She promises to check internally. In response, Lin Yuan slides a gold pocket watch forward as hard evidence. And here is a detail you and I should watch closely. He presents the mysterious pocket watch, asking if anyone in her guild carries it. Examining the watch, Lin Yuan frowns, her face showing complete and utter confusion. She wonders why a player would carry a pocket watch, noting it does not look like standard game equipment. She confesses she has never seen such flashy, non-game jewelry before. Understanding the situation, Lin Yuan asks her to urgently investigate any suspicious activity down in the sewers. This matter is absolutely critical for my survival. Sensing his urgency, she promises to make it a priority. With that settled, Lin Yuan looks closely to probe into her guild's internal matters. He asks how she could casually hand over gold-grade gear to a complete outsider. He wonders if her guild members complained. Mentioning her troublemaking teammate, Lin Yuan's face instantly goes stone cold. She scoffs, admitting Tin Nan threw a massive tantrum, but since he ruined the run himself, he has only himself to blame. Her sharp gaze softens as she gently brushes her hair, speaking with a touch of deep, painful nostalgia. She quietly admits that he looks remarkably like her younger brother, to the point where she sometimes gets confused. If her brother were still alive today, he would definitely be around the same age as him. Observing her sad nostalgia, Lin Yuan lowers his eyes, finally connecting the dots. No wonder her reactions in their previous encounters felt so familiar and strange. He gently pushes the golden pocket watch back to her, offering quiet comfort to ease her sorrow. The heavy mood lightens as Lin Yuan quickly regains her usual sharp composure. She advises him to stock up on electric resistance potions, warning him he will need them very soon. Storing the gold ring, Lin Yuan nods as the system confirms he finished collecting 100 paralyzing herbs for Ya. He calculates that the righteous faction has already caught wind of the upcoming lightning dungeon, but the best potion recipe is in his hands. Lin Yuan thanks her for the warning, saying it is getting late and he should head out. Lin Yuan stands up with a smile, proposing they walk together since they are heading the same way, stepping out into the quiet stone streets. From a dark alley, Tin Nan steps out to block them. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss their next clash. All right, you and I are about to watch this jealous jerk lose his mind. Tin Nan grips his staff, slamming it down, swearing to destroy the guy dating Lin Yuan. But as he turns around, Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan are standing right there. Oh, Tin Nan, what a coincidence seeing you here. Caught off guard, he stutters out a weak excuse, claiming he was just taking a casual stroll. Then he steps up, lecturing Lin Yuan. As the guild leader, why are you wasting your time talking to a complete nobody like him? You should stay away from him. Lin Yuan just glares back with a savage reply. I asked her out to discuss private guild matters. A mere soldier like you does not need to stick his nose in our business. Slapped in the face in front of his crush, Tin Nan swings his staff, sparks flying. Well, look at this loudmouth. Did you not just brag about refusing to join the guild? Why are you whispering secrets to our leader now? He gets right in Lam Vien's face, eyes bloodshot with rage. Spit it out. You are getting close to her for some dirty reason, are you not? Lam Vien frowns, thinking this persistent stalker is absolute garbage. Then he retorts, saying guild leader Lan Nei Yet's swordplay is truly brilliant, and he wanted to learn a thing or two. I went out of my way to ask for a duel. Do you have a problem with that? Tin Heng Gan sneers. I know you have an ulterior motive here. Lan Heng Yuet, do not let this trash deceive you, or you will bring trouble upon yourself. Having had enough, Lan Yet turns around and walks away, leaving behind an icy warning. Now pay attention to this. Lan Yet tells him she does not need permission to be with anyone. Seeing her furious, Tin Nang desperately reaches out. No, Lan Yet, I did not mean it like that. She turns back with a scowl. Enough. I went out of my way to help secure your gear, and yet you disappoint me like this. I am completely done. Sweating bullets, he stammers. Lan Yet, you misunderstand. As he watches them walk away together, Tin Hengen's eyes fill with pure, venomous madness. It is all his fault. That bastard ruined everything for me. He claws at his hair, muttering. If he just disappears, she will look only at me again. His face twists into a demonic grin as he growls with deadly intent. He has to die. Fuming with rage, he slinks off to a dark harbor, cluttered with old wooden crates. Meeting his contact, Ting Nan slams a heavy bag of coins onto the table and demands. So, you are hiding here. Take care of this guy for me. The masked assassin slowly sips his drink, responding in a lazy voice. What is the big rush? Let me finish this glass first. Tin Heng Gan screams in pure fury, promising to double the pay as long as they beat him up as miserably as possible. The assassin gets the target's photo through the system, smirks, and accepts the contract. I know what you are thinking. This killer is in for a shock. The hitman accepts, while the dark mage sneers with a wicked plot. Make sure you do it where there is a massive crowd. His face twists into a demonic grin as his red-rimmed eyes growl. Slowly torture that bastard in broad daylight for me. The assassin sighs, staring at Lam Vien's cold face on his screen, scratching his chin. Why does this kid look so familiar? Meanwhile, we cut to a bustling desert city. An old retired NPC named Doc stares closely at a pocket watch, shaking his head. I have never seen this watch. It looks like a basic trinket, but you could try your luck with the Scorpion Knights. But of course, that is if you can even get inside first. Putting the watch away, Lam Vien sighs, surprised that an experienced NPC like Dak is totally clueless. He nods politely, saying, All right, thanks old man. Dak waves his hand. No problem. Too bad I am retired, because without a solid reason, meeting the commander is nearly impossible. Just then, a cute girl carrying a basket of snacks walks in, asking, Uncle Dak, how have you been lately? I brought you some delicious food. Seeing her, the old man brightens up immediately. Oh, is that you, Edith? Yes, I am doing great. Thanks for visiting an old man. Hearing that familiar name, Lam Vien frowns slightly, muttering, Edith? Dak points toward the young girl with a brilliant idea. If you want info on the Scorpion Knights, ask her. She is the daughter of Commander Sid. Surprisingly, Edith quickly shakes her head, looking sad. No, I stopped being his daughter long ago. Now, I am just a self-employed tailor. Sensing a quest, Lam Vien steps forward. Sounds like a family misunderstanding. Perhaps I can lend a helping hand? Dak sighs, trying to advise her. Edith, the commander deeply regrets his actions now. Do not let this feud drag on. Just take this old man's advice. Edith smiles gently, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. All right, young traveler, please follow me. Turning to go inside, she clutches a small box and whispers softly, I thought I would never get the chance to give him this gift. Who would have guessed? Lam Vien follows, saying she just needed the right chance. And trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. All right, let's jump right into a touching hidden quest that starts with Edith gently opening a crimson box, revealing a neatly folded black suit. Holding the box containing this stunning outfit, her eyes are full of mixed emotions. It took her an entire year to handcraft this special gift, hoping he can deliver it directly to her father, She gently places the box into Lin Yuan's hands, pleading with him in a soft voice. Once it's done, she just wants to know what his response is. Accepting the quest? Lin Yuan confidently reassures her that he will deliver it as fast as possible. Right away, a glowing green system window pops up before his eyes. He has officially unlocked the hidden quest, Buried Affection. Scanning the screen, he reviews the details of this deeply personal mission. To trigger this, he had to heal Dap, gain her trust, and have positive reputation points with the Scorpion Knight Order. His goal is to deliver Edith's custom-made outfit to her father, Gold-tier Commander Sid, within a strict 12-hour time limit. Before long, Lin Yuan arrives at the heavily guarded headquarters of the Scorpion Knight Order, where soldiers armed with massive halberds block the entrance. Spotting a mysterious figure in a dark cloak approaching, the guards instantly cross their weapons to block his path, shouting out for him to halt. Who goes there? Lin Yuan calmly replies that he is here on behalf of Lady Edith to deliver an item to the commander. Hearing her name, the guard lowers his weapon in surprise. He tells Lin Yuan to wait there while he immediately goes inside to report to the chief. While waiting, Lin Yuan crosses his arms and calculates. And pay attention here, because building alliances in this brutal world is everything. These knights are the second strongest faction in the Western Desert, only behind the Grand Mage. Getting on their good side will make things much easier later. Moments later, the guard rushes back out and warmly gestures for him to follow, apologizing for making him wait so long. Lin Yuan steps inside, following the guard deep into the military encampment. He stares curiously at a terrifying, winged scorpion lion chained to the ground, a massive beast that serves as the Order's legendary mount, quickly calculating how to get one. If he wants to ride one of these legendary manticores, he will definitely need to grind a lot more reputation points just to qualify. As the stranger passes by, the fierce beast suddenly growls, baring its sharp fangs threateningly. Its glowing red eyes glare with raw hostility. Stopping outside a massive command tent, the guard points forward and says the commander is waiting inside, telling him to enter alone. Lin Yuan politely nods in appreciation, pulls back the heavy curtain, and steps inside. Instantly, his face tenses up, cold sweat running down. You and I both know how dangerous this is. Commander Sid is a level 60 powerhouse, equivalent to a Lord-tier boss. If he senses Lin Yuan is a necro hunter, it's game over. Inside, a heavily armored man stands with his hands crossed behind his back, staring intently at a tactical war map. Lin Yuan speaks up, apologizing for the interruption. The scarred, silver-haired commander slowly turns his head, his voice heavy with deep, lingering regret as he speaks. He asks how Edith is doing, wanting to know if she's all right. Placing the crimson box on a wooden table, Lin Yuan explains that Edith misses him deeply and that he was personally entrusted to bring him a very special gift. He gently lifts the uniform with both hands. Explaining that Edith spent a whole year crafting this outfit just for him, Lin Yuan hopes the commander can finally understand his daughter's true feelings. Sid freezes in sorrow, realizing how much effort she poured into it. He sighs, wondering why she still refuses to come see him. Clutching the suit to his chest, the old commander's eyes flicker with pride and pain, seeing that his daughter is still incredibly passionate about tailoring. Looking at the flawless stitching, he realizes this garment is a genuine masterpiece. His face collapses in sorrow as he hangs his head in deep regret. He bitterly blames himself for being so incredibly narrow-minded back then, dismissing tailoring as a lowly profession and ultimately forcing his own daughter to run away from home. Gently caressing the soft, delicate collar with his rough, calloused hands, he softly whispers that they haven't seen each other in 10 long years. Watching this emotional scene play out, Lin Yuan is surprised that a legendary, powerful general like Sid could actually show such a vulnerable side. He decides to use this opportunity to ask about his mysterious pocket watch. Quickly composing himself, Lin Yuan offers a warm smile, reassuring him that Edith doesn't hold a grudge. The commander snaps his head up, tearfully begging him to deliver a message. He begs him to tell her that he no longer cares about stupid pride or reputation anymore. All he wants is for her to come back home. Lin Yuan places a hand over his heart, bowing respectfully. Agreeing to help, Lin Yuan mentions there is one more thing he needs. He opens his palm, presenting the golden pocket watch, engraved with a skull to the commander. He asks if Sid knows anything about its mysterious origins. Squinting his eyes to carefully inspect the item in the young man's hand, Commander Sid shakes his head. He insists he's never seen this design before. Well, that's where we leave it for now, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, let's jump back in as Lin Yuan tucks the pocket watch away, closes his eyes with a sigh, and accepts this dead-end reality, muttering, alright then. Just as he turns to leave, Lin Yuan suddenly freezes when Commander Shi calls out to him from behind, saying, wait. Shi's gaze suddenly turns razor-sharp as one eye flashes with an oppressive red light, interrogating him, what is your true identity? Facing that intense pressure, Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth and wondering if his cover has been blown. But unexpectedly, the old man closes his eyes, lets out a heavy sigh, and completely retracts his aura. I was too rash. Since my own daughter trusts you, I have no reason to doubt your intentions any longer. Suddenly presenting a shining golden medal, the majestic commander proudly declares his deep gratitude for everything Lin Yuan has done to help Edit. If anyone ever dares to bully her, feel free to use the name of our Scorpion Knight Order to drag them straight to hell. Lin Yuan wipes his sweat with a sigh of relief, thinking that was a close call, before confidently making a promise. I will absolutely keep Lady Edit safe, he promises, as a bright notification flashes on his green system panel, confirming he has gained the recognition of Shi. Reputation with the Scorpion Knight Order increases by 1,000. And the system continues with more good news. His reputation level hits friendly, officially granting him the status of an honorary member of the Scorpion Knight Order. Admirably looking at the medal, Lin Yuan smugly calculates his gains, thrilled that the commander was generous enough to hand over this rare token. After all, this item cannot be farmed anywhere. It must be personally gifted by Shi himself. Holding this treasure, he can basically walk through this western desert with his head held high. Now watch closely, because he heads straight to the reputation shop, planning his next move with 1,500 reputation points. Since the reputation shop is finally unlocked, he cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity to buy items that are exclusive to this place. The shopkeeper guard greets him with a warm smile, asking what the young knight would like to buy today. Scrolling through the high-tier gear on his interface screen, Lin Yuan makes his choice, declaring he wants to buy a manticore mount. He smirks to himself, knowing that since he already has his combat skills fully locked down, activating this beast will basically turn him into a walking, stomping mobile fortress. The shopkeeper gently pets the thick fur of the bizarre lion-scorpion hybrid beast, warning him that manticores are extremely expensive, and very few exist even in Fengshuisha City, costing a whopping 3 million gold coins. But Lin Yuan casually throws a massive pouch of gold onto the counter without blinking, saying, no problem. The system interface instantly flashes 2 alerts in a row, confirming the gold coins have been spent and his venomous manticore mount is successfully unlocked. The scene cuts back to the tailor shop, where Edit clasps her hands together. You and I can probably feel her relief here, tears flowing as she asks, did my father really say that? Oh my goodness. I honestly believed he had forgotten all about his daughter, doing nothing but losing himself in his night order all day and night. Lin Yuan offers a gentle, reassuring smile, saying, do not think that way, Lady Edit. The commander truly wants you back by his side. The girl lowers her eyes, wearing a deeply satisfied smile, whispering that knowing he cares is already more than enough for her. His system screen flashes with the notification that the hidden quest, Dusty Family Bond, is complete, as Edit brings a wooden box to her savior with a warm smile. Please accept this small gift as a token of my deepest gratitude. And please tell my father that being able to personally sew beautiful clothes for everyone in this town is what truly brings me happiness. I want to stay right here and keep doing this work, she says, as Lin Yuan opens the box to find high-tier golden equipment stats. The Shadow Spirit Cloak, a gold-grade item giving him plus 100 Constitution, 60 Defense, and 30 Spirit. It has an active skill called Spell Immunity, granting complete invulnerability to magic damage for 10 seconds, and Crowd Control, with a 24-hour cooldown, prompting Lin Yuan to immediately throw this brand new coat over his shoulders. He smirks triumphantly as the golden magic gear glows, giving him immunity to crowd control and heavy spells. With this incredible new toy in his possession, he can easily shut down the snake controller, so he nods politely to her, saying, thank you. I will deliver your message now. The scene shifts back to the outside of the Night Order tent. From within, Commander Shi lets out a long sigh of relief, glad that Edit truly loves her current lifestyle. Knowing she is happy puts my mind at ease, he says. while Lin Yuan strokes his chin, still hunting for clues. Since the pocket watch lead was a complete dead end, he decides to ask the commander directly about snake monster intel. So what do you and I make of this bold move, as Lin Yuan asks if he has any intel on snakes, making the commander stroke his beard in confusion? Snakes, you say. Ever since the Snake Man civilization was exiled from here, every single snake around Feng Shuisha City was wiped out by our forces long ago. But then the old man suddenly stops, his eyes narrowing as if remembering a dark secret. Let's jump into this mystery. What if that snake only showed up in a dream? Sensing something fishy, Lin Yuan curiously asked him. A snake, you say? Is there anything special about that snake? Stroking his chin, the man recalled rumors of a giant serpent. But after all, things seen in dreams are just meaningless illusions anyway. So we really have no idea how to handle this. With that, he picked up a letter sealed in red wax and requested seriously, "You are now an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights. And since you seem so highly interested in snakes," handing the letter directly to the young man, he concluded, "So I will hand this task over to you." Taking the secret letter, Lin Yuan quickly nodded, saying, "All right, I will go right now." But his mind was racing with questions. Could it be the underworld snake? How could a beast like that crawl into someone else's dreams? Is the snake controller behind all this? Just then, the system panel flashed with a brand new quest notification. Quest accepted. The Nightmare of Earl Callow. Quest difficulty and details popped up on his screen. Head straight to Earl Callow's manor to locate him and uncover key clues for this investigation. Time limit, 48 hours. Now, pay attention here. Guided by the system, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the Earl's incredibly grand and luxurious stone manor. But before he could even step inside, the heavy wooden doors burst open. A fierce-looking servant grabbed a young girl by the collar and tossed her out onto the street. The girl crashed hard onto the cold stone floor, crying out in sheer pain. The servant glared and pointed his finger, cursing. "How dare a low-class peasant like you defy the great Lord Earl?" A fancy butler, wearing a red bow tie and gold glasses, smugly pulled on his white gloves, barking out orders. "Teach her a lesson." On command, several thugs rushed forward, repeatedly kicking the helpless girl as she curled up to protect her head. They kept throwing insults at her, shouting. Some people just begged to be beaten up. A muscular thug raised his heavy, clenched fist high into the air, gritting his teeth. "The Earl noticing a peasant like you is a blessing, so accept it." But before his punch could land, Lin Yuan effortlessly caught his fist as if it were light as a feather. He smirked mockingly. "Well, this certainly is the Earl's manner, after all. Your lovely manners have truly opened my eyes today." Interrupted by this stranger, the thugs backed up a few steps, glaring and shouting. "What sewer did this nobody crawl out of? How dare you stick your nose into the Earl's personal business?" The butler sneered, adjusting his glasses with absolute smugness. "Oh, look at you, trying to play the heroic savior, saving the damsel. Beat him to a pulp." The weak girl on the ground slowly looked up at her savior with bruised, tearful eyes. "You saw that too, right?" she weakly begged. "Please run away. Offending the Earl will end horribly for you." Ignoring her warning, Lin Yuan calmly stepped forward, saying, "Actually, this is exactly the place I was looking for." He unleashed a massive burst of energy, sending the thugs flying through the air as they screamed in terror. What on earth is happening? Approaching the trembling butler who was shrinking back in fear, Lin Yuan coldly demanded, "Where is the Earl?" Sweating bullets, the man stammered, trying to save face. "Do you even know whose people you are messing with?" Before he could finish, a figure slowly approached. Looking up, they saw a fat, bearded man, Earl Callow himself, who raised his chin in arrogant pride. "This is my territory. Where did this lowly peasant come from? Dare to lay a finger on my staff? Go call the Scorpion Knights and throw this brat into prison." Lin Yuan calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out a shining golden badge. Holding it up, he smirked and replied, "I was sent here by the Scorpion Knights, specifically to deal with your nightmare issue." Seeing the badge, the Earl's eyes widened in total confusion. "You are a knight?" Doing a complete 180, the Earl turned to his butler and hissed, "Hang these useless fools upside down and starve them for 3 whole days." The butler bowed low. "Yes, my lord." Turning back to Lin Yuan, The Earl quickly wore a fake, flattering smile. What a bunch of blind idiots, failing to distinguish a noble knight from a commoner. You arrived at the perfect time. If you can solve this problem, I will personally request a great reward for you. Lin Yuan casually shoved his hands into his pockets, replying, I hope so. Following the Earl inside, Lin Yuan was greeted by a breathtakingly luxurious library filled with giant bookshelves reaching all the way to the ceiling. Several maids were busy cleaning the space. Some brushed off dust with feather dusters, while others struggled to polish the heavily decorated, gem-studded velvet chairs. Sinking heavily into the large armchair behind his desk, the Earl massaged his forehead wearily, confessing, a giant serpent constantly chases and tears me apart in my dreams. I even invited the most experienced priests, but they could not find any cause. It is utterly ridiculous that an elite Earl like me has to suffer this torture. He slid a finely detailed drawing over to Lin Yuan. I had an artist sketch that cursed snake. Take a look at this with me. Is there any way to solve this? Let's dive in as Lam Vian examines a drawing of a strange three-headed snake, frowning in shock. It is indeed the Pluto snake. Folding the paper, Lam Vian smirks slightly and calmly replies, My Lord Count, I will need a little more time for this. Right then, a pretty short-haired maid timidly brings over a tea tray as the arrogant Count raises his voice to demand that Lam Vian secures a total victory. Once this matter is solved, it is beneficial for both of us. Suddenly, the clumsy maid trips on the edge of the carpet, slipping as the drink tray in her hand sends liquids flying. Ice-cold water splashes straight onto the face of the arrogant Count, leaving the maid gasping in absolute terror at her mistake. Screaming in rage, the Count leaps up, wiping his face while roaring like a wild beast, pointing directly at the poor, trembling girl. How dare you, you filthy lowlife! Blinded by absolute rage, he swings his massive arm, landing a brutal slap that sends the maid crashing hard to the floor, furiously roaring that he will skin her alive for this mistake. Clutching her swollen cheek on the hard floor, the poor girl weeps and begs for mercy under the dark, highly oppressive shadow of her cruel master. Please, my lord, stop. The Count's face twists in furious red, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he lets out a terrifying roar. You cannot even handle a simple task like this, you useless piece of trash? Now pay attention, because the monster actually raises his giant leather boot to stomp on the young girl's face, muttering that she is born trash. But before his heavy boot can land, Lam Vian dashes in like a gust of wind, scooping the maid up to escape in the nick of time, leaving the clumsy Count stumbling backward in wide-eyed shock. Holding the blushing, highly embarrassed girl safely in his arms, Lam Vian turns back to calmly remind him, My Lord Count, we are still discussing our commission, so acting like this is surely inappropriate, is it not? Hearing the brave knight speak up, the Count suppresses his rising fury, laughing fakely to excuse his terrible behavior. Ha ha, that was my slip-up. But I only want what is best for them. If they cannot handle a tiny chore, how will they ever survive out in the real world? He pats his chest proudly while speaking, as Lam Vian gently sets the trembling maid back onto the ground. Back when these peasants were starving on the streets with no shelter, only I had mercy to take them in, and they should be bowing to the ground in absolute gratitude. He pushes his fat, ugly face close, growling menacingly to force her agreement right now. Answer me, Anna, is that not true? The poor girl keeps her head low, tears welling up as she tightly grips her hands, whispering in absolute terror. Yes, yes, my lord. I am deeply grateful for your mercy in taking me in. The Count jerks his chin, ordering her to get out. Walking past Lam Vian and his butler, the terrible Count keeps rambling, spitting out insults filled with utter contempt. Unlike those who are born with pure, noble blood like me, those starving slum rats are not even worth a single piece of black bread. Flopping back down at his lavish dining table, the Count clasps his hands together, proudly preaching his twisted logic. But even these lowlifes have their own specific uses. Pleasing and entertaining me is the only real reason for their miserable existence. Do you not think I am right, knight? Knowing this fat pig is insulting him for meddling, Lam Vian stays silent, and honestly, we cannot wait to see him get his payback. Annoyed by his cold silence, the Count turns to assert his petty power over the butler, demanding that a separate, lowly table be prepared for this untitled knight. The butler bows deeply in obedience, while the smug Count turns back to mock Lam Vian once more. Ha ha, if you were not working for me, You would never have the fortune to taste the exquisite delicacies of a high noble's household in your entire life. Soon, the long banquet table is piled high with luxurious food by the busy, trembling hands of the maids. The butler serving beside him proudly reports that the rare venison sent by Count Golden Hu has been painstakingly prepared by their chef exactly as his master ordered. Look at this. He rubs his chin, nodding like an expert. Not bad. However, glancing at Lam Vian with deep contempt, the fat count smacks his lips to give an order. This country knight probably is not used to such high-class, highly refined dishes anyway. So just give him a plain bowl of cheap fish soup. The butler smirks, obeying instantly. Hearing these grating insults, Lam Vian merely frowns, quietly planning his revenge. The mission comes first, but once this matter is fully settled, I am coming back to tear this entire noble estate apart. He simply shrugs, replying half-heartedly that anything is fine. A moment later, the maid Anna approaches, gently placing the simple bowl of fish soup in front of the young knight. Please enjoy, Sir Knight. Lam Vian looks up at her with a polite, reassuring smile, thanking her kindly. Chewing on a massive piece of meat, while gulping down expensive wine, the fat count impatiently asks if the knight has found a solution yet, warning him not to waste any precious time. Lam Vian calmly lifts his cheap bowl of fish soup to take a slow sip. He calmly proposes that he needs to stay in the count's bedroom tonight to observe. Hearing this, the count furiously slams down his wine glass, shattering it to pieces, pointing straight at his face to roar that his bedroom is no place for a lowlife. And trust me, we cannot miss his reaction. Figure out a way yourself. I only care about results. All right, let's dive into this scene, where Lin Yuan stays completely unfazed by the scolding, while secretly cursing this arrogant, brainless fool. Moments later, as the fat man enters the room, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with cold determination. He immediately activates invisibility, standing right outside the count's chamber door. Suddenly, he gasps trouble. Right in front of him, a harsh, shattering sound rings out. The maid, Anna, clutches her swollen cheek, crying out in pain. Sitting pompously on his jewel-studded chair, the arrogant Count Callow leans in close, sneering viciously at her. What an ungrateful brat. Is serving Count Callow really such a massive insult to you? The butler standing nearby immediately chimes in to flatter him. Exactly. Countless people would beg for the chance to serve the great count. On the cold floor, the poor girl kneels, sobbing and begging him to please show some mercy. He grabs her hair tightly, pulling her head back with a vile, wicked grin. Did you honestly think some pathetic, low-ranking knight could actually protect you from me? That brainless fool has to obey every single order I give him anyway, does he not? Ha ha ha. The butler pushes up his glasses, snickering along in agreement. What knight? The moment our great count speaks a word, that guy is nothing more than a common servant. Watch closely here. Standing hidden outside the carved wooden door, cloaked in a deep blue, magical invisibility, Lin Yuan frowns, clenching his fists in anger. So this is how he vile. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the action. Inside, Count Callow shoves the girl to the stone floor, arrogantly declaring, I hold massive power in the Western Desert. But even if I go to another kingdom, my status as a count remains absolute. You will never escape my grasp for the rest of your life. Ha ha. Anna can only cover her face, sobbing helplessly. The sly butler leans in to flatter him, whispering that a genius leader like the count would obviously never put all of his eggs in one single basket. The fat noble strokes his chin, letting out a smug snort. Exactly, it is only natural. Listening from the shadows? Watch closely here. Lin Yuan pieces together the clues. Wait, a count title is granted by the Western Desert King. How could he keep those privileges in another land? Unless he is planning a betrayal. Suddenly, his green system screen flashes with a brand new notification, unlocking a hidden trigger. Count Callow's nightmare quest has now updated to capturing the traitor. Gold rank difficulty. Objective: arrest Count Callow, throw him into prison, and locate concrete evidence of his treason. Time limit: 48 hours. Lin Yuan smirks, realizing everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. This Callow guy is a traitor. I need to contact the Scorpion Knights immediately to handle this. Using a special item, the system alerts him that the arrest request has been sent to the Scorpion Knights. Meanwhile, back in the room, the Fat Count's eyes suddenly grow heavy with dark circles. He yawns and grumbles, and trust me, we both know this sudden sleepiness is no accident. Clutching his head, his bloodshot eyes glare at the kneeling maid to vent his rage. Damn it. That wretched snake is keeping me awake every single night, and you will suffer right along with me. Before he can even raise a hand, a massive force explodes from outside as the heavy gilded wooden door is blasted wide open. Lin Yuan strolls in casually, hands in his coat pockets, looking completely calm and incredibly cool. My dear Count, I thought I heard a terrible scream just now. At the same time, he is quickly planning his next move. Just stall for time until the knights arrive. Seeing this intruder again, the Count boils with rage, pointing a finger and screaming at the top of his lungs. You damn knight. How dare you show such disrespect to me over and over again? The butler also steps up, shouting threats. Do you have any idea that trespassing into the Count's private quarters is a capital offense? Ignoring their loud barking entirely, and that is where we leave it today, as Lin Yuan whispers to the girl to leave so he can handle the Count alone. Alright, let's dive into this wild scene where a tearful girl looks up in shock, completely humiliated, while this bloated Count sneers at them with pure contempt. You dare ruin my fun and actually think you can just walk away from here? You are just a low-tier knight, yet you actually think you are someone special? That cheap badge can never wash away the pathetic, filthy stench of poverty clinging to you. The butler bows, eagerly fanning the flames. My lord, do you not think we should teach this fool a lesson? The Count chin gestures, ruthlessly ordering them to tie him up and hang him upside down. I want him to open his eyes and witness how low-blooded trash like him always meets a truly tragic, miserable end. Pushing up his glasses, the butler rubs his hands greedily, telling him to rest assured before spinning around to scream for backup. Guards. An assassin is trying to murder the Count. Instantly, countless guards armed with heavy spears storm down the luxurious hallway, stomping across the red carpet and bursting into the room. Now watch closely right here. Terrified, the maid Anna grabs Lin Yuan's sleeve, weeping as she begs him to escape and not throw his life away for her sake. Alright, let's jump into a wild story where Lam Vian coldly eyes the trash blocking his path, smirking confidently. Did these cheap fools really think they could actually take his life? Not even close. The guards howl savagely, leaping from the air like wild beasts pouncing on their prey. Shouting to kill the assassin, they charge. But Lam Vian takes a stance, summoning a golden greatsword crackling with blue lightning. Gripping the hilt tightly, his eyes burn with murderous intent as he warns the young maid behind him to prepare to escape first. The girl quickly nods in obedience, agreeing. Instantly, Lam Vian spins and unleashes a massive blue sword wave, splitting the ground and blowing back the charging guards. They stare in absolute shock, crying out in terror. Seizing the moment, he grabs the maid's hand and pulls her out of the encirclement. The mansion's massive wooden doors remain shut tight under the quiet night sky, looking just like a suffocating cage. Suddenly, that massive door is blasted wide open by a terrifying force from within. Wood splinters rain down as a violent explosion completely tears through the silent night. Now pay attention here as Lam Vian steps out from the smoke with his cloak fluttering. The terrified maid collapses behind him, gasping in absolute shock. Angry guards pursue them closely, waving their sharp, shiny swords and screaming to block him before he can escape. Lam Vian frowns, picking up his pace as his sharp eyes scan the area, quickly calculating his next move. There are way too many innocent servants around here to safely use his necromancy or corpse explosion skills. Meanwhile, terrified maids hide in the corners, trembling and whispering, "Is that him? Does he really want to assassinate the Count?" An armored guard rushes past, panicking as he turns to hush them, telling them to stop talking nonsense. But before the short-haired maid can even finish, her face pales in absolute horror as she screams out. From high above, a guard slashed by Lam Vian free falls toward the ground, screaming out in utter despair. He begs for his life, while our hero dashes forward with blinding blue sword energy, wiping out the entire squad and standing proudly among the groaning bodies. Sheathing his sword, Lam Vian plans his next move. Just keep an eye on the Count and butler until the knights arrive. Suddenly, countless glowing green magical chains shoot out from the darkness. They bind Lam Vian's limbs tightly, trapping him in place. Yet, he doesn't panic at all. simply holding his sword with a cold smirk. I know what you're thinking, is he trapped? Actually, he's just using this chance to test his dark spirit gear skill. The system interface instantly flashes a bright green notification: magic immunity activated, and all crowd control effects are completely removed. The smug butler steps forward with the count, gripping his magic staff tightly as he arrogantly mocks our hero. You knights are all the same, possessing nothing but brute force and absolutely zero brains to back it up. Count Kalo stands arrogantly behind him, with hands on hips, barking orders to punish our hero ruthlessly, since a powerful noble like him always has elite masters on guard. Hiding behind the doors, the maids hug each other tightly and shed tears of despair. It's all over. He ended up in the hands of that devilish butler. Who can we even blame? After all, the butler is a retired master from the Royal Mage Order. He crazily thrusts his crackling lightning staff right at Lam Vienne, unleashing a deafening thunderstrike while laughing savagely. This lightning magic of mine will pour deadly currents straight into your veins. The glowing reflection of the blade shines on Lam Vienne's ice-cold, unbothered expression. The butler continues to ramble on arrogantly, warning him that the pain will be unbearable. In a flash, Lam Vienne effortlessly deflects the attack right back at him, speaking in a bone-chilling voice to keep that toy for himself. The blade strikes deep, making the butler cough up blood as he screams in terror that he wasn't bound at all. The next second, he is kneeling, clutching his chest, and coughing up blood. Seeing this, the fat count breaks into a cold sweat. His eyes bulge in horror as he looks at Lam Vienne, standing like a god of death, his face completely twisting in panic. He backs away, pointing his finger and shouting in vain that he only hired him to complete a commission. He panics, asking if this is a rebellion. Lam Vienne simply points his blade at Kalo with heavy killing intent, growling that their treason is far more serious than any simple commission. At those words, the fat count shivers in sheer horror, muttering how he could possibly know. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan focuses on the count, the butler crawls up from behind. He madly swings his staff for a sneaky backstab, screaming that since he knows too much, he must die. As if having eyes in his back, Lin Yuan doesn't even turn around. He simply raises 2 fingers, blasting a green magic counterspell to block the sneak attack. Too bad I cannot shred you to pieces, because our quest explicitly demands capturing you alive. Let that sink in for a second. The blasted away butler screams in shock, realizing this knight can actually cast high-level magic. Watch closely as our MC immediately closes in on the butler. A brilliant lightning strike erupts, slamming directly into the royal mage. The scorching blast makes him writhe in agonizing pain as he screams out in pure terror. Ah! The massive impact flings the once elegant butler backward, smashing him hard onto the stone floor as a thick cloud of dust explodes everywhere. He collapses onto the ground, completely knocked out. His shattered glasses lie beside him, marking the final end of this arrogant oppressor. Taking advantage of the chaos, the fat count scrambles up the stairs for dear life, desperately looking back and shrieking like a coward. You absolute bastard. I will find Keith and have you sentenced to death. But as he looks up, he immediately bumps into a pair of dark boots, blocking the stairs like a grim reaper. Terrified, he breaks into a cold sweat and begins to stammer. How did you get here? Lin Yuan towers over him, completely blocking out the moonlight and radiating a suffocating pressure that drops the count flat on his butt. What is wrong? Weren't you just screaming about sentencing me to death? Throwing away all his dignity, the fat coward drops to his knees, waving his hands frantically as he lies. No, of course not. I was actually going to find Keith to report your great deeds. No, I will personally ask the king to award you a noble title. Lin Yuan raises a hand, crackling with a brilliant green flame right to the count's face. He sneers, coldly stating that handing over a traitor like him to the king would be more than enough to earn a massive reward. Now, pay attention here. He slams down that magic sphere to deliver his cold judgment. When you were brutally torturing those defenseless, innocent people, did the concept of mercy ever once cross your mind? The count covers his face, screaming in vain. Ah! Stop! Stop! Cowering under the intense heat of the green flames, he weeps and begs for mercy. I was wrong, okay? I will free all of those worthless peasants immediately. Ah! Too late, Lin Yuan growls, crushing his hopes. He reaches out and lifts the massive, bloated count into the air, leaving him gasping for breath as his eyes bulge. Gah. Hold on to the traitor. You should spend your time thinking about how you'll confess your crimes. Lin Yuan snarls, delivering his sentence. Yet, the fat man desperately struggles, offering cheap bribes. Wait, I will give you anything you want. Just take it all and spare my life, please. The only response to his begging is a brutal, magic-infused punch slammed right into his chest. Lin Yuan shows absolutely no mercy, telling the filthy noble to say goodbye to his life. A devastating shockwave of green lightning crashes down, destroying everything in its path with unstoppable force. Just then, Captain Keith arrives right on cue, leading his squad of knights while riding an imposing, majestic manticore beast. He calls out, "I hope I am not too late. Is Count Callow unharmed? You and I both know who's guilty." But Lin Yuan just coolly replies with his hands in his pockets. "Apologies, Captain, but the culprit you need to arrest is Count Callow himself. He is a traitor." Shocked by the explosive news, Captain Keith breaks out in a sweat. A traitor? Heavens! He turns to the young knight, his expression turning deadly serious. "You must prove this, boy." Laying a hand on a count without solid evidence is a capital crime. Meanwhile, Count Callow lies sprawled out on the ground in a pathetic, messy heap, frantically pointing and screaming to save face. "So you do know that touching me is a death sentence? Sending this lunatic here is a direct insult to my noble title." Keith frowns and crosses his arms, clearly conflicted and hesitating to make a judgment. "With nothing but your word to go on, I cannot order the arrest of a nobleman." Lin Yuan leans back calmly, completely unbothered. Just as the standoff drags on, the maid Anna steps forward. Clenching her hands tightly, she summons all her courage to speak out. "Wait, I know where the evidence is." Anna walks up to Lin Yuan, looking up with unwavering, fearless eyes as she makes her claim. "I previously overheard the Count plotting in secret with the Serpentkin. What is worse, they have actually set up an altar for worship inside a hidden chamber." Her delicate face shines with pure determination as she points. "The secret room is nearby, where the evidence must be hidden." Now, exposed, the Count's face twists into a demonic, blood-red grimace. His bloodshot eyes bulge as he screeches like a maniac. "Lies! When did I ever associate with those serpent monsters?" Like a cornered beast, he leaps forward, aiming to tear his accuser apart. "You worthless rat! I will rip your tongue out." But Lin Yuan is already stepping forward, shielding the terrified girl behind his back. Lin Yuan unleashes a kick fueled by raw green mana, blasting the fat noble away before coldly delivering his final word. "Since my system quest describes it this way, you are definitely a traitor." He then turns to the commander, asking Keith to keep the Count in custody, while he goes to retrieve the evidence. Seeing how things have turned out, Keith can only massage his forehead with a heavy sigh and accept the situation. "Fine, then. Trust me. You and I are going to have to wait for his search results." From his beast, Keith orders 2 knights to stay behind and assist, while the rest of the squad escorts the traitor back to camp. Let us dive in as the soldiers salute and loudly bark their compliance. Lin Yuan turns back to the maid, offering reassuring words, telling her to lead the way. Telling her not to worry, Anna blushes while staring at the strong knight, whispering that he is different and she trusts him. Led by Anna, the group ventures deep into a dark, gloomy passage constructed of cold, damp stone bricks. The girl speaks up, explaining that the Count's secret path leads directly to this spot. A knight behind them inspects the area with his spear, wondering if this damp sewer is indeed where snake men gather. Following closely from behind, Lin Yuan casts a highly suspicious look at the short-haired maid, his brilliant mind instantly analyzing her behavior. But how on earth did a simple maid manage to find this incredibly desolate, remote place and eavesdrop on such massive secrets? Stopping before a giant, closed metal door, Anna looks up to report that this is the very chamber where they secretly meet. Lin Yuan calmly steps forward to take point, telling the others to leave the rest of the work to him. Lin Yuan stares intently at the giant door, carefully examining every single crack, but he finds no unusual marks left behind. "Now pay close attention here." He grabs the edge, slowly pulling the door open while warning his squad to stay on absolute high alert. As the door creaks open, revealing pitch-black darkness, Lin Yuan peers inside and clicks his tongue, noticing that nobody seems to be there. Suddenly, giant, Vicious pythons with deadly fangs leap out of the darkness to attack, forcing him to leap back and shout a loud warning. Everyone get back. The knights behind him instantly raise their weapons in absolute panic as fear grips them. Facing the aggressive pack of venomous snakes, Lin Yuan draws his blade with complete confidence, telling everyone not to fear these tiny pests. With just a few quick slashes, the snakes are sliced to pieces, lying scattered on the stone floor in pools of blood. To hide so many venomous snakes here, there is definitely something fishy going on. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan casts a sidelong glance at Anna, who is standing quietly in the distance. His mind races as he realizes she does not seem the least bit surprised or frightened by this chaos. If they were all wiped out right here, there would be no witnesses left to testify against the Count. Could she be a snake person disguised as a human, secretly conspiring with that fat noble? Perhaps, knowing the Count is about to be exposed, she is using him as a cover to escape. Luckily, this snake-repelling potion is extremely hated by her kind. Think about it, a single test will expose her true identity immediately. In a flash, he hurls the glass bottle, shattering it on the stone floor to release a pale yellow mist with a perfect excuse. He claims it is just a snake repellent to keep the venomous beasts away, so they will not be ambushed. Soon, the thick yellow smoke completely envelops Anna, but she simply clasps her hands together calmly, showing absolutely no signs of physical discomfort or aversion to the mist. Apologizing, she admits she did not expect such terrifying creatures to be hiding inside, but she insists the evidence is surely hidden deep within. Seeing her absolute calm amidst the repellent smoke, Lin Yuan quietly hides his murderous gaze and looks away. A blazing green magical fire ignites in his hand, lighting up the dark space. Sighing in relief, he finally lets go of his heavy suspicion, believing he was simply being too paranoid. He turns to the girl with a warm smile, assuring her it is not her fault. The group marches deep into the heart of the stone-lined chamber, and right before their eyes stands a massive, sinister coiled snake statue. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, declaring that the evidence has finally been found. One of the knights picks up the snake statue, examining it in sheer panic. My God, this is clearly the forbidden totem of the Snake King. The royal decree ordered all such items destroyed. Yet this wretched count dared to hoard so many of them. The knight beside him holds up a piece of embroidered cloth, wide-eyed with horror, identifying it as the count's family crest. He was indeed plotting with the snake men, which is an absolute capital offense. Behind the two sweating knights who are trembling in shock, a shadow looms. Anna keeps her head low, a sinister and eerie grin spreading across her face as shadows completely obscure her eyes. She clasps her hands, playing the helpless victim as she weeps, begging the brave knights to make him pay a heavy price. Cut to the prison cell, where the arrogant count slams the table, standing up to bark at his two guards that a night has passed. Where is your proof? How dare you defile the sacred honor of a noble count? Once I am out of here, I will make every single one of you useless trash pay. The cell door swings open. Commander Shich strides in majestically alongside Lin Yuan, ordering with burning fury to drag him out for intense interrogation now that the proof is found. The guards salute and quickly comply. They brutally force him down to his knees on the cold floor, shouting at him to shut up and confess his treasonous crimes. The count breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in sheer panic that this is simply impossible. And that is where we leave it today. As Commander Shich stands watching the interrogation, we can tell this conspiracy runs deep. Let's dive right into this crazy moment. Even the commander can't believe Carlo actually betrayed the kingdom. Patting Lin Yuan's shoulder, he speaks with immense pride and appreciation for the young knight. You've achieved a massive victory this time. I already reported your success to the king, so expect a grand reward soon. Lin Yuan smiles back with humble gratitude. Thank you, Commander. I was simply doing my duty. Behind them, whips crack through the air, mixing with the count's pathetic screams. Stop. Do you know who I am? I am Count Carlo. The butler's cowardly shriek echoes next. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just a simple butler. Sid's expression grows deadly serious. Stroking his chin, he worries the snake civilization has stolen massive intel from the kingdom. I will personally lead a sweep of this place. I need you to handle the maids and settle them somewhere safe. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, secretly calculating. There's a certain valuable treasure hidden in this mansion that he absolutely cannot leave behind. Shaking off his thoughts, the young knight confidently responds. Understood. I will handle the maids immediately. Right then, a guard rushes over, gasping, "Commander, the prisoners are finally starting to talk." Sid's eyes turn sharp, and trust me, you'll want to hear the crazy things they confess next. The once dapper butler, now beaten black and blue, scrambles forward to sell out his master, crying, "I'll speak first." The Count has been secretly dealing with. Refusing to be upstaged, the bloody-faced Count screeches, "Shut up, it's not your turn." With a sudden burst of energy, his massive body headbutts the butler, sending him flying. The butler rolls away groaning, while Carlo crawls to Sid's feet, crying tears of terror as he confesses. "I confess, I did have some minor dealings with another power, but it was just a tiny mistake." He looks up, begging pathetically, "Since I'm confessing voluntarily, you must plead with the king to show me mercy." Disgusted by the traitor's sheer shamelessness, Sid grips his sword hilt, boiling with absolute rage. "My men and I have risked our lives for this kingdom for years, yet a parasite like you dares to betray us? You absolute scum." Suddenly, the system screen flashes brightly. The quest to capture the traitor has been successfully completed. Scorpion Knight reputation plus 1,000 points. Still, Lin Yuan frowns, feeling like something is way off. Is it really over? What about that massive serpent? He must have missed a crucial detail somewhere. Closing the screen, Lin Yuan bows to say goodbye. Since he's confessed, I'll head out now to get those maids settled into their new quarters. Sid nods, his eyes burning with fury as he glares at the fat noble. "Go. I will make him spit out every secret." The heavy wooden door of the cell slams shut behind him, sealing the traitor's filthy secrets inside the interrogation room. Sid draws his sword and points it at Carlo's face, roaring, "Confess immediately." "Who are the snake spies?" Carlo's eyes widen as he screams out in genuine panic. "What snake spies?" "The person I was dealing with was actually an agent from the Southern Tortoise Kingdom." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stands before the Count's grand mansion, rubbing his chin as he recalls memories from his past life. Remember that online rumor from his past life? Apparently, a god-tier royal shield is hidden inside this very mansion. With overpowered stats and a unique skill, it has to be hidden here. He slips inside a chaotic storage room to look. Lin Yuan frowns, searching every corner as his glowing red eyes scan the room for the legendary treasure. He flings open several expensive wooden chests, but they are completely empty. Clicking his tongue, he panics. Did someone beat him to it? How could anyone else know this gear existed? Returning to the main hall, a guard escorts the maids and reports, "Sir, they are all gathered, but one is missing." Lin Yuan frowns. "Who is missing?" They reply anxiously, "The maid named Anna." Lin Yuan's expression darkens as a pale green magic flame spontaneously erupts in his palm. His mind races. Was she silenced by the snake spies? Or was his initial theory the real truth all along? Extinguishing the flame, he strides into the dark corridor, muttering, "No matter what, I must find her immediately." Stopping before the cellar door, he reasons that a living person cannot simply vanish into thin air. This secret passage leading directly into the sewers beneath the mansion is the most suspicious spot. Stepping down the damp stairs into the freezing, pitch-black sewers, his figure is slowly swallowed by the shadows. His mind pieces the clues together. He still can't shake the feeling that he's overlooking one critical detail. Let's think about this together. If the Count was actually working with them, why would he willingly mention the snake dreams? All right, you and I are jumping right in as a familiar sarcastic voice suddenly cuts him off. You took your time." Lin Yuan tenses up, instantly shifting into high alert. Who is there? Under the dim sewer lights, the maid Anna stands with her back turned, mocking him. "What is the rush? You are not the one forced to suffer and hide in this trashy Count's estate. No wonder you show up whenever you want." Emerging from the pitch-black sewer, a figure in a dark cloak with purple hair and a snakescale mask hiding one eye steps forward, wearing a highly malicious smirk. Well, is that foolish Count Callo finally finished? Spotting his sworn enemy, Lin Yuan instantly activates his stealth skill. The system screen flashes, and his cloaking initiates. Slipping into his soul state, his mind races. It is the snake controller. Why is Anna meeting him? Is she not just a regular non-player character? The snake controller clicks his tongue in deep admiration. Anna is truly a born actress. Pay attention here, that brainless Count, probably died without ever realizing that she was the one who personally set his secret trap. By now, Anna has ditched her maid uniform, rocking a tight combat suit that flaunts every single one of her deadly curves. Crossing her arms, she smugly snorts. Of course they did not expect it. But she frowns, mentioning a highly unusual night. Somehow he suspected my ties to the snake people, even going as far as using snake-attracting medicine to test me. So I will have to leave all the physical brawling to you. The snake controller smirks mockingly. Oh, are those fools not constantly dancing on the palm of your hand? He then turns serious, asking what the guy looks like. Anna hands over a sketched portrait, coldly reporting that this is exactly what he looks like. I must continue my mission for the snake people, systematically weakening the noble class of the West Desert Kingdom. Then she asks him in return, by the way, how is your snake replenishment going? The snake controller takes the sketch, glancing at it casually. But a second later, his face twists in absolute rage, veins bulging in pure fury. He growls through gritted teeth. It is this bastard. If not for him, my sweet baby snakes would not have left me. He stole my hidden dungeon? He stole my hidden dungeon. Now, you and I are finally realizing the truth alongside Lin Yuan. Anna is a snake spy. Her goal is framing and wiping out the West Desert nobility. But another major question suddenly pops into his head. If the count was truly framed, why did the system say the quest was complete? Oh well, whatever. He will just wait for the right moment to wipe them all out. Hearing his screams, Anna crosses her arms in disdain. Have you already clashed with him? Is he not just some random knight who knows a bit of magic? You cannot even handle a minor issue like this? Pissed off, the snake controller roars in pure anger. What do you know? His strength is far beyond your imagination. He can even summon the undead. If that damn undead was not guarding the hidden dungeon, I would not have this massive headache. Anna is shocked. Summoning undead? Gritting his teeth, the snake controller replies. Exactly. That is why I need to borrow your Pluto snake. His face twists in evil, eyes glowing red with murderous intent as he screams. I will tear him to pieces. But surprisingly, Anna flatly refuses, telling him absolutely not. The Pluto snake is vital for another plan. If the West Desert State Preceptor senses it, he will likely destroy it instantly. Our snake civilization cannot afford such a devastating loss. In utter desperation, the snake controller grabs her shoulders, begging, but I cannot wait any longer. You absolutely have to let me borrow it right now. Shoving his hands away, Anna leans close, warning him against reckless moves. Still invisible, Lin Yuan silently analyzes the situation. Normally, non-player characters do not have this much deep interaction with players. Is this snake controller using Anna to farm reputation points for the snake civilization? Lin Yuan clenches his fist, determined to stop them. Suddenly, a violent blast of wind erupts, sending heavy shockwaves throughout the dark sewer. Lin Yuan whips around in surprise, completely stunned by the sight before him. Slithering out from thick white smoke, a massive green python with glowing yellow eyes rears its head, radiating pure, oppressive power. The snake controller quickly backs away, letting the terrifying beast and its master take center stage. Standing before her giant python, Anna crosses her arms and coldly warns him that the Pluto snake senses her emotions. If you try anything, I will not be able to stop it. The snake controller sneers. Well, you and I can definitely see these two share one hell of a twisted bond. Let's dive right into this crazy story where a giant serpent lowers its eyes, thinking only of their grand plan. Nearby, Anna gently strokes its rock-hard scales, searching for some comfort and deep understanding in its cold presence. Finally, the snake controller has to yield, muttering that he will deal with him himself. Just keep doing your job, and do not forget the instructions your boss gave you. You need to cooperate with my actions. Leaning her head against the solid body of the Pluto snake, Anna holds a stolen shield and complains in pure disgust. I know, let me rest. Serving those disgusting old men is enough to make me throw up. All I got is this mediocre shield after being tortured by that fat pig for so long. It is definitely more loss than gain. As the snake controller walks away, Anna scoffs, unaware that Lam Vien sees everything. Lam Vien looks down at his own spirit hand. He realizes his stealth skill is completely useless against the Pluto snake, meaning he cannot afford to act recklessly. A new plan forms. He will send a tiny snake to tail the controller and strike once he is far away. Instantly, A small spirit serpent separates from his body, gliding silently into the dark. Looking up at the massive beast, Lam Vian whispers, "Do not be impatient. Very soon, you will see the light of day again." The serpent hisses in anticipation, and Lam Vian clenches his fist. He decides the Count can wait until he asks the knights. Right now, dealing with the first believer is far more urgent. He must catch that snake controller first. Opening up his tracking map, he smirks with total confidence. With the power of the gloomy spirit skill, he is ready to catch him completely off guard. Now, pay close attention. As the snake controller walks, a sudden chill runs down his spine, forcing him to stop in shock. His system alerts, activating the demonic numbness sensing skill. Under his scaled mask, his purple eyes widen in pure shock. Oh no, I am being followed. Panicked, he quickly pulls out a rare teleportation scroll. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he swears he will eliminate that bastard sooner or later. Instantly, his system triggers a notification. A green magic circle erupts beneath his feet, swallowing him whole before he vanishes without a trace. Lam Vian freezes in place, clicking his tongue in shock. Another teleportation scroll? How could he waste such an incredibly expensive, single-use item so easily and without a second thought? Lam Vian realizes that this first believer has way more resources than expected. He needs to start building up his own wealth too. It is finally time to stock up on high-grade lightning resistance potions. Once that lightning dungeon opens, they will easily become bestsellers. With determination in his eyes, he looks at his loyal undead subordinates guarding nearby. To do that, he must control the hidden serpent nest dungeon. Meanwhile, inside a grand cathedral, a lady named Edith expresses her deep gratitude. "Oh dear. I had no idea these homeless girls suffered so much. Please, let them stay here under our care." Another girl gratefully holds Edith's hand, offering to teach them sewing so they never have to become slaves again. "This was the whole point of our trip. Thank you, Lady Edith." A knight standing next to Lam Vian says, "We will take our leave now." By the way, is her confession fully prepared yet? Another knight replies that it was sent to the commander. To think he secretly colluded with the Southern Empire is absolutely shameful. Let's pause here. The Southern Empire is their sworn enemy, and someone watching them mutters about who is really pulling the strings. In this immortal world, the Southern Empire and West Desert have always been bitter enemies. Hopefully, he gets exactly what he deserves. As the knights depart, nobody notices a figure hiding in the nearby bushes. The shadows stir as a dark-cloaked figure emerges with a black crow on his shoulder. He whispers an order to report to the boss. The target has left the knights, and they can strike any time. Understanding perfectly, the crow spreads its wings and flies away. Meanwhile, back with Lam Vian, he walks down the street, pondering over his rare lightning resistance formula. To brew this potion, he needs a high-level alchemist, but unfortunately, most of them are tied to major guilds. Stopping in front of a quest board, he frowns slightly. Since the formula is single-use, it would be a disaster if an alchemist learned it and then betrayed him. Lam Vian decides that finding a freelance alchemist and signing a binding contract is his safest option. He scans the quest papers on the board, but finding a high-level freelancer is tough. He decides to post a bounty quest first to see if anyone fits. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a specific quest sheet. He pulls it down and reads, "A player named Lak Kun Nan has posted a bounty quest. Lak Kun Han. Now, trust me, you and I are about to see this top 10 alchemist and ranger completely turn the tables next time. You and I are about to watch our main character find his gold mine because this mysterious girl has never joined a single guild." The system screen flashes instantly, confirming he accepted the bounty quest and automatically adding the quest poster as a friend. A chat interface pops up as Lak Kun Han's surprised voice echoes, saying she never expected anyone to actually accept her request. "Didn't you see those thugs from the Kwang DM Guild deliberately blocking my quest from the board?" Lam Vian types back bluntly, ignoring her warning, and asks when they start, prompting a soft giggle from Lak Kun Nan. She teases that he seems quite impatient before sending over the coordinates for their meeting, which instantly flash right before his eyes. Coordinates 225-478-65. He mutters that high-level free alchemists are rare, hoping she is worth partnering with. Lam Vian quickly makes his way to a rugged, rocky canyon glowing under the golden sunset. A playful, clear voice calls out from behind, asking if he is the brave soul who accepted her quest. Lak Kun Hen, a beautiful ranger with long brown hair clad in green armor, walks up and asks if he really came alone. Those granite monsters are elite beasts, you know? Are you absolutely sure you can handle this? Lam Vien turns around with a quiet nod, suddenly realizing she is the exact same drunk girl from the tavern that night. She steps in close, teasingly staring at his face, saying he is surprisingly handsome and that she is putting all her faith in him. Leaping onto a rock, she draws her bow with a playful wink, telling him to stay safe, and promises to protect him with her arrows. But Lam Vien coldly tells her not to bother. She secretly thinks he looks totally unreliable, while Lam Vien sighs, figuring she is his only choice since nobody better is around. Pointing ahead, she warns him that those nasty granite beasts are hiding right inside that pile of rocks, always waiting to ambush players. Together, they step deeper into the dark canyon, their boots crunching loudly on the gravel. Suddenly, Lam Vien halts, his sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion, but she just laughs it off, telling him not to worry since she won't blame him even if they fail. Hold on tight, because right now, the earth shakes as a massive granite monster bursts from the cliffs to attack our duo. Its stats appear: Granite Golem, Elite Level 15, 3,600 health, high defense, and a hardening skill. They quickly jump into battle stance as the giant lets out a deafening roar, swinging a massive stone fist straight down. Unfazed, Lak Kunan raises her bow with confidence, unleashing a glowing green arrow. She shouts that she is keeping her promise to protect her little bro. The arrow flies true, but bounces harmlessly off its steel-like skin, showing a tragic miss sign, leaving her with a disappointed, weeping pout. Compared to easy alchemy, active combat is just way too difficult. Before she can even whine, 2 more golems ambush her from the flanks. In the nick of time, as giant fists close in, a dark shadow blurs past. Lam Vien steps in front of her, shoving her back with one hand while drawing his sharp sword. Telling her to hide while he handles them, a soft blue aura erupts from his body, his eyes filled with fierce determination. His mind races as he evaluates his stone foes, completely surrounded by their looming, rocky bodies. Yet, showing absolutely zero fear, Lam Vien simply lets out a cold, provocative smirk. Now pay attention, because he decides to draw all the aggro and face these high-defense stone beasts head-on in pure style. He hurls 2 energy spheres straight at their heads, while Lak Kun Nan watches his back in absolute awe. She mutters to herself, wondering why this handsome, cold, and highly decisive guy looks so incredibly familiar to her right now. Suddenly, a memory flashes in her mind, and she gasps as she finally recognizes him. He was the one who chased off those thugs at the tavern. Can he really solo these elite monsters alone? Or is she not as drunk as she thought? Thanks for watching. Panicking, she scrambles to pull out a healing potion and rushes toward the chaotic battlefield with worry. She worries he is silently cursing her, but tells him not to fear as she brings over a recovery potion. But before she can reach him, Lam Vien stomps the ground and launches himself high into the air. He raises his sword high and roars, summoning the terrifying gate of the underworld. A massive, eerie green portal tears open behind him, and howling hellhounds and shadow wolves charge out into battle. His undead army mercilessly tears into the stone giants, triggering a chaotic and earth-shattering clash of forces. In the blink of an eye, the monsters shatter into pieces, leaving glowing golden cores scattered all over the ground. As he grabs the loot and walks over to his jaw-dropped ally, we know this is just the beginning of his legend. Let us dive in. Here is the rare granite golem core you wanted. This is what you needed, right? The system panel flashes, confirming Lak Kun Nan's quest is complete. She stands there in pure shock as she takes the core. Is it really over just like that? Or did staying up late brewing potions finally make her lose her mind? Lam Vien shrugs it off, calling them just minor elite monsters. Her eyes sparkle with deep admiration, suddenly remembering that the handsome young man who helped her back to her hotel room before was also him. I really owe you a massive favor this time. But hey, with someone as insanely strong as you, why even take my quest? You could easily clear missions with way bigger payouts. Lam Vien looks straight into her eyes, laying down his actual motives with absolute honesty. I need a high-level alchemist to sign a contract and brew potions for me. I do not trust anyone in the guild, and you happen to fit my requirements. This business deal pays incredibly well. Are you interested? Lak Kun Han smiles beautifully, nodding her head without a single second of hesitation. Sure, I already witnessed what kind of decent guy you are during that night. So, how about we grab a drink and discuss your plan? Instead of answering, Lam Vian instantly summons a glowing virtual contract. Pay attention here, because he insists on signing first before sharing details, and she happily agrees. She admits she usually hates binding contracts, but since it is him, she has no issue signing. Lam Vian nods in deep satisfaction, as the system confirms the contract is active. This makes things much safer. Now, he finally has a trustworthy and reliable helper. The system log updates. Player Lak Queen Han Han has accepted the contract, entering an official employment relationship with player Lam Vian. Her ID remains hidden. She crosses her arms, flashing a playful wink. Well, I am officially working for you now, boss. What do you need me to do? Lam Vian mentions having a specific recipe, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. He narrows his eyes, scanning the area. Wait, something is off. Looking up at the jagged stone pillars towering over them, a powerful wave of familiarity suddenly washes over him. He feels like he saw this exact place in his past life. The spawn points of those granite golems follow a very specific pattern. Suddenly, a brilliant green light flashes. A massive beast with a lion body, eagle wings, and a scorpion tail erupts into view. Lak Kuen Han Han panics, but Lam Vian recognizes it instantly, a manticore. Without a second of hesitation, Lam Vian leaps onto the manticore's back. The beast roars, flapping its massive wings and soaring high into the sky, leaving Lak Kuen Nan completely stunned on the ground below. Wait, did he seriously just fly away like that? Soaring through the air, Lam Vian stares down at the canyon. The realization hits him. No wonder that forum photo from his past life had this exact angle. From up here, the pillars where the granite golems spawned are arranged in a highly mysterious array pattern. The manticore circles the largest pillar. Watch closely, because his eyes flash with excitement as he spots a hidden dungeon entrance. Inside the ancient tomb, Lam Vian and Lak Kuen Nan tread carefully. One of them radiates a dark blue energy, while the other is wrapped in a vibrant green light of life. Walking deep inside, she whispers, unable to hide her sheer amazement. Who would have thought a real hidden dungeon was buried in this stone forest? But with only two of us, are we really going to be okay? Lam Vian remains completely calm, carefully calculating everything in his head. In his past life, the forum only had a single photo of this dungeon's entrance, with absolutely zero additional information. Hidden dungeons are insanely dangerous, but the rewards are always massive. Even without any intel, he must take the risk. He glances at her, reminding her that she was the one who insisted on tagging along. Lak Kuen Han immediately pouts, putting her hands on her hips playfully. Come on, I was just curious. Don't worry. I do not need any of the loot, I just want to see the world. Lam Vian shakes his head, saying firmly, now that we are here, follow my lead. Let us go. The entrance is right ahead. As his foot touches the very first stone step, a freezing, ancient chill suddenly washes over him. Lam Vian narrows his eyes. Right before them is a dark, endless pathway leading deep into the underground. At the end of the path sits a massive stone sarcophagus. He instantly recognizes these ruins as an ancient tomb from the ASE civilization. He explains to the confused girl that in the world of the immortals, the ancient Ast civilization worshipped death itself. The two of them walk forward, observing the bizarre patterns carved along the walls. He continues explaining that they sought soul liberation to achieve immortality, mastering powerful techniques that allowed them to craft items from corpses. However, this civilization collapsed hundreds of years ago. On screen, we see a close-up of the rotting, ancient stone steps. Lak Kuen Nan shivers, wrapping her arms around herself. For some reason, I have a really bad feeling about this place. Suddenly, a loud buzzing echoes from the sarcophagus. Trust me, you and I can feel the tension as he listens closely. Wait, is that a mosquito? Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound echoes from the stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan immediately tenses up, listening closely to what sounds like a swarm of mosquitoes. A dark shadow suddenly bursts from the stone coffin at blinding speed, leaving a blurry trail of light behind. All right, you and I are about to witness an epic dungeon battle. Lam Vian screams in shock at the insane speed. He swings his sword, unleashing a brilliant blue energy wave. But the dark shadow easily dodges his strike, and charges straight for Lak Kun Nan. Lak Kun Han can only let out a terrified scream as dark energy wraps tightly around her, sending a paralyzing sensation through her body. The shadow reveals its true form, a cloaked wraith holding a massive scythe, with eyes glowing an eerie, supernatural purple deep beneath its dark hood. A status screen pops up. Black Wraith, normal class, level 17, 4500 health, 530 attack, 45 defense, with deadly active curse skills. Behind the Wraith, smaller monsters swarm out. Seeing this, one teammate asks, "Are those insect-type monsters crawling out?" Lak Kun Nan grits her teeth, completely paralyzed. "I cannot move my body at all." Without even looking back, Lam Vian commands his loyal summon to take her out of this dungeon. Despite being frozen, Lak Kun Nan desperately grabs several potion bottles from her bag and throws them toward Lam Vian. These potions will temporarily boost your stats. Instantly, system notifications flash, showing agility buff potions applied to her ally, Lam Vian. Hidden ID. Agility increased by 10%. Another notification shows an attack boost potion used on Lam Vian, raising his damage by 10%, followed quickly by a defense boost potion increasing his armor by 10%. Lam Vian feels raw power surging through his veins. He quickly realizes this boss relies on lightning-fast ambushes. He must clear the annoying minions first, before focusing on the main boss. Charging forward, green flashes of his necromancy sword light wipe out the horde. Now watch closely, because a sharp wind suddenly strikes him from the side. Lam Vian dodges back, his gaze turning incredibly serious. This monster is smarter than I thought, knowing exactly when to strike. Standing before him is a massive beetle, its body shining brilliantly like a green jade. Lam Vian slashes hard, but it does absolutely zero damage. How can a monster with zero defense block his attacks? Does it have a special immunity? The status screen reveals Atech Empire Sacred Beetle. Special class, 100 health, 1000 attack, 0 defense. Skill, Undying Execution. Lam Vian narrows his eyes, making a quick decision. This bug has insane single target damage and speed. It could easily cover the weakness in my combat lineup. There is no way I am letting you escape. He instantly summons a giant lightning scorpion to block the path. But the beetle swiftly glides right over the scorpion's head. Lam Vian roars, telling it not to run. He chases at top speed, but the beetle dodges every single strike like lightning. In a split second, Lam Vian leaps high into the air, swinging his sword down. No matter how fast it is, it cannot escape the dark power of his necromancy sword slashing down. It is just a bug. The beetle shatters into countless glowing energy fragments as Lam Vian yells, "Die!" Lam Vian breathes a sigh of relief, his sword still pinning down the struggling, dying beetle. Phew! Even though each strike only did minor damage, the beetle cannot escape anymore. Its death is only a matter of time. Right after, the cold system screen flashes a notification. Health has dropped to 0. Lam Vian stands tall, extending his hand as dark blue necromancy energy surges in his palm. "Rise and fight for me." From the beetle's corpse, a blinding blue light explodes, cracking the stone floor. As the light condenses, the shattered pieces of the beetle quickly fuse back together, forming a brand new sacred beetle that glows with an incredibly mysterious, eerie light. You saw that too, right? As the revived beetle hovers around Lam Vian, a childlike voice suddenly echoes in his head. "Where are you taking me?" Lam Vian is shocked. He never expected this summon to have actual intelligence. What a massive win. The beetle does not wait for a reply, flying directly toward a massive stone sarcophagus. Lam Vian instantly realizes what is happening. "Can you open that ancient coffin?" The beetle lands on the lid, releasing energy to activate the old mechanism. The heavy stone lid slowly slides open with a deep rumble, sending a brilliant pillar of light shooting straight up into the air. Lam Vian stares in awe at the magnificent sight, finally figuring it all out. No wonder there was zero info on the gaming forums in his past life. This hidden step required the sacred beetle to actively help. Inside the pillar of light, a glowing golden book bound in chains appears. The system announces, "Congratulations on obtaining the curse book. You can pay a price to learn a custom skill." He sees Amplified Damage Level 1, which curses enemies to take 50% more damage. The penalty? -200 health points. There is also blindness level 1, which curses a crowd to reduce their vision. The penalty, minus 50 vision. Or weakness level 1, cursing a target to lower their damage. The penalty, minus 100 attack points. So, which of these cursed skills would you and I choose? Reflect attack. Level 1 is absolute madness. Alright, you and I are starting with some insanely risky skills negative 10 power. Level 1, fear curse, and a heavy toll of negative 5 spirit points. Lin Yuan scrolls through the list, nodding in approval. As expected of a death-worshipping civilization, these negative status effects are almost impossible for enemies to dispel. Without any hesitation, he taps to select the very first skill. Amplified damage has the best combat utility, so it is an easy choice. Losing 200 health points is nothing to him. Plus, the Divine Beetle completely makes up for his lack of instant assassination power, while the curse skill is perfect for crowd control. Combined with his Gloom Spirit's cleanse skill, he can now lock onto key targets with laser precision during chaotic battles. With his new skills learned, Lin Yuan glances over at the defeated wraiths, but they do not matter. He turns to leave, and the Divine Beetle obediently flies behind him. Lin Yuan smirks, realizing the beetle's paralyzing effect paired with its high-speed stealth means the Chariot Master will not escape so easily next time. Just then, the beetle's stat window updates with new information. A screen pops up detailing the Divine Beetle's skills, featuring an undying passive effect. All damage taken by the beetle triggers a retaliatory strike, dealing 200% lightning damage with a 50% chance to paralyze enemies for 60 seconds. Its undead body is completely immune to fear, poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. As they step out of the dungeon portal, Lin Yuan already has his next plan ready, time to head back and prepare his shop. But watch closely, just as he plans to stock up on potions. Luo Qingyan is suddenly blown away and crashes right at his feet. Lin Yuan is startled and quickly turns around, raising his guard as a hostile group of players approaches. The arrogant blonde leader sneers with a smug grin, looking down on them. "Oh, so you are the little brat who actually accepted her quest, huh? Did you not know she is blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you have a death wish." Luo Qingyan scrambles to her feet, whispering urgently to Lin Yuan. "Hey, find a chance to get out of here later. They are after me." These guys lack the strength, but insisted on taking my commission, only to get wiped out by monsters. Now, they want to extort me. The blonde guy points directly at her, screaming with rage. "You old hag, if we did not fight those stone golems for you, my brothers would not have died and lost levels, so this debt is on you. Unless you pay 30 gold coins, neither of you is leaving here alive today." Suddenly, a cold, dark energy radiates from Lin Yuan, making the leader shiver in shock. The whole gang watches in horror as deep purple curse energy envelops Lin Yuan. The blonde leader stammers, asking what on earth is happening. Lin Yuan raises his hand, summoning a massive magic circle beneath their feet. The leader panics, realizing this is a high-level curse spell. A chilling, demonic voice echoes through the air. "Curse, descent." The Divine Beetle hovers up with glowing eyes, its voice echoing in their minds. "Did you say we are not leaving alive?" Lin Yuan chuckles with absolute confidence. "You and I both know he loves a challenge, and this dark curse energy is perfect for testing his new combo with the beetle." A cold system notification flashes before his eyes, confirming that the damage amplification skill has been successfully activated. The furious blonde leader roars at his priest, calling him completely useless for failing to dispel a simple curse spell right now. The priest panics as dark mist tightly wraps around him, crying out that he has never seen this kind of curse before. The cold system interface pops up, showing that dispel has failed and cannot be removed. The leader grits his teeth, trying to stay calm. "Damn it, do not think a cheap sneak attack means you win." He points smugly at Lin Yuan, bragging that this is just a single minor curse skill. "With 4 of us here, killing you is too easy." But before he can even finish, a jade green light flashes. His lackey screams in agony as the green strike hits him. Another member watches his teammates fall one after another, completely speechless with terror. When did he even attack? Lin Yuan stands still, casually gathering a sphere of emerald energy in his hand, secretly planning to maximize his damage output using the curse, and then letting his highly mobile Divine Beetle easily execute the enemy healer first, making his entire battle strategy incredibly versatile and unstoppable. Clutching his shoulder, the leader screams madly. Quick, his skills are definitely on cooldown. Go grab and kill him. The remaining two brutes roar, charging with weapons drawn. He only relies on his summon to fight, meaning he is a squishy ranged class. Get him. The other shouts in agreement. But hidden in the shadows, Lin Yuan merely lets out a cold, mysterious smirk. His sword suddenly erupts with teal light, leaving us on the edge of our seats as virtual data surges across the blade. Alright, you and I are about to watch this epic fight. The remaining 3 Flame Guild members instantly freeze, utterly terrified as they watch him draw his sword. Lam Vian moves like a total ghost, effortlessly gliding past the 2 brutes in a split second. His cold voice whispers right in their ears, telling them they guessed wrong. Meanwhile, their desperate healer gets toyed with by a savage beetle, screaming out in absolute despair. What on earth is this thing? Another panicked guild member gets grazed by the flying beetle. He screams out, asking how he was supposed to know his attacks only deal 1 damage. Before their leader can even react, Lam Vian sends him flying with a brutal kick. The boss crashes hard onto the ground, and Lam Vian calmly walks over as he struggles to get up. This is impossible. How did you wipe out my entire squad so easily? What class are you anyway? Quickly changing his tone, the boss tries to bribe him, shocked that she actually managed to find such a powerful ally. Why not join our Flame Guild instead? How much is that woman paying you anyway? I will pay you double, no, 5 times more. But as the boss props himself up, a dark magic vine suddenly erupts from the ground. It tightly binds his hand. Lam Vian narrows his eyes, scanning the forest edge with a sharp gaze. Still more rats waiting in ambush? Suddenly, a giant phantom wolf leaps from the shadows, sinking its teeth into the leader. Lam Vian coldly delivers his final words, "Shut up and die." The terrified boss barely lets out a final scream before the massive wolf tears him to pieces. Lam Vian raises his hand, causing the dead bodies to glow. He yells for them to scream as the system screen appears, activating his corpse explosion skill. The corpses detonate with absolute violence, creating a massive shockwave that blows everything away. The blast is so massive it forces the hidden runners in the forest to halt, completely stunned. One assassin breaks hard, while another mutters in absolute terror, wondering if this is a coincidence or if they were exposed from the start. And here is where things get wild. Lam Vian suddenly appears, dusting off his coat with a smirk, calling out the 3 hiding mice. Realizing they have been spotted, one of the black-cloaked assassins screams out a frantic warning to stay alert. Instantly, a massive jade-blue sword aura erupts from his blade, sweeping across the entire battlefield and blasting those cloaked assassins far backward. Lam Vian lands gracefully, his sharp eyes instantly analyzing the battlefield. Something is wrong. These guys are on a completely different level than the Flame Guild. Is there a different faction involved? Meanwhile, the 3 cloaked enemies quickly regroup to form a deadly pincer formation. Their leader roars. Since they are exposed, it is time to strike using that special move. The massive axe wielder nods in agreement. He immediately leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating downward slash with his giant battle axe. At the same time, a barrage of arrows flies at him with terrifying speed. He narrows his eyes with a cold humph. Suddenly, a glowing red chain whip lashes out from below like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Lam Vian's legs. With lightning reflexes, Lam Vian stomps hard on the chain, launching himself into the air. He spectacularly evades the giant spinning battle axe flying right at him. Landing solidly back on the ground, his glowing sword begins emitting an icy frost aura. He smirks mockingly, telling them to bring out whatever other skills they have left. Utterly enraged by his arrogance, the heavy axe wielder roars and charges straight at him. Die, you arrogant brat. He gets blasted head-on by a swirling blue magic wave. The giant axe user is sent flying, screaming in absolute agony. Meanwhile, Lam Vian's hands light up with massive, oppressive circles of dark magic. You and I both know what is coming next. He smirks, whispering that it is his turn now as the system activates a damage boost. A critical hit. The cloaked assassin's eyes roll back in pure terror, sweating profusely as dark purple chains of energy bind him tightly, leaving him completely paralyzed. Suffocating under the crushing magic vines, he squirms helplessly and begs his teammates to dispel the debuff as quickly as possible. But before they can help, a massive shadow suddenly blocks the sky. His face goes completely pale as he screams in absolute horror. A colossal stone golem drops a 1,000-pound fist straight onto his head. accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that tears through the air. As the screams fade, the cold-hearted leader ignores his dying ally and furiously swings his chain whip. He screams to keep pushing, demanding they finish the mission and eliminate the target at all costs. His ally immediately barks back in agreement. Lam Vian effortlessly parries an incoming sharp spearhead, calmly narrowing his eyes to analyze the situation. A mission? It seems these guys are highly trained mercenaries sent by some hidden enemy. Before he can finish the thought, the enemy spear tears through the air, thrusting repeatedly at him with blinding speed. But with a slick hand movement, Lam Vian catches the enemy's long chain, pulling it tight to completely halt the assassin's advance. Trust me, you and I can feel his terror as he loses balance midair, screaming in shock. Just as Lam Vian's dark sword unleashes a violent blue storm of pure magic, completely engulfing and crushing his helpless body right then and there. Let's dive in as this beaten assassin rolls away, screaming with his last breath for his captain to run. Hiding far away, the female crossbow assassin panics, dripping with cold sweat, wondering what kind of monster they are facing. Her teammates were completely wiped out in just a few short seconds, leaving her trembling in absolute terror. Suddenly, a shadow of a magic scorpion looms over her head as a cold, deadly voice whispers, "Die." The blue lightning scorpion strikes, violently electrocuting the female assassin and blasting her off the cliff. Walking over to his helpless prey, Lam Vian rests his sword casually on his shoulder. He glares down at her with immense pressure, coldly interrogating, "Spill it. Who sent you? Talk, and I might just spare your life." But she just grits her teeth, glaring back stubbornly, telling him he is dreaming and to just end her right now. Faced with her stubborn defiance, Lam Vian frowns, realizing she will never talk. The force backing these assassins must be a massive, powerful organization, explaining why they would gladly choose death over leaking any valuable information. Who on earth is targeting him? Wasting no more time, he summons a devastating lightning storm to blast her into a... With one last gasp, she completely vaporizes. Brushing off his sleeves, Lam Vian turns around just as his archer companion comes running over, carrying all the dropped loot. Tutek showers him with absolute admiration, praising how unbelievably strong he is. "Now pay attention here." She eagerly collected every single piece of rare gear those beaten thugs dropped for him. Catching the glowing loot, Lam Vian generously starts dividing their newfound battlefield spoils. "This silver tier bracer boosts archery attack speed, so you should keep it. I will sell the rest of these silver items for some quick cash." She winks playfully, saying she will gladly accept it as an advance on her salary from her wonderful young boss. The system screen pops up, displaying the beautifully crafted silver bracers with glowing details. The detailed stats appear, showing the silver tier pursuit bracers, granting 30 bonus attack power and 10 movement speed, along with 15 attack speed and a passive skill boosting archery firing rate by an extra 15%. Right after leaving the messy battlefield behind, she playfully nudges his shoulder to invite him out. Ask yourself, would our cold main character actually agree to drinks? Nope, he instantly shuts her down. "No way, we need to go handle our shop business first." But as the two of them stroll away peacefully, a mysterious shadow lurks deep inside the thick, dark forest, silently keeping watch on their every move. This spy immediately retreats to report to his cool, metal-masked boss, shocked that their elite strike team with a perfect 100% success rate was completely wiped out by a single kid. Hearing this, the leader narrows his eyes, an evil glow flashing behind his mask, as he mutters that this kid is far more interesting than expected. His subordinate then timidly asks if they should send a much stronger team, but the leader simply waves him off with a devious plan. He decided to change his mind, realizing a guildless talent like him should be recruited instead of destroyed. The leader's eyes glow with a strange green light, filled with intense curiosity. He orders his men to suspend all attacks while he personally handles the client. Meanwhile, back in the bustling city, Lam Vian strolls calmly, with his hands deep in his cloak pockets, walking side by side with the archer girl into the peaceful city square, as if that brutal bloodbath never even happened. Holding a piece of paper, a confident smirk plays on Lam Vian's face as he schemes internally. The recipe for the rarest high-effect lightning resistance potion in the world has been in his hands all along, and he has already secured a contract with a highly reliable, high-tier alchemist. He just needs to solve the shop location issue and gather enough raw materials to mass-produce this legendary elixir. Then, once the lightning dungeon finally opens up, he will easily make a fortune. But as he daydreams, a flattering voice suddenly shouts out from behind. The blonde warrior waves enthusiastically, rushing over with pure excitement as he showers him with heavy praise. Boss, you finally remembered your little bro. Do you still remember when we absolutely crushed that dungeon together last time? That was honestly such an incredible, heart-racing rush. At that moment, the system interface pops up with some amazing news, confirming a payout of 400 gold coins and showing that the gear from his friend Lam Vian has arrived safely in his inbox. Seeing his clingy puppy dog attitude, the archer playfully teases him. Wow, is this your biggest fanboy? Lam Vian clears his throat, trying to avoid his overwhelming excitement. Well, actually I am on my way to buy a storefront, so let us talk about dungeons some other time. Hearing about spending money, the blonde's eyes light up as he proudly volunteers to help buy the shop. Let me tag along, boss. Spending cash is my ultimate specialty. Meanwhile, she waves goodbye, leaving us eager to see what happens next. So, I will head back to my office first, because I need to pack up all of my alchemy tools. All right, you and I are dropping into a massive negotiation where the mayor sits in his grand hall, waving his hands in a firm, awkward rejection. No, no, no. This is absolutely not about money at all. Stroking his sleek mustache, the mayor raises an authoritative finger and cites the absolute highest law. The king issued a strict decree stating that commercial property in Rogo Square cannot be sold to commoners under any circumstance. Leaning over the desk, the blonde guy tries to sweet-talk him. Please reconsider this, mayor. Just take a moment to think about it. If we buy this shop, we will definitely boost the entire local economy, right? It is completely beneficial. But the mayor firmly raises his hand to shut him down. Young man, do not waste your breath. There is zero room for negotiation here. The negotiation fails miserably. Scratching his head, the blonde guy turns to Lin Yuan, looking completely apologetic. Abyss God, it seems I messed up. How about I go buy you another prime storefront in the real world instead? Lin Yuan calmly steps forward and brushes him off. No need for all that trouble. Let me handle him myself. Thinking they are going to keep haggling, the mayor shuts his eyes and dismissively waves them out of his office. Just leave. Get out of my sight. That prime property was already zoned and reserved for someone else long ago. But pay attention here, the very next second. The official's eyes go wide with pure shock at Lin Yuan's dominant voice. What if I have this? He proudly holds up a mysterious metal, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Lin Yuan's action leaves the mayor stuttering in complete shock. Is this the honorary medal of the Foxtail Knight Order? The one only Commander Sid can personally award? Forgetting his fake dignity, the mayor leaps out of his chair. Sweating profusely and gaping in sheer panic, he stutters out. Are you actually an honorary member of the legendary Foxtail Knight Order? Instantly flipping his attitude, the official bows low and submissively presents a detailed layout map of the area. By royal decree, this commercial zone is completely off-limits to ordinary citizens, but as an esteemed member of the Knights, you absolutely have the privilege to buy it out. Here is the layout map. Please, feel free to choose the most prime spot. Ignoring the cheap flattery, Lin Yuan crosses his arms, carefully analyzing the map and calculating his next move. This shop's location directly connects to his future gold mine, which means he has to make a very careful choice here. Beside him, the blonde guy practically drools in absolute admiration. As expected of the Abyss God, standing so tall and majestic even before a high-ranking official, his eagle-like eyes lock onto the most prime red plot highlighted on the map. Pressing his finger down decisively, he seals the deal. This is the spot. They stop in front of a bustling building with a holographic sign showing that Property 32 has been bought by an anonymous player. The warrior looks up in utter disbelief, muttering, "Wasn't this prime location supposed to be completely locked by the system? Who could be powerful enough to snatch this property and even hide their identity?" Just then, lugging a massive pile of gear, the female archer runs over, her jaw completely dropping in shock. Did you seriously buy this entire building for real? Didn't the NPCs say all these storefronts were locked? Hands in his pockets, looking like a total boss, Lin Yuan steps up the stairs into his brand new property. You and I know he is just flexing, As Lin Yuan calmly shrugs, it only took a tiny bit of special privilege. Handing a secret document directly to her, he asks seriously, "Take a very close look at this potion recipe. What ingredients are we still missing?" Right then, the system confirms he has shared the recipe for the potent lightning resistance potion with his partner, Luo Qingyan. Frowning, Luo Qingyan scans the document and professionally analyzes their current situation. "I have gathered all the minor ingredients, but we are completely stuck on the lightning lizard claw. This item is practically extinct on the market right now, with 0 sellers." Lin Yuan smirks, thinking to himself, "Perfect timing, since my accumulated experience bar is already about to level up. I will just farm some monsters and grab these ingredients myself." Sensing a dungeon run, the blonde guy excitedly waves his hands, begging to join. "Are you heading out to grind monsters? Abyss God, please bring me along. I promise to be your most hard-working errand boy." Seeing their intense battle spirit, she quickly declines, backing away while tightly hugging her massive pile of gear. "You two go ahead and have fun. I am only interested in burying myself in the lab doing alchemy research." Holding out a keyring, Lin Yuan calmly hands over the responsibility with the confidence of a generous boss. "I have given you full administrative and business control over this shop. From now on, this massive place is your official private office." Luo Qingyan gapes in shock, completely bewildered as we leave her to figure out what just happened. "All right, you and I are about to watch Lin Yuan summon a majestic dark beast to take flight. Let's go. Riding this beast straight there will save us so much time." Below, the blonde guy looks up at the massive wings, his eyes shining with awe. That mount is absolutely epic. A system prompt pops up, confirming the successful summoning of the Manticore mount. Soon after, as the two of them land in a dangerous canyon, a ferocious dragon lizard glowing with blue light opens its jaw wide. Its mouth is packed with jagged teeth. Roaring in warning, it spits a blinding, destructive lightning orb straight at the intruders. The combat scanner immediately flashes open, showing detailed enemy analysis of a normal tier, level 17 Thunder Lizard. 3,800 health, 330 attack, 145 defense, with discharge and pack summon skills. A hail of green fireballs packed with destructive energy rains down like a meteor shower as Lin Yuan moves instantly. With slick reflexes, he stabs his dark sword into the dirt to slide and dodge the explosive bombardment, while blonde guy struggles behind him to dodge. Suddenly, the ground splits and a pack of hideous green lizards crawls out. The blonde companion panics, screaming in terror at the massive swarm. Yet, Lin Yuan remains as calm as still water. He calmly explains that thunder lizards have a unique trait. When one dies, it instantly wakes up all nearby packmates. Seeing his boss so relaxed, the blonde guy gets fired up, offering to be a frontline shield for the Abyss God. Lin Yuan steps back with his hands in his pockets, telling him to just focus on gathering the dropped loot. But don't blink, because a massive, fiery green lizard king suddenly erupts onto the scene, totally fearless. Lin Yuan instantly summons his loyal minion to join the fight, coldly commanding it to unleash absolute full power. The system window pops open with a bright gold notification, congratulating him on his victory and reaching level 16. With a glowing level up arrow above his head, Lin Yuan smirks, calculating that his level is now among the server's top tier. Standing nearby, the blonde companion stares in absolute awe at the summoned beast army. Is that the Ash Valley boss? Are they actually working for the Abyss God? That is ridiculously epic. Then, a massive stat board appears. Lin Yuan rubs his chin in deep thought, plotting. The snake controller's leveling speed definitely cannot match mine. With his sacred beetle and damage boosts, we'll watch him hunt him down. While those 3 ambushers feel like real assassins. After investigating them, the blonde guy runs back carrying a giant sack of loot larger than his own body. The blonde guy excitedly reports, "Abyss God, all the dropped materials are right here." Lin Yuan turns and walks away coolly, saying, "Good job, let's head out." The scene shifts to the inside of Shop 32, now fully renovated with a classic design blended with an aura of mystery. Behind the counter, Luo Qingyan gently shakes a purple test tube while analyzing the market, noting this potent electricity-resistant potion is highly effective. But since current dungeons don't require something this strong yet, she wonders if anyone will actually buy it. Suddenly, the door swings open, and Lin Yuan walks in, hauling that massive bag of materials. Getting straight to business, he says this supply will last, then asks how familiar she is with the recipe. Luo Qingyan is shocked by his insane grinding speed, stammering about her struggles with such a high-level recipe. Since it is a high-level formula, even master alchemists have a certain failure rate when crafting it. She needs more time to master it. Slapping a basket of juicy fruit onto the table, Lin Yuan pivots his business strategy. Let's sell this first. Seeing this, Han Cheng worries about wasting their prime shop location and tries to stop him. Fruit boss? We have such an incredible, high-traffic location, and you want to use it to sell this stuff? Isn't that a massive waste of our prime location? I still have some other potions we can put on display first. Ignoring his worries, Lin Yuan smirks and tells Luo Qingyan to try one, then prompts Han Cheng to taste it too. Holding the red apple, Luo Qingyan remains skeptical, wondering if this is just a completely ordinary piece of fruit. Not caring about anything else, Han Cheng happily takes a huge bite, instantly kissing up to his boss. The Abyss God always has his reasons for doing things, so we shouldn't overthink it at all. As soon as he swallows, Han Cheng's eyes widen in shock as his physical and mental stats skyrocket. Look, my stats actually went up. How can such magical fruit even exist? I knew anything the Abyss God brings out would be absolutely insane. Ready to rake in the cash, Lin Yuan sets the price like an absolute boss. Each person can only eat this fruit 100 times, and I will restock the shop every single week. And that's where we leave it, pricing each fruit at 5 gold coins. Their grand opening just triggered a massive server-wide announcement. All right, you and I are starting today with a major server-wide announcement. Shop 32 at Rogel Square is officially open. Far out in the wasteland, a warrior farming monsters looks at his teammate in utter confusion. Wait, did not Lang Yu say yesterday that no one could buy this land? Yet someone already opened a shop today? Qian turns to Xiao Dan, pointing out that this is literally the very first player-owned shop on the entire server. All over the city, players are absolutely losing their minds. What on earth is happening? Some are stamping their feet in pure jealousy. Damn it, Shop 32 is the absolute best location. I have been eyeing it forever. Meanwhile, the curious crowd starts rushing over. Hurry up. Let us head to Rogel Square and see what the hype is about. But lurking in a dark alley right outside Shop 32, the assassin leader breaks into a cold sweat. What? That guy? How did he manage to open a shop? Beside him, a white-haired client grits his teeth in anger. Did you not promise to wipe him out? When are you finally going to strike? The masked leader can only stutter in disbelief. With a sudden movement, a heavy pouch of gold is tossed right back through the air. Catching the pouch, the masked leader cancels the contract. Now, pay attention here. This target is way more dangerous than the intel suggested. Even our elite squad got completely wiped out. Here is your deposit back. Because we are officially pulling out of this job. Furious at this sudden betrayal, the white-haired man grabs the assassin by his collar and roars. Is this not just about money? Tell me, how much do you want? He is willing to throw any amount of wealth just to see that guy dead. Name your price, and we can make this happen. But as he keeps screaming, his eyes suddenly widen in pure terror. From the distance, the powerful and icy Lang Yue approaches, clad in her magnificent silver armor. Consumed by jealousy and fear, the white-haired man quickly slips away into the shadows, cursing under his breath that she is going to see that bastard again. Meanwhile, inside the brightly lit shop, Han Cheng warmly welcomes the flood of eager customers. A group of players walks through the door, and their leader looks around the shelves in absolute confusion. Seeing only a couple of items on display, he scratches his head. Seriously? You are only selling a single item, and it is just fruit? Who rents the best prime location in the city just to sell this? The brilliant businesswoman Qingyan flips her hair with a beautiful smile, holding up an apple. Well, this fruit actually gives you permanent stat increases, and it only costs 5 gold coins each. Hearing the ridiculous price, the customer's jaw literally drops as he screams in shock. How much? 5 gold? My entire gear set combined is not even worth 10 gold coins. Ignoring his cheap friend's screaming, another player steps forward, curious to verify the item's actual effects. Hold on, are you saying this thing can permanently boost core attributes? Hesitating for a second, he remains highly skeptical since no one has ever heard of such a fruit. But you and I can see he is ready to take a gamble. All right, give me one to try. The moment he gets the apple, he stuffs his face and devours it completely without leaving a single bite. Instantly, his eyes light up with joy, his muscles bulge, and he screams out in pure excitement. Oh my God, this is real. My constitution actually went up by 4 points. But right after swallowing the last bite, he suddenly freezes, his face turning pale from utter shock. A second later, he frantically waves bags of cash, pushing his way back to the counter and shouting, "Hurry! Sell me 3 more right now." This guy's playing smart. If he buys these now and resells them to the giant guilds at a premium, he is going to make a massive fortune. Seeing the crowd descend into total chaos, a mysterious player in a red cloak quietly turns around and slips away, a cunning, calculated smirk forming on his face. Right at that moment, Lin Yuan steps into the shop, and a system notification pops up in front of her. You have entered the shop of your friend, Lin Yuan, who has hidden his identity. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan is standing inside with his arms crossed, looking incredibly cool. Spotting him, the powerful female warrior walks over in complete shock. I had absolutely no idea that the mysterious owner of the server's top shop was actually you. But how did you even pull this off? Just yesterday, I came here trying to buy this plot and got kicked out by the NPC. Lin Yuan just smirks, his expression filled with mystery. Shrugging it off like a true boss, he replies casually, "Well, maybe it just took a tiny bit of luck." Shifting away from business, Lin Yu adopts a serious expression to discuss their main agenda. Perfect timing. Regarding that matter in the sewers you mentioned earlier, I went back and thoroughly investigated it. On that day, absolutely no one from our guild set foot down in those sewers. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiles knowingly and nods in return. Thank you. Perhaps my eyes were playing tricks on me. But you and I can see he is secretly calculating his next moves, officially crossing her guild off his list of suspects. With business finished. All right, let's dive back in as Lam Vian turns around and heads upstairs, offering a generous deal. Feel free to look around, and if you need anything, I can give you a friendly discount. Behind him, Lan Hengguayet reaches out to call him back, yelling wait. But before she can speak, Lan Ningyuet suddenly frowns, her sharp eyes flashing with intense suspicion and alertness. A system warning pop-up has just appeared right before her, notifying the captain that her close friend Tin Jan is in the immediate area. It asks if she wants to send a party invitation, leaving her utterly confused. Is Tin Jan actually around here right now? Meanwhile, in a secluded alley outside, the mage Tin Nangan is grabbing the masked assassin's sleeve, desperately trying to strike a deal. I will pay you 3 times no, 5 times the reward. It is just a hit job on some nobody kid. Do not be so greedy. The masked leader, Wufang, coldly brushes his hand away and rejects the offer. This is not about the money at all. From this moment on, our organization will completely reject every single request you try to make with us. Just as they are arguing, pay attention here, because Lan Ngyet's cold voice cuts in from behind, making them freeze. Tin Ngan, what do you mean by offering more money? Who exactly are you trying to assassinate? Caught red-handed, Tin Hengan panics instantly. Sweating bullets, his face completely freezes as he tries to stumble through a frantic excuse. Lan Ngyet. Why are you even here? You must have misheard me. I was just negotiating an equipment trade with this guy, that is all. But Lan Ngyet's expression immediately darkens as her sharp gaze easily pierces through his pathetic lie. Did you completely forget about our Iron Triangle team's core friend tracking system? When teammates are nearby, the system automatically pops up a notification reminder. Who is this person standing next to you? I clearly heard you say the word, assassinate. Tin Nan's mind completely explodes in panic as he curses his luck. Damn it, I totally forgot to block my location from Lan Yuet. Sensing that things are turning ugly, the masked assassin quickly pushes his annoying client away, deciding to make a swift exit. You deal with this mess yourself. I am out of here. But right at the moment he turns around to make his escape, the masked man accidentally reveals a gold-plated skull badge hanging on his belt, radiating a chilling aura of raw, murderous intent. Catching sight of that terrifying detail, Lan Guiyet's eyes instantly contract in pure shock. You and I both know she recognized that pocket watch. In a split second, she acts on instinct. Lan Guiyet lunges forward to block his path, yelling out, "Stop right there, I have questions for you." The assassin looks back with a cold smirk, mocking her efforts. "You think you can stop me?" With that, he leaps high into the air to fly away. But suddenly, a strange flying beetle appears directly in front of him. What on earth is that? In the blink of an eye, he fires a grappling hook at the wall, pulling himself away to dodge a deadly lightning bolt blasted from the creature. Yet, the very moment he lands, Lam Vien's black-cloaked figure swoops in like a ghost to cut him off. As he regains his balance, the masked assassin widens his eyes in absolute shock. Giving him no room to breathe, Lam Vian swings his dark blade, unleashing a deadly wave of green sword energy. "Where do you think you are going?" Cornered, the assassin is forced to raise his weapon to block. Seeing Lam Vian, Tin Gon stands there dazed, asking where on earth did you come from? Meanwhile, Lam Vian sheathes his sword and steps in front of Lan Hanuyet to shield her, calmly replying that he was just nearby and came to check out the loud noise. "You just mentioned he was carrying a pocket watch. Are you absolutely sure you did not mistake it?" Lan Hanuyet's eyes burn with fierce determination and cold fury as she nods with absolute certainty. "Exactly, even though it was only for a split second. But I can guarantee you that I did not see it wrong." Noticing her resolve, Lam Vian smirks, whispering to himself that this is perfect. "I was wondering where to track you down, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me." Hearing the bold threat, the assassin leader shivers as cold sweat breaks out on his forehead, wondering in sheer panic. Could he already know that I was the one who sent those hitmen? It seems he is not just incredibly powerful, but his information network is also terrifying. Realizing he is at a disadvantage, he quickly tries to smooth talk his way out to buy some time. "I know you are furious, but can we sit down and talk this out? Let me give you an explanation." However, Lam Vian answers him with a devastating slash that tears the ground apart, forcing the assassin to leap onto the wall. From below, Lam Vian coldly retorts that once he captures him, he will interrogate him for the answers himself. Watching Lam Vian attack without showing any mercy, Tin Hengen retreats in complete panic. Sweating heavily, he grits his teeth, plotting a dirty move, since professional rules state assassins never betray their clients. But if things get bad, I should silence him first. On the other side, Lam Vian keeps pressing his opponent, and trust me, you're going to want to see how this fight ends. All right, stick with me on this one. This cornered assassin is threatening to use a mutually destructive attack just to escape. Hearing this, Lin Yuan sneers, asking if he only knows how to run away. Backed into a corner, the assassin frantically dodges a lightning bug, yelling that he is just a mercenary who never leaks client details. He insists he cannot break his guild's sacred rules. Catching the key phrase, Lin Yuan lowers his blade slightly, narrowing his eyes on his target. Just a mercenary? Really? Suddenly, a dark orb flies in from behind, but Lin Yuan instantly swings his greatsword to slice the toxic smoke in half. He bursts heroically through the explosion in epic style. Meanwhile, Xing Yin rushes forward like a maniac, aiming to backstab the assassin while roaring with fury. "Shut up and die," he thinks, frantically plotting. Is this trash assassin actually about to sell me out? That cannot happen. If Leng Yue finds out about this, my life is completely over. But the sneak attack misses completely as the assassin smoothly leaps onto a wall, cursing, "You idiot. Are you seriously trying to silence me?" Sliding onto the ground, the assassin reaches out with furious eyes. Watch closely, because he is about to snap. Since you threw away our deal, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Shielding Leng Yue, Lin Yuan calmly watches as the assassin exposes the real villain behind this entire plot. Yes, I sent those 3 assassins after you, but I was just hired. Xing Yin is the actual shadow mastermind who wants you dead. He even projects a solid holographic screen showing their dirty transaction. The furious assassin lays all his cards out. See for yourselves. He promised double pay once the job was done, demanding that he must be killed in the most brutal way. Oh, paying that much? Then I will take this job. Leng Yue cannot believe her own ears. She whips around to stare at Xing Yin, her eyes filled with absolute disappointment, demanding, "Is this true, Xing Yin? You actually hired killers?" Backed into a corner, Xing Yin points at the assassin, trembling as he screams insults. "You bastard! How dare you sell me out?" Ignoring the squabbling hypocrites, Lin Yuan calmly raises his massive black sword, his cold voice pressure locking the masked assassin. Who you tried to assassinate does not matter. Where on earth did you get that pocket watch you are carrying? Tell me right now. I know you are curious too, and seeing Lin Yuan react, the assassin mockingly swings the watch. Oh, so you want this? Do not rush. You will get your hands on it very soon. Right after, he immediately triggers his magic and activates a skill. Fading away to escape, he leaves Lin Yuan frowning in confusion. I will get it too? What did he mean by that? Just as the outsider retreats, Leng Yue instantly turns her gaze to Xingyin, her eyes terrifyingly cold. Her voice hardens as she demands, Xingyin, I think you owe me a clear explanation. Facing his captain's intense killing intent, Xingyin breaks into a cold sweat, his face contorted in panic as he remains speechless. In a flash, he bursts into tears, screaming with obsessive jealousy, Leng Yue, don't you see? If he disappears, we can be close again? Hearing his twisted words, Leng Yu furiously cuts him off with a loud shout. Enough! The Xingyin I used to know was a polite gentleman, not some despicable coward who hires assassins to take another person's life. You had better apologize to him right now. At that moment, the system cold-bloodedly delivers a devastating notification. You have terminated your core friendship status with Xingyin. Staring at the heartless alert, Xingyin tearfully chokes out in absolute frustration. How could you ruthlessly sever our close bond over some random outsider? And you even force me to apologize to him? How am I inferior to this guy? All his bottled-up rage explodes. Glaring like a wounded beast, Xingyin directs his raw hatred toward Lin Yuan. This is all your fault. You ruined our iron triangle and turned us against each other. You made me a laughingstock. With bloodshot, mad eyes, he lets out a desperate howl and charges. You are the one who deserves to die. You bastard! Face twisted in hate, Xingyin lunges past Leng Yue, channeling lightning magic for a deadly strike. He screams insanely. Today, I will make absolutely sure that you die. Feeling the oncoming killing intent, Lin Yuan turns his head with a cold sneer, eyes glowing red. Fine by me. Let me send you on your way. Before Xingyin can even touch his clothes, Lin Yuan smoothly flips through the air, blocking the strike with his green glowing dark blade, leaving Xingyin shocked. What? Gravity aids Lin Yuan as he delivers a devastating strike, blowing his enemy away. Trust me, you and I just watched him get wrecked. All right. You and I are about to watch this villain take a devastating kick, crashing to the ground in a massive cloud of dust. Struggling to stand with his staff, he clutches his chest, coughing violently and spitting words of pure rage. Damn it, you think this is enough to beat me? This is far from over, you bastard. As he crazily raises his staff to cast lightning magic, a glowing green beetle suddenly flies right in front of him, freezing him in confusion. But before he can even think, the sacred beetle unleashes a blinding flash of blue electricity. It shocks him instantly, leaving the pathetic mage twitching and screaming in absolute agony. Immediately, the cold system interface displays the final verdict, confirming that the target has been completely paralyzed. Looking down at him, Lun Henriette crosses her arms with a freezing aura and demands, Tinhengan, things have gone this far, and you still won't admit your mistake? Even while twitching in pain, Tin Ngan desperately refuses to back down. I did nothing wrong. But sensing his hopeless situation, his eyes shift around, desperately searching for an escape. Thai Duong. Only his old friend Thai Duong can save him from this mess. Now watch closely here. The coward secretly opens his system interface and sends a pathetic distress signal to his old friend, Thai Duong. Receiving the alert, Thai Duong rushes in with his squad, immediately shouting to defend Tingyan without even knowing what happened. Why did Tiong Wyatt suddenly kick you out of the core guild? The moment they show up, Lun Wit's system screen immediately pops up with a notification. Your core friend, Thai Duong, is nearby. Invite to party? Seeing his savior arrive, Tin Ngan clings to him like a lifeline, shamelessly twisting the truth. Thai Duong, hurry. Help me cure this paralysis right now. I was ambushed and backstabbed. Disgusted by his lies, Lan Wyatt swings her greatsword, blocking Thai Duong, who stops dead in utter confusion. With a sharp, unwavering glare, she coldly exposes the truth without blinking an eye. Tin Hingan hired assassins to commit murder. He brought this on himself. so back off. Shocked by the blade and the heavy truth, Thai Duong gasps in disbelief. Thai Duong looks over at the man carrying the dark sword, stunned to recognize a familiar face. Supreme, you are here too? With a sword? Did Tin Ngan try to kill you? No surprise here, right? Lam Vian simply nods. Thai Duong's face falls. He closes his eyes in a helpless sigh. I understand, Supreme. I won't interfere. To think Tio Ng Wait even drew her sword against me. Tin Ngan, what on earth did you do? Desperately trying to stand with his staff, Tin Ngan's face twists with rage and despair. Thai Duong, you won't help me either? Would you seriously rather trust some complete outsider than believe in our long years of brotherhood? Refusing to let this hypocrite play the victim, Lam Vian kicks him straight backward, immediately starting the interrogation. Now tell me, what exactly do you know? Tin Ngan glares back with mad fury. In your dreams. I would rather die than give you what you want. But his arrogance quickly vanishes as his eyes widen in terror. The glowing green beetle is back in his face, unleashing continuous shocks that rattle his entire body. His mouth hangs open in pure agony as he screams and begs, "Make it stop! Please, stop!" Lam Vian's heavy armored boots stomp hard on the ground, his intimidating footsteps slowly closing the distance. He slams his sword right against his throat. Standing like an absolute demon, he radiates pure bloodlust, cold and dominant. Now tell me, who was that man you were just with? Drenched in cold sweat, Tin Ngan completely breaks. I will talk. I will tell you everything. Just keep that bug away. His face contorts with terror, refusing to meet his eyes. Trembling, he confesses the truth. That man. He belongs to the Guild of False Disciples. As Lam Vian's boot shifts with silent threat, he frantically spills the most crucial piece of the puzzle. That pocket watch you guys mentioned. It is a symbol of the Guild of False Disciples. As memories of hooded figures flash, Lam Vian begins connecting the dots. The Guild of False Disciples? He did not know much about them in his past life, but he remembers they are an organization that takes on assassination contracts. He touches his collar, eyes glowing as he analyzes. And as we watch him dig deeper into this mystery, things are about to get a whole lot crazier. Don't miss out. Let's see if this coward can actually slip away unnoticed. But instantly, Kwong breaks into a cold sweat as a freezing voice echoes from behind. Did I ever say you could leave? He slowly turns his head, his eyes filled with absolute, paralyzing terror. Without a second thought, Lam Vian unleashes a ruthless strike to judge his enemy. Didn't you claim that I would definitely die today? Taking the devastating impact, Tin Ngan throws his head back, screaming and crying in absolute agony. Engulfed in a destructive blue flame that tears his body apart, Tin Hengan desperately waves his arms, begging his former allies for help. Lan Hengyet, Tai Duong. Save me. I cannot afford to lose my levels. Please, save me. Lan Hengyet maintains a cold, stern expression, loudly announcing his punishment for everyone to hear. Since Tin Hengan hired assassins to commit murder, which severely violates the code of our Jinghua Shuiyue Guild, I have officially decided to strip him of all his leadership duties. His past contributions will only allow him to remain a basic member. As the magical flames burn and deform his body, Tin Ngan desperately reaches toward Lan Ngai's turning back, screaming and pleading for mercy. Lan Ningyiet, I am so sorry. I will apologize to him right away. You cannot do this to me. I am the only one worthy of standing by your side. With a sharp, completely emotionless gaze, Lan Juet delivers the final psychological blow, cutting off all remaining ties. Tin Ngan, you have truly disappointed me to the core. From now on, address me as guild leader. A second later, Tin Ngan's face contorts in hatred and despair as a flashing red notification displays his final fate, showing his health hitting 0. Now watch closely as his body instantly shatters into thousands of dark data particles floating away, leaving Tai Duong standing there in silent helplessness, watching his old friend vanish into thin air. Turning away from this harsh reality, Tai Duong looks down in deep disappointment, muttering to his team, "No wonder he kept making excuses back in the Ash Valley. Let us just head out." As their figures fade away, Lam Vian sinks into deep thought about that golden skull watch, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. So that pocket watch is not just some item for the First Disciple's lackey, but a token of the False Disciple Guild. But no matter what the truth is, At least I have identified the snake charmer hiding inside this organization. He turns his gaze toward the girl who just firmly defended him. Lam Vian quietly smiles to himself, grateful for her help in finding this clue. He really did not expect her to protect him so fiercely. Snapping out of his thoughts, he offers his sincere gratitude. Lan Hen Guet, thank you so much. My shop has some items that permanently boost stats. Would you like to come over and pick one? Soon, they arrive at the shop as the golden afternoon sun casts its warm glow over the building's walls. A voice filled with relief rings out. Wow, we finally sold out of absolutely everything. Inside, the gorgeous manager wipes sweat from her forehead, standing smugly behind a massive pile of gold coins stacked chest high, smiling as she asks, how was that? Your big sister did a great job, right? Facing this vast fortune, Lan Hennegiet shrugs with a calm, regretful look. Guess I arrived too late. I will come back another time. But pay attention. He quickly reaches out to stop her. Hold on. Lam Vian pulls out a handful of glowing items and hands them directly to Lan Nuet, saying gently, I happen to have some extras left. Please take them, and do not let that jerk ruin your mood anymore. Staring at the valuable items, Lan Heng Guide hesitantly tries to decline. These are way too precious. I really should pay you for them. Seeing this special treatment, the manager glares with gritted teeth, absolutely boiling with jealousy and complaining inwardly. What? He just gives her a whole handful? While I worked myself to death all day and he completely ignores me? Her slender hands drop heavily onto the counter, exhausted. She lets out a dramatic, deflated sigh, slaving away all day for absolutely nothing. Angrily stomping toward the door, she radiates a dark, gloomy aura filled with passive-aggressive resentment. I had better leave early and get a drink. Leaving Lam Vian standing there, completely clueless and confused. Watching her storm off, Lan Henwie tilts her head in confusion. Your employee seems a bit upset. Lam Vian keeps his expression totally blank, casually replying, she is probably just tired, she should go rest. Under the brilliant sunset sky, the ruins of white stone pillars stand silently in the quiet, empty field. Walking through the park, the manager kicks a stone pedestal to vent her anger, her face twisted with bitter jealousy. What is his deal? Acting so generous and giving stuff away for free? Who is actually working for you? Just let her run your shop then. A leather shoe lifts up, stomping a stray rock deep into the lush green grass. And trust me, you and I will have to wait to see who this arrogant, red-cloaked man blocking the path with threats is. All right? You and I are stepping into a world where a powerful guild tries to bully our shopkeeper. The Black Tree Guild wants her shop number 32, and they expect her to cooperate. The shop manager's eyes instantly narrow with sharp suspicion, and she glares mockingly at the man blocking her path. So this is the Black Tree Guild, just as arrogant as the rumors say. Do you think I am an easy target just because I am a woman? Trying to rob me with raw force? The man tilts his chin with a smug, cunning grin. Of course, you could always choose to join our Black Tree Guild instead. I personally guarantee that you will become our most honored guest. Right in the middle of this tense standoff, a glowing system notification pops up. Her close friend, Lam Vian, has secretly sent a mail containing 45 flesh and blood seeds directly to her inventory. Reading the text, her tense expression softens. She turns her head away, feeling a sudden wave of secret satisfaction. So he actually kept some seeds for me. I guess the kid has a conscience and still respects his big sister after all. But then the notification scrolls down to reveal his actual message. Lam Vian wrote that he has 45 extra seeds left, so she needs to list them for sale tomorrow. Her sweet expectations instantly shatter. Clutched in pure annoyance, a fiery red wave of rage erupts, turning her into a screaming demon in her own mind. I knew it, that heartless little brat. Meanwhile, seeing himself completely ignored, the man loses his patience and snarls with heavy intimidation. Now pay attention to this threat. He asks if she really thinks she can protect her shop against a massive real-world corporation. Countless people would die just to join our ranks. So do not test my patience. Hearing that, she flips her long hair aside and casually struts right past him, leaving him with a playful reply. She says a major decision like this requires a little time to contemplate. Since your guild is supposedly so powerful and influential, surely you can grant me a brief moment to make up my mind. His eyes narrow into icy slits as he glares sideways, reluctantly accepting her request. Fine, but do not dare play tricks with me. Without stopping her pace, the manager casts a sharp, fearless look back, meeting his cruel threat head-on. Remember, I can crush you whenever I want. He squints with a sinister, cold gaze, watching her figure slowly disappear into the distance. His face twists into a wicked grin as he smugly plots his next move. Once I seize control of this shop and prove my capabilities to the guild leader, the entire Black Tree Guild will finally be mine to rule. The golden hues of the setting sun paint the towering rooftops, painting a picture of temporary peace. The manager crosses her arms, glaring at Lam Vien's imaginary face in her mind while complaining. Honestly, you have to appreciate her. Even after being threatened, she is still protecting his secrets. Where can he find anyone better? Blending into the bustling street crowd, she holds her head high and mutters a playful grudge. That rotten brat is definitely going to owe his big sister a massive favor for this. Row upon row of houses stretch across the horizon, bathed in the fading rays of the afternoon sun. The scene shifts to a damp, flooded sewer, where Lam Vien stands completely alone in the gloomy darkness. Holding up a glowing green beetle to eye level, he calmly plots his next move. It seems those flesh and blood seeds are selling incredibly fast. This batch will definitely fetch an even higher price. While I am here, I should check if the snake controller left any traces behind. A silent system notification hovers in midair, confirming the activation of his stealth skill. His body instantly turns completely transparent. Watching the sluggish undead guards patrol the area, he notes that they are still on duty as usual. My holy scarabs have not detected anything unusual either. It looks like our target has been behaving himself lately. Slipping past the guards, his feet glide effortlessly over the stone steps, without leaving a single trace, as he moves decisively deeper into the ruins. The moment he reaches his target, Lam Vien instantly deactivates his stealth. He summons a glowing green scorpion crackling with lightning, commanding it to finish this battle as fast as possible. As the devastating attack lands, a system notification confirms his entry into the hidden dungeon, the Snake Demon Lair. The scene shifts to the gloomy depths of the Dark Temple, where flickering purple flames illuminate an eye-shaped throne. There, the snake controller grovels on the floor. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, his hands clawed desperately against the cold stone floor. Growling with pure resentment, he curses that bastard. The more he recalls being repeatedly robbed, the more his anger boils. With his snake tails thrashing wildly behind him, he rages over how the intruder keeps clearing the hidden dungeons and stealing all his treasures. Realizing he has absolutely nowhere else to turn, he glares bitterly at the maid standing silently in the corner. Anna refused to lend me the underworld snake, and my own serpent has not even recovered yet. With no other options, he drops to his knees before the throne and begs. Since things have reached this desperate point, your humble servant begs for your divine intervention, Master. Instantly, a towering purple phantom descends from the dark void, radiating a suffocating pressure that commands absolute obedience. The entity booms that the snake controller should be executing the plan right now. Trembling under the intense pressure, he presses his face to the cold floor. Sweating profusely, he panics to explain. Watch what happens next. All right. You and I are jumping right into the action as a desperate servant begs his master for help, reporting that a player stole his snakes while a terrifying purple aura wraps around him. Oh, you could not even handle a single player? If that is the case, tell me, how exactly should I punish you? Cornered, the servant quickly looks up, his eyes flashing with a sliver of hope. He is no ordinary player. I suspect he might actually be a death hunter just like you, Master. Hearing that legendary title, the Master's purple aura flares violently as he coldly repeats, a death hunter. Right then, the seductive enchantress appears in a flash of pink. She mockingly sneers. Hey, you useless snake charmer, looks like you failed miserably in the western desert. Making up such a ridiculous excuse? There is no way a second death hunter exists in this world. Ignoring her sharp mockery, the snake controller quickly opens his magic book, frantically presenting his proof. Master, everything I say is absolute truth, please see for yourself. The floating book suddenly bursts with energy as the system announces it is loading the memory archive to replay the fight. The terrifying battle scene replays. The snake controller witnesses his entire swarm being turned into undead by Lin Yuan, while Lin Yuan proudly declares his undead are endless and tells him to give up. Now, Watch closely as purple energy erupts from the book, completely taking over the temple. Confronted with actual video proof, both the master and the enchantress fall dead silent, eyes glued to the screen. Even with clear proof, the enchantress still takes a sharp dig at his pathetic failure, asking, "Is that all? If he is truly that powerful, do you honestly think you would be alive to crawl back? How ridiculous." Ignoring her remarks, the master calmly analyzes the footage, noting that another Death Hunter actually exists in this world. Too bad his subclass inheritance is incomplete, meaning he has absolutely nothing to worry about. Summoning a glowing purple potion, the master proudly states that this half-baked amateur does not deserve his personal attention. Seeing a chance to turn the tables, the snake controller sneers, waiting for instructions. "You mean?" The master quickly draws a dark magic circle, outlining the next phase. Listen carefully. Deep in the desert of the Western Desert Empire, there is a species of flying snake with extreme speed. As majestic magic continues to swirl, the master explains that their mental debuff skill is the absolute perfect counter for a player like him. Immediately, flashing coordinates appear before the snake controller, sharing coordinates 4, 5, 8, 2, 7, 4, 9, 6. Grabbing the magic potion, the snake controller laughs savagely. Trust me, we can already feel his desire to make Lin Yuan beg for death, forcing him to reveal every single trick up his sleeve. But the master suddenly holds him back with an unexpected command. "No, if the opportunity arises, make sure to recruit him to join our ranks." Stunned by this sudden turn, both of them look up at the towering purple illusion standing majestically with hands behind his back on sharp crystal steps. He speaks with a ruler's deep curiosity, wondering how on earth a Death Hunter, a class that should no longer exist, has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The massive purple illusion slowly sits on his throne, resting his chin on his hand with sheer arrogance, radiating an overwhelming pressure that makes his servants hold their breath. The scene shifts to a magnificent city built with stunning desert architecture. Its massive onion dome stands silent under a brilliant golden sunset, while intense anger lingers in the air. The snake controller steps through a sunlit doorway, entering a local tavern while gritting his teeth in pure fury, questioning why the master would want to recruit that bastard instead of letting him seek revenge. His face, hidden behind a scaly snake mask, hardens with dark calculations as his eyes flash with pure malice, thinking to himself, if he must follow orders and recruit the guy, he needs to use the Death Disciples Intelligence Network to check if this player belongs to any major guild. Hiding his true intentions, he pulls up his black collar and confidently strides deep into a dusty warehouse packed with scattered wooden barrels. Spotting a waiter carrying a tray through the narrow stone hallway, the snake controller stops him to deliver the secret code. The waiter professionally says, "Sir, if you want a drink, please head to the front lobby." But the snake controller casually replies, "No, I am here to deliver hops." Faced with the waiter's suspicious stare, the snake controller clicks his tongue and grumbles as he fumbles through his pockets, muttering about how annoying it is to exchange codes and tokens every single time. "Let me see where I put that pocket watch of mine." But suddenly, his entire body freezes and his pupils dilate in absolute panic behind his snake mask. He frantically searches through his entire cloak, his face growing pale, panicking as he mutters, "The pocket watch is gone. When did I lose it?" Seeing that he has no token, the waiter's friendly expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, threatening glare. The snake controller frantically waves his hands, trying to explain. "Damn it, wait! Let me remember where it fell." But the waiter calmly cuts him off, and you and I know he is in trouble when he says they do not need hops. Right off the bat, we see a waiter's face darken as his eyes glow with a red, murderous intent. He coldly kicks the guest out, telling him to go find another tavern to bother. Just as things are about to get ugly, a strong hand reaches out from the shadows, stopping the waiter with a sharp command. "Wait a second." From the dark corner, the silver-masked branch chief calmly steps out, crossing his arms to bail out this panicked guy. He says he knows him and to let him in. Recognizing his boss, the waiter instantly drops his bloodlust and bows. "Yes, branch chief." With that, the scene shifts down to the guild's hidden basement. Deep inside, cold stone walls are lit by dim torches, revealing sharp, spiked metal grates that showcase the sheer, brutal nature of this secret underground hideout meant only for killers. The silver-masked branch chief leans back comfortably in his leather armchair, while the snake tamer stands before him, bowing deeply in absolute submission. "Thank you, boss. It is my fault I lost the pocket watch and caused you trouble." Chief Yun coldly cuts him off, demanding to know what happened. The snake tamer hands over a file, using a fake excuse to hide his dark motives. He claims he just received a brand new commission and needs intel on this specific target. Watching his boss flip through the file, the snake tamer smirked, confident in his scheme. "These fools will never realize I faked this request. But honestly, even if they killed the target, it won't be enough. Now, pay attention here, because this is where his malicious plan starts getting dangerously clever. If I can use this intel to make him think we have hostile intentions, then even if I try to recruit him later, he will absolutely refuse to join. That solves everything for my master." Meanwhile, the branch chief narrows his eyes, skimming the papers and nodding in quiet thought. So that's how it is. But completely contrary to his subordinate's sneaky calculations, Chief Yun reaches into a nearby document box and pulls out another file. Leaning forward, the chief tosses the paper down, comparing the two with a look of pure amusement. What a massive coincidence. I also just got a commission, and the target is the exact same guy. This sudden twist completely startles the snake tamer, sending a cold sweat rolling down his temples. Trying to stay calm, he stammers out, "Is that so?" Seems this guy has plenty of enemies. Chief Yun just places the papers on his lap, tapping his fingers rhythmically, and calmly says, "I already completed the investigation on our target early on. Since they share the same target, the chief decides to handle it. You and I both know the snake tamer won't let his prey slip away easily. Well, boss, truth is, I have always deeply admired your incredible strength. Can you take me along for this mission? I don't even need any of the reward." But this extreme enthusiasm immediately gets a suspicious look. The branch chief leans back in his chair, resting his chin in deep suspicion. "Forget it. I only team up with people I know. Besides, why does it feel like you are way too interested in this guy?" Caught red-handed, the snake tamer guiltily looks away, forcing a fake laugh. When the chief asks if he has ulterior motives, he frantically waves his hands in denial. "Ha ha, definitely not." "Well then, boss, I will head out and handle another job first." Turning to leave down the narrow hallway, his face instantly darkens with a brand new, wicked plan. Even if they manage to kill that guy, it is completely useless. In this immortal world, he will just revive anyway. I need another plan to completely cut off any chance of him being recruited by my master. Leaving the vengeful guy behind, the silver-masked Chief Yun sits alone in the isolated stone room. Flipping through the old file, the chief's eyes light up with a sudden, mysterious curiosity. Who would have thought that Stardust's cancelled commission would actually come in handy now? His thoughts drift back to their intense clash in that narrow alley, recalling how he had to flip to dodge Lam Vien's powerful strike. Why did he react like that? That sour-faced guy went absolutely crazy trying to attack me the moment he saw the pocket watch. Turns out, this kid is the root of everything. Yet they are so desperate to kill him. This is getting more and more interesting now. Suddenly, a hologram showing a blazing mask symbol bursts to life in the air. The system flashes an urgent notice. The leader is calling via the Eye of Surveillance. A powerful, booming voice echoes from above. "Is the person you are talking about the same one who wiped out our elite squad?" The branch chief stands tall, bowing to confirm with the supreme leader. "Yes, leader. Unfortunately, the situation was far too chaotic when I met him." Clenching his fist, the branch chief's voice filled with the raw desire of a true warrior, "I really wanted to have a proper duel with him." From the magical flames, the leader's final command descends with absolute authority. "In that case, go test him once more. At the same time, see if he has any interest in joining us." He bows and accepts the order. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to witness the wildest encounter as Lin Yuan steps inside and gasps. Wait, a blonde knight wearing a maid apron? Sweeping with a bright, sunny smile. Abyss God, I am here to help you. Lin Yuan stands there frozen, his face twitching. Trying to ignore this absurd scene, the shop owner, Luo Qingyan, walks out holding a small box. "Hey kid, an acquaintance of yours is waiting." Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turn ice cold as he mutters. It is him. The masked man wrapped in a heavy cloak sips his tea, calmly saying, Let's take this outside and talk. But before leaving, Lin Yuan finishes his weekly transaction, delivering this week's special batch. A system notification pops up. 100 flesh and blood seeds have been successfully transferred to Luo Qingyan. He casually tells Luo Qingyan that she can go ahead and raise the price slightly. Now, pay attention here, because our scene shifts to a desolate canyon where jagged stone pillars loom under the fading sunset. Lin Yuan chases after the assassin, only to hear the man's voice echoing from up ahead. Did you track me down just to run away? Leaping nimbly across the rocky cliffs, the assassin sneers at him with a provocative laugh. Ha ha, kid. If you want answers, defeat me in a one-on-one first. And don't use those bizarre summoned beasts of yours. Lin Yuan frowns, wondering what kind of trick this guy is pulling. Could someone have hired him for an assassination? With a determined look, Lin Yuan coldly replies, "Fine. Show me what you've got." The assassin excitedly launches his attack, laughing. "Let me see what you are really made of." A razor-sharp claw connected to a long iron chain shoots straight at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raises his sword to block, sparks flying as their weapons violently collide. The metal claw clamps tightly onto his sword. Lin Yuan frowns, sensing something is wrong. Wait, is there a hidden mechanism built into this? The chain suddenly retracts, pulling the assassin straight toward Lin Yuan. He smirks. "Here I come." A surge of green energy erupts from Lin Yuan, swirling into a small cyclone. The assassin is slightly shocked, but he quickly sneers in mockery. Too slow, unfortunately. Lin Yuan's sword is dragged down by the chain, pinning it to the ground. Instantly, the green energy explodes, blowing back everything nearby. The assassin yanks the chain, trying to drag the sword to himself. "Get over here." But he only pulls back an empty sword. Lin Yuan has vanished without a trace, leaving him completely stunned. A shadow flashes behind him, swift as the wind. Lin Yuan reappears, delivering a heavy blow to the back of the assassin's neck. "You are the slow one here." The powerful impact shatters the ground beneath them. The assassin crashes hard onto the ground. Standing tall, Lin Yuan retrieves his sword, looking down at his defeated foe with an icy glare. And, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't he use his stealth skills? Is this how all apostles carry out their contracts? Lying in the rubble, the assassin rasps. "Who said I came to find you for a contract?" Lin Yuan points his blade at him, eyes razor sharp. "In that case, I will just cripple you first." Right at that moment, a system screen pops up. His close friend Han Cheng is calling with an emergency request. "Do you want to connect now?" He gives a short reply. "Yes." An urgent message immediately flashes across his screen. Han Cheng yells, "Abyss God! This is bad. A group of thugs broke in and kidnapped the shop owner. I cannot stop them alone. Get back here fast." Instantly, a crimson aura of murderous intent envelops Lin Yuan, his eyes darkening with absolute rage. "It seems I highly overestimated your group's methods. I never expected you to pull such a dirty, cowardly kidnapping trick." The assassin springs up, yelling back in pure anger. "Bullshit. I, Yan Wang, would never stoop to such cheap tactics, and I definitely never lay a hand on women." To prove his innocence, he immediately opens his communicator and barks a sharp order. "Just you wait. I will prove it to you. Intelligence unit, a woman was just kidnapped from shop number 32. Find her exact location right now." A system panel appears, showing that the urgent command has been issued and received by all team members. Moments later, another notification pings. The intelligence team has already sent the coordinate data. The assassin points at Lin Yuan, immediately sharing the information. "It is not far. Go deal with it. And do not worry. Since I came to your door, I will not run." The screen confirms coordinates 8893-47538 are shared with the hidden player, giving him one last cold glance. Lin Yuan warns in a freezing voice, "You had better not run." The scene suddenly cuts to a dark graveyard, where a young girl has been beaten down onto the ground. Her body begins to turn translucent as her health bar reaches 0. A system penalty message pops up. "You have been defeated 3 times. Your level has dropped from 14 to 11. Spawning back at the resurrection point, the girl is still completely dazed. She raises her furious green eyes, her beautiful face now smudged with dirt and displaying a look of absolute, boiling rage. Two men stand on the stone steps, looking down at her with incredibly smug sneers. You brat? Died so many times and still refuse to talk? A brute steps forward, growling a threat. Trust me, we are about to see what young Master Xuan asked the city officials. You and I are jumping into a crazy showdown today. These bullies demand to know who bought the shop, threatening to send her straight back to So Novice Village. The girl grits her teeth, filled with silent rage. These two scumbags are camping right at the spawn point. She cannot escape, and even forcing an offline logout will leave her character completely vulnerable. She screams defiantly, demanding they bring it on because she is not afraid. The mage smirks evilly, realizing they need to teach her another harsh lesson. He tells his partner to keep going while he ambushes the shop, confident their target will take the bait. But watch closely right here, because everything is about to change. The other guy sneers, swearing he will make her submit, when a freezing voice speaks behind him. Who do you want to submit? Without warning, Lin Yuan charges in like a phantom, coldly telling them to go to hell. The mage screams in agony, and a split second later, his partner suffers the exact same brutal fate. Luo Qingyan stands frozen in utter shock as her tormentors are instantly wiped out right before her eyes. Lin Yuan stands there with an expressionless face, quietly realizing that the coordinates he was given were actually correct. Han Cheng, clad in knight armor, rushes to shield Lin Yuan, while a remaining punk yells, "How dare you touch members of our Black Tree Guild? You are finished, kid. Get on your knees if you want to live." Before he can finish, a green light pierces the thug. Lin Yuan coldly retorts, "Or else what?" Beneath the dark night sky, his towering silhouette looks more terrifying than ever. His voice carries a dense, suffocating bloodlust. "I will pay the Black Tree Guild a visit and demand an explanation." Moments later, the thugs disintegrate into beams of green light, dropping all of Luo Qingyan's stolen gear onto the ground. Lin Yuan frowns, confirming they indeed stole her items, while Luo Qingyan calls out to him with a trembling voice, "Little brother." She looks at her tattered clothes, her heart swelling with deep grievance and pain from their relentless abuse. Even though it is just a game, the realistic sensory simulation still inflicts a genuine, agonizing sensation of physical pain. Lin Yuan gently hands the stolen gear back to her, his voice softening with care. "It is all over now, so please tell me what happened." Staring at the glowing items in her hands, Luo Qingyan bursts into tears, sobbing as she recounts the entire story. "They demanded to know who owns the shop, but I refused to tell them. So they trashed our store and repeatedly killed me at the spawn point." Lin Yuan lets out a soft sigh, his calm voice carrying a hint of gentle concern. "You should have just told them the truth." Luo Qingyan quickly wipes her tears away, forcing a brave smile as she places a reassuring hand on her chest. "I am your big sister, so of course I have to protect you. Besides, they are not even that tough. I was not scared at all." Han Cheng steps forward, his face flushed with anger. "This is outrageous. They must have been relentlessly beating you for a long time. You and I can see how much she suffered, losing all her gear." He offers a potion. "Drink this to restore your stamina." Just as she is about to speak, Lin Yuan turns around, his eyes piercingly cold. "Tell me everything you know about the Black Tree Guild." Both of them panic, desperately trying to stop him. Luo Qingyan begs him not to be reckless, while Han Cheng quickly chimes in. "Abyss God, the Black Tree Guild is no joke." Han Cheng explains with a deeply serious expression on his face. Unlike ordinary in-game guilds, they have massive backing from the real-world conglomerate known as the Black Tree Corporation. Their organization is highly structured with clear, strict hierarchies, making them far superior to any normal gaming guild you might encounter. Abyss God, even though you are incredibly strong, taking on an entire guild of thousands of players all by yourself is simply impossible. Hearing this, Lin Yuan merely scoffs with a smug grin. The Black Tree Corporation might have money, but so what? This is the world of the immortals. With those words, he summons a massive winged lion, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that forces both of them to back away. Suddenly, Lin Yuan slightly knits his brows. Right then, the two thugs he just slaughtered spawn back into existence right next to them. Spotting Lin Yuan, they roar in anger. But before they can even make a move, Lin Yuan is already standing right there. Two massive undead claws manifest behind him, his voice dripping with pure provocation. "Did you not want my shop? Come and take it. The fierce thug roars, accusing him of cheap sneak attacks and charges. But the moment he lunges forward, the massive undead claws strike. Both thugs scream in absolute terror at the flying monstrosity. Hurry up and call for backup from any nearby guild members. A system alert shows the distress call went out to the nearest Black Tree members. But before help arrives, the slaughter begins as their health drops to 0. You have been defeated once. Level dropped from 14 to 13. You have been defeated twice. Level dropped from 13 to 12. Their stolen equipment drops one piece after another with every single death. You have been defeated thrice. Level dropped from 12 to 11. Eventually, they are reduced to level 1, collapsing onto the dirt. They tremble and beg him to stop because their accounts are completely ruined. My account is trash now. Luo Qingyan happily retrieves her items, and you and I are definitely ready for what comes next. Thanks, kid. I thought we would never get it back. Lam Vien glances coldly at the gasping duo. Too useless trash. I only questioned one of you and you already called for backup. Right here, you and I watch their backup arrive. A massive bald man steps forward, his voice filled with arrogance. Let me see who actually dares to ruin young Master Huyen's plans. But seeing Lam Vien, he freezes and narrows his eyes. Oh, I remember you now. Aren't you that weak nobody from Bloodscale Cave? He glances at his beaten lackeys before turning back to Lam Vien. Looks like you already dealt with young Master Huyen's men. Once I finish you off, I will interrogate that woman, and the young master will definitely reward me handsomely. He snarls, veins popping on his head. I will crush you. Lam Vien calmly pats the head of his winged lion. It seems this young Master Huyen is the real mastermind. He takes a step forward, making the bald leader panic and stammer. Is it you? A clueless lackey standing nearby still tries to act tough, completely unaware of the danger. Daring to steal from our Black Tree Guild, you must have a death wish. Our captain is a top 10 fighter in the guild. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness right now, maybe our captain will spare your miserable life later. Before he can even finish laughing, watch closely as Lam Vien suddenly appears right before him, a dark voice echoing. You want to kill me? The lackey is scared out of his wits. Smack. The bald captain slaps his subordinate right across the face. Shut your mouth, you idiot. Instantly, he turns to Lam Vien, his attitude flipping 180 degrees, sweating buckets. Great deity. If I had known it was you, I would never have dared to get involved in this. He bows down subserviently. I will take them and leave right now. Lam Vien coldly replies, no need. A green flash erupts, blasting the entire crowd away. Lam Vien stands amidst the death energy and speaks to the trembling captain. Now they have left. Take me to this young Master Huyen right now. The bald man nods frantically in absolute terror. Yes, right away, sir. Along the way, the bald man secretly opens his communication channel, scheming. Leading an outsider to headquarters is an act of betrayal. The Black Tree Corporation's heavy fine would bankrupt him completely, let alone bringing back a monster like this. No, he must find an excuse. Over the guild channel, a quick message is sent out. Trio Kyo. Urgent report. I found the shop owner and am luring him to headquarters. Ambush the road to stop him escaping. Coordinate 4823.78.2. Seeing the reply, the bald captain sighs in relief. Trust me, that sly smirk means he thinks he actually won. So fast. This time, I am finally saved. At the exact same time, a system notification pops up in front of Lam Vien. You have entered the ambush zone of combat team number 7, Black Tree Guild. The bald man suddenly stops, forcing Lam Vien to halt. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he stares into the empty space ahead. We are here. Instantly, he whips around, points directly at Lam Vien's face, and roars with absolute glee. You absolute idiot, did you really think you were completely invincible? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Get him, boys, wipe him out. But instead of hearing his allies rushing out to fight, a dark shadow flashes past like lightning, violently slamming one of the ambushing soldiers to the cold ground. The bald captain stands dazed, looking around in utter confusion. What is going on? Why has combat team number 7 not attacked yet? He turns his head back, and the sight before him freezes him in place. Scattered across the forest floor are the corpses of combat team number 7, with green death lights still floating. Horrified, he stammers. How is this possible? Has combat team number 7 been completely wiped out? Lam Vian walks past coldly, blood still dripping from his sword. He thinks to himself, that dart belongs to him. Is he trying to help me? Lam Vian looks directly at the trembling captain, his voice chillingly calm. Did you not say you were going to teach me a lesson? Make your move. The bald leader backs away in sheer terror, sweat dripping down his shiny forehead. Suddenly, without warning, a massive bolt of blue lightning strikes from the sky, engulfing him. He only manages to let out a horrific scream. Stop, please. I was wrong. Ah. As the lightning fades, Lam Vian walks over to the twitching figure on the ground, his voice completely emotionless. If I am not mistaken, leading so many Black Tree members to their deaths like this will surely cost you a hefty fine, right? Lam Vian's sword rests against his neck, its cold blue light reflecting on his pale skin. Lam Vian offers an irresistible proposal. You are at a dead end now. Why not give me young Master Huyan's coordinates instead? Perhaps after I destroy the Black Tree Guild, your heavy fine will naturally vanish along with it. Left with no other choice, the captain quickly kneels down and begs. I will tell you everything. The scene shifts to a luxurious conference room. A man reports that the Black Tree Guild under the corporation saw a 30% profit increase last quarter. With new stores underway, we leave it here, expect massive things to happen next. All right, let us jump into this wild scene where a shareholder interrupts Director Ye, mocking him for failing to secure even a single shop. A middle-aged man with an eye patch takes a slow, deep drag of his cigar. He calmly replies, before quickly regaining his usual smug, overconfident attitude. He claims they just tracked down the buyer, and the Black Tree Guild will not let this cash cow slip. That first shop is practically theirs already, and absolutely no one can take it from them. But right then, the meeting room doors burst open as a panicked guard screams out. He warns that an intruder is raiding their headquarters right now, prompting Director Yi to slam his hand down, roaring in anger about what is happening outside. Out in the gorgeous courtyard of the headquarters, endless screams of terror echo. Every single member of the Black Tree Guild gets thrown around like dry autumn leaves by just one lone intruder. Armed with only a sword, Lin Yuan slashes through the horde as an angry guard screams, accusing him of daring to start a fight on Black Tree territory. His only response is a massive wave of green death energy erupting from the ground. Lin Yuan coldly tells him to move before a bald captain, watching him walk away, nervously asks if he seriously plans on raiding the place all by himself. Now watch closely, because Lin Yuan simply delivers a chilling warning. He warns the man that those coordinates better be completely accurate, or he will return, while the brutal slaughter continues under the gorgeous crystal chandeliers. Inside a luxury suite, a spoiled heir calling himself Young Master Xuan lounges lazily on his chair. He keeps one eye on his livestream, while smugly telling his crew that a great show is about to start. He boasts about squeezing millions out of that old man once he secures the shop, promising to reward them all handsomely. With his viewer count sitting over 2,000, a girl cuddling on his lap playfully teases him for trying to steal someone else's hard-earned shop. Right then, loud shouting from down the hall interrupts them, making young Master Xuan frown in deep annoyance. He yells at his guards, asking who is making a racket and demanding they check it out since he is trying to stream. The guards quickly head out to investigate, grumbling to themselves about whatever blind idiot is foolish enough to try and pick a fight here. But the moment they crack the door open, a dark shadow slams in, sending one guard flying backward. Before the other guard can react, Lin Yuan strides through the rising dust, his sword dripping with green death energy as he asks for young Master Xuan. Their murderous auras clash instantly, signaling that an incredibly intense showdown is about to unfold. Young Master Xuan just scoffs, completely dismissing Lin Yuan as another clout chaser seeking attention. I know what you are thinking, and yes, the stream explodes instantly, with viewer numbers skyrocketing as the chat goes completely wild with excitement. Viewers wonder what Xuan is planning and laugh at the unlucky intruder, before someone points out that he looks strangely familiar. Xuan slowly spins his chair around to finally face his uninvited guest. Looking Lin Yuan up and down, he condescendingly asks if he also wants to join the Black Tree Guild. But then he props his feet up on the table, arrogantly declaring that not everyone has what it takes to serve him. He demands that Lin Yuan kneel down and clean his shoes to get a chance, while the girl beside him giggles at the insult. She giggles that he is being incredibly generous, but Lin Yuan responds with a cold smirk as a massive wave of green sword energy sweeps the room, instantly blasting every guard away. Xuan gasps in sheer terror. As the attack nears, he shamelessly grabs the girl and uses her as a human shield against the devastating sword slash. With viewers hitting 5,000, the chat goes wild over the insane intruder at headquarters, with some finally realizing that this is the legendary 36-star god. Lin Yuan points his blade directly at Xuan, his voice sounding absolutely freezing. He claims Shop 32 is his, warning that if they trespass again, he will gladly wipe their entire guild off the map. After a brief moment of shock, Xuan leans back and breaks into a loud, mocking laugh at the threat. He laughs like a maniac before sitting up straight, staring at Lin Yuan as if he is a complete idiot. He calls him a brainless fool. While the stream viewers surpass 10,000 as excited fans recognize Lin Yuan and begin cheering wildly in the comments. Fans are losing their minds, thrilled that the legend has returned to completely demolish the Black Tree Guild. Xuan claps his hands in amusement, calling for all his elite guards to finally deal with the intruder. Dozens of elite fighters surround Lin Yuan as one of them yells, demanding to know if he has a death wish for raiding their headquarters. Surrounded on all sides, Lin Yuan remains perfectly calm, gently raising his blade while Xuan crosses his legs on the chair. He smugly states that wanting Lin Yuan's shop is actually an honor, since so many others beg for his attention. Flipping a single coin, he makes an insulting final offer. And honestly, you and I cannot wait to see him get absolutely wrecked. How about this? Hand over your shop for 1 gold coin, kneel, and kowtow 3 times, and I might just overlook what happened. With a smirk, he tosses a single gold coin right at Lam Vian. Lam Vian instantly swings his sword, shattering the coin into tiny pieces. He summons an undead scorpion with eyes flashing with pure killing intent. Trust me, you and I are in for one wild ride. I have absolutely no patience for idiots like you. Now, go ahead and die. A brilliant green light erupts from the ground, slashing through the surrounding guards. Young Master Huyan cannot even react, frozen in utter shock. What? A stream of pure emerald energy surges directly toward him. Before he can even process it, a glowing green beetle flies straight into his face. He lets out a horrific scream as the insect suddenly explodes, unleashing a massive wave of destructive energy. The system notification coldly appears. His health drops to 0. The henchmen freeze in absolute disbelief as young Master Huyan collapses dead onto the floor. Is their young master actually dead? If you are enjoying this, smash that like button. Snapping out of shock, the captain roars, "Go get him!" Now, pay attention here. They charge forward only to meet a brutal, screaming end. Meanwhile, inside the corporate meeting room, a panicked employee makes a frantic phone call, screaming that an intruder has just broken right into their main headquarters. Director Dieppe, the guild leader, desperately tries to stay calm in front of his investors, claiming this is just a dirty trick by a rival guild. He orders the staff to turn on the screen immediately. They pull up young Master Huyan's stream, and Director Dieppe confidently boasts that they are about to see the Black Tree Guild's true power. But then, his brow furrows as he utters a confused gasp. On the screen, Lam Vian stands alone amidst a literal graveyard of defeated players. The entire meeting room goes dead silent. Director Dieppe slams his hands on the table, staring wide-eyed at the screen in complete, desperate humiliation as he screams, "This cannot be." Meanwhile, the livestream chat explodes with over 20,000 viewers, shocked that our god-tier main character is soloing an entire guild. Fans cheer, thrilled to see the arrogant Black Tree Guild finally get crushed. Director Dieppe grinds his teeth as cold sweat pours down his face. If this continues, their company stock will tank and his career will be totally ruined. He cannot let that happen. Forced to reassure the panicked board members, he stammers that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Where is the guild guard today? He promises to contact the person in charge immediately. Immediately dialing his phone, he roars at his useless son to do whatever it takes to stop that monster right now. Meanwhile, back at the respawn point, a newly revived Hyan screams in absolute rage. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, this fool is completely delusional, rushing back while screaming threats about stealing Lam Vian's shop and hunting his friends down. I will hunt your people down and drag them back to level 1. Standing amidst the heap of corpses, Lam Vian turns around with an icy glare. Are you threatening me? Hu Yen sneers arrogantly, barking that he always keeps his promises. Lam Vian slowly closes his eyes as a terrifying, eerie spirit manifests right behind his back. His voice becomes bone-chillingly cold as he declares that if this is their answer, the Black Tree Guild no longer needs to exist. Raising his hand, he unleashes his ultimate, devastating corpse explosion skill. Violent green explosions detonate from the corpses on the floor, forming a massive storm of pure destruction. Back in the meeting room, Director Dieppe watches helplessly as his entire guild headquarters goes up in flames, crying out for his lost guild. An investor stands up, looking at Director Dieppe with deep disappointment. Is this really the project you wanted us to invest in? This is pathetic. I'm seriously starting to doubt your ability to lead. Panicked, Director Dieppe desperately tries to calm them down. Please, everyone stay calm. Our elite squad of guild guards has just arrived on the scene. He quickly turns to verify with his secretary, asking if the elite team has logged in. She hastily confirms that they have. Yes, they are all in position. On the screen, they watch a squad of black-armored players crash through the windows. The elite squad leader screams, "Get that punk! The director promised 100,000 to each of us? Got it?" They roar in agreement as the stream viewers surpass 30,000, wondering if this elite squad is done for. These guys are infamous for playing dirty, but they are just delivering themselves to death. Our main character will easily crush them all. And yet, the entire elite squad gets absolutely wrecked by just a single one of Lam Vian's undead beetles. Block that damn bug. I have already lost 5 levels. One player dodges a strike only to find the beetle right in front of him. Damn it, it's back. You and I just witnessed a complete massacre happen in a blink. The undead beetle swoops down, claiming another victim as their health drops to 0. Floating in a cloud of death energy, Lam Vian looks down coldly at the trembling survivors. You and I are about to watch him mock his enemies. Weren't you going to kill me back to level 1? Why are you hiding in the back, too afraid to fight? Without hesitation, the elite squad leader rallies his men. Stick to the plan, guys. Charge. The bloodthirsty soldiers rush forward, eager to take him down. But seeing Lam Vian standing there so calmly, the captain gapes in shock, roaring in pure frustration. You arrogant brat. Leaping high into the air, he delivers a thunderous strike down at Lam Vian, confidently yelling, "We are your real opponents." But before his blade can land, a sudden flash of blue counterforce energy erupts, blasting him backward in shock. Seeing their leader fail, 2 mages immediately unleash fireballs and arrows with wicked, sneering grins. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat 7 of us. Take this, another mocks. Taste my paralyzing arrow. Ha ha. But moving like a ghost, Lam Vian dodges every single attack, appearing right in front of the mage and grabbing his face. Now watch closely. With a cold glare, he calls their tactics outdated, slamming the mage to cause a massive green explosion. The system interface coldly displays a very familiar notification. Health reduced to 0. Inside the cracked crater, the mage lies motionless, completely defeated. Suddenly, Lam Vian activates his stealth skill. The remaining soldiers wave their weapons in confusion through the thick smoke. Where is that brat? Did he run? Meanwhile, the livestream chat explodes, saying even a tiger cannot beat a pack of wolves. Our god lost with honor. They only won by outnumbering him. In a one-on-one fight, nobody stands a chance against him. On the battlefield, an angry soldier punches the ground, veins bulging in frustration. Damn it, he ruined everything. If he escapes, the Black Tree Guild's reputation is completely ruined. He roars at his men to find him at all costs. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and young Master Huyan breaks into a cold sweat. Humph. Behind them, massive dragon wolf soul beasts rise from the dead, baring their fangs at the terrified soldiers who scream in horror. What is that? The beast unleashes an earth-shattering roar, gathering blue hellfire in its mouth as its overwhelming breath explodes, instantly launching the remaining elite soldiers high into the sky, sending them spinning helplessly. Right then, a system notification pops up. Stealth mode has deactivated. I know what you're thinking, he's unstoppable. Lam Vian appears, inviting them all to fill up the empty respawn pool. In the real world, a guy lounging on his bed watches the stream, breaking into a nervous sweat. Holy crap, our god is at it again. Whenever this guy makes a move, somebody is guaranteed to end up dead. Out on a busy street, a group of friends gathers around a tablet, excitedly discussing the battle. The Black Tree Guild really messed with the god of death this time. Elsewhere, a girl blushes deeply, staring at her phone with starry eyes. Wow, how can he be so incredibly handsome? Meanwhile, young Master Hyan is on his knees, clutching his head and trembling in absolute terror. Terrified out of his mind, he opens the chat window, sobbing as he begs his father to save him. President Deep screams back, spitting in rage. How did I raise such a useless piece of garbage like you? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? But young Master Huyan snaps right back. Hey, old man, I was just following your orders to buy the shop. Your intel was wrong, so why blame me? Furious, President Diep slumps over his desk, struggling to breathe as he barks orders to his subordinates nearby. You rebel. I don't care how you do it. Just buy me more time and keep him busy. His expression darkens, his eyes flashing with a wicked and highly confident gleam. The expensive elite I hired is already on his way. Meanwhile, the masked assassin watches from a high branch, impressed. Not bad, kid. You've really made a huge name for yourself. Suddenly, his system interface flashes with a new notification. Urgent request received to eliminate Lam Vien for 500 gold coins. The assassin smirks at the screen. So they want me to take down that brat with an urgent request? How ridiculous. With a gentle tap, he rejects the request, instantly blocking all future notifications from the Black Tree Guild. Amused, he decides to watch the show. And trust me, you and I will want to see who just stepped out of the woods. Alright, let's jump in with Lin Yuan, who notes not only the Raging Guild, but the Death Disciples showing up too. Looks like the Black Tree Guild is going all out. Up in the branches, the assassin Yan Wang smiles to himself. These are all that kid's old acquaintances, making this the perfect setup for a massive show. The giant axe-wielding warrior cracks his knuckles, growling with pure impatience. He just wants to get this over with quickly and crush that arrogant brat. Watching the three of them charge down, the assassin smirks. No need for a test anymore, he'll just send the footage straight to the boss. Meanwhile, in the center of the hall, young Master Xuan is surrounded by two soul beasts, screaming in pure frustration. Even his own father has never hit him before. But the moment the mercenary squad finally arrives, they freeze in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the absolute destruction before them. Lin Yuan and the masked assassin stand frozen too, silently observing the chaos. As the crowd gathers, Lin Yuan steps forward, his eyes glowing crimson with a deadly gaze that makes Lin Yuan gasp in shock. Is he really the target again? The masked assassin flinches, recognizing that maniac. Right then, a mocking voice breaks the silence. Hey, young master. Looks like your backup is finally here. Gaining sudden confidence, young Master Xuan barks from the ground, asking if he enjoyed beating him up earlier. Now watch closely. He orders everyone to charge, swearing to make our main character kneel and beg for mercy. Lin Yuan calmly keeps his foot planted right on the young master. His icy gaze sweeps across the newcomers as the air turns deathly quiet. With just a single, sharp look, an overwhelming pressure crushes down on everyone present. One of Xuan's surviving lackeys gets arrogant seeing the backup, sneering if he really thinks nobody can stop him. With first and second-rate guilds teaming up, he claims the kid is dead. But before he can even finish, the axe warrior shoves him aside. The warrior glares at the lackeys, roaring at them to get lost. No way is he throwing his life away for that tiny amount of money. Instantly, a system notification pops up. The mission from the Black Tree Guild has been officially abandoned. With that, the warrior turns and walks away. Splat on the ground, young Master Xuan screams in panic, asking where he thinks he's going. Are you seriously running before the fight even starts? Ignoring the noise, Lin Yuan casually swings his sword. A wave of green energy sweeps through, vaporizing the arrogant lackey in a flash as his health drops to 0. Having cleared the trash, Lin Yuan turns to the remaining two. Let's see if they're also dumb enough to help the Black Tree Guild. Right on cue, another notification pops up in front of the female knight, showing she has abandoned the quest. Lin Yuan gives a friendly smile and shrugs, saying she's sure he has his reasons, then asks if he needs any help. Lin Yuan calmly replies that he is fine, telling her to just watch. Meanwhile, having just respawned, the young master jumps right up and begins furiously cursing at the mercenaries. What the hell? He paid good money for them to get things done, not to stand around watching a show. The masked assassin crosses his arms, mocking him. Did he really think paying them meant they'd stick around just to watch him make a fool of himself? Thinking he's found a lifeline, young Master Xuan hastily barks out orders. Finally, someone sensible. He orders the assassin to take the kid out. But Lin Yuan cuts him off, looking directly at the assassin, asking if he was the one who cleared the forest guys. He recognized his daggers. The assassin just chuckles, claiming it was merely a convenient favor. The young master freezes in shock like he's been doused in ice water. Is everyone a traitor? The assassin opens his system menu, starting a video recording while laughing. Hey, don't put it like that. He never actually accepted the quest, he just showed up to enjoy the free entertainment. Blatantly betrayed, young Master Xuan and his remaining 2 lackeys can only gnash their teeth in absolute rage. He screams that he won't let them off. But suddenly, a terrifying wave of murderous intent crashes down on them from above. They look up in sheer terror as a massive energy dragon swoops down, swallowing all 3 of them with a deafening roar. Once again, the system message coldly displays that their health has reached 0. Respawning yet again, young Master Xuan crawls out from the rubble, face covered in dirt but eyes still burning with resentment. Lin Yuan glares down coldly and says with 0 emotion to keep going, predicting their guild leader won't be able to sit still for much longer. Meanwhile, in the real world, a furious shareholder slams the table, yelling at President Ye that the company stock has hit rock bottom. He demands Ye take full responsibility for this disaster. Right beside them, the trembling secretary quietly calls out to President Ye. Ye grits his teeth, ordering the secretary to shut up and bring his gaming helmet immediately. Clenching his fists in absolute determination, he knows that if he doesn't handle this joke himself, the investors will pull every single cent of their capital out. He needs to restore their confidence. And this is where you and I transition back to the headquarters of the Black Tree Guild. A system announcement flashes. The guild leader of Black Tree, Ye, has logged online. A majestic mage clad in crimson robes, holding a golden staff, appears right in the middle of the ruined wasteland. Let's dive in as Lam Vien glares, bluntly asking, "Are you the leader of Black Tree?" Ye thinks the stream is still live, so he has to end this fast before his bosses spot any weakness. He threatens, "Kid, you messed with the wrong guy," but suddenly shifts to a condescending smile, seeing the boy actually has talent. "I might let you join the Black Tree Guild as our elite squad captain." Just respawning, young Master Huyen cuts in. "Old man, why talk to him? He killed our men and gets away with it? Call our men to destroy him." Ye swings his staff, gathering bright red magic energy as he roars, "You brat." He unleashes a massive attack, screaming, "Do not underestimate our Black Tree Guild." A green spirit blocks the strike effortlessly, while Lam Vien stands behind, dripping with sarcasm. "Is that all from a cheap guild leader?" Ye gasps. He actually used a summon to block? Suddenly, Lam Vien's soul beast leaps forward as he casually asks, "So how will you handle this?" The beast slashes down, but the leader barely dodges, only to find Lam Vien already right behind him, surrounded by more summons. He coldly declares it is over as a notification pops up, activating his detonation skill. Ye panics, realizing he is trapped, before a massive green explosion erupts, engulfing everything. Back at the respawn point, both of them crawl up as Ye breaks into a cold sweat. "Impossible. I could only block 1 hit. This guy is a complete monster. He needs to stall him," so he quickly backs away, raising his hands in defeat. "Wait, we were wrong. Please stop. We will make a public apology and compensate you," he begs desperately. Now, look closely. Lam Vien stands there with his giant beast, and his voice is icy cold. "You do not know you are wrong." He looks into his eyes. "You only know you are dead." The giant beast roars, charging forward and sending Ye's men flying amidst agonizing screams. Sent flying into the air, young Master Hyen screams to his father, "Old man, quickly do something." Ye snaps back furiously. "Shut up. I used every plan already, you useless piece of trash. What kind of monster did you even provoke anyway?" Suddenly, a desperate plan flashes in his mind. Wait, if even the top rankers are no match for this guy. He glares at Lam Vien and his massive beast. Realizing NPCs are his only hope, he plots silently, since our headquarters is in the main city zone where PvP is strictly banned. Fighting is illegal here, so if I summon the Peacekeeper NPC, this guy is dead meat." Grinning, Ye pulls out a scroll, telling his son, "Why did I not summon the guards earlier? No matter how strong he is, he cannot beat the game guards," he yells, activating an emergency summons. Hearing this, the son's eyes light up, screaming, "I understand, father. Watch closely here, because breaking city rules means getting thrown into game prison." And right on cue, a powerful guard general spawns alongside his elite soldiers. The summon is a success as the general booms, "Who dares cause trouble in my city?" Pointing directly at Lam Vian, the guard orders his men to arrest him immediately. The villains laugh triumphantly. Ye mocking, "Kid, this is the main city. Touch me again and you are going straight to game prison." The arrogant son joins in on the mockery. "Haha, you think you are so tough? Try touching me again then." Instantly, Lam Vian teleports right in front of the kid, kicking him away as Ye gasps in pure shock. Terrified, Ye screams, "You are dead meat," while quickly activating his magic shield. As Lam Vian advances, Ye is sure of his victory. "Who dares attack in front of guards?" Furious, the guard general roars, "You dare to start a fight right in front of me? Arrest this arrogant punk and lock him up for 3 months," as the two soldiers immediately charge forward. Meanwhile, the stream hits over 30,000 viewers, with the chat filling up with regretful comments. "What a pity, it is over. How can anyone fight against the game mechanics?" Smirking, Ye points at Lam Vian, mocking, "Anyone who attacks guards gets wanted by the entire Western Kingdom. No matter how strong you are, you would never dare attack the guards." But suddenly, a shadow strikes. We just watched Lam Vian shatter his shield and instantly finish him off, coldly whispering, "Fool." All right, let us dive right back in as the chat explodes with over 30,000 viewers. God, our main character is such a beast. He is not backing down at all, leaving those arrogant punks to be slaughtered like helpless little chicks. And the price for breaking the law? Ye spits out blood, his eyes wide open in pure shock. A cold notification pops up. Health down to 0. Naturally, the guard officer cannot ignore this. He roars, unleashing the heavy pressure of a high-level non-player character. "You dare defy the laws of the Western Desert Kingdom? I will punish you severely." Facing the wrath of this powerful official, Lin Yuan calmly raises his hand, dropping a shining golden badge onto the ground. Before the two guards can even lay a hand on him, they freeze in their tracks. Now watch closely. The metallic clang of that badge dropping freezes the room. The officer stands stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat with wide eyes. Is this the honorary badge of the Scorpion Knights? Staring at the exquisite metal, he stammers out, "Are you an honorary knight?" In response, Lin Yuan only gives him a mysterious, smug little smirk. With a complete 180-degree turn of events, the panicked general screams to his men, "Stop! Stop right now!" leaving the soldiers utterly confused. The officer then quickly bows, carefully lifting the badge with both hands, and respectfully offers it back to Lin Yuan, saying, "My lord, your item." Lin Yuan casually takes the badge from the guard officer's trembling hands. Now, he is the one calling the shots. He points right at the newly resurrected Ye and young Master Xuan. "Handle these two for me." The general bows deeply, his attitude completely flipped, saying, "It is an honor to serve you." Watching this unbelievable scene, Ye is still totally lost. Why is the security officer not attacking him? Beside him, young Master Xuan turns pale and stammers. Damn it, that bastard is an honorary knight. The guard officer before him is acting just like a loyal dog. On command, the general whips around, his murderous gaze locked directly onto Ye and his son. "You fools dare oppose the Scorpion Knights? I suspect you are spies from the southern Gui Kingdom. Follow me to the dungeon for questioning." With the tables turned, the father and son panic. Ye frantically waves his hands. "Wait, this is all just a misunderstanding, sir." Young Master Xuan turns to blame his own father, crying out, "You old fool, what kind of stupid plan was this? You ruined us." The general grants them no mercy, stepping in to escort them personally while warning them to behave. "Do not dare disturb the honorable knight." The two soldiers jump in, dragging them away, demanding they cooperate quietly. One final notification flashes across the screen. Players Ye and Xuan have been arrested by the city guard officer. I know what you are thinking. Is it too late to beg? Because as they drag him away, He Ye desperately screams to Lin Yuan about a deal. Lin Yuan simply turns his back on him coldly. It is far too late for talk now. Looking at the ruined Black Tree Guild headquarters, he delivers his final judgment. The Black Tree Guild has only one fate left to disband. And just like that, the live broadcast makes history once again with over 40,000 viewers. Our legend has shattered records, single-handedly wiping out an entire guild. This historic battle proves once and for all that he remains undefeated and #1. Meanwhile, back in the real world inside a luxurious meeting room, a powerful man points at the screen and rages, "This is absolutely ridiculous. Is this what you called your master plan? Streaming the whole failure is utterly shameless. I should have never trusted this guild project to a useless fool like you." Inside his room, He Ye furiously smashes his gaming helmet, screaming in sheer frustration. Enough! Who could have known he had so many hidden trump cards? Even the non-player characters took his side. Over the phone, the powerful man coldly issues a direct order. The Black Tree Group stocks are bound to crash now. Dump all of them immediately. As for those two idiots, contact my lawyers. I want them rotting in a jail cell forever. Hearing this, his nearby subordinate can only watch in utter disbelief. That crazy guy actually took down the entire Black Tree Guild. I guess my massive fine is finally wiped clean now. Returning to the virtual battlefield, Lin Yuan coldly sweeps his gaze over the remaining survivors. Notifications flood the screen, showing health bars hitting 0. Even the most elite guild members cannot escape his devastating sword strikes. Mahjong has left the Black Tree Guild. The system alerts pop up repeatedly, acting as a final obituary for this once powerful empire. He Luo Lan has left the Black Tree Guild. Hidden Blade has left the Black Tree Guild. Absolutely no one is spared. The Twin Spear Death God has left the Black Tree Guild. Not even the squad leaders are safe, sent flying by massive soul beasts. The 4th squad captain has left the Black Tree Guild. Finally, one last prominent name vanishes from the roster. Ba Tianxia has left the Black Tree Guild. And that is where we leave things with our main character standing alone amidst the absolute destruction. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this. The system issues a final notice. The Black Tree Guild has fallen below 30 members and automatically disbands. Watching from afar, the assassin Yama holds an energy orb, clicking his tongue in awe. With Black Leaf and Black Xuan imprisoned, the remaining members were hunted down until the entire guild was completely wiped out. This kid actually pulled it off. He opens his control panel, sending the valuable battle footage he just recorded directly to his leader. His task complete, Lin Yuan turns around, his razor-sharp gaze piercing the shadows where the assassin hides. "How long do you plan on watching this show?" Yama reveals himself with a relaxed shrug, asking if he wants to grab a drink. "I will be waiting at the tavern. Ask me anything you want to know. Oh, and do not forget to collect your loot." Lin Yuan watches the assassin fade away, already formulating a new plan in his mind. With the Black Tree Guild completely crushed, it is the perfect time to investigate the mysterious Apostles Guild. With a wave of his hand, a bright light sweeps up all the loot on the ground. A simple notification appears. All equipment collected. Meanwhile, inside a secret base, a short-haired girl stares at the man across from her, arms crossed with a serious expression. "What kind of plan do you need me to coordinate this time?" "Just so you know, the underworld serpent must absolutely not be touched." A snake tamer sighs in frustration, while the purple serpent on his shoulder lazily flicks its tongue. "Trust me on this, their master's orders are wild. He told me to scout him out, then recruit him." "Man, what a pain," he grumbles as their secret talk continues. The man explains, "Our master gave me info. I must venture into the deepest desert to capture a type of flying serpent." The girl responds instantly, "That is your job, so figure out how to lure him out yourself. After that, we will complete the master's task together." The man looks annoyed, asking if this is her personal mission, or what. "Even if my rank is lower than yours, my boss is far more useful than you, so do not think you can boss me around." Leaning in close, the hooded man speaks with a threatening voice. "You can refuse, but you almost exposed that incident with the Count last time, did you not? Just imagine what happens if that secret leaks." Hearing this, Anna clenches her fists tight, but she has to back down. Fine. Only this once. But you must understand, there can be no mistakes in the Snake Man civilization. If things go south, I am pulling out. The man smiles triumphantly, opening up a map with coordinates. Just lure him to these coordinates, 7993.47.548. The girl takes the info, doubt flashing in her eyes. So, what dungeon did you prepare to deal with him? Saving coordinates 7993.47.548. The hooded man flashes a sinister grin, revealing snake scales on his face. The Isle of Death. Let's pivot over to a tavern in Windswept City. As Lin Yuan and Yama walk in, the tavern owner warmly welcomes them, asking what they would like to order. Before Lin Yuan can answer, the assassin flashes a skull badge. The owner's face instantly pales as he bows, saying he understands. The owner immediately turns and out to all the customers. We are very sorry, everyone. Our tavern must close early today. As compensation, all of your orders today are completely free of charge. The customers are left stunned by the free drinks, but the room instantly erupts with excitement. One girl happily cheers. What amazing luck! Free drinks again. While a man complains, if I had known, I would have ordered way more drinks, haha. The windows and doors shut tight all at once, creating a completely private space. Inside, the tavern has already been cleared out. Lin Yuan examines his surroundings as the assassin Yama gestures to a chair. Have a seat. Lin Yuan sits down and asks directly, is this the base of the Apostles' Guild? Yama responds with a suggestive, mysterious invitation. Since you are so interested in our Apostles' Guild, why not experience it firsthand? Just then, another hooded figure appears to make a formal offer. On behalf of the Apostles' Guild, I officially invite you to join us. Lin Yuan raises an eyebrow, mocking them. So your way of recruiting newbies is by sending assassins to kill them? Yama quickly waves his hands, laughing nervously. Cough. Let us call it bonding through battle. A guildless expert like you is incredibly rare. We have been dying to recruit you as fast as possible. Just then, the owner brings over 2 glasses of wine. The masked assassin adds, to be completely honest with you, we have rejected every single bounty target on your head. That is a massive first for the Apostles. The owner sets the glasses down. Please enjoy. Lin Yuan crosses his arms, ignoring his drink. Seeing this, the figure asks coldly, well, have you made up your mind? Lin Yuan takes a sip, casting a sharp glare at the two. Inviting someone to join while hiding your faces does not look very sincere. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan uses his skills to scout them. The system panel flashes, initiating a mental attribute check. Mental attribute is 1.5 times higher than the target. Check passed, revealing the enhanced stealth state. The hooded figure is stunned, thinking his perception is incredible to spot his enhanced stealth. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this standoff unfolds. Let's dive into the moment this dangerous assassin finally gets caught. With his enhanced stealth deactivated, a masked man in a red and black cloak sits crossed-legged, comfortably radiating a highly dangerous aura. Lin Yuan instantly recognizes him as Death Pronouncement, leader of the Death Apostle Guild. In his past life, he was notorious for assassinating elite warriors, a pure psychopath who just loved killing. Lin Yuan calmly replies, if you have already researched me, you probably know I never join guilds. But I still want to get some critical information from you guys, so name your price. Death Pronouncement slides a badge over. As Yama chimes in, if you want this, just join us and you will learn more. He gently taps on the metal badge. Besides, you might have misunderstood one thing. The Apostle Guild is not a real guild. It is just a nominal organization, so you do not have to join in the game. Confidence gleams behind his mask. Lin Yuan falls into deep thought, so that is how it is. This means my hidden class will not be exposed, so joining them actually will not be a problem, especially since the Apostle Guild's massive intelligence network covers the entire immortal world. He looks up, making his final decision. If that is the case, I will consider it. But first, tell me about your setup. Death Pronouncement sneers. Heh, I knew it. You and we are the exact same breed. Listen, the Apostles are very unusual. He explains that their assassins are ranked across 5 tiers from common, elite, expert, master, to ultimate executioner. Now watch closely as the screen displays these 5 distinct ranks of deadly killers. Quest difficulty also spans 5 tiers from D to S. He picks up the pocket watch, Lin Yuan wanted. As for this pocket watch you keep staring at, it is a token earned only by completing 3 S-rank missions. With this, you can receive supplies and aid at our outposts. It is also your ticket into our actual headquarters. Death pronouncement holds out the watch. Rules exist only to serve the strong. Agree to join, and this is yours right now. Lin Yuan silently reaches out to take it. Suddenly, Yama appears behind him, wrapping a friendly arm around his shoulder. Did I not tell you that you would get it soon? See, I did not lie to you. Death pronouncement stands up, solemnly declaring, I am Death pronouncement, and I formally invite you to join the Apostle Guild. He points at Yama. We have 4 ranks: Guild Leader, Division Chief, Squad Leader, and Standard Member. You and I know that is a massive promotion. He would be the West Desert Division Chief. But is not Yama the current boss? If I take his spot, is he okay with that? Yama quickly waves his hands. I hate this boring chief job anyway. I just want to fight. He leans extremely close to Lin Yuan. Just to clarify, my name is Yama, not this guy. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, then stands up to shake hands. A pleasure working together. Beneath his dark mask, Death pronouncement's eyes gleam with absolute satisfaction. Yama chimes in, Boss, the newbie definitely has questions for you. I will go grab a drink first. The leader nods. Go ahead. With just the 2 of them left, Lin Yuan gets straight to business. I want to find someone, and I need your guild to investigate. He opens his system interface and shares 2 photos. 2 screenshots successfully sent. Death pronouncement receives the 2 screenshots. Looking at the targets, he gasps in shock. So, it is about that watch. So that is your ultimate goal. He slowly shakes his head. But I am truly sorry. Apostle members can never investigate each other. This is a fundamental rule that keeps our organization alive. Lin Yuan frowns. So this chief title has no power? The leader quickly explains. No, it is not like that. Death pronouncement continues, a scheming look flashing beneath his dark mask. While the rules are set in stone, people are flexible. Since he must take quests, he can never bypass you, his direct division chief. Adding a sly grin, he whispers, you can easily force him into multiplayer co-op quests with you. And if he goes into hiding for too long without taking missions, he will be kicked out automatically. So he literally has 0 choice here. Satisfied, Lin Yuan nods and pats his shoulder. Fine, that works for me. Death pronouncement acts warm. A genius like you is our honored guest. Rest assured, you will receive all the latest in-game intel first. Even when traveling to other countries, you can easily receive assistance from any of our global branches whenever you ask. With his goal fully achieved, Lin Yuan turns to leave. All right, I am heading out first. Death pronouncement quickly calls out, wait, at least tell me your in-game name before you leave. I must announce our new West Desert Division leader. A loud ding echoes as the system reveals his legendary username. And trust me, you and I are about to see this world tremble. All right, you and I are diving into a wild story as Lam Vian turns back, smirking with a 2-finger salute. You can call me Than Min, he tells them, leaving behind a death warrant while rubbing his chin to analyze the situation. Than Min is a master of disguise. If he did not keep this identity hidden, the #1 spot in the Western Desert would easily be his. The scene shifts to a desolate, barren wasteland, where Lam Vian, draped in a dark cloak, casually walks towards massive crumbling ruins deep in the forest. As he walks, he rubs his chin, realizing that he has been a bit too lazy lately and really needs to start leveling up again. He mumbles as he maps out his next move. With the Black Tree Guild problem completely cleared up, it is the perfect time to find a nearby dungeon and grind some experience. He has not checked in a while, but his basic skill proficiencies have naturally increased by a lot. He immediately pulls open his skill panel to inspect his level 4 Black Iron Stealth skill. It grants him a 5-minute stealth state while consuming 80 mana, with a 1-minute cooldown and 8 out of 400 proficiency. Next is his signature level 7 Soulfire skill, dealing 300% magic damage for 10 mana, with a 4-second cooldown and 10 out of 700 proficiency. Clicking his tongue, he evaluates the rest of his newly acquired skills. Corpse Explosion seems decent enough, but his Dark Curse is not nearly as powerful as he hoped. The status screen displays his level 5 gold tier Corpse Explosion, which detonates a fallen body, dealing fire damage equal to 110% of his health to nearby foes, costing 140 mana with a 5-second cooldown. Watch this. Lam Vien openly scowls in disappointment. Restoring a mere 20% health to a single target is practically useless for his massive army of undead soldiers. He shakes his head, turning his attention to his next skill, the level 3 gold tier Dark Curse, which deals damage equal to 20% of the target's max health, or heals a corpse for that same amount. It costs 60 mana, has a 6-second cooldown, and he clicks his tongue as he evaluates it. In the end, this max health percentage damage is only useful when he is bullying monsters that are way weaker than him. Remembering past battles where his damage was heavily nerfed, he breaks into a cold sweat and mutters, if he uses it on monsters or bosses at a higher level, the system immediately slashes that percentage damage to pieces. Pulling out 2 incredibly rare skill scrolls, Lam Vien's eyes gleam with intense calculations. Based on his hardcore grinding experience from his past life, low-tier skills can easily be leveled up just by farming their proficiency. Striding forward with burning determination, he knows that only high-level skills require these special upgrade scrolls to advance. He has been hoarding these 2 precious scrolls for a long time, so he must use them wisely, ideally saving them for. Let us check out his current setup on his personal character sheet. Lam Vien, level 16, Necromancer Hunter, Forbidden Talent, Dark Summoning, with the gates of the underworld at 107 out of 160. Analyzing his build, his other stats look decent, but the core problem is that his gate of the underworld needs stronger tank zombies. Since his level has increased, starter undead, like the Ghost Wolf zombie, are falling behind. Sighing, he realizes these summoned zombies cannot level up on their own, meaning the stat gap will only widen. From now on, he will avoid summoning weak zombies to keep his squad clean. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has reached the elite dungeon entrance, Ruin's Laboratory, and is now entering the instance. Without a second thought, Lam Vien strides directly through the dark, misty portal of the ancient ruins. Inside, he is greeted by a gloomy, desolate sight, with massive rusted iron armor scattered all along the path. He stops, looking up at a towering suit of black armor sitting completely motionless before him, as he mutters, "Is that an undead knight?" Suddenly, the giant monster jolts awake, unleashing a devastating blue energy slash that rips through the air straight toward him. As pressure explodes, the other surrounding undead knights awaken, releasing a massive wave of deathly energy to crush the intruder. The system flashes red with a warning. Elite Undead Knight, level 18, 4600 health, 220 attack, 290 defense, and its skills include Decaying Roar and Armor-Breaking Slash. Reacting instantly, Lam Vien slides under the strike and summons his Undead Beetle into battle. Smirking, he points out their weakness. Although these hollow armor beasts are incredibly tanky and tough to kill, the experience they drop is by far the sweetest among same-level monsters. Launching his counterattack, the aggressive beetle fires a brilliant green energy beam that pierces straight through the knight's chest. Howling in pain, the knight leaps into the air and slams his massive blade down, creating a shockwave that splits the ground. Refusing to let his summon take a hit, Lam Vien charges forward with a bright green flame in his hand, shielding his beetle. "Step back, buddy. This thing is immune to crowd control and has super thick armor. Let me handle it myself." With that, he raises his glowing hand. "And trust me, you and I are about to see a brutal combat combo unfold as the system triggers his damage-amplifying curse." Let's jump in right as the magic circle beneath him glows. The Death Knight swings its giant sword with a roaring cry, ready to deliver a lightning-fast strike to split the earth. But like a ghost, Lin Yuan swiftly glides back, dodging the sharp blade and leaving 3 massive monsters swinging uselessly at thin air. Capitalizing on their clumsy stumble, he smiles smugly and slips into the shadows as the system alerts him that stealth is active. Suddenly, right behind the giant knight, an undead serpent rises up, snapping open its massive jaw, full of deadly venomous fangs. The system cold-bloodedly issues a death warrant, activating the corpse explosion skill. The serpent hisses a horrifying sound as its body swells with surging green energy, preparing for a massive destructive blast. An absolute earthquake of an explosion erupts, wiping out everything nearby and sending the rusty armor pieces of the knight flying. At the same moment, massive loot begins showering down, including a recipe for brewing a deadly fatal poison. He gets basic recipes for mana recovery potions and intermediate formulas for premium solvent potions. Grabbing his loot, Lin Yuan nods in pure satisfaction. You have to loot these tin cans immediately after they die, or the items will vanish along with their rotting corpses. Deactivating his stealth, he reappears and starts calculating his next move. Taking these potion recipes back to stock, his shop will definitely boost business. But right during his moment of triumph, now watch closely here, Lin Yuan's eyes flash with cold intent as he sees the shattered armor pieces beginning to twitch. Without hesitating, he fires a beam of emerald mana straight down into the debris. If not for my past life experience, you sneaky little rats would have completely pulled one over on me. He loudly summons his strongest, most loyal partner to the field. Undead giant wolf, battle ready, rip them to pieces for me. The massive beast leaps forward heroically, opening its fanged mouth to unleash a wide-range soundwave attack, the wild wolf roar. The raging sound waves crush the rebuilding armor pieces to dust, while Lin Yuan coldly delivers his judgment to crumble to pieces. The notification screen flashes endlessly with successful kill messages. Defeated elite undead knights ×7, earning massive experience points. The combat experience rewards keep pouring in without stopping as he defeats 5 more elite undead knights. Landing gracefully. Lin Yuan smirks with absolute satisfaction. Not bad. A level up. Plus another notification sweep showing he cleared out 9 more elite undead knights for extra experience. Glory finally calls out his name. The system congratulates him on reaching level 17. He pulls up his glowing personal status screen to inspect his stats. Player Lin Yuan, level 17. Class: Forbidden Undead Hunter. Talent: Dark Summoning Underworld Gate 96 of 170. Strength 77, Constitution 205. Agility 119. Spirit 354. Experience 3 out of 24,138. I know what you're thinking, but our hero is still analyzing his squad's weakness. The defense of those undead knights is too high, and his undead giant wolf is barely scratching them. Even though it carries a boss monster label, its level is simply way too low now. Still, he feels a bit hesitant since its wide-range roar skill is extremely satisfying to use, making it tough to just throw away. Looking over his pet status, the undead giant wolf is a lord rank. Level 6, health 2400, attack 360, defense 48. Skills include Wild Wolf Roar, Beast Heart, Death Claws, Undead Body, and Wrath of the Undead. Lin Yuan's eyes gleam with desire. Man, if only there was a way to boost the levels of these undead creatures. He casually browses through his lower-tier units. An ordinary Howling Thunder Scorpion at level 6 with 400 health. Lin Yuan shakes his head, realizing these weak summons are useless now, only good as sacrificial bombs. The rest of his reserves, like the level 10 Baby Snake Summon and the level 5 Kobold Miner, are just way too weak. Even the elite units like his level 12 Dumb Thief Zombie Summon, or the level 6 Kobold Supervisor Zombie, share the same sad fate of waiting to be sacrificed. Suddenly, he gently lifts a tiny undead bug onto his fingertip, a smug smirk forming on his face. But rare critters like this with unique, specialized skills are hard to find even if you have money. He waves his hand, channeling a glowing green magic circle into the bug, telling it to keep serving him well. However, as the bug crawls near the shattered undead knight's armor, the system hits him with a cold reality that undead targets cannot be awakened again. Lin Yuan sighs, realizing the truth. These monsters are just spirits clinging to iron armor, which is why revival fails. Brushing off his hands, he walks away from the ruins to plan his next moves. It looks like he needs to clear out his trash summons, balance his low-tier undead, and hunt down much stronger beasts. As he eagerly schemes, a sudden flash of blue light abruptly cuts off his train of thought. You and I won't want to miss what happens next when an urgent call from reality flashes on screen. Mom is calling. All right, let us jump in. Lam Vien's face is a mix of surprise and worry right now. Honestly, ever since he focused on gaming for cash, his mother rarely disturbs him mid-game. Did something go wrong? The moment he answers, his mother's panicked voice rings out through his system's screen interface. Vien, has Tu Dan reached out to you lately? Hearing this, Lam Vien's expression instantly turns deadly serious. He frowns and quickly asks, "Mom, what happened to Tu Dan?" We cut back to reality, where his blonde sister appears, in his mother's tearful explanation. "That girl, she has not come home for 2 days now." Sensing that things are going downhill fast, Lam Vien keeps his voice calm to reassure her. "Mom, do not worry. I am heading over right now." Ripping off his virtual reality headset, Lam Vien rushes down to the living room, asking with a deep frown, "Mom, tell me, what exactly is going on?" In the luxury room, his mother is sobbing while his dad holds his head in despair. Now pay attention to her fear as she grabs his sleeve, pale face trembling. A few days ago, Tu Dan said she was joining a summer training camp, but her updates were very sporadic. For the past 2 days, she has been completely out of touch. His father quickly comforts his wife, trying to find a reassuring explanation. "Do not just assume the worst, dear. Maybe Tu Dan is just having too much fun and ignoring her phone." Hearing this, Lam Vien exhales in relief, his brain quickly piecing things together from his past life. Around this exact time, Tu Dan must have joined the Order organization. He smiles, waving his hand, and confidently explains to calm them down. "I heard Tu Dan mention that camp before, and they are not allowed to use phones until it finishes. Both of you should relax. She is absolutely fine. Plus, she is in a closed battle training course." His mother blinks in surprise, her heavy burden seemingly lifting a bit. "Is that true, Vien? That girl Tu Dan is always so busy. But still, she should have told us so we would not worry." His father lets out a sigh of relief. "Well, that is good then." Though looking completely calm on the outside, deep down, Lam Vien feels a heavy wave of unease, remembering those strange weirdos who wore glowing red masks. "Even though I still do not fully trust the Order organization, I must respect Tu Dan's own choices." Sweating heavily, he mutters his assessment under his breath. "It is just that some members of the Order in my past life were seriously missing a few brain cells." His face darkens, eyes narrowing with sharp, absolute caution. Once Tu Dan gets back, I must inspect her closely to ensure she is not hurt. While her brother is panicking, over at a state-of-the-art virtual training room, Tu Dan, clad in a tight-fitting combat suit, is violently swinging her sword, slashing through a horde of incoming white robots. Instantly, she leaps high into the air, lightning fast. Tu Dan raises her flaming sword to unleash a devastating strike upon the robot. Ha! Immediately after, the remaining robot charges from behind, trapping her right in its grasp. Shifting her stance, her sword flares with brilliant blue fire, pushing the machines back. She channels all her power into one final, decisive blow. Her eyes widen as she screams with raw power. Ah! A swirling blue energy explosion erupts, completely blasting the robots away in every direction. With the battle over, Tu Dan plants her sword on the floor, sinking to her knees while gasping heavily. Woo! Just then, 2 young men step down from the observation deck, looking down at her with smug smiles. "So, how was that? Training with us is way better than just blindly figuring things out on your own, right?" The curly-haired guy sneers confidently. "Ha ha, you can leave whenever you like. We already got permission from the big boss. Since this is an official organization training, we will give your situation special attention." Breathing heavily on the floor, Tu Dan looks up, her eyes filled with pure determination. "Thank you." The long-coated guy waves. "Rest up. Perfect timing. The boss wants us to gather. Now, you and I are shifting to the grand main hall of the Order's headquarters. Dozens of exceptionally powerful individuals are flocking inside, creating an incredibly heavy, suffocating atmosphere in the room. A sweat-drenched recruit standing in the crowd thinks to himself, "Is this really the inner circle of the Order organization? None of these people look ordinary, but if I want to become stronger, I have absolutely no other choice." Shocked whispers ripple through the crowd. "You guys have probably heard the recent news, right? The 10th-ranked guild in Taimak was just completely wiped out by a single solo player." Suddenly, the commanding voice of their beautiful female leader cuts through the noise. Even for an organization like ours, relying on just a single person to take down an entire guild is completely impossible. She waves her hand, projecting a 3-dimensional hologram. This is a clip of his battle. Open your eyes wide and study it carefully. The screen clearly displays Lam Vien's familiar face. The crowd gasps. Isn't this that famous online god everyone is talking about? His power is unreal. Some gossips start whispering among themselves. Word on the street is that this god went on a bloodbath, all for some woman. Pretty unexpected, right? Entering the hall and seeing her brother's face plastered on screen, Tudan's eyes go wide. Trust me, you and I can feel her shock as she gasps. Is that really him? How is that possible? Ignoring the chatter, the female leader turns to ask a ponytail girl nearby. Young lady, I am very curious. Stick with me, we're starting right as this black-haired girl steps up, cutting in with a frozen expression. You're going to ask if he's a chosen one, right? Closing her eyes, she calmly explains, I tried to sense him. His path of fate is completely unstable, making it impossible to gather any more intel. But I focused as hard as I could, and there's absolutely no trace of a chosen. He is definitely not one of them. The female leader's golden eyes narrow with calculation as she barks out an order. Do you know him? If possible, try to recruit him. We can absolutely never let a powerhouse like that become our enemy. Faced with the leader's sharp question, the black-haired girl quickly waves her hands to dodge it, looking totally flustered. Sorry, but he and I aren't actually that close at all. But the moment the words leave her mouth, her mind screams in panic, breaking into a cold sweat. Oh my god, why did I just instinctively deny it like a coward? The elite, silver-haired leader nods calmly, not pushing any further as she turns to walk away. Over her shoulder, she instructs. All right, go explain the actions in that video to our new recruit. His skills are just unbelievably cracked, but how? Now, watch closely, because over in another corner of the hall, Tudan is eagerly eavesdropping on some guild members gossiping. One guy gasps, asking if that dude really went completely brutal, all for the sake of some woman. Hearing this, Tudan's face turns pale. Totally shocked, her protective sister instincts immediately flare up. She clenches her fists, gritting her teeth as she mutters, This is bad. My idiot brother only knows how to play games and is completely clueless about the real world. If some foxy seductress is out there tricking him, I need to go find him and get some real answers. Seeing Tudan spaced out, two friendly trainers walk up to chat. Man, that guy's video was absolutely insane, right? Wanna go spar a few rounds later? Lost in thought, Tudan stammers out a rejection. I just want to go home and rest for a bit. Hearing that, the curly-haired guy waves his hand casually with a very chill attitude. All right, you are always welcome to join the order anytime. Let us drop you off at home first. The scene shifts back to the luxurious and quiet villa of Lam Vien's family. On the phone screen, texts between the siblings pop up. Tudan quickly replies that she is almost there, answering her brother's question about when she will get home. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Lam Vien looks deeply pensive as his mind starts working overtime. Tudan said she is almost home. I need to find a way to subtly test her and see if she is hurt or brainwashed. His eyes darken as creepy memories from his past life start rushing back to him. Here is what we need to remember: the biggest trait of those corrupted chosen was that their deepest memories became totally blurred. Giving completely off-topic answers is the clearest sign. While he is deeply scheming, a sudden creak echoes as the door slowly swings open. His younger sister Tudan pokes her bright blonde head inside, sporting a wide grin. Hey, I am finally back. Looking up to see his sister safe and sound, Lam Vien's guarded glare instantly melts into a soft, relieved expression as he lets out a quiet sigh. Walking inside, Tudan tosses a water bottle to her brother, putting her hands on her hips. Why aren't you glued to your games today? Mom said you haven't been home for days, so I came over to see what you're up to. Even though she acts tough on the outside, she is actually feeling super anxious deep down. Dang it, how do I even bring up that other woman? If only Thien were here right now to help me out. Seizing the chance, Lam Vien casually catches the bottle and prepares to execute a clever psychological test. Do you remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was pretty much just like today. Tudan blinks, staring at her brother like he is some alien. What amusement park? That was ages ago. Who would even remember? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Lam Vien lowers his gaze, his expression immediately turning serious as he tries to play it off. It is nothing. Just suddenly popped into my head. Hidden from her sight, Lam Vien's glowing red eyes narrow sharply. Does Tudan really not remember? Could she have actually been brainwashed by those people? Just as he starts sweating buckets, she suddenly taps her lips as if realizing something. Wait, aren't you talking about that one time? A childhood memory filled with glowing fireflies flashes across both of their minds. Tudan excitedly continues. That time the park lost power. When we played like crazy all night and refused to go home, just waiting for the fireflies to appear? Hearing this perfect answer, Lam Vian finally breathes a genuine sigh of relief. Looking down at his sister's hands, he thinks with a heavy heart, she is safe for now, but she must have suffered a lot, given those obvious thick calluses on her hands. Shaking off his doubts, Lam Vian looks away, his hand tightening around the water bottle. Forget it. I sent you a private item box in Immortal, so make sure you claim it. Instantly turning Sundar, Tudan pouts her cheeks. As if I would want your trash. Turning back with a smug grin, Lam Vian prepares to drop a fatal counterattack. If you reject it, the next time you sneak out, I am definitely not covering for you with mom and dad. Caught red-handed, his sister instantly blows up, turning into a giant chibi screaming right in his nervous face. What about you? And trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what comes next. Let's jump into a story where rumors claim our hero wiped out an entire guild just for one woman. Sure, his sister does not care what he does, but she begs him not to worry their parents. Flooded with these wild rumors, Lin Yuan reacts with absolute disbelief. You seriously believe those fake online rumors? The truth is, that Black Tree Guild dared to target my shop, got that? Hearing her brother's purely business-minded reason, Xiao Dan stands there completely speechless, her face turning red. She quickly snatches the water bottle back from Lin Yuan, muttering a fast warning before making a run for it, saying she is done talking and heading to bed. Lin Yuan calls out his sister's name, his face turning dead serious. Xiao Dan, he continues, his voice dropping low. I won't ask what you've been doing lately, but you must be extremely careful. Some people are not as simple as they look. Xiao Dan turns around, softly replying with a simple yes. Lin Yuan quietly watches his sister disappear behind the door, when suddenly a bright orange notification icon flashes in midair, and a soft beeping sound echoes from his communicator. A virtual screen pops up, displaying an S-rank quest request. Western Desert Branch Manager, please handle this immediately. He frowns, completely caught off guard. An S-rank quest? Isn't this kind of mission reserved only for elite branch managers? Could this be a welcome gift from the guild leader? Meanwhile, in a dark room elsewhere, a small silver dragon speaks up. How are things going? A cloaked girl answers coldly, saying your information has a major mistake in it. She continues with absolute frustration, explaining that the target joined the Death Apostle Guild and seemingly became a high-ranking member. Now pay attention here, because hiring a top-tier assassin like him costs an absolute fortune, making her grind her teeth in rage. 200 gold coins. All of my savings are completely gone. A cloaked man with a scar over his eye asks her, so you set the mission location at Death Island? The girl starts, waving her hands quickly, muttering that she doesn't get what Master sees in him. Just being a player is already this much trouble. The scarred man begins to recall his past, remembering when their master ordered them to capture high-level monsters, as terrifying giant snake beasts flash before their eyes. However, at this stage of the game, any monsters they encounter have strictly limited levels. Only the mysterious snake people civilization hides these high-level serpent monsters. He continues, explaining that this snake tribe and the Western Desert are actually mortal enemies. Therefore, to win favor with the snake people, he was sent to set a trap for the nobles of the ancient Western Desert Kingdom. The cloaked girl continues her story, her face still showing a trace of bitterness. At first, I planned to build a snake altar to frame Count Kalo for conspiring with the snake people. I just finished setting up the underground sewer array and hadn't even rigged the house when that guy suddenly appeared, almost ruining my entire plan. But get this, luckily, that idiot Kalo actually teamed up with the enemy, shot himself in the foot, and ended up trapping himself. After that, I kept farming reputation with the snake tribe, almost securing a monster even stronger than the underworld python. Suddenly, another voice cuts in, asking why she still hasn't eliminated him. He shouts back, asking if she completely ignored the outside world while hiding out in the snake territory. Only a total madman could dismantle the Black Tree Guild, forcing 3 of their top experts to turn and run. Is this my fault? The cloaked girl gasps in shock. Wait, are you saying that guy is actually that top expert? I thought he just looked like that legendary expert, but you are telling me they are the same person? The split-haired guy confirms it. Yes, this guy is growing stronger at a terrifying speed. If I hadn't managed to tame this mutant flying serpent, I honestly wouldn't dare to face him head-on. The girl sighs with a complicated look, teasingly noting that he must have had a really rough time dealing with all this. Let's go. He already accepted the quest. A system window pops up, showing an anonymous request from the Death Apostle Guild. The executor has accepted the task and is traveling to the location. The scene shifts to a gloomy, desolate island. Monstrous birds soar through the murky sky. As Lin Yuan steps onto the island, white bones crush beneath his heavy boots. He silently thinks that without a flying mount, he would have had to secure a boat just to reach Death Island. He scans the area, spotting creepy skeletal monsters wandering aimlessly all over the place. Death Island is crawling with undead creatures that cannot be turned into zombies with dark magic. They offer low experience points and have 0 unique features. Would the real target of this mission actually come here to level up? Suddenly, a skeleton bursts from the dirt. Raising its hand to strike, an entire army of skeletons rises from the earth, swarming toward him like a massive wave of hungry ants. Lin Yuan calmly notes that fighting them like this will simply take forever. A system screen pops up, showing a level 14 skeletal guard with 2,000 health, 150 attack, 30 defense, and dangerous death/skills. Surrounded, Lin Yuan speaks coldly. With his phantom wolves and sacred beetles already summoned and standing guard around him, too many skeletons make single targets highly inefficient. Green energy surges around him, and trust me, you and I are about to see his eyes flash with deadly power. All right, let's watch our main character wipe them all out with his devastating corpse explosion skill. After that earth-shattering blast, a wave of bright green system notifications starts dancing right before Lin Yuan's eyes. Talk about an absolute jackpot of experience. 7 elite skeleton guards are completely wiped out, bringing in massive experience points. 8 more elite skeleton guards down, granting experience. Then, another 11 elite skeleton guards defeated, stacking up even more experience. As the heavy dust begins to clear, his sacred beetle circles the island before returning. Its mechanical voice reports, "Patrol completed. Looks like this island is totally empty." Lin Yuan crosses his arms with a cold smirk, realizing this is just another trap waiting for him. His eyes flash with brilliant calculation as a glittering treasure chest pops right into his mind. Why not turn their own trap against them and lure the mastermind snake right out of its hiding hole? Besides, the boss here drops a rare treasure bone that can unlock a random skill for his specific class. Since he is already here, he might as well grab it while it is hot. But right then, the ground shakes violently as a massive figure crashes down from above, sending shockwaves everywhere. The remaining skeleton soldiers immediately brandish their sharp weapons. They charge forward like they are on steroids. But pay attention here. Lin Yuan does not even flinch, summoning a massive surge of green dragon energy that swirls around him. It lets out a deafening roar and sweeps across the battlefield, completely blowing away all the minions. He smoothly dodges a devastating downward strike from a giant skeleton, moving across the battlefield as effortlessly as a phantom. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes as his sword begins to glow. Every single piece of information about this boss from his past life instantly floods his mind. Once this boss's health drops below 35%, it will sacrifice its own minions to fully heal itself. To win this fight, he has to wipe out these skeletons first. Without hesitation, he charges straight into the undead mob. His strikes are lightning fast and deadly accurate. With every swing, skeletons shatter into dust while system notifications constantly flash across his vision. 4 elite skeleton guards killed. Experience gained. Another 12 elite skeleton guards have been completely defeated. Securing more experience, Lin Yuan clears the battlefield at a dizzying speed, acting like an absolute machine of destruction. 15 elite skeleton soldiers defeated, stacking up even more experience points. As the final skeleton soldier collapses at his feet, his glowing sword fades, and he coldly mutters, "Not a single one left." Now, let's watch as he looks up with glowing red eyes, straight into the pitch-black darkness, whispering with pure murderous intent. Next is the boss. His silhouette moves steadily toward an ancient, ruined structure that radiates an incredibly thick aura of death. A system notification pops up the very moment he steps through the gates. warning him that he has successfully entered the heroic dungeon. Battle at the Dead Sea King's castle. Inside, a massive throne hall opens up, and right there in the center sits a giant, heavily armored figure, completely motionless. Facing the giant, a ghostly green fireball erupts in Lin Yuan's palm, instantly lighting up the entire dark, gloomy room. He casually walks up the stone steps, speaking in a highly provocative and sarcastic tone. Not planning on standing up to welcome your guest? The massive, heavy armor suddenly begins to creak. The monstrous boss is finally starting to move. The system displays Dead Sea King, King Class, Level 24, 13,500 health points. Skill set includes Royal Greatsword, Summon, and Natural Disaster Descent. It slowly rises to its feet, scraping its razor-sharp claws against the stone floor, sending bright sparks flying. The boss stands at its full, towering height, almost reaching the ceiling and unleashing an absolutely crushing pressure across the room. Lin Yuan looks up, slightly taken aback by its massive size. The boss lifts its massive greatsword as waves of dark purple energy surge around the blade. The system alerts. Dead Sea King activates skill, Natural Disaster Descent. It unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire hall. Lin Yuan frowns, his face filled with genuine confusion. A natural disaster? A massive wave of purple sword energy slashes down, forcing Lin Yuan to quickly leap backward. As he dodges the strike, he suddenly realizes with shock that its skill set has completely changed. He has never once seen this natural disaster descent skill before. He continuously dodges the boss's devastating heavy strikes while frantically searching his memories for any clues. He clearly remembers that specific skill slot was supposed to be the king's threat instead. The ground where the energy slashed begins to bubble, releasing toxic purple fumes that rapidly eat away at the stone floor. Lin Yuan warily wonders if this dangerous skill can actually damage the surrounding environment. His red eyes glow as he analyzes the shattered floor right beneath its massive feet. Suddenly, a shadow monster rises right out of the corrupted ground and charges directly at the boss. Without flinching, he commands one of his summoned beasts, "Go and test the effects of this strange terrain for me." His phantom wolf obeys, stomping its paw onto the toxic purple ground, instantly triggering an explosion of corrupt dark energy. Instantly, the wolf is swallowed by a corrupting vortex. Trust me, we can't miss what happens next. All right. You and I are watching damage numbers constantly tick down. -100. -100. As the system alerts flash. In the blink of an eye, the poor phantom wolf completely evaporates into purple smoke. Is its health already at 0? Lin Yuan breaks into a cold sweat, turning completely pale. Is this some kind of environmental hazard? If he lets this attack keep spreading, pretty soon there won't be a single safe spot left to stand on. No time to think, another flash of purple sword energy slashes right at him, forcing him to roll across the ground to dodge the strike. The Dead Sea King swings his massive greatsword, unleashing a devastating strike aimed directly at the exact spot where Lin Yuan is standing. Mid-dodge, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly light up as he recalls a crucial detail from his past life. The treasure chest of this giant boss is actually hidden right inside his massive throne. Glancing at his zombie lizard ally, a wild plan takes shape. Only the boss's own giant greatsword has enough raw power to smash that throne. He moves instantly, ordering his zombie lizard companion to activate its special skill. Using Flame Leap, the beast erupts in brilliant blue fire, launching itself like a rocket toward the Dead Sea King. Opening its jaws wide, it spews a torrent of destructive energy directly at the giant boss, triggering a massive, fiery explosion. Amidst the chaotic clash, he carefully analyzes the giant boss's movements. The toxic mist on the ground hasn't cleared yet. Summoning his undead minions as shields is useless because they will dissolve instantly. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his mind working at lightning speed. Watch closely here, because we need to trick this giant boss into destroying its own throne with its own massive attacks. Otherwise, getting that hidden treasure is completely out of the question. The enraged boss swings its great sword wildly, unleashing chaotic waves of dark and green energy everywhere until the purple glow suddenly vanishes. Lin Yuan smirks coldly at this. Just as he figured, that skill has a limit. It is on a cooldown, and that makes things incredibly simple for him. He shouts, pointing straight at the giant monster to focus its rage, before launching a barrage of explosive phantom skulls. They swarm and detonate right in the giant's face, completely blinding its vision. Lin Yuan glides like a ghost, reappearing right behind the boss. But the giant is too slow, letting out a loud roar as it gathers energy once more. The system alerts that the boss is activating its ultimate disaster skill, but his sacred beetle quickly flies up to shield him. Lin Yuan calmly counts down. A 15-second cooldown. The monster has no more secrets left to hide. A brilliant beam of green jade energy erupts, striking the massive boss head-on. Instantly, he triggers his special aggro transfer skill. The giant boss's entire focus and pure rage immediately lock onto that tiny little beetle. The giant slashes frantically at the shield, but the beetle takes 0 damage. Both the summoner and his pet share a knowing look. And here is where it gets crazy. He activates Corpse Explosion, detonating all the skeletal remains at once. The Dead Sea King gets blasted backward, his entire body covered in the blue residue of the explosions. With a roar, he swings his giant sword to trigger another skill, Royal Greatsword Art, shaking the entire hall. Massive stone pillars erupt from the ground, but Lin Yuan quickly leaps onto one, calmly watching the raging boss. He faced this exact Royal Greatsword technique in his previous life. Suddenly, the Dead Sea King glares straight at him as a deep voice echoes in its mind. You will turn into a wooden post for 15 seconds. Lin Yuan immediately commands his sacred beetle. Go get him, buddy. The beetle lets out a screech and launches a relentless, rapid-fire assault on the boss. It quickly weaves through the Dead Sea King's heavy, frantic sword slashes. Lin Yuan comments on the action like a pro narrator with its immortality skill active. Any damage the sacred beetle takes is reduced to just 1 point. Not that a monster like you would understand. Tiny -1 indicators continuously pop up over the beetle. The Dead Sea King roars in complete frustration, totally unable to touch the annoying pest. Driven absolutely mad by the beetle, he swings his sword in a wild frenzy. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan hurls a glowing potion to the ground. Now, it's my turn. The vial shatters, instantly turning the ground under the boss into solid rock. The system logs the spike potion effect, binding the target in place for 5 seconds. The Dead Sea King is completely locked down in place. The giant boss's eyes go wide with absolute panic as he finds his legs firmly trapped in spiked stone. Lin Yuan grins mischievously, thinking to himself that he still has plenty of specialized potions left from his previous meeting with Luo Qingyan. This is the perfect chance to test the effects of the concoction she brewed as a master alchemist. Unable to move, the desperate boss tries to activate a summoning skill. But unfortunately for him, a highly ironic system notification pops right up. The system alerts that the Dead Sea King attempted to use its summoning roar, but with no targets available, the skill completely failed to trigger. Lin Yuan mockingly asks if he wants to heal. Too bad. He's out of food, and that's where we leave it. He raises his hand as a green serpent dragon summon appears beside him. He smiles, saying, "However, we are just getting started. I have prepared a delicious substitute meal for you." The Dead Sea King instinctively grabs the tiny dragon serpent, lunging at him. The moment the boss grabs its prey, a skill is triggered. The Dead Sea King activates his royal ritual technique. Instantly, the dragon serpent dissolves into a massive wave of green energy, blasting directly into the boss's open mouth. Swirling green energy surges upward, completely enveloping the upper half of the Dead Sea King's massive body. But then, it roars in pure agony, convulsing violently like it is being electrocuted. Standing far away, Lin Yuan smirks and asks with mock concern, "Choking on that?" The Dead Sea King desperately stabs his greatsword into the ground to keep his balance. Its power explodes, sending violent purple shockwaves through the entire hall. Lin Yuan lightly leaps onto a stone pillar, mocking the beast. "Trying to trap me? Great." Gripping his sword with eyes burning. Pay attention as he prepares to bring down the curtain. Instantly, his entire summon army, glowing with a bright green aura, charges at the severely weakened Dead Sea King all at once. He instantly activates his devastating detonation skill. A massive green explosion engulfs the boss, shaking the entire hall. Behind the chaos, Lin Yuan sits calmly on a rock, resting his chin on his hand. Standing up, he raises his sword to the sky. It is finally time to welcome the true king. As the smoke slowly clears, a sparkling object emerges from the ruins of the shattered throne. The boss charges forward, unleashing a devastating slash aimed directly at his enemy. But that target was actually his very own throne. Lin Yuan smiles, highly satisfied with how his clever plan worked out. He floats down, sitting casually on the ruins of the throne the boss just destroyed. Right then, the ghost wolves and gargoyles charge forward together. Pouncing on the dying boss, they relentlessly tear into the Dead Sea King. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan steps forward, reaching toward the glowing treasure chest. Then, I will gladly accept this legendary treasure chest. With a simple wave of his hand, all his remaining summons explode at once, activating his corpse detonation skill. With a heavy thud, the Dead Sea King collapses. His massive body slams down, the great sword slips from his hand, and the battle ends. Lin Yuan stands atop the ruins, looking down at the fallen boss, and coldly says, "So, goodbye." He instantly swings his sword, cleanly decapitating the boss. A bright green notification panel pops up, confirming Lin Yuan's complete victory. The Dead Sea King has been defeated. You have received 11,000 experience points. Ignoring the massive experience boost, Lin Yuan stares intently at the solitary treasure chest sitting in the ruined hall. He slowly approaches, praying his luck is better this time. I know what you are thinking, but in his past life, grinding his life away only got him a cheap silver-tier skill book. Carefully placing his hand on the lid, a brilliant golden light begins to seep through the narrow cracks. The lid bursts open as a blinding column of gold and black light shoots straight into the ceiling, revealing a floating skill book. Lin Yuan's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, unable to hide his shock. What on earth is this? A dark gold tier? He cradles the book, murmuring to make sense of his confusion. In the world of the immortal, gear tiers range from white, iron, bronze, silver, and gold, up to dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. At this early stage of the game, finding a dark gold item is practically impossible. It could only come from this special, random tier chest. Even in the late game, walking around with this weapon would let him crush anyone in his path. Eagerly, he checks the item's stats. The disaster skill, a unique, level 1 ability. When cast, it infuses the weapon with disaster energy, converting 70% of his magic damage into additional damage for 8 seconds. Further upgrades require skill scrolls. It consumes 170 mana and has a 15-second cooldown. For mastery, this skill only scales with skill scrolls. Lin Yuan rubs his chin, putting the pieces together. Could it be? This is exactly why the boss mutated. That nasty corrosive fog from earlier was actually the disaster energy. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up. The system confirms he has learned the disaster skill. Without hesitation, he pulls out 2 skill upgrade scrolls he fought tooth and nail to farm from the arena. Finally, they can be put to good use. The disaster skill upgrades to level 2, unlocking a new effect to buff his allies and increase all their base stats by 20. If cast on an allied necromancer, it triggers an uncontrollable, berserk state lasting for 5 seconds. He grins smugly. This is basically a buy 1 get 3 free deal, yielding 3 separate skills. He quickly uses his last remaining scroll to keep upgrading. The system consumes the upgrade scroll, pushing the disaster skill to level 3 and unlocking its final effect. It releases a massive disaster aura, dealing 15% corrosive damage per second to nearby enemies for 12 seconds. Trust me, you do not want to miss his next move. All right, let's watch Lam Vian casually spin his blade. A dark purple mist begins swirling around the edge, releasing a terrifying pressure. Just as he expected, this is the passive effect of the system's disaster class, activating his disaster skill. He steps out of the hall flooded with purple mist, thinking that if he did not understand these complex mechanics from his past life, fighting this boss would have been an absolute nightmare. Could this be part of some mastermind's grand conspiracy? Without wasting a second, he reaches out to summon the boss he just defeated. System: Zombie Dead Sea King. Level 24. 13,500 health, 1,250 defense, with a roar summon skill. Necromancer class. Royal Right. Royal Greatsword technique. The boss rises from its grave, gripping its massive greatsword tightly. An eerie death energy erupts. Lam Vian turns back, narrowing his eyes to observe. Has the disaster skill disappeared? It seems so. He had already snatched the skill book hidden under the throne. Standing before the zombie version of the boss, he smirks mockingly. asking if the big guy has time to replay that previous scene for him again. A moment later, he slowly walks out of the ruined castle. Lam Vian raises his hand, gathering dark purple magic in his palm as the system screen pops up. Watch closely. The system activates level 3 disaster skill, releasing the toxic disaster aura, inflicting the disaster state on nearby enemies, causing continuous corrosion damage equal to 15% magic power per second for 12 seconds. Instantly, a surge of dark purple energy explodes, sweeping through the entire ruined castle. Watching from afar, Anna shivers before letting out a smug, mocking sneer. This is clearly the boss's ultimate finishing move. With such a massive area of effect skill, there's absolutely no way to dodge it. Unless an absolute miracle happens, that total idiot is definitely dead by now. She eagerly sends a message to her accomplice. The boss is extremely low on health and has entered a berserk state. You can move in to steal the loot now. The snake tamer slowly enters the ruined hall, holding his serpent-headed staff and laughing maniacally. Well done, Anna. His purple eyes gleam with malice and pure satisfaction. That brat must be taking his final breaths. Although Master ordered us to capture him alive, I will pierce his chest with this staff, then force him to crawl, beg, and cry for mercy. He expects him to cry and beg for mercy. Strutting forward with confidence, he suddenly stops when he sees a giant hand stretching out from the rubble, exposing a piece of the boss's armor. He freezes in shock for 5 seconds as he sees the zombie Dead Sea King sitting obediently on the shattered throne. We both know he's about to regret that smug, confident remark. After wearing the boss down to its limit, did its low health rage state end up taking you out instead? That annoying giant has finally fallen. He scans the messy debris, searching for Lam Vian's lifeless body. Spotting him sitting there, his cold, murderous voice echoes from behind. Just to be safe, you had better lie down and stay bound. 2 twin-headed snakes of dark energy surge forward, binding Lam Vian. He laughs smugly, launching 2 more vicious serpents straight at the boss. You stole my secret sewer dungeon, so the boss you crippled belongs to me now too. At that exact second, the giant hand gripping the sword twitches. The Dead Sea King swings its massive royal greatsword down with absolute, earth-shattering fury. The snake-masked assassin's eyes widen, terrified as he senses the imminent danger. Without warning, a violent green energy explosion erupts directly beneath his feet, utterly obliterating the ground where the assassin just stood. Thick dust and smoke billow up, completely blanketing the battlefield. Through the dust, the snake tamer struggles, leaning on his staff while gasping in sheer panic. How is this possible? The boss still has a full health bar? Out of nowhere, a green-fanged serpent slithers out and tightly binds his leg. The desperate assassin points forward, realizing the horrifying truth in a mix of rage and fear. Could this really be his doing as well? Just then, Lam Vian sits up. Surrounding him are summoned beasts with glowing eyes, hungrily staring at their prey. Meanwhile, Lam Vian casually strokes the dark serpent king coiled around his arm, smirking in disappointment. What a sloppy ambush. He steps casually out of the shadows, radiating a terrifying dark purple death aura. So you are the mastermind behind this entire mess. Seeing this, the assassin grits his teeth, his eyes flashing with desperate defiance. Do not think these weaklings can stand in my way. Lam Vian waves his hand, sending a mechanical beetle rushing forward while asking coldly if he still wants to struggle. The snake tamer merely sneers in response. His giant serpent suddenly slithers forward. Seizing the opening, the assassin leaps high into the air, mockingly looking down. They are just low-level creatures crawling on the ground. No matter how many there are, they remain completely useless. Seeing the snake tamer trying to escape, Lam Vian waves his hand. Lizard King, shoot him down. And trust me, we are about to watch that massive green laser beam obliterate absolutely everything in its path. Let's dive right in as the system screens flash, triggering the Lizard King's Fire Leap skill. He easily dodges it and bursts into a mad laugh. Is that all you've got? Its speed can't match my beloved beast. Seeing this, Lin Yuan swings his arm, launching a blade of dark light. You won't escape. Riding his flying serpent, the assassin blocks a passing sword energy wave with his weapon, confidently shouting, "Humph, I've already prepared a perfect counter for your sword energy." The serpent opens its jaws wide, devouring the purple energy. The snake tamer laughs triumphantly. Surprised, aren't you? Haha. They are mutated beasts specialized in consuming sword attacks. Lin Yuan looks up, his glowing red eyes filled with sheer mockery. Oh, did I ever say I was using sword energy? Suddenly, the serpent's belly explodes with dark purple death energy. The beast screeches in agonizing pain. The assassin watches his precious pet writhe in panic, wondering if it's poison or burns. As the mutated serpent falls helplessly to the ground, the snake tamer screams in utter despair. My masterpiece, my ultimate mutated beast. Instantly, Lin Yuan leaps onto a winged manticore, soaring into the sky and pointing his sword straight at his foe. You're not the only one who can fly. Look closely here as our hero cuts through the wind to pursue the struggling assassin, leaving the terrified snake tamer sweating bullets in sheer horror. This is bad. His manticore is even faster. At this rate, he will catch up soon, especially since my mutated beast couldn't last 5 seconds. I must absolutely avoid that dark energy at all costs. Lin Yuan coldly orders a takedown as the screen glows. The Zombie Thief Vulture King system activates the blade launch skill. Sharp wind blades tear through the air. The assassin struggles to dodge, twisting his body as the gale blades graze him. Gritting his teeth, he watches his flying snakes get sliced in half. My precious flying serpents! Furious, he spins around and glares, roaring. Do you really think you've already won this? Behind him, Lin Yuan remains completely expressionless, his icy gaze staring straight into his enemy's soul. Laughing like a maniac, the snake tamer releases a tiny winged silver snake. Go! Let's see you beat this little pet of mine. The silver serpent emits invisible sound waves, causing the system panel to flash with audio interference warnings. The assassin gloats, thinking he has the upper hand, as the system interface displays more alerts. Due to the active skill, your mental stats have been temporarily reduced. Unable to bear the sound waves, the manticore falters and plunges. Lin Yuan holds on tight, muttering, My mental power. Why is it dropping so fast? He grits his teeth, his eyes showing a mix of rage and shock. Now you might think he is done for. But that was just the snake's real goal as his stats rapidly deplete. Player Lin Yuan, level 17. Elemental Mind stats plummeted from 354 to just 154. Swinging his sword, Lin Yuan barks a challenge. Is that all? Go, shoot him down. A giant, glowing dung beetle shoots upward to block the enemy. The beetle releases a blinding blue electric shock, frying the assassin, causing him to spasm violently and scream out loud. Not these damn bugs again. Losing all control, the snake tamer and his mount plunge toward the ground like a dropped brick. Screams of absolute agony echo through the skies. Clinging to the back of his struggling manticore, Lin Yuan decides he needs to get to the ground first. He lets go of the beast, leaps off, and plunges downward. Mid-air, 2 zombie vulture kings swoop down immediately to grab him by his shoulders. They gently set him down on the ground, just like royal guards escorting their master. The moment his feet touch the dirt, he locks onto the falling snake tamer and whispers, At this height, let's test my high damage amplify curse first. A sphere of dark purple cursed energy gathers in his palm. The system activates his damage amplification skill. A massive explosion of purple dark energy erupts, completely swallowing the free-falling assassin in its blast. Shrouded in purple smoke, the assassin grits his teeth and triggers his absolute last resort skill. Damn it, he actually forced me to use my ultimate life-saving skill? System, activate my snake shed substitution technique right now. Suddenly, a dark mist shoots from afar straight at his face as the system gets debuffed by the skill. He looks at the purple mist swirling around him in panic, wondering if it's a curse. Lin Yuan charges forward like a flash of lightning, his sword gleaming with lethal light amid ghostly floating skulls as he says, I'll cripple you first, then interrogate you. The assassin quickly raises his staff to block, laughing like a madman. Haha, let me show you just how weak your attacks have become now. Trust me, when Lin Yuan's blue sword collides with the staff, the resulting explosion is absolutely devastating. The snake tamer groans in pain, stumbling back with a hand on his chest, shouting in absolute terror. Damn it, your mental power is cut in half, so how can you still dish out this much damage? All right. You and I are about to watch Lam Vian smirk as a system screen pops up. The level 1 damage amplification system activates, cursing a group of enemies and boosting the damage they take by 50%. It costs 40 mana with an 8-second cooldown and cannot be leveled up by mastery. He needs the next curse book to upgrade it. He coldly says, "Even with my stats lowered, it is still more than enough to handle you." Lam Vien continues his assault, sending waves of ghostly skull-shaped sword energy flying to relentlessly strike down the snake controller. Moving with insane speed, he flashes to different spots and unleashes a barrage of deadly strikes. The panicked snake controller backs away, realizing he absolutely cannot fight this lunatic in close combat again. But then, a sly, mysterious smirk suddenly spreads across his face. "Did you really think I would give up?" He suddenly throws a magic scroll that instantly glows right in front of Lam Vien. A massive golden magic circle instantly forms right beneath Lam Vien's feet. The system confirms the powerful binding scroll is successful, triggering an effect that temporarily reduces his agility. A bright golden aura tightly binds Lam Vien's body. Standing in the distance with 2 snakes wrapped around his staff, the snake controller mocks him smugly. Once caught by this spell, it is like walking through a swamp, making you as slow as a turtle. Watch closely right here. He throws a green flying snake toward Lam Vien, shouting to enjoy the torture, while Lam Vien's eyes suddenly flash dark red. The system activates his magic storage equipment skill, completely removing all crowd control effects. The binding aura around him shatters instantly. He swings his sword, releasing a blue energy slash that cuts the snake in half. Summoning a sacred beetle, he coldly asks, "Is this really all of your new tricks?" Startled and furious, the snake controller screams in rage, cursing those annoying bugs. The sacred beetle quickly fires a massive barrage of bright blue laser beams to relentlessly blast him backward. Panicked, he summons another scroll and frantically swings his weapon to defend, shouting for it to stop. He unleashes a heavy blow on the beetle, but the sacred creature erupts with a blinding golden electric aura, making a loud, threatening crackling sound. Lam Vien stands with his hands behind his back, his red eyes filled with cold indifference. "Now, let's pause for a second," he calmly declares. "It is completely useless." Sure enough, the controller's desperate staff attack gets immediately obliterated by the beetle's powerful golden lightning. Giving him no room to breathe, Lam Vien immediately uses a skill on his own sacred beetle. The system activates the level 2 natural disaster skill, boosting his summoned ally's base stats by adding 20 to all attributes. If the target is an undead ally, it will cause them to lose control for 5 seconds. The assassin's eyes widen in pure shock as he screams in panic upon seeing the buffed-up beetle charging at him like a high-speed bullet. A terrifying blast of bright green energy erupts, violently sending the snake controller flying backward through the air. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Lam Vien lunges forward like a deadly ghost and commands, "Bring out the rest of your snakes." Scrambling to his feet with shaking legs, the snake controller tries to act tough, snarling, "Do not think I am afraid of close combat." With a loud roar, giant pythons slide from his arms, wrapping around his body like living armor, as he yells, "I came prepared too, you bastard." He charges straight at Lam Vien, the snakes on his body morphing into razor-sharp weapons to ignite a brutal close-quarters duel. Despite fighting with everything he has, he is still utterly overwhelmed by Lam Vien. Effortlessly blocking the attacks, Lam Vien mocks him, saying, "It seems even with my stats lowered, you are still no match." The snake controller laughs maniacally, confident he has found his ultimate trump card, saying, "I have prepared so many things for this very day." Out of nowhere, the tiny silver snake from before reappears, silently lurking right behind Lam Vien's back. Pointing directly at Lam Vien, he screams gleefully, "I will not make the same mistake twice, now go to hell." He commands the giant python to lunge down to swallow Lam Vien, but Lam Vien remains completely still. A brilliant protective emerald energy erupts from his body, repelling the python as a massive foot suddenly stomps down, crushing the snake completely. He stands tall as a massive skeletal dragon manifests behind him, saying coldly, "Unfortunately for you, you are still far too weak." He points at the assassin as the zombie lord behind him raises his massive greatsword, noting that the respawn point is outside the palace. "I will hunt you back to level 1, then slowly torture you for information." But in the nick of time, dark chains fly out of nowhere and tightly bind the snake controller. His partner Anna swoops down, wrapping her chains around him to drag him away while cursing at his utterly embarrassing performance. While dragging him away, she yells, "You lost to a summoner? Is he really that good?" The snake controller grits his teeth and snaps back defensively. "Shut up. Do not talk trash unless you are the one facing him." They glare at each other in tense silence. But wait, we'll have to see how they escape as two massive lizards block their path. Get ready, because we are diving straight into one insane trap. Lam Vien steps out, his red eyes glowing as he spots the maid, surprised she even managed to lure an NPC here. "Well then, you might as well stay here forever too." Panicking, Anna looks around and frantically tells her partner that they need a plan because she is terrible at fighting. Just then, a freezing chill sweeps in, and she screams out in terror. The giant lizard lunges forward with its razor-sharp teeth wide open, ready to swallow them whole, but suddenly whips its massive tail instead. Shattering the ground, it sends both Anna and the snake tamer flying into the air as they let out a blood-curdling scream. Anna collapses on the ground, turning to glare at her partner as she snaps. What is going on? If this keeps up, everything will spiral out of control. You told me we were only here to test the waters, so how do you plan to explain things if this becomes a real fight to the death? Hearing this, Lam Vien narrows his eyes, wondering what their actual goal is if they are only testing him. Ignoring her constant whining, the snake tamer glares up at Lam Vien with a highly fanatical, creepy smirk. "Humph, kid. You are incredibly lucky to even get a chance to join us, and you even received a personal invitation from our master. Serving him and witnessing his divine miracles is a massive honor for someone like you." Lam Vien remains completely cold, gesturing with his chin to continue. The snake tamer smugly replies that without their master, a nobody like him wouldn't stand a chance, would never be qualified to even contact our organization. So let me reveal the absolute truth to you right now. He spreads his arms wide, his wild eyes filled with pure, fanatical worship. In 3 years, a god will descend, and our master is his chosen prophet. Now pay attention here, because as Lam Vien absorbs this, his face darkens while he recalculates the situation. Divine power? Based on what he is saying, has that first follower already obtained the dark strength of an evil god? This is going to be extremely troublesome. The snake tamer stands up, leaning forward with an outstretched hand, tempting him with endless resources if he simply agrees to join. He bursts into a mad laugh, his arrogant voice echoing throughout the ruins. "Even if you leave the Western Desert, whether it is the Southern Empire, Tidal Islands, or the Northern Underworld Empire, we have our people scattered everywhere." Lam Vien smirks, deciding to play along with the act by saying it sounds interesting and asking how to join. Deep down, he is quietly analyzing the situation, realizing that first follower definitely does not know about his secret rebirth, meaning they simply want to recruit him. Seeing his prey take the bait, the assassin grows incredibly smug. "It seems you have finally made up your mind. Joining us is simple. Just log out of Immortal later, and once you return to reality, I will send you an address where our master will personally perform your baptism ritual. The moment you accept the divine grace, you will officially become a full member of our organization." Suddenly, Lam Vien's voice turns freezing cold as a system interface pops up, showing all of his personal stats completely hidden. But wait, let's look at this closely. He demands that Lam Vien unhide his stats first to prove his sincerity so they can see his real strength. Lam Vien's face is shrouded in shadows, radiating a cold killing intent as he mutters that it is a shame. Confused, the snake tamer asks what is a shame. Answering him is a magnificent wave of sword energy that tears through the air, slashing down without a single shred of mercy. Blood splatters everywhere as the assassin staggers back, clutching his chest in absolute disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he roars in sheer fury at being sneak attacked like this. With that, the snake tamer quickly turns and flees for his life, screaming back over his shoulder, "You ungrateful idiot! Anna, follow me." Meanwhile, the maid stands frozen in pure terror, her system profile revealing her weak level 15 NPC status. With his red eyes flashing, Lam Vien turns sharply toward Anna, uttering a cold threat that he will deal with her first. But in the next second, she instantly bolts away, crying out that since the snake tamer's mission failed, she is retreating too. She screams that she was only support, but suddenly, the colossal zombie Sea King blocks her path, crushing all her hopes of escape. From afar, the snake tamer furiously curses her, calling her a useless coward. Sensing the imminent danger, his face twists in horror, cold sweat pouring down as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Instantly, the Sea King swings its massive greatsword down like a lightning strike, but he barely manages to block it with his staff. The clash triggers a blinding explosion of blue light that shatters the ground, blasting the snake tamer backward into the rubble as he collapses miserably. Lam Vian steps forward coldly, pointing his blade right at his enemy's chest, while a buzzing scarab hovers above, ready to strike. I will force your mouth open slowly. Clutching his injured arm, the assassin bitterly starts calculating his next move. Even though this bastard rejected us, what if the master still refuses to give up on him? Will I really have to share the western desert with him? His purple eyes flash with pure malice as he decides that it is absolutely impossible. Did you think I lured the boss out just to kill you, you foolish kid? Gritting his teeth, he suddenly powers up and frantically pulls something out. But Lam Vian is faster, teleporting forward. Trust me, you and I are about to see a brutal ending. Let's dive right into the action as Lin Yuan kicks him hard in the gut, driving his blade straight through the snake controller's hand as blood sprays everywhere. The villain tumbles backward, clutching his severed hand and screaming in absolute agony, "My hand!" Lin Yuan gives him a look of pure pity and contempt, saying, "Your little escape magic tricks won't save you anymore." Ignoring the agonizing pain, the assassin looks up with a twisted, manic grin, asking, "Escape? Why on earth would I escape? I have already achieved my goal." That absolute bastard. His blood pools on the cold stone floor, flowing and glowing brightly around the throne's pedestal. He screams, "Enjoy this. It is a secret only I know." Now watch closely as the golden throne reacts to his spilled blood. Crackling blood-red lightning bursts from the pedestal. A violent beam of crimson energy pierces the ground, completely shattering the castle's very foundation. As the ground crumbles, Lin Yuan plunges into the dark abyss, quickly shouting for Manticore. Flapping its wings, Manticore swoops down, catching him amidst a rain of giant falling rocks as a magic whirlpool swirls below them. Gazing down at the massive, deep blue whirlpool devouring everything, Lin Yuan frowns, wondering if this is a hidden dungeon entrance. Below him, the snake controller free falls into the vortex, holding up a glowing teleportation scroll with a smug, mocking grin on his face. "Bye-bye," the system coldly announces. The teleportation scroll starts activating. But you and I both know his hope is about to be crushed. Lin Yuan hurls a skull that bites his hand, triggering a system alert. Teleportation failed. All he can do is scream no in pure despair. While his enemy panics, Lin Yuan and Manticore calmly dive into the vortex. Only now does the snake controller realize he just dug his own grave. "Oh no, this dungeon is way too high level. I've never even dared to come near this place." His face twisting with absolute terror, the villain screams at the top of his lungs as the magical waters swallow him whole. A second later, Lin Yuan is swept into the chaotic spatial currents. He narrows his eyes as a sudden thought flashes in his mind. It turns out this is a hidden dungeon he never even heard of in his past life. The massive energy vortex plunges everything into pitch blackness. A moment later, Lin Yuan lands, pressing his hands against a cold, hard surface. Standing up slowly as warm orange energy ripples radiate from his body. He opens his eyes to take in the unfamiliar surroundings. Standing on a strange cliff, Lin Yuan mutters, "It is here." Right then, a system alert pops up. "Entered hidden dungeon. The corrupt eye." Lin Yuan stands tall, feeling his power return as he evaluates the situation. This is definitely a massive hidden dungeon. The good news is, all my temporarily reduced stats are fully restored. Right in front of him, several giant, heavily armored crab monsters appear. Their status screens immediately pop up in the air. Dead Sea Elite Giant Crab, level 22. HP 5500. Attack 570. Defense 420. Skills: Frenzy, Iron Claw Shred, Team Attack. Ignoring the crabs, Lin Yuan mounts Manticore and soars into the gloomy sky, wondering how on earth they will find their way out. Manticore speeds through the dim, misty air at an incredible velocity. Suddenly, it slams into something completely invisible, sending hexagonal energy ripples cascading outward from the impact point. Lin Yuan frowns at the massive invisible barrier blocking their path. A system notification immediately pops up, confirming his worst fears. You cannot leave this instance until you fully complete it. Looking down at the ocean where massive tentacles loom beneath the surface, Lin Yuan concludes they must track down the snake controller to find a way out. But first, they need to search the surrounding area. After scanning the area, they spot a ruined ghost ship drifting silently across the ocean. The snake controller is already on board, his face twisted in pure hatred as he curses into the wind. That absolute bastard. He marches toward a slumped pirate skeleton. Noticing a mysteriously glowing blue cloak draped over its bony shoulders, he growls, "I will make sure you suffer this exact same fate." Reaching his hand out toward the skeleton and the glowing cloak, he mutters smugly, "It really is here. Looks like that secret dungeon information I bought from the NPC was completely accurate." The moment his fingers touch the fabric, a notification pops up. Mermaid cloak, special item. This is the only quest item in this entire dungeon. It blocks the merfolk's senses, allowing you to escape on a full moon night. Without this cloak, there is absolutely no way to escape before completing the dungeon. Even if you die, you will only respawn right inside this instance. The snake controller grins wickedly and drapes the cloak over himself. As for beating the dungeon, honestly, even I have no idea what the completion conditions are. If I can trap him here forever, I will never have to worry about him again. Suddenly, the pirate skeleton springs to life. It swings a massive cutlass, roaring, "Put my head down." The snake controller whirls around in shock, and you and I can definitely see he did not expect this. Quickly regaining his arrogant composure, he sneers. "Himph. A measly skeleton actually dares to lay a hand on me? All right, let's dive into the moment he summons a magic serpent to coil around the skeleton's arm, crushing it into dust. It roars in pure rage. Damn you." The moment it spots Lin Yuan, the pirate skeleton with blazing eyes charges forward, attacking the newcomer. Screaming, "Go to hell." Lin Yuan just tilts his body slightly. His sword flashes with a beautiful trail of light, effortlessly deflecting the skeleton's wild slash. Giving his enemy zero room to breathe, he stomps down, crushing the pirate's skeletal hand to pieces. The cold, sharp tip of his blade points directly at the skeleton's skull, making it panic and scream, "Stop. Stop right now. It's all a misunderstanding." The blade freezes right in front of the skeleton's eye socket. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes as a thought crosses his mind. It can speak? Could this actually be a quest NPC? The skeleton stammers out an explanation, pointing toward the direction the snake master fled. "This is all a mistake. I thought you were working with that bastard and his snake who stole my cloak, but he left a while ago." Lin Yuan sheathes his sword and asks coldly, "How much do you know about this place?" Sitting up, the skeleton sighs even without lungs and looks out at the storm-swept sea. "Are you new around here? That is real bad luck," he continues in a miserable tone. "When night falls, every single creature in this place loses its mind and they all start slaughtering each other." Lin Yuan stares toward where the snake master vanished, quietly analyzing the situation. The mermaid cloak, the only key to escaping, was taken by that bastard. "It looks like he wants to trap me here." He turns back to the skeleton and asks bluntly, "Do you have any other useful items left?" The skeleton hesitates, trembling all over as he carefully reaches out to offer something. "This is literally everything I have left. If you promise to spare my life, it's yours." Moving deeper into the ship, Lin Yuan enters a massive hall. There, he spots a horde of goat-horned humanoid creatures, all kneeling and bowing in one direction. Could they be bowing to him? He quickly realizes he's mistaken, and a look of surprise flashes across his face. No, they aren't bowing to him at all. Lin Yuan's gaze shifts to the massive stone wall at the back of the hall, which features a giant mural. Could it be portraying sea monsters or ancient gods? As he steps closer, he recognizes the familiar shape of muscular bodies and writhing tentacles bowing down in worship. No, this definitely isn't a sea god. It's a mural depicting a colossal, terrifying eye, blazing with fire as it stares down from the starry sky. Lin Yuan is shaken, a name flashing in his mind. The astral evil god? He wonders in horror. How could the astral evil god be engraved in a place like this? In his past life, the astral evil god descended from deep space, way after the immortal world merged with reality. He recalls the horrifying sights of his past life. It was clearly summoned by the very first believer. His crimson eyes flash, forcing himself to stay calm and analyze the situation. No, there's another possibility. I can't let bias cloud my judgment. He recalls the Snake Master's words. The man said the first believer obtained divine power, so why didn't he just summon the evil god right then and there? Countless questions flood Lin Yuan's mind. Did he really have to wait for the immortal world to merge with reality, just like in his past life? Or did the astral evil god never belong to reality in the first place? See how the real and virtual worlds blend together? It completely hints at a crazy connection between them. Standing before an old map, Lin Yuan's gaze grows sharp and determined. He must clear this dungeon to find more clues. Right now, only that ancient temple stands out as highly suspicious. Time slips away, and the dark night of the dungeon finally falls. Suddenly, a colossal, terrifying sea monster erupts from the water, roaring directly at Lin Yuan. Prepare to die, blasphemer. Lin Yuan looks back at the monster with cold disgust. Out of my way. Raising his sword, the system chimes to activate his calamity skill. Instantly, a massive burst of green energy explodes outward. And check this out, two massive magic twin dragons emerge from the blast, roaring as Lin Yuan orders them to attack. The two dragons dive down, unleashing a blinding explosion of pure light that completely sweeps away everything in their path. Having eliminated the annoying monster, Lin Yuan continues toward the mysterious temple. Lin Yuan stands on a high cliff, his sword reflecting the cold, pale moonlight. He warily scans the dark forest ahead. Narrowing his eyes, he mutters thoughtfully. Just as I suspected, something is off. From the thick bushes, a dense cloud of darkness emerges. Surrounded by countless glowing green eyes, a venomous voice hisses through the dark, calling him a blasphemer. Immediately, a massive horde of blue tentacled monsters surges up from the ground, roaring with absolute madness. Prepare to die. Lin Yuan frowns, quickly sizing up the situation. Have they seriously mobilized their entire army? Then I don't need to hold back either. Raising his sword to the sky, a massive portal of death crackling with green lightning appears behind him. An army of bone wolves emerges from the portal. Trust me, this gets wild. All right, you and I are diving right back into the action as the griffins and immortal warriors step forward. Lin Yuan commands his undead army to gather, smiling coldly. He swings his sword forward, crushing them instantly. His undead horde immediately charges into the fray, viciously tearing apart and attacking the tentacle beasts. Phantom wolves leap forward to bring down the enemy, while giant tentacles wrap tightly around them in absolute chaos. The clash is brutal. Both sides throw themselves into the meat grinder, leaving piles of corpses covering the ground. Lin Yuan watches closely and realizes this high-level dungeon is too much for his low-tier undead. They are useless here, so he decides to unleash his real trump card. Magical scorpion and serpent beasts instantly dive straight into the middle of the 7 monsters. They latch tightly onto the tidal mermen, locking them in place for a single, devastating blow. A phantom serpent constricts one target, roaring its final breath. He triggers his corpse explosion skill, and a massive green blast of destructive energy completely consumes the battlefield. A flood of experience point notifications flashes across his system screen. After that devastating blast, nothing remains but the lifeless corpses of the mermen. Lin Yuan raises his hand, preparing to cast his next spell. He murmurs, "That attack burnt through too many low-level undead. We need to replenish them." But watch closely, because here is where things take a bizarre turn. A strange green light wraps around the fallen monsters, but completely fails to revive them. The system alerts him. Target does not meet activation conditions. Talent activation failed. Lin Yuan turns back in shock as his resurrection fails. Right then, from the ancient temple in the distance, a colossal pillar of green light suddenly shoots straight into the sky. Lin Yuan cautiously steps inside the ancient temple. He looks up at the glowing altar, wondering if this temple is what controls the tidal merman. To find out, he summons a magical scout bird and sends it ahead to investigate. The magic bird circles the altar, triggering a hidden switch that causes the structure to shine blindingly bright. From the pool right beneath the altar, a mysterious shadow slowly rises through the rippling energy waves. The creature stands tall, facing the scout bird, as an oppressive aura suffocates the entire hall. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes flash as he senses a truly formidable presence. A humanoid monster emerges, sporting a serpent's lower body, clutching a heavy scepter, and wearing a crown. It roars with absolute authority. How dare you blaspheme the Sea King? Let's check out this boss's stats together. It is a level 26 Merman Priest with 16,500 health points. Its skills are Soul Disruption, Merman Gathering, Mind Control, and Light Feather. The Merman Priest swings its scepter, firing dark magic right at Lin Yuan. It shrieks for him to die, but Lin Yuan dodges instantly, leaping into the air and commanding his army. Go Sacred Beetle. The massive bug flies out to block the attack. Meanwhile, the priest chants another skill called Crystal Sacrifice, folding its scaly hands to focus a massive amount of raw mana. The system warns that Merman Gathering is active as the giant eye symbol on the statue glows. A massive pillar of light shoots from the altar to gather energy. From within the light, countless muscular mermen with glowing eyes emerge, roaring as they enter the battlefield. Watching this unfold, Lin Yuan confirms his theory. This altar definitely controls the mermen. Without a single second of hesitation, he waves his hand, ordering his remaining undead army to hold them back. Phantom wolves and massive skeletal bears roar, charging straight ahead to intercept the newly summoned mermen. They attack savagely, firing green energy vortexes right into the merman army. One massive bear lets out a deafening roar, preparing a devastating blow. A giant skeletal bear roars, slamming its colossal body straight into the glowing altar. Instantly, the mermen lose all control, brutally turning on each other in absolute chaos. A phantom scorpion self-detonates, triggering a terrifying blue energy explosion that wipes out everything. This massive shockwave blasts the merman priest backward, leaving him stumbling. Lin Yuan lands gracefully next to a phantom wolf, a smirk crossing his face. He mocks, "So you cannot summon any more of them now, can you?" The priest grits his teeth, clutching his scepter with pure murder in his eyes. But suddenly, Lin Yuan senses that something is wrong and slightly frowns. Without any hesitation, the boss pulls out pink healing potions from his waist and downs them in one quick gulp. Instantly, green energy mends all his wounds. Lin Yuan's brow furrows in slight surprise. A healing potion? With his strength fully restored, the merman priest immediately lunges forward to attack Lin Yuan's summon. He unleashes a blinding beam of light energy, completely obliterating absolutely everything in its path. Standing amid the altar's ruins, he roars in absolute fury. "Blasphemer, how dare you destroy our holy temple?" Lin Yuan calmly notes that they've lost all control. And that's where we leave it for today. Once we crush the boss, the rest are history. Stay tuned to see how he finishes them. Trust me, Lin Yuan swings his sword immediately. Swirling waves of jade green sword energy intertwine to form a perfect arc. He instantly activates his plague skill, launching a barrage of screaming green demonic skulls straight at the merman priest. Seizing the moment, he shouts, "Now is my chance," and charges forward, unleashing a decisive, lethal strike. The merman priest fails to react in time. A surge of green energy pierces straight through his body, leaving him completely stunned. Suddenly freezing in place, he roars in absolute agony and fury, cursing at the damn humans. Striking back immediately, he unleashes a mental control skill, firing a massive beam of purple light directly at Lin Yuan. The system warns that the user is hit by a mental control skill, causing hallucinations, and will now evaluate his mental stats. Lin Yuan grimly realizes this is yet another sound wave-based skill. The scenery around Lin Yuan abruptly shifts, transforming into a ruined, desolate city bathed in a dark sunset. Scattered among the debris are his fallen comrades, along with the helpless, bloody figure of his past self. Across from him, his little sister weakly begs, "Brother, save me." Watch closely here. Lin Yuan's eyes shrink in horror as painful memories flood back. Is this the tragedy of his past life repeating? The vivid images of his fallen allies appear clear as day, alongside his own helpless self, covered in blood and absolute despair. But Lin Yuan instantly regains his cold composure. He analyzes the situation, realizing these sound waves are designed to drag out a person's deepest, darkest fears. He swings his sword, piercing right through the illusion of his past self and shattering the hallucination. Facing the fading mirage, Lin Yuan declares with absolute determination, "I have never feared death itself, only the grief of losing those close to me and pure rage at the downfall of human civilization." The instant he speaks, the vision before him shatters completely like a glass mirror. Snapping back to reality, the cold system voice announces that his mental evaluation has passed. and the mental control skill has been dispelled. The merman priest's weak voice mutters, "You actually broke free." By now, the battlefield is in absolute chaos, with his undead army savagely tearing through the crazed merman. Even more shocking, the frenzied merman monsters have completely lost control, turning on their own leader, savagely biting and tearing at his bleeding wounds. Capitalizing on the absolute chaos, Lin Yuan slowly walks forward, every single step radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Raising his sword high, his crimson eyes gleam with utter contempt as he growls, "Die, you worthless trash." The system rings out, immediately activating his level 3 plague skill. Ghostly skulls swarm out, locking onto the priest who is being mauled by his own kin. The spell shoots forward like a guided arrow, tearing through the air and leaving a deadly trail of green light. Unable to resist at all. But get this, the priest takes the massive impact head-on, causing dark energy and green light to explode violently. Through the clearing magic smoke, Lin Yuan steps coldly toward his dying enemy. Clutching his chest, the priest trembles violently from pain and exhaustion, completely unable to speak. Lin Yuan stands before him, his voice dripping with mockery like a king judging a defeated peasant. "Where is your god now?" The taunt acts like a spark to dynamite, making him roar in utter madness. "Let us drown in despair together right here." Gathering all his remaining power, his body suddenly ignites with a violent red glow, shouting his final threat, "Blasphemer." Lin Yuan raises his sword into a defensive stance, a cold smirk forming. "Looks like you have gone mad too." With those words, he stomps his foot and charges like lightning, leaving nothing but a blur on the ground. Leaping high into the air, his body traces a flawless arc across the sky. Targeting a fatal opening in his opponent's defense, he unleashes a powerful, sweeping slash. In that split second, time itself seems to freeze as he coldly declares, "It is over." The razor-sharp energy strike finds its mark, blasting the priest's body backward with immense force. Following the devastating blast, Lin Yuan signals his remaining undead legion, commanding them to return. The remaining mermen stand frozen in pure shock, watching their defeated leader as a single, savage instinct takes hold of their minds. Suddenly snapping out of their trance, they unleash a collective roar of wild fury. But instead of attacking Lin Yuan, they turn around and savagely tear their own dying leader to shreds. Lin Yuan watches this gruesome sight unfold from a safe distance, a cold smile playing on his lips as he mutters, "Talk about digging your own grave." With that, he triggers his stealth skill. The frenzied mermen keep gnawing and tearing their leader into a bloody mess. In his final moments, the priest's eyes hold nothing but pure despair and agony as the end arrives. In a desperate final struggle, he gathers his last ounce of strength, blasting his minions away. Right at that moment, Lin Yuan materializes from the shadows like a phantom, executing a final strike as a flash of purple light flares up. With his glowing sword raised high, Lin Yuan lunges forward to deliver the definitive, decapitating blow to the priest. And just like that, we see the system alerts pop up. He defeated the merman priest boss, claiming 20,300 experience. Let's dive into this, where you just hit level 18 and your stats finally get updated. As the merman priest dissolves, a glowing soul drifts out of his body, whispering with a voice full of pure relief that he is finally free. Free from that endless terror. Right after, the dark dungeon suddenly lights up, replacing the pitch-black night with a brilliant, warm dawn. That bright light makes the remaining mermen freeze. They growl intensely before slowly calming down. Now, Lin Yuan stands in the center of the hall, the green magic energy fading around him as the battle ends. Shining items drop from the boss's corpse with a brilliant light, including a mysterious shoulder plate and a strange orb. The system displays the loot, a premium forged meteoric iron shard. The details show it is fragment 1 out of 3, a fragment of an unknown item. Collect all 3 pieces to combine them into premium black gold meteoric iron. When used to forge gear, this material can upgrade gold quality equipment straight to black gold tier. Lin Yuan picks up the items, his eyes shining with surprise and joy. Premium meteoric iron. This is something that should only appear in the mid-game. With this, I can forge the very first unique item in the entire game, and even customize a weapon specifically for my own class. He thinks deeply, resting his chin on his hand, but remembers needing one more ingredient to guarantee a 100% success rate. He picks up the strange shoulder piece, asking curiously, "What is this?" Lin Yuan turns the armor piece over and over, realizing the item name is hidden. This seems to be a puzzle item for this dungeon. He recalls the boss's final words and the mural of the astral evil god, realizing this is the first talking boss he has ever met. What was he so afraid of? Could it be? Right after, Lin Yuan turns toward the massive mural. Standing among the kneeling mermen, his eyes are full of deep thought. If we talk about fear, this mural is the most suspicious. He narrows his eyes, staring at the eye on the wall. Is there something hidden inside? Without hesitation, he swings his sword, sending a massive crescent energy slash straight into the stone wall. The stone wall shatters completely, revealing a hidden room. Inside, a gold chest rests on a stone pedestal, while a purple magic eye floats silently above it. Lin Yuan steps inside and reaches for the chest. He opens it, and the magic eye hovers nearby, whispering, "Is it true?" Inside the chest lies a fragment identical to the shoulder armor piece he just obtained. The system announces an unknown fragment, 1 out of 3. A piece of an unknown item. Collect all 3 to combine. Lin Yuan picks up the fragment as a sudden realization flashes in his mind. This looks like a horn. It seems I have finally found the clue to clear this entire game. He stares at the floating purple magic eye. Now pay attention here, because a strange sensation suddenly hits him. Lin Yuan whips his head around, hearing the mermen roaring wildly outside. He frowns, wondering, what could possibly be drawing them out there? Lin Yuan rushes out of the temple. Below him, the mermen are staring up at the sky, and he follows their gaze. A perfectly round, brilliantly bright full moon hangs high in the night sky. Surprised, he mutters, "The moon?" He analyzes the situation. The sudden transition from day to night. Could it have triggered a special story event? Lin Yuan observes the mermen below, looking closely at the entire pack. Even though it is night, they show no signs of madness. Something is definitely wrong with this moon. Meanwhile, in another place, a mysterious figure rises up from beneath the dark water. The system coldly alerts the serpent tamer. The merman cloak has been activated. You are now escaping your physical body. He flashes a smug smile, but the exact moment he rises from the water, a massive shadow swoops down from the sky, grabbing him tightly. Lin Yuan's familiar voice echoes, "Gotcha." Lifted high into the air, the serpent tamer's face contorts in pure shock and terror as he gasps. "Is that you?" Lin Yuan glares down at his struggling enemy with eyes sharp as knives. The serpent tamer screams in sheer frustration. "You absolute pest. Why do I keep running into you even when I am hiding here?" "What terrible luck." Lin Yuan smirks, highly confident. "You and I both know the escape item is indeed in your hands." With a swing of his sword, a summoned beast charges forward, blocking all escape routes for the serpent tamer. Don't even try running. Panicking, the serpent tamer instantly summons 3 magic sea serpents to block his path. "Damn it, we were so close. Hold him back." Unfazed, Lin Yuan charges forward at insane speeds, casually slicing the serpents to absolute ribbons with his sword. The snake corpses dissolve into glowing particles, falling gently onto the water. Meanwhile, the serpent tamer floats in the air, shrouded in a bright green light. He says confidently, "As long as I wear this cloak under the full moon, I can leave." Yes, that is what the description says. But Lin Yuan is not about to let him escape so easily. He swings his sword, unleashing a massive, devastating wave of energy. A blinding light wraps around the serpent tamer as the system alerts the cloak is active. Trust me, you do not want to miss what comes next. Let's dive right into a crazy showdown as this snake-taming coward laughs maniacally, thinking he actually escaped. Laughing maniacally, the villain suddenly freezes as Lam Vian, riding a massive winged lion, catches up. "You seriously think you can run? Not that easy." Suddenly, a hexagonal energy barrier appears. Yet, the snake tamer somehow slips right through, screaming back in pure anger. Slammed by that invisible wall, Lam Vian and his summoned beast are instantly stopped dead in their tracks. Frowning, he reaches out to touch the barrier. It is indeed another invisible wall. Seeing this, the snake tamer flies away, laughing hysterically. "Your beast can only go this far, you bastard. Even the heavens won't save you today." Just as he says that, a tiny magic snake suddenly emerges out of nowhere, right next to him. But Lam Vien just smirks, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. Without warning, that little summoned snake right next to the villain detonates in a massive explosion. With a painful scream, the villain is blasted away by the explosion of his own summoned snake. He roars in sheer rage. "You! How dare you use my own snake to blow me up? You bastard!" Pay attention to this part. With that annoying guy finally dealt with, Lam Vien quietly starts observing some bizarre changes. From ancient murals to a very creepy moon. Looking down at the crowd, he realizes the merfolk have gone completely insane. The sky turns a terrifying crimson, slowly swallowing up the entire moon. In absolute shock, Lam Vien gasps as the moon turns into a deep, bloody red. Below them, all the merfolk lift their heads, as if conducting an ancient ritual. Lam Vien narrows his eyes. The full moon is blocked by dark clouds, so where is this light coming from? His summoned beast suddenly stirs, startling Lam Vien and prompting him to look down at the water. To his utter surprise, the reflection of the moon in the water is glowing a terrifying, blood-red color. He is completely stunned. Is the real moon actually hidden underwater? The lake begins bubbling violently, forming a massive, growing crimson whirlpool. Cold sweat drips down Lam Vien's face as a terrifying theory flashes through his mind. The vortex slowly shapes itself into the giant, bloodshot eye of an evil god, staring up at the sky. Then, a gruesome, bloody arm crawls out from the center. That hand drags a bizarre, monstrous creature right out of the swirling crimson water. Emerging from that bloody vortex is a terrifying creature covered in countless tentacles and red eyes. Instantly, a system notification screen pops up right in front of him, showing alarming stats. Merfolk Nightmare. Level, HP, attack, defense, skills. They are all just question marks. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Can he even fight this? Looking at those question marks, Lam Vien breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the power gap is just massive. Thinking he is still standing at a safe distance, the headless monster suddenly twists its massive body around, focusing dozens of glowing red eyes directly on Lam Vien. As its gaze completely locks onto him, Lam Vien shivers in panic. Only one terrifying thought remains in his mind: it's targeted me. Without warning, a massive tentacle whips forward, firing a beam of green energy that tears through the air right at him. Lam Vien quickly steers his summon to dodge by a hair, as the energy beam grazes past them, slicing off one of the monster's own tentacles. While dodging, a crucial tactical question flashes in his mind. If the target doesn't have a head, can I still lock onto it? He continues steering his mount, deftly evading the colossal monster's chaotic, wild attacks. Then, quickly chanting a spell, he calls down a massive bolt of purple lightning directly onto the creature. The system announces the activation of his Calamity V3 skill. A pathetic -300 damage pops up, looking absolutely ridiculous. Lam Vien immediately forces his summon to fly upward, escaping another terrifying, sweeping attack. Realizing direct attacks are useless, he quickly starts analyzing the battle. Since this boss spawned in a low-level dungeon, there must be a hidden mechanic to exploit. We have to test it out. The roaring beast relentlessly chases them down, crushing massive boulders in its path. Lam Vien looks back, deeply frowning as his Calamity skill did absolutely nothing to its giant health bar. He takes a deep breath. If that's the case, let's go all out. A massive army of undead warriors and hellhounds is summoned, roaring around him. Clenching his fists, his eyes are filled with pure determination to take it head-on. The monster seems to sense this threat, tensing up for a massive, devastating counterattack. Lam Vien's massive undead army charges forward instantly, relentlessly striking the creature's creepy tentacles. Countless glowing magic skulls fly out, gnawing at the monster's flesh as an incredibly brutal war erupts between his shadow army and the colossal beast. Suddenly, the monster swings a hand made of green energy, snatching up an undead warrior. With a brutal squeeze, it crushes the summon into glowing energy dust. After a brief clash, Lam Vien realizes something crucial. This giant monster seems to only move on pure instinct. Gently patting his mount to conserve energy, he smirks, because as you and I both know, a brainless monster is nothing but easy prey. Alright, you and I are about to watch this monster roar in pure anger as the battle begins. Its entire body starts glowing, charging a massive surge of energy. Lin Yuan frowns in disbelief. How can a creature with no head even generate a devastating sonic wave like that? A terrifying shockwave erupts, instantly wiping out a chunk of his undead army in a flash. Lin Yuan holds tight onto his mount, his eyes sharp. This time, I will not fall for your tricks again. The moment the monster unleashes its second sonic blast, the rest of Lin Yuan's undead are completely crushed. The wild shockwave strikes violently, cracking his defense but failing to shatter it right away. Just as a massive blast of green energy from the monster's tentacles crashes down to crush him completely, it looks like Lin Yuan is going to take heavy damage. But in this critical split second, his personal inventory screen suddenly starts glowing and pops open on its own, leaving him totally shocked. Lin Yuan's eyes go wide, and cold sweat drips down as a strange purple magic eye flies out by itself. He mutters in confusion, "My inventory opened by itself." Still unable to process what is happening, he takes a step back, his face showing a mix of shock and slight panic. Now watch closely, because here's the twist. The magic eye instantly fires a blinding beam of purple light, colliding heavily with the monster's attack to cause a massive explosion that blows everything in the area away. Hiding behind a massive boulder to avoid the shockwave, Lin Yuan peeks out with a thoughtful look. Could those be the strange drawings carved on the stones in the secret room? The magic eye now hovers in mid-air, casting a mysterious purple glow and sending out gentle ripples of raw energy. Nobody expected this giant merman nightmare beast to react like a little child seeing a ghost. It shrinks back, using its tentacles to shield its headless body in absolute, sheer terror. Seeing this hilarious sight, Lin Yuan looks up at the eye, a smirk forming as he realizes the truth. This stone carving seems to have the power to ward off the merman nightmare. Seizing this perfect golden opportunity, he commands his undead eagle to grab the eye and fly straight at the enemy, yelling in pure excitement, "Why don't we try this out?" Just as he expected, the monster completely loses its mind and flees, with a fleeing and panic status effect clearly displaying above its head. At the same time, the system displays the stats. The merman nightmare has 30,000 health points, 3,100 attack, and 100 defense. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, a sharp gleam appearing as he smirks. "Oh, is that so?" Clinging to the back of his winged lion, he flies after the eagle carrying the magic eye. We both know this is the ultimate counter item. Without wasting a single second, he waves his hand to cast a spell, shouting out loud to activate Calamity Skill 43. Instantly, screaming skulls cloaked in green fire charge straight toward the target. The skulls bite mercilessly into the monster's severed flesh, making it thrash around in agonizing pain. Damage numbers like -390, 420, and 450 pop up. Watching this, Lin Yuan analyzes that the damage increases with its fear. Right after, the system reports that damage taken has increased by 30%. Then it rises to 40%, making him chuckle, asking himself if a literal nightmare can actually be scared to death. With victory fully in his grasp, he draws his glowing green sword, getting into stance for the final, decisive blow. With blood-red eyes flashing in pure confidence and killing intent, he lets out a cold, sharp smirk. "I just need to press my advantage now." Locking himself tightly onto his mount, Lin Yuan transforms into a glowing green meteor. Diving down from above at supersonic speed, he delivers a flawless, beautiful slash, cutting straight through the hideous tentacles while releasing bright flashes of green lightning. Under his overwhelming power, the giant body of the merman nightmare cracks and shatters into countless pieces, raining down. The system flashes with good news. You defeated the merman nightmare, gained 50,000 experience points, and reached level 19. Gliding forward, Lin Yuan thinks to himself with pure satisfaction. This boss gave so much experience, leveling me up instantly. I must be the highest-ranking undead player right now. Landing as lightly as a feather, the tip of his boot touches the stone floor with absolute grace. Lin Yuan stands tall as green demonic energy swirls around him, triumphantly displaying his level 19 status screen right behind him. Where the monster's body dissolved, glowing magical lights gather to drop a floating item, shard 1 out of 3. Additionally, the system notifications showed drops of a deep green energy orb and a golden nightmare core armor piece. Drawn by an invisible force, the scattered shards automatically fly together, merging perfectly in mid-air. The item description explains that these shards can be fully combined once you collect all 3 of them. The nightmare core is a rare material condensed from bad dreams, used to forge high-tier equipment with spirit attributes as the core ingredient. Lin Yuan rubs his chin. I have almost finished the blacksmith's reputation quests. Trust me, you and I are about to see him craft an incredible golden tier gear with this perfect core. Alright, you and I are diving straight into this crazy scene as our hero holds a glowing, newly forged horn. Holding the horn with both hands, Lin Yuan looks down deep in thought. What could this be? Is this a quest item for the sunken Doomsday Dungeon? A glowing screen pops up Siren's Cry, a rare quest item, a sacred token of the Siren race, and the only item capable of awakening the Siren King. Sounding this horn signals the return of the Siren remnants. The holder will become an honored guest of their tribe. Blowing it under a full moon will reveal an unexpected, shocking truth. Looking down from the cliff at the massive, blood-red moon, he sighs with no other clues left. Guess there is only one way to find out what this thing actually does. No time to waste, he raises the horn to his lips and blows with all his might, sending vibrant pink sound waves rippling through the air. The moment the sound fades, the mermen tearing each other apart below suddenly freeze in place, completely paralyzed. As one, they slowly turn their heads, locking their glowing eyes onto Lin Yuan standing high on the cliff. But wait, look closely now, because the water and sky start glitching violently like an old television losing its signal. Lin Yuan quickly lowers the horn, his brow furrowing with a terrible feeling that something is going horribly wrong. High above them, a brilliant purple light explodes, swirling into an endless vortex that threatens to swallow everything. Staring at the sky in pure shock, his face pales and his pupils shrink as he spots a colossal entity looming. Is that the astral evil god? Before he can even finish his sentence, a terrifying gravity grabs him, dragging him straight into that shattered, otherworldly void. The second he is pulled in, he feels everything twisting around him in a bizarre distortion. He smirks, realizing the space is warped. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying, gloomy scene completely vanishes, replaced instead by a quiet shoreline bathed in bright moonlight. So still, it sends shivers down your spine. Lin Yuan gently lands in the shallow water near the shore, splashing droplets into the calm air. But as he looks down at himself, he is stunned to find his body glowing and translucent, flowing just like digital data. He frowns in confusion. Is this an illusion? Before he can even figure out what this strange new form is, his attention is instantly snatched by a blinding purple flash tearing through the distant sky. The scene suddenly erupts when a massive tentacle lashes out directly toward him, but instead, the terrifying, multi-eyed head of the sea monster gets violently blasted backward by an unseen force. Left watching from the sidelines as an accidental spectator, Lin Yuan opens his eyes wide in disbelief. He mutters as it hits him. Did we just trigger the main lore story of the game? High up in the vast sky, a massive, burning eye rains down, devastating purple lightning onto the beasts, leaving him wondering in shock. Is the astral evil god actually attacking these mermen? Under this terrifying wrath from above, the ocean below boils like a cauldron, exploding into massive, towering waves. From the swirling depths, an immense entity with countless tentacles rises, radiating a mind-crushing pressure. With the system screen flashing the Merman King, Lin Yuan narrows his eyes to evaluate it. Is this the king of the sea monsters? Floating high in the air, a cloaked figure radiating dark magic mocks them with pure contempt, calling them foolish creatures. The moment he hears that familiar voice, Lin Yuan's expression completely changes as he gasps, "That is the first believer." He frowns in confusion. But wait, isn't he supposed to be a player? How on earth did he show up in the game lore alongside the evil god? Refusing to let the enemy mock him from above, the Merman King whips his razor-sharp tentacles through the air, striking directly at the cloaked figure. But with an effortless wave of his hand, the mysterious figure unleashes a wave of purple energy, easily deflecting every single attack from the Ocean Lord. The first believer raises his hand glowing with heresy, his sharp eyes glaring through his mask as he issues a deadly threat. How dare you oppose a god? With that, he hurls a massive sphere of destructive dark energy straight down at the Merman King. Beneath his twisted mask, a sinister grin appears alongside a cruel and ruthless curse. Even your very own flesh and blood will turn against you. Upon hearing those chilling words, the Merman King's pupils shrink in terror as sheer panic fills his eyes, watching the heretical light begin to slowly corrode his mind. From high above, columns of pitch-black energy rain down like a storm, pinning the deep-sea monsters firmly beneath the water. Bound tightly by massive dark chains, the Merman King thrashes wildly amidst towering waves. Yet he is completely and utterly powerless. Done playing with his prey, the masked figure slowly raises his head. Looking completely satisfied with his work, he coldly declares, backed by the power of the colossal evil eye behind him, pointing down at the ocean to pass judgment. Let me show you the price of defying a god. And trust me, you and I do not want to see what happens to this screaming merman lifted into the air. Let's dive in as the giant beast is ripped straight into the sky. The masked figure slowly clenches his fist, compressing purple magic so intensely that the surrounding space warps and cracks under the pressure. A second later, a destructive storm of crimson aurora rains from above, instantly shredding and vaporizing all of those giant tentacles in the blink of an eye. Having watched every single second of that godlike slaughter, Lin Yuan's face is drenched in sweat, his wide, bloodshot eyes completely speechless. As the historical illusion shatters, he slowly recovers his senses, standing dazed on the shoreline. Back in reality, under the brilliant blood moon, holding the golden horn, he frowns. His mind spins out of control, trying to process the absolute madness of what he just witnessed. Could the stellar evil god, an entity that should not appear for another 3 years, actually have been hidden inside this game's lore from the very start? With deep suspicion in his eyes, he senses a massive conspiracy unfolding, especially considering the existence of that first believer. That person must have been a chosen player in his past life. Why would a regular player ever show up in the backstory of an immortal world? Still heavily shaken by what he just saw, Lin Yuan decides he cannot stop now. With absolute determination in his eyes, he raises the horn to his lips once more to see what else we can uncover. Instantly, the historical vision flares back to life. This time, the Merman King stands in the open sea, facing his own subjects who are slowly being corrupted by dark energy. The ruler of the sea speaks in a deep, authoritative voice, though it is heavily laced with sorrow. The evil god's power is too overwhelming, causing my consciousness to fall into chaos. Raising his hand, a small but pure sphere of light floats above it as he tells his most trusted servant, I will slumber here. Once this terrible disaster ends, use this artifact to wake me up. The Merman priest, with thick tentacles wrapped around his head, respectfully receives the pure sphere of light, his tentacles extending to gently cradle the treasure. Yes, my lord. He then turns to face his people, raising the horn high as he makes a powerful declaration. The Merman race will finally return to our homeland. The vision fades, leaving Lin Yuan holding the glowing horn as it sparkles in his hands. The item description updates. Cry of the Merman, a unique quest item serving as a token of the merman race, and the only item capable of waking their king. A sub-panel pops up, stating the horn's call marks the birth of merman descendants, and some of them will become honored guests of the tribe. Clutching the horn tightly, Lin Yuan finally puts everything together. He stares at the crimson space around him and mutters, so, that is how it is. I know what you are thinking, and yes, this entire twisted dungeon is actually just a dream. As he speaks, the dream begins to collapse, the red sky shattering like glass. Startled, Lin Yuan watches as his surroundings warp and shift rapidly. He stands in the middle of a blood-red ocean, and beneath the water, the colossal Merman King slowly begins to rise, letting out an absolutely earth-shattering roar that shakes the entire sea. Lin Yuan looks up at this majestic being, his eyes flashing with sharp focus. The Merman King. The ancient monarch looks down at him, his voice deep and warm, yet heavily exhausted. Thank you for granting me a brief moment of clarity amidst this endless, maddening chaos. The evil god's power has seeped into my very bones, and I am still weak, but first, let me send you back. Gently, the Merman King wraps a tentacle around Lin Yuan. The massive appendage, lined with powerful suction cups, cradles his body with surprising gentleness. The king leaves him with a sincere plea. I hope that in the future, you can look after the remaining survivors of my merman tribe. With that, he flings Lin Yuan high into the air, tossing him out of the dreamscape. Back in reality, Lin Yuan's head spins with a barrage of unsolved mysteries. As the mysteries pile up, you and I both know we must find the true identity of that first believer as fast as possible to prevent the Dark God's descent. Just as he is lost in thought, a bright blue notification screen pops up. You have successfully cleared Doomsday and received these rewards: 10,000 experience points, the Doomsday Boots, and the Doomsday Wanderer's Blade. Meanwhile, By a stream nearby, the snake tamer who had been blasted out of the dungeon is writhing on the ground in agony. It hurts so much. That absolute bastard. He props himself up, struggling to stand. Gritting his teeth in pure hatred, he tries to reassure himself that this minor setback is nothing. Staring down at the water, a sinister smirk spreads across his face. After all, that kid will never be able to get in my way ever again. Humph. Suddenly, his eyes bulge as a terrible premonition hits him. What is going on? A massive tentacle slowly rises from the water, carrying Lin Yuan, who is standing calmly on top. The snake tamer's jaw drops as he stammers in sheer, absolute horror. You? How the hell are you still alive? Did that damn sea monster actually carry you out of there? Another massive tentacle whips out from the water as the Merman King roars. Shut up, I am the king of the sea, before unleashing a devastating strike. Blown away for the second time today, the snake tamer loses consciousness and blacks out completely. All right, you and I are about to dive into the epic climax of this adventure as the Merman King gently sets Lin Yuan on the shore. Standing on the cliff, Lin Yuan makes a solemn promise to the king who is slowly sinking into a deep sleep beneath the waves. If the opportunity arises, I will protect the remaining survivors of your merman lineage for you. The Merman King responds with a weak but deeply grateful voice. Thank you. The Merman tribe will never forget your incredible kindness. Once everything is settled, Lin Yuan turns around as a reward notification screen pops up right beside him. He scrolls through his newly acquired loot. Glancing at the sword, he bluntly remarks that this weapon is nothing special. But when his eyes land on the boots, he actually looks quite pleased, noting that they perfectly meet his current needs. The detailed stats panel appears, showcasing the Wanderer double blades with silver effect, plus 35 attack power, plus 30 critical damage, plus 10 constitution, gold effect deep sea boots with plus 50 constitution, plus 35 movement speed, and plus 30 attack speed. With the attached skill Endless Pursuit, triggering its effect after dealing damage to a target, moving toward the target triggers the pursuit state, increasing movement speed by 20% and dealing 5% extra damage. Equipped with his new boots, Lin Yuan stands atop the mountain, looking down at the unconscious snake tamer. Pay attention here, because his mind is racing with sharp deductions. It now seems that the first follower is not just a mere player. He has likely established a direct connection with the evil god a long time ago. Trying to stop him from contacting the astral evil god is completely useless. The only way to begin is by suppressing the first follower's faction inside the game. Then I will find another chance to take him down in real life. But then, he suddenly hears a rustling sound. A tiny snake is stealthily crawling out from the unconscious snake tamer's cloak. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes and summons the vigilant beetle. Are they trying the same old trick again? In the next second, the beetle charges and slams straight into the snake. The snake tamer suddenly leaps up, his face twisted in absolute madness and resolve. You bastard. Only one of us is leaving this place alive today. He lunges forward at a terrifying speed, flying like an arrow cutting through the wind. Lin Yuan calmly stands his ground as the system announces that the shadow gloves have been equipped. He raises his hand and fires a massive blast of green energy, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that makes nearby players cry out in shock. Wow. The impact of the blast is so devastating that a massive boulder is launched into the air before crashing down, pinning the snake tamer flat. Crushed beneath the heavy stone, the snake tamer groans in bitter rage. I admit defeat, but once I respawn, I will make sure 10,000 snakes devour you alive. Lin Yuan steps up and stomps on him, saying in a bone-chilling tone, Don't worry, you won't die until you reveal the first follower's location. The snake tamer can only groan in pain. Seeing him stay stubborn, Lin Yuan smirks coldly and pulls out a bottle of poison. You can't do anything either. The system notifies him that the recovery potion has been successfully used. He pours the liquid straight down the man's throat, making him convulse as healing symbols continuously pop up. The tamer stutters in sheer agony and terror. All right, I'll talk, he says. But you and I know it's a trap as he quickly grabs a teleportation scroll. He roars. I won't say a thing. You'll pay for this. The system announces that a teleportation scroll is in use and the warp is underway. His last trump card is raised high. But in a flash, Lin Yuan swings his sword and slices the tamer's arm clean off. The teleportation glow instantly fades away, and the system coldly announces that the warp has completely failed. The tamer looks back, his face twisted in absolute horror. Lin Yuan stands tall, holding up his beetle with an incredibly commanding voice. Right now, your master isn't here. None of your snakes are here. It is just you and me. And nobody will ever know you betrayed them. Terrified to his core, the snake tamer drops to his knees, begging, "Stop, please, stop, I'll talk. My master is within the Snake Man civilization." He screams out in despair. He wants to conquer the entire Snake Man civilization. Just keep that beetle away from me. Looking down from above, Lin Yuan coldly commands, "First, give me the coordinates of where they are hiding." Paralyzed with fear, the snake tamer quickly complies. "Fine. I will give them to you. I'll give you everything." The system shares coordinates 9742.365.47 as Lin Yuan watches, thinking to himself that this guy is incredibly cunning, so he needs to preview the coordinates to ensure it is not a lie. The system begins previewing the terrain at the coordinates, displaying a map located within the Western Desert Empire. While Lin Yuan is focused on the map, the snake tamer quietly whispers to the tiny snake resting on his shoulder, "Hurry, you are the only snake I have not refined yet. Poison me to death." The serpent immediately spits out a cloud of purple venom. The system alerts that the snake venom skill has activated. Lin Yuan swings his sword to slice through the toxic cloud, but it is too late as the tamer fades into particles of light. The system announces his health points have reached 0. Before dissolving completely, he glares, "Do you really think you can face my master? You are literally seeking your own death." Lin Yuan stands there staring at the fallen loot sphere, sighing. I still let him commit suicide. He stands lost in thought, and trust me, you and I are about to see him head to the Western Desert to stop this Snake Man threat. All right, let's dive in. If he strikes the Snake People's base, his enemy's entire plan will completely fall apart. With his decision made, he summons his Scorpion Lion mount. Besides, drawing him out is going to be way faster than searching every single corner of this place. Flying over a nearby city, he looks down and realizes something. It seems his enemy's first follower from his past life was definitely working together with the mysterious Snake People civilization. Staying atop his beast, he maps out his next move. The Snake People might be weak, but taking them on completely alone right now is still way too risky. His eyes flash with pure, cold calculation. Since that follower is using his influence, he can use the royal power of the Western Desert Kingdom to wipe them out instead. Images of his former teammates flash in his mind. He knows he needs to be careful and find some highly trustworthy allies first. But let's face it, most current players are still weak. To actually level up, average players must team up, farm monsters, and grind out quests just to get basic gold and gear. But the split is always pitifully small. On top of that, running hard dungeons requires a massive amount of expensive consumable items. Repairing armor and upgrading their gear also costs them an absolute fortune. And the constant need for skill books and scrolls completely drains their remaining funds. Now, pay attention here. Low-level monsters rarely drop anything rare, making it almost impossible for average players to earn decent gold. Meanwhile, our main character solos the entire time, using barely any resources, while his monster-killing efficiency completely blows even the most veteran players out of the water. Riding comfortably on his floating flying skull mount, Lin Yuan stares ahead with deep calculations, his entire vibe radiating the supreme confidence of an absolute powerhouse. Gliding over the village rooftops on his mighty Scorpion Lion beast, he continues calculating the massive economic differences. But the real money drain starts after level 20, when gear enhancement and gem socketing systems unlock. This is exactly where the power gap between players widens. Finishing his thoughts, he suddenly dives down, landing gracefully on the ground. His boots slam onto the wet dirt in an incredibly cool landing pose, turning around with a scheming, confident smirk on his face. You and I know his plan is solid, especially since the blacksmith's favorability score is already high enough. He needs to grab that gold tier gear first, then conquer the lightning element dungeon to secure his ultimate advantage. Stepping inside the forge, his system panel pops up, showing his favorability with the Firebird blacksmith is at 5,000. The muscular, bald blacksmith spots him and rushes over with open arms like they are family, shouting, "My friend, it has been too long. I am so grateful for all the ore you sent me recently. My smelting skills have improved so much, it is absolutely amazing." In response, Lin Yuan opens up his inventory, and the system scans the ultra-rare items from his last battle. High-grade dark gold meteorite iron. When used in crafting, this rare material can upgrade gold-tier gear to dark gold quality when combined with a nightmare core. A rare material condensed from nightmares, perfect for forging high-tier gear with mind, power, and spirit attributes as its primary stats. Cutting straight to the chase, he tosses the glowing resources to the blacksmith, who stands frozen, sweating profusely in absolute shock. Just like we agreed before, forge me a piece of gear using these materials. The shocked blacksmith stutters. Are these actually unique tier crafting materials? If my master were here, a unique item would be easy. But with my current skills, gold tier is the absolute limit of what I can forge. Lin Yuan barely blinks at this, giving a cold, incredibly brief and decisive answer. No problem. Holding the priceless materials in his hands, the blacksmith's expression turns completely serious. He lists the final ingredient needed. To forge gold gear, I will also need the main body of a treant monster. With his target clear, Lin Yuan turns around, his cloak fluttering as he leaves him with just a short, confident promise. Just wait here. In no time at all, he is deep inside a thick forest under the bright sun. Stepping quietly on dry twigs and fallen leaves, he moves with extreme caution. Heading deeper into the quiet, deserted hillside, his silent posture radiates a deadly energy as he senses his surroundings. Suddenly, giant trees glowing with a creepy green light wake up all at once. The system panel immediately flashes a warning. Elite Earth Treant, level 20. Health points 4,300. Attack 450. Defense 400. Skills: Binding Branches, Camouflage, Stealth, and Piercing Branches. Spotting its prey, an aggressive treant slams its massive branch down with insane force, trying to crush him into dust. Quick as lightning, Lin Yuan leaps backward, dodging the fatal blow with an incredibly smooth, elegant motion. He mockingly smirks at them. If we didn't bait them out, finding these creatures would have been a total nightmare, right? Stick with me here. Lam Vien counters instantly, lunging through the brush to unleash a blinding slash that rips right through the roots. The battle ends in a flash, leaving severed wooden logs scattered all over the ground. Standing with his back turned, he coldly brushes off his hands. This is enough for the source materials. The system alerts chime in. He has defeated 14 Earth Savage Tree monsters, earning 1,200 experience points. But just as he is about to clean up, a sudden scream echoes from afar. Whoa! Lam Vien glances over with curiosity. Looking over, a familiar player is running for his life, waving his arms and screaming at the top of his lungs to get out of the way. Right on his heels is a massive boss, wreaking total havoc, an Earth Savage Tree Spirit. A level 25 boss with 6,000 health, 500 attack, and 450 defense, possessing deadly skills like Binding Branches and Natural Force. Watching this ridiculous escape, Lam Vien is completely speechless, giving a deadpan look. Is this guy getting chased by a boss again? Though utterly annoyed, he sighs and draws his sword to help. He instantly summons a massive azure dragon made of magic snarling right behind his back, activating his devastating fire breath skill. The giant magical dragon head roars, opening its glowing jaws to blast a torrent of blue fire that burns everything. Terrified, the other player grabs his head. Now watch closely as he ducks flat onto the ground to dodge that terrifying wave of heat, still screaming in pure panic. Once the flames incinerate the monster, Lam Vien walks over calmly, his silhouette framed by the glowing embers of the fire. He teases him with a smirk. Hey there, my good friend, what exactly are you doing out here? The guy quickly leaps up, waving his arms in absolute excitement. My friend, you soloing and wiping out the Black Tree Guild the other day was absolutely legendary. Lam Vien shrugs and casually replies, it was just a coincidence. But the guy keeps babbling on, eyes shining like he struck gold. The Black Tree group has completely gone bankrupt and vanished. Man, that was seriously so cool. The guy clenches his fist, laughing out loud with satisfaction as he pictures their enemy's miserable downfall. Especially that father and son duo, Hak Diep and Hak Hien, who used to plunder whatever they wanted without any reason. Now they are harassed by creditors daily, even threatening suicide. They must be regretting their actions to their very bones by now. And then, his friend grins and proudly continues, saying that all the major guilds are now terrified of him. They say your strength is on par with any top-tier guild, so nobody dares to provoke you anymore. Haha. Lam Vian merely raises an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with deep thought. If we are going to deal with the Snake People civilization, maybe the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild can help us out. Then he turns and gets straight to the point. By the way, why is a priest like you out here soloing monsters again? Hearing this, the guy scratches his head and groans. Oh, do not bring it up. A special dungeon is opening, but my guild is short-handed. Tu Nuyet could only send me to join a random team to harvest potion ingredients, but those useless teammates of mine completely chickened out and ran away, as if they suddenly remembered something incredibly important. He continues with a highly serious look on his face. Okay, let's pause for a second because once that hidden dungeon opens, they say a brand new power-up item will drop, though you need a highly specific potion to survive it. It is called an anti-static potion. Without a second thought, Lam Vian points to the remaining wood from his battle and says bluntly, "You need this? Just take it." The guy stares in shock, stammering in disbelief. "You are giving this to me? Do you not need it too, my dear friend?" Lam Vian walks away with an air of mystery, leaving only a cold answer while his system confirms he has already collected 30 pieces of boss wood. No need. This is plenty for me. Staring at Lam Vian's departing back, the priest cannot hide his immense admiration, eyes sparkling like bright stars as he gasps. He really is the man I look up to. Back at the forge, the fiery blacksmith holds the rare materials, his eyes full of awe. He clicks his tongue with a meaningful tone. Tisk tisk. Maybe one day your grand adventure will lead you to the Southern Empire, where you can find my master to upgrade your gear all the way to legendary quality. Right then, a system notification pops up. The Master-Disciple quest has been auto-accepted. Lam Vian frowns, quietly thinking to himself that he should definitely seize this chance to visit the Southern Empire. The blacksmith smiles and explains further. This item lets you choose your desired stats and skills during forging. What kind of attribute do you want? Crossing his arms, Lam Vian analyzes his abilities since he already has damage amplification and deluge. Raw damage is not an issue. He also has his Scarab Beetle for excellent crowd control. His only major weakness left is self-recovery. Generally, weapons give lifesteal for healing, and trust me, you and I are about to see if he goes physical or magical. But as we dive back in, he reasons that only melee classes usually choose lifesteal, since ranged classes have low defense and often die before they can even heal. But then a thought hits him. He gains 2 vitality points with every level up, meaning his base damage and health are already incredibly high. On top of that, the damage dealt by his summoned undead counts as magic damage, which can easily make up for any shortcomings. Finally, Lam Vian makes his decision, telling the blacksmith to forge him gear with spell lifesteal attributes. The old blacksmith nods confidently, saying it is not a problem, before tossing the materials into the blazing forge. Then he turns back around, handing Lam Vian another item and adding, "Take this one too." By adding this item called the Recording Eye to the forging process, you can create the gear that suits you best. The system immediately announces that the Recording Eye is detected, custom forge mode is activated, and asks if he wants a class-specific weapon. Holding the crystal orb, a question pops into Lam Vian's head. An exclusive weapon for a necromancer? He reaches out and taps the system panel. Selecting yes, he tells himself that since he was not a necromancer in his past life, his weapon did not matter much. But now, a class-specific weapon is obviously better. Green energy surges from Lam Vian's hand, enveloping the orb as the system confirms the selection. The components are confirmed for crafting. The old blacksmith rubs his hands together with full confidence. Leave the rest to me. Now watch closely as the forge fires erupt, completely swallowing the magical orb. Thus begins the wondrous crafting process. Hoakam turns back to place the forming weapon in the hearth, saying, "You can collect it tomorrow, my friend." Lam Vian simply hums in response and turns to leave. As he steps out of the forge, his cloak flutters in the wind. He silently notes that the Death Island quest was clearly targeted at him. It is time to meet the Underworld King and demand an explanation. Before long, he steps inside a dimly lit room. A mysterious cloaked figure sitting opposite Lam Vian speaks in a casual tone. "TSEC. I really know nothing about what you just said." But then he rests his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing. Still, that Death Island quest does have quite a few suspicious points. Lam Vian cuts in with a sharp, serious tone. The snake tamer is also a death apostle, making it inconvenient to issue quests himself. He must have an outside accomplice. Do you have any info on the client? The mysterious figure sinks into deep thought, tapping lightly on his mask. Let me think. A moment later, a holographic projection appears, showing a short-haired girl in a sleek black dress. Staring at the image, Lam Vian wonders, is it her? Immediately, the cloaked figure waves his hands in panic, dismissing the projection. No, it is definitely not a little girl, but actually a grown man. He wore a hood, so I couldn't see his face. Now, pay attention here, because Lam Vian immediately stands up to leave, saying, "Let me know when you find something." But the man quickly speaks up to stop him. "Are you mad? Hold on a second." Suddenly, the masked man sneaks up behind him, wrapping a suspicious arm around Lam Vian's shoulder and whispering in his ear, "I know you're annoyed, so I'll give you a highly classified insider tip. Up next is a special dungeon where most entrants will just end up as cannon fodder." He continues smugly, his eyes shining with greedy, scheming intentions. "But we've hoarded a massive batch of crucial items beforehand, and we'll exploit this chance to make a huge profit." Lam Vian coldly brushes the arm off his shoulder, responding with complete indifference. "I hope so too." At the same time, he smiles, thinking to himself, the Death Apostle Intelligence Network is quite reliable. But the most crucial strong electric resistance potion is actually a secret only I hold right now. Just as he turns to leave, the masked man freezes, suddenly remembering something. Pulling out a magical control panel, he cries out, "Wait, I almost forgot about this one." Reaching out, he hands Lam Vian a strange badge and explains, "This is our guild token, which is used to mask your true identity when performing these highly classified, shady operations. Afterwards, we can just dump all the risks onto this empty shell of a guild to bear." The moment he sees the badge resting in his palm, Lam Vian's pupils shrink, his face filled with visible shock. Staring closely at the engraved symbol, memories of his past life flood back, making him question everything. Isn't this the badge the first believer wore in his past life memories? Clutching the token tightly, Lam Vian's gaze turns ice cold as he pieces all the clues together. It turns out this guild never even existed. This guy hid it way too well. It seems we still need to target the Snake Tribe civilization to turn the tables and force the first believer to reveal himself. Having already calculated his next moves, he decisively walks away down the stone corridor, leaving behind a calm, parting remark, "I understand." Leaving the dark meeting room, Lam Vian takes a slow, steady stroll straight into a bustling tavern packed with lively patrons. The moment he steps through the door, he hears the familiar nagging of a fiery red-haired girl sitting right at the bar counter. "I worked so hard for this shop, while my little brother is out there playing around. Trust me, you and I can't miss what's next." Clearly tipsy, she angrily slams her beer mug down on the table, splashing golden foam in every direction. Without even looking back, she keeps venting loudly, completely unaware that Lin Yuan is already standing right behind her. "Why am I not at the shop today? I have worked so hard managing those stores for days. Surely I deserve to reward myself with a little bit of fun, right?" But the moment she turns around and meets Lin Yuan's deadpan stare, she freezes in pure panic, sweating profusely as she tries to stammer an excuse. My little brother, when did you get here? I promise you, and I can just forget I sneaked out for a quick drink."